Chapter 1. Rebirth and Death. Withered and desolate. In the city, lush weeds sprouted from the hard concrete, and the ground was littered with white bones. Lennon dragged his heavy legs, struggling to run. His lungs burned with pain, each breath tugging at his broken ribs in agony. Behind him were groups of roaring zombies, their faces twisted in grotesque forms. He dare not stop. If he halted, this horde of the resurrected dead would tear him to shreds and feast on his flesh. December 2035.3 years ago, the apocalypse erupted, dragging the entire world into hell. As he saw the makeshift safe house getting closer, hope flickered across his previously despairing face. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Hurry. Lennon frantically pounded on the heavy iron door, the zombies less than 100 meters behind him. The stench of decay filled the air. I brought the medicine back. Open the door. Dang Wan. Inside the safe house were his fiancée's family of 3. Whoosh. The window opened, but the iron door remained shut. I peered through the narrow iron window, filled with concern. Lennon recognized that it was Tang Wan. Tang Wan, it's me. Open the door. Lennon cried out with a heart-wrenching plea, the wound on his chest expanding with the movement. The blood that spilled out made the zombies behind him even more agitated, their speed suddenly increasing. After hearing his voice, the eye in the iron window shifted to the medicine in his hand. That was the medicine Lin had fought to find, to reduce Tang Wan's brother's fever. Lennon, I'll open the door for you now. The voice from inside was urgent, calming Lin An's panicked heart. Once inside, he would be safe out on the perilous edge of the city. This handmade safe house was his only home. First, pass the medicine in, and it'll lower the iron bolt. Lennon felt weak all over at those words and hurriedly stuffed the medicine box through the iron window with great effort. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Why didn't she just open the door? The hand inside quickly snatched the medicine box away, but didn't open the door. Tang Wan. Lin An's voice was filled with disbelief, piercing despair in the darkness. His heart sank, and he felt a chill all over. Why won't she open the door? He could already hear the zombies behind him closing in. Lennon, I see the wound on your chest. Tang Wan's voice paused, losing its previous concern, now eerily calm, as if speaking to a stranger. You might be infected. I won't let you in. Lennon felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The zombies behind him had already pounced on him. His flesh was being torn apart. Also, let me tell you something. The captain of the safe zone has promised me that as long as I'm willing to sleep with him, I can enter the safe zone. Of course, you have to die. Inside, Tang Wan casually twirled her hair. Calm, just like when she used to chat with Lin and found it hard to believe this sentence struck him like a bolt from the blue. The pain of his flesh being torn apart by the zombies was overshadowed. He cried out in anguish, desperately questioning the person inside the window. Why did you betray me? His palm pressed against the door, leaving a bloody handprint. His eyes widened in agony. He could feel his intestines being pulled out. An overwhelming sense of weakness surged. Tang Wan's gaze remained calm, a hint of mockery in it. Just because you're a useless piece of trash. I don't want to starve and live in fear every day. He is strong and awakened. And you're just an ordinary person. The zombies behind him frantically clawed at Lin An's head, the cracking of his spine echoing as it was easily snapped. The zombie's foul, decaying fingers dug into his eye sockets. Daughter, why are you talking so much to this useless piece of trash? Let him die far away. Don't let him die at her doorstep. Inside, the lights were warm. Tang Wan's mother casually took the bloody medicine box, looking coldly out the window. The 3 stood side by side, only leaving when Lin An's body was completely devoured. In Linjiang City, in a festively decorated wedding house. Lennon, why aren't you calling your comrades to borrow money? What are you standing there for? The speaker was Lin An's fiancée, Tang Wan. Like struggling in deep water, Lennon suddenly woke up, gasping for breath. The images from before death overlapped with the person in front of him. Was that just a dream? His head throbbed painfully, and he could still vaguely feel the pain of flesh being torn. The sensation was real, as if it had just happened a second ago. He hurriedly looked at his phone. November 9th, 2032. Lin An's expression changed in shock, feeling parched. No, this isn't a dream. He was reborn. Back to 3 years ago, back to the day 3 days before the apocalypse erupted, the day he proposed to Tang Wan. Lennon, let me tell you, if you want to marry my daughter, the bride price must be increased by 200,000 that your younger brother Tang Tian is about to get married as her brother-in-law. You can't contribute nothing, right? Tang Wan's mother gave her younger son a glance, signaling him to ask for money. Brother-in-law, didn't your comrades just retire? Tang Tian sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking impatient. I heard that the retirement pay is quite a lot now. It's just borrowing some money. What's so hard about asking? Seeing Lin and standing there in a daze, Tang Wan couldn't help but frown. She had thought that Linen, being from a military background, would be honest and have some money, making him a decent choice. But now, Linen was hesitating and couldn't take out any money at all, which made her feel embarrassed. Aren't you close to your comrades? How come you can't borrow this little money? Seeing Lin An's lack of reaction, Tang's mother let out a cold snort and arrogantly yelled, Linen, if you can't come up with this money, then don't even think about getting married. You have no sincerity at all. I thought you were decent before. I didn't expect you to be so stingy and poor. Tang's mother's words dripped with sarcasm. Tang Tian, not afraid of trouble, quickly spoke up when he heard his mother say no marriage. Sis, wasn't there a rich guy chasing you before? I think you shouldn't marry this poor loser. Find that Mr. Wang, he's rich. He even asked me what car I like. Amidst the incessant chatter of the three, no one noticed the murderous intent in Lin An's lowered gaze. In his previous life, he hastily married Tang, wanting to fulfill his mother's wish. Though rushed, he believed he had done everything he should, buying a car, a house, and the bride price without missing a cent. He even shamelessly borrowed money from his comrades to make up the bride price. However, on the eve of the wedding, the apocalypse broke out. With his military qualities, Linen struggled to survive with his fiancée's family. Until the last day when they were eaten alive, he was still fighting for the so-called family. That door cut off his chances of survival, but also shattered his outdated kindness, shattered the so-called righteousness. The harsh mockery pulled him back to reality. Poor loser, if you have no money, don't pretend to be someone you're not. My sister marrying you is looking down on you. There are plenty of people who chase her. Boom. Linen kicked out explosively, the immense force connecting with Tang Tian's abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters away. Tang Tian's face flushed red, while spilling everywhere, his body curled up against the wall like a shrimp. In disbelief, Tang Wan looked at Linen, who had retracted his foot, a chill running down her spine. This was the first time she had seen Linen hit someone. She didn't expect that the seemingly honest and simple Lin and could be so ruthless. Help! Murder! Help! Tang's mother snapped back to reality and screamed, her hands incessantly slapping her thighs. You damn bastard! How dare you hit my son? Poor wretch, no money and still hitting people. They'll make sure you pay for this. They'll call the police and have you arrested. You can forget about getting married. Shut up. You old beast. Linen walked towards Tang's mother, the sharp and bitter expression in front of him making him extremely annoyed. He remembered those cold, indifferent eyes. Slap. Slap. One slap after another, a series of ear-piercing slaps were delivered. It felt exhilarating. Linen struck without restraint, and in the blink of an eye, he had delivered over a dozen slaps. Tang's mother fell unconscious after a few hits, collapsing to the ground like a broom falling from a wall. Linen, are you crazy? Tang Wan stared in disbelief, screaming loudly. Crazy? Linen smiled cruelly, his murderous intent bursting forth in an instant. He wanted this group of people to feel the pain of flesh being torn apart, to taste the agony and despair he felt before dying. Linen ruthlessly crushed Tang's mother's brittle leg bones, his gaze like a knife as he walked towards Tang Wan. Linen, what do you want? What do I want? Linen bent slightly, his tone icy and chilling. Tang Wan seemed to sense something, trembling all over. She hurriedly retreated into the room and locked the door. I've called the police. The police are outside. Trembling, Tang Wan activated the speakerphone on her phone. The sound of the police siren connecting echoed. Just before the apocalypse, accidents were frequent. Outside, one could vaguely hear the sirens of the police and ambulances. Hearing the police siren being connected, Linen stopped in his tracks, his cold gaze fixed in place, seemingly deep in thought. He tilted his head, staring intently at the tightly locked door. Only 3 days remained until the apocalypse erupted. Once he got entangled with them, it would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Wasting time was wasting the opportunity for rebirth. Not worth it. This group of scum was not qualified to waste his precious time. Then 3 days. Linen smiled cruelly and slowly turned around. 3 days later, the apocalypse would break out. He really wanted to see how Tang Wan and the others, who were like useless trash without his desperate protection, would survive in this apocalypse. Hopefully, they could maintain their current demeanor in front of the zombies. Death in that door would completely change Lin, and in this life, he would only care about those he cherished. He would no longer stubbornly cling to the outdated principles of his previous life. Being used by others, he would grow stronger and survive in this cruel apocalypse. Since he had decided to kill after 3 days, Lin naturally would not waste any more time. With one kick, he broke open the thin iron door and strode out. Faintly, Tang Wan heard the sound of him leaving. If coming back to her senses, she kept cursing loudly from inside the door, dialing contacts of several self-proclaimed powerful bosses. It didn't matter, if Tang Wan wanted to call for help to trouble him, that he wouldn't mind resolving the issue while passing by. Lin and suppressed his hatred. Useless emotions would only affect his rationality in the time that followed. Not only did he need to gather enough supplies before the apocalypse erupted, he also needed to prepare for awakening his talent. 3 days later, the apocalypse game would descend. The zombie virus would break out, monsters would appear from other dimensions, and countless bizarre supernatural events would sweep the globe. And people would, like in a game, obtain a data panel that a few lucky ones would gain supernatural powers at energy nodes and awaken their talents. In this rebirth, he must take fate into his own hands. In this life, he would never allow himself to struggle like an ordinary person again, and the energy nodes would only appear briefly after the apocalypse began. In his previous life, he had missed the opportunity to become an awakened one due to being dragged down by Tang Wan's family. Now, he would change all of that. The first step to changing his fate. 97 Fengming Road, Chapter 2, Virus Agent. At the entrance of the community, Lin opened his phone and carefully searched the map. Ding, you have a new text message at a familiar number. It was from his comrade and Jingtian. Lin Ge, I heard you need money lately. I still have a lot of my severance pay. Send me your car number. Come find me when you have time. My sister often nags about wanting to play with you. Lin looked at the text message, warmth flooding his heart. Not only were they comrades, but he and Jingtian had been friends and brothers since childhood before enlisting. They had played together since they were young, and even his school fees were covered by Jingtian's parents. Before Lin could reply, the next message came in quickly. The weather has been changing a lot lately. Take care of your health. Don't get sick and feverish like I did. My eyesight isn't as good as before. I have to wear glasses to see things now. Don't laugh at me when we meet. Just as Lin was about to reply, his body stiffened. Clatter. The phone fell to the ground. He stood frozen in place, a chill running up his spine. An Jingtian was a scout in the army, with excellent physical fitness and vision. Now his vision had suddenly deteriorated sharply, and he had a fever. This was clearly the early symptoms of being infected by the zombie virus from his memories. The first batch of the zombie virus had already infiltrated some people. The symptoms were fever, declining vision, and cold limbs. Memories and clues connected. Lin An's eyes gradually turned in his previous life. When the apocalypse broke out, he had arranged to meet in Jingtian outside the city. However, he did not see him that day, and there was no news. He initially thought Jingtian had been delayed by something. What he didn't expect was that Jingtian had died due to the virus outbreak, which was why he lost contact. His best brother had actually died under the virus, becoming a zombie, eternally suffering like fire burning his heart. Lin An's eyes turned red. Now that he knew why Jingtian died, he would not allow such a tragedy to happen again. He quickly recalled in his memory. There must be a way. After a long time, he slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, forcefully injecting awakened blood. This was the only way he could think of to delay zombification. The zombie virus gathers at the heart in the early stages, condensing into a core. Only by injecting the blood of an awakened one before complete zombification could this process be delayed. And Jingtian's physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people. Generally speaking, the better the physical fitness, the longer one could resist zombification. 2 hours. Lin quickly recalled the details of those who had been infected in his previous life. And Jingtian could hold on for a maximum of 2 hours after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Then, prepare supplies within 3 days, get equipped, and then rush to Jingtian's side immediately. After making plans, Lin quickly formulated an action plan in his mind. Thinking, Like a silent sculpture. 5 minutes later, Lennon stepped forward with determination, striding towards the distance. 3 days was enough. Hanyan Credit Company in the spacious finance room. Three people sat facing each other. Mr. Lin, this 1.7 million must be repaid in 3 days. Interest is calculated at 7%. If you can't repay it by then, we may have to seize your house. I hope you don't default. Lennon calmly nodded. In 3 days, money would just be a pile of waste paper. In 6 months, cash would be too hard to wipe with. In the apocalypse, the only things of value would be food and strength. Along the way, he had already borrowed from all possible online loans. His house and car were also mortgaged to a bridge company at the fastest speed, regardless of the cost. In total, he had 3.4 million in cash, including the bride price he transferred back. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to purchase a large amount of survival supplies. Since the apocalypse had not yet broken out, money was still the best tool to pave the way. After nodding and taking his leave, Lennon headed straight to his job at the pharmaceutical company. As he exited, the two lenders behind him exchanged strange looks and couldn't help but whisper, "Zhang, I've checked this guy's information. He even dares to mortgage his wedding house for a 7% interest rate. He hasn't even paid back a cent. Really ruthless. Who cares? He probably lost big in online gambling. 3 days later, if he doesn't pay back the money, we'll take his house." Pharmaceutical company. Lennon skillfully walked through the door, casually tossing out his security badge for the transport he was responsible for. The old man at the door hadn't had the time to see who he was. He only saw a badge slowly fall to the ground. Name, Lennon. Gender, male. Age, 24. Position, special drug, transport personnel. Ding. The elevator opened. Lennon went directly to the 3rd floor and swiped his card, walking straight into the laboratory. At this moment, it was a holiday and it was lunchtime. The laboratory, which usually had more than 10 people, only had one intern left behind. Lin Gu, the intern, who was a year younger than him, looked at Lennon in surprise, his eyes still heavy with sleep, his hair a mess. Click. Lennon locked the laboratory door behind him, ensuring the intern couldn't escape. Without wasting words, he got straight to the point. Where are the giant lizard extract and snake venom purifying agent? Lin Gu, there's no transport task today. What do you want to do? The intern looked puzzled and somewhat anxious. The names Lennon mentioned were all drugs that needed to be reported, each of which was expensive. There are some things you should know. Lin An's voice was cold, like a warning. The intern seemed to sense something. The chill and impatience in Lin An's gaze made him feel a bit fearful. After struggling for a moment, he said, "Lin Gu, I really can't." Lennon glanced at the clock on the wall. He didn't have time to waste a key part of the plan. He absolutely needed these two agents. Clatter. Lennon directly shook out bundles of cash from his backpack. "There's 700,000 here. Consider it my purchase. It's just missing the registration procedures. The company won't do anything to you." The intern stared blankly at the cash scattered all over the floor, feeling somewhat at a loss. 700,000. That was about the price the company would sell it for. Lennon didn't plan to continue talking. He rushed into the laboratory. Time was tight. There was no room for hesitation. Although he could take these drugs without spending a cent, in 3 days, the money would be useless paper, and besides, the two of them were somewhat acquainted. If money could solve the problem, then he would pave the way with money. Behind him, the intern regained his composure and slightly opened his mouth, wanting to dissuade him. But then he remembered Lin An's cold gaze and the cash scattered on the floor. He couldn't help but comfort himself. Forget it. Lin Gu has paid, so it's not too much of a violation. It's just that in his impression, Lin An, who was originally kind and gentle, never argued with anyone, seemed to have become a different person. Lin An roughly opened all the refrigeration cabinets. After rummaging through, he raised a test tube high under the chandelier, staring intently at 2 bottles of blue liquid. The deep blue liquid looked strange under the light. It was mesmerizing. Giant lizard extract, blood essence extracted from North American giant lizards, greatly increasing strength in a short time. Snake venom purifying agent, stimulates the heart and lungs, forcibly increasing explosive power and endurance. AS special agents. Both were highly effective, but their side effects were also enormous. However, Lennon didn't care. As long as he could awaken his talent, his body would return to perfect condition after awakening. Rebirth of severed limbs, disappearance of diseases. Every awakened person would become a perfect warrior. Not only that, but their physical fitness would also be enhanced. With a longing for the power of his past life, Lennon filled his backpack with the remaining agents in the laboratory. Good things shouldn't be wasted. Inside the backpack, half of the cache was filled with 30 agents. These agents would stop production after the apocalypse. Every single one counted. Acceleration, explosive power, fearlessness of pain, enhanced focus. In the early days of the apocalypse, a single agent could even turn the tide of an entire battle. With these agents, his confidence in the plan increased several-fold. Lennon walked out of the laboratory with satisfaction, while the intern behind him hurriedly stuffed the money, lowering his head in fear. Keep it confidential for 3 days. After 3 days, you can tell anyone you want. He dropped the line before entering the elevator, turning to face the intern. The two exchanged distant glances. The coldness in Lin An's eyes made the intern involuntarily shrink his neck. What a terrifying gaze. The elevator descended. Lennon carefully calculated what supplies he needed to purchase, his mind racing. Food, high-calorie canned goods. He had to prepare plenty of portable chocolates and energy bars. With the powerful strength of an awakened person, the energy consumption far exceeds that of ordinary people. Water, a batch of bottled water would suffice, but he could mix in some glucose. Weapons, a bow and crossbow were unnecessary. After awakening his talent, he wouldn't need such trashy ranged attack methods. As for firearms, guns were difficult to obtain and would take too much time. Abandoned, he could get a few sets of combat suits. High-intensity combat could easily damage clothing. As for riot shields and bulletproof vests, Lennon shook his head slightly. With several times the physical fitness, bulletproof vests were of little use, only hindering agility. Regarding weapons, cold weapons were a good choice. He could get a few alloy weapons to ensure he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against enemies due to dull blades. After the apocalypse broke out, the power of any firearms and artillery would be significantly weakened due to the constraints of the rules. And with the exaggerated strength of awakened individuals, using cold weapons against enemies was more suitable than anything else. Ding! First floor arrived. Lennon strode out of the elevator, quickly flipping through the map on his phone. His eyes were fiery. If I remember correctly, there's a key piece of equipment here that can help with awakening. Chapter 3. Space Ring 97, Fengming Road, Linjiang Market. Lennon walked slowly across the empty street, then suddenly accelerated, violently kicking the shop door at the corner. Bang! The hard sole of his boot struck the metal shutter, creating a harsh, jarring sound. As Linjiang City's entertainment street, it was almost deserted during the day. But at night, when the bars and karaoke halls opened, it became extremely lively. Without any reservations, the symbolic metal door was kicked open with brute force, creating a gap half the height of a person. As a tea house for gambling transactions at night, the guard hadn't even closed the inner door. After all, it was a gathering place for many dark forces, and no one dared to steal here. Who the hell is kicking the door? Are you tired of living? Inside the tea house, a middle-aged man covered in tattoos ran over, cursing while holding a cigarette. His half-slipped slippers clattered against the floor. The shop was dimly lit but had decent decor. Lennon's expression was cold as he bent down to compare the location on his phone. The route coincided with a marked red dot. I'm talking to you. Are you pretending not to hear? Are you deaf or what? This should be it. He muttered to himself, completely ignoring the tattooed man rushing at him with a fist raised. He casually put his phone away, moved slightly, and easily dodged the incoming punch. Stepping aside, he elbowed. Like a premonition, Lennon, with his rich combat experience from his previous life, turned and moved behind the tattooed man. Bang! The tip of his elbow struck viciously against the tattooed man's spine. A scream of pain erupted. Shut up! With a whistle, his right fist swung out. Lennon's powerful punch knocked the man down to the ground. The tattooed man, now on the floor, continued to curse, his chin bloodied from the fall, looking utterly miserable. You're looking for death. Filled with resentment and anger, the man struggled to prop himself up, his right hand reaching for his waist. Looking for death. Lennon's gaze was icy as he stepped down. The hard sole of his shoe crushed mercilessly against the man's temple, and with no power to resist. He fainted in an instant, the short knife he had just touched falling to the ground. Kicking the body out of the way, Lennon casually surveyed the interior of the tea house. In his previous life, there were signs before the apocalypse arrived. Some nodes where reality and other dimensions overlapped had already appeared on the eve of the end. In his memory, an extremely rare piece of equipment would appear here. It was a ring fused with fragments of space. As a must-have space ring in movies and novels, it was exceptionally rare in the apocalypse. Moreover, even equipment was scarce. Unlike the usual games where monsters drop equipment, in the apocalypse game, most awakened beings far surpassed ordinary people and might not even have a single piece of equipment by the time they died, let alone a space ring. In his previous life, this precious space ring was obtained by a small-time thug. He not only awakened his talent with the equipment, but also established a safe zone using the ring's storage function. The space ring could store supplies, preserving freshness and warmth. It was a weapon for killing and looting when out in the world. Lin eagerly searched around. Half an hour later, splash. He poured a bucket of ice water over the tattooed man's head with a resigned expression. Can't find it. The man jolted from the cold water and instinctively cursed. A kick was thrown. Before the tattooed man could finish, Lin had already kicked out, shattering his teeth. Blood mixed with broken teeth fell all over the ground. I ask you answer. If your mouth is dirty, then die. He didn't know where this guy got so many curse words. Lin stood on his neck with one foot, his eyes icy. At the slightest movement, he would rather kill the man first and then search slowly. Gulp. Don't kill me. The tattooed man seemed to realize something, fearfully looking at him. He usually relied on his status in the underworld to bully others, but when faced with a real tough guy, he immediately revealed his cowardly nature. Where's the ring? Or were the jewelry and stuff? The tattooed man was taken aback. He thought Lin and had come specifically to cause trouble. Is this stealing? No. It should be robbing, right? You should VE said that earlier. The tattooed man felt a bit wronged. He had just played cards too late last night and fell asleep here. If he had known Lin and was here to take something, he definitely wouldn't have attacked right away. I don't know. I'm not the boss here. After hesitating briefly, the tattooed man cautiously replied, his words somewhat slurred. Seeing Lin An's expression turn unfriendly, as if he was about to kill him, he hurriedly added, there seems to be a lot of stuff on the second-floor office. But it's locked. Bang! After getting the answer he wanted, Lin kicked the tattooed man hard in the temple. With such a heavy blow, the tattooed man fell unconscious on the ground. As for picking locks, a piece of cake. Having come from the military, he had also practiced lock-picking skills. Time passed, and half an hour later, Lin wielded a fire axe and violently broke down the door. The expensive wooden door had its anti-theft lock intact, but the center of the door was filled with signs of being smashed. High-end lock-picking methods are often unadorned. Clatter. He turned on a light by the wall as he entered, carefully observing the room's interior, and one thing caught his attention. This is a fluctuation in space? The room seemed to have been unvisited for a while, a faint musty smell wafting through the air. In the corner of the room, a fist-sized, bizarrely mysterious black object floated in midair. The blackness seemed to have invaded a blank space. Lin took a deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on a streak of silver white within the black. Overjoyed, that was the space ring. In his previous life, this ring had caused quite a stir. Everyone in Linjiang City knew that this thug had made his fortune here, transforming from an ordinary person into a powerful, awakened being. He eventually established a safe zone outside the city. The legendary equipment was right in front of him. Lin decisively reached out for the ring, but the sensation in his fingertips suddenly vanished. Without caring about the abnormality, his expression sharpened, and half of his hand directly plunged in, pulling out the ring. Buzz! Buzz! Continuous waves instantly emanated, and a chilling aura spread from the black hole. Roar! Suddenly, a roar erupted from the black hole, and a dense aura of death frantically spread outward. Run! Lin grabbed the ring and fled, although he didn't know what it was. It seemed he had stirred up something terrible. There was no mention of any commotion in his previous life, right? He wondered if it was because he took the ring early. Lin didn't have time to think. He lunged and crashed through the glass, jumping out of the second-floor window. Just as he landed, an overwhelming weakness and darkness filled his entire vision. His consciousness faded, and he instantly collapsed. The ring in his palm gradually vanished, merging with him. Chapter 4. Awakening, wailing, screaming. Lin struggled to get up from the ground, his head pounding. The air was filled with a burnt smell. The once orderly traffic lane was now clogged beyond capacity. The dense sound of horns mixed with screams created a cacophony. Bang! Lin En's pupils constricted violently as a truck loaded with goods rushed past him. He hurriedly dodged, and the scene before him made his heart stop. A runaway truck crashed into the fence and overturned on the ground. The cargo it was carrying spilled everywhere. The driver's cabin, engulfed in flames, had its door wide open under the weight of the overturned vehicle. With a concave skull, the driver, who should have been dead, quickly crawled out through the damaged door. Fresh red handprints marked the ground as he moved. With such injuries, a normal person would have already died. Is this a zombie? His mouth was dry and parched. Lin hurriedly took out his phone, and the time on the screen made his heart sink. November 13th, 2032, 16:22. 3 days had already passed. There were only 8 minutes left until the apocalypse erupted. He was not on Foming Road. He had inexplicably disappeared for 3 days. His eyes widened in disbelief. The horrific scenes from the day of the apocalypse overlapped with reality. Lennon had no time to think about why he ended up here after taking the ring and crossing 3 days of time, disrupting his original plans. Now, he had to rush to the neighborhood where his comrade was located. At that moment, there were only 2 hours and 8 minutes left before Jingtian completely transformed into a corpse. And the city center where he was located was quite a distance from Jingtian's neighborhood. Roar! A zombie crawling rapidly on the ground let out a hoarse scream and charged right in front of Lennon. He kicked it in a fit of anger and urgency. Lennon delivered a standard kick that instantly crushed the already mangled head of the half-body zombie under the hard sole of his shoe. Ding! Zombie kill detected. Apocalypse player template activated. Savior template enabled. A light screen suddenly appeared in the center of his vision. Apocalypse player information. Lin in Awaken level 0. Player level 0. Attributes. Strength 12. 102. Agility 12. 102. Constitution 12. 102. Will 14. 122 equipment. Ring of the Apocalypse. Special. Awaken talent. Strength burst significantly enhances physical attributes for a short period. Falls into a weakened state after continuous use. Level 0. All attributes 2. The extreme value for ordinary humans is 10. The first awakening will raise all attributes to maximum. Savior template. Gain additional special skills. Judgment Eye. Unlocked after completing the first task. Task countdown. Lennon was stunned, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. The player template was supposed to appear only after the apocalypse began. Didn't he expect it to show up now? Not only that, but the awakened talent he longed for in his previous life also appeared. This saved him the time he would have spent rushing to the energy node. As for the savior template that emerged, he had never heard anyone mention it in his past life. Was it caused by the ring? Recalling the strange sensation when he took the ring, Lennon couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. In that black crack, something clearly wanted to burst out. Suppressing his thoughts, a special force surged into his body after the prompt sounded, causing his muscles to tense up suddenly, and his height, originally 8 meters, increased a couple of centimeters out of nowhere. Lennon took a deep breath, his right hand muscles tightening. He threw a punch, twisting his waist for power. His arm, cutting through the air, struck the thick car door directly. Bang! The car shook violently, and the metal door caved in instantly. The tires of the several-ton sedan leaving black marks on the ground as it slid half a meter to the side. Lennon stared in shock at the power of his punch. This is the power of an awakened? His heart surged with joy. From now on, he had the means to struggle in the apocalypse. With a powerful push from his right foot, he took a step forward. The asphalt road cracked under his feet. He easily leaped onto the roof of a car, causing it to dent. Taking advantage of his elevated position, Lin carefully observed the route ahead. Not far away, some ordinary people with poor physical condition were gradually turning into zombies. The zombies, having lost their rationality, were frantically devouring any living beings in sight. With his enhanced will, his thoughts raced and his mind was clear. In just a few seconds, Lin quickly devised a route to move forward. Lijiang Avenue, City Center Square, Ring Road Expressway, and Heyuan Community. This was the shortest path to Jingtian. The Lijiang Avenue, where he was currently located, was in complete chaos. Hundreds of chain car accidents had completely blocked the avenue. He had to walk through the most chaotic urban area and then find a way to drive there. Otherwise, relying solely on his legs, it would be hard for him to arrive within 2 hours. Brother, you have to hold on? Without thinking much, Lennon bent his legs and jumped onto the roof of a Bentley. The car shook, and the zombie that had been gnawing on the driver sensed the presence of a living being. It mechanically stopped eating, then lunged at the roof with a meat chunk in its right hand. Lennon didn't bother with the agitated zombie. His legs powered up again. It was like bouncing on a trampoline. With his powerful physical attributes, he crossed the obstacles created by the car accidents in just a few seconds. Not far away, a middle-aged man looked on in shock as Lennon jumped down from the roof. Lennon's terrifying jumping ability resembled scenes from a movie. For a moment, the man forgot that dozens of zombies were frantically chasing behind him. Help! A stumble. The man staggered, tearing at his vocal cords, as if he had seen a lifeline. Lennon looked up slightly at the sound. Seeing that Lennon had noticed him, the man's face lit up with joy. Save me. Lennon glanced at the man, who was nearly exhausted and on the brink of collapse, and couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to waste time saving someone. There were too many zombies. Only 6 minutes remained until the outbreak of the virus. Most of the zombies appearing now were those with poor physical conditions or humans who died in car accidents. Once the virus officially erupted, 60 of the population in the entire Lijiang City area would turn into zombies. The remaining 10 would gradually transform, like hidden time bombs. And right now, there were over 3 million people in Lijiang City alone. He wasn't some kind of savior, saving one person at a time. As they brushed past each other, the man's gaze shifted from hope to despair, his lips trembling. His strength was almost depleted, and his legs felt weak. If he stopped, the zombies behind him would devour him alive. In desperation, the man's doll, which he had subconsciously clutched while running, fell to the ground. It was a gift he had bought for his daughter's birthday. Lennon remained expressionless, his peripheral vision catching the doll. The route he was taking slightly deviated. Punch! Lennon charged head-on into the nearest zombie to the man, his right fist stabbing out like a sword. Blood and flesh splattered. The immense impact directly pierced through the zombie's chest, creating a hole from front to back. Pulling his hand back, Lennon simply yanked out the zombie's spine to use as a weapon. The bones of zombies, reinforced by the virus, were incredibly hard. In the apocalypse, they were often used as weapons due to the scarcity of supplies. With a reverse chop, the white bones sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. With one strike, the zombie to his right was split in half and fell to the ground. The middle-aged man, who thought he was doomed, was shocked to see Lin and still chose to act. His expression turned extremely excited, watching Lin, like a tiger among sheep, demonstrate an unimaginable level of strength made the man's mouth go dry. He watched as the crowd in the distance was continually knocked down by the running zombies, and the city that looked like the end of the world. With enough experience, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. This world is finished. Follow him. I can live. He can save my daughter. Thud. The man suddenly knelt on the ground, his expression humble as he cried out to Lennon, who was fighting through the horde of zombies. Please, save my daughter. She is still at school. Lennon's expression was cold and indifferent. Being able to deal with the recent zombies was already his limit. Save people? Who would save his brother? Without looking back, Lennon went straight away after clearing the zombies in his path. Run, survive, then rely on yourself. The middle-aged man, hearing Lennon's words, could only smile bitterly. Looking at the gathering horde of zombies not far away, he quickly picked up a doll from the ground and turned to flee. In the city center, at the Wanda shopping plaza, Lennon was covered in blood, thick blood dripping from his hair tips. He stood quietly on the rooftop of a residential building, silently gazing at the shopping center. The apocalypse was about to begin, and a spiritual storm would sweep across the globe at that time. Under the spiritual storm, people would briefly lose their senses. It was extremely dangerous to be disturbed while on the move. No matter how anxious he was, he could only avoid it for now. The parking lot in front of the building was in chaos. Humans hiding inside cars were like delicious canned food. Perhaps the car doors could withstand the zombies, but the fragile windshield could not. Zombies, driven only by their desire to feed, banged their heads against the car windows like wooden fish, unafraid of pain. Within seconds, the car window shattered, and the swarming zombies opened the can, enjoying the meat strips. On the first floor of the shopping center, the crowd hiding behind the iron gate helplessly watched a sedan in front of them. The silver car was crawling with zombies. They stretched out their greedy hands, trying to grab inside the car. Inside, a beautiful woman dressed in professional attire screamed in despair. She pulled at the roof of the car, her straight, snow-white legs kicking at the closest zombie. Her sharp heels kicked off chunks of flesh from the zombie's head, but it was not fatal. "Save me. Please, somebody save me." The view under her skirt briefly flashed. The beautiful woman frequently turned her head, her eyes pleading with the crowd just a door away. "Don't open the door. The door can't be opened." Several patrolling security guards instinctively wanted to open the iron gate, but many people loudly stopped them. "If the door opens, we can't stop the zombies. Are you trying to get us killed?" A burly man farthest from the door urgently pushed past the nearest security guard, glaring at him as if he were an enemy. If it were any other time, he wouldn't mind being a hero to save the beauty. But in front of zombies, he just wanted to save his own life, crying, chewing, screaming, until there was no more sound. The crowd behind the iron bars could only watch helplessly as she was slowly dismembered, yet no one dared to go out. The security guard holding a baton stood numbly in place, his legs weak. A few tall fitness trainers also just kept their heads down, not daring to look again. The crowd was silent. Yet, beneath the panic and sorrow, there was a hint of relief among the people. They were glad they had managed to hide in the building and lock the iron gate. This place was not only safe, but also had plenty of food. On the rooftop, Lennon took everything in. Watching the numb crowd protecting themselves, he couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that he lamented no one dared to go out to save people. In the apocalypse, self-preservation was the norm. There was nothing to blame. What he sighed about was the people inside the building. At this moment, nearly 30,000 people had crowded into the shopping center. The dense crowd was packed together like sardines in a can. And now, there were only 10 seconds left until the outbreak of the apocalypse. At that time, the power would fail, and the virus lurking in human bodies would simultaneously explode. This place would repeat the tragic scene of the previous life, turning into hell. Buzz. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. A high-pitched, piercing buzzing sound. Suddenly, a mocking, brutal voice echoed in everyone's minds. "The apocalypse has arrived. The game has begun. Welcome to the apocalypse game, little insects. Struggle to survive in this game." Without warning, the sky instantly turned dark, fierce winds howled, and the earth trembled. An invisible spiritual shock swept through everyone. The violent spiritual shock hit the depths of the soul like a heavy hammer. A brief moment of distraction. Countless terrifying, heart-wrenching wails rang out, pointing directly to the deepest fears within people. Global mutations occurred simultaneously. On hospital beds, in the streets, humans walking were frozen in place. 1 second later, the zombie virus erupted. As if their souls had been drawn away, the humans who transformed into zombies had bulging eyes. Their skin rotted and fell off, exposing bright red muscles. Their pupils disappeared, leaving only a hint of bloodthirst. At this moment, inside the crowded shopping mall, the panicked crowd dropped the shelves they used to block the doors. Crash! The lights at the top of the mall went out, and in the darkness, thousands of densely packed scarlet eyes lit up. Chapter 5. The Liquor Boom. A heavy object hit the ground. Lennon jumped down from the rooftop, his expression heavy. The spiritual storm had passed. Aside from a slight dizziness in his head, he was otherwise unscathed. Now the apocalypse game had officially begun, which meant that Jing Tian's life was in countdown. Time was pressing. After leaving the main urban area, he had to find a vehicle for transportation. Otherwise, relying solely on his 2 legs, he would never reach his destination. Now, there were at least millions of zombies scattered throughout the city. Even though he had become an awakener, surrounded by a massive horde of zombies, there was only one way to die. In the Jiangbei suburbs, a red Dongfeng heavy truck roared past, mercilessly crushing the zombies along the way. Bang! In the truck's cabin, Lennon kicked open the door, ignoring that the truck was still speeding, and jumped out directly. After rolling a few times to reduce the impact, he stood up steadily. After becoming an awakener, his physique of 12 points was enough to make him immune to most impacts. The out-of-control Dongfeng heavy truck crashed straight into the community wall. Blood and filth covered the truck, and some unknown pieces of flesh were stuck in the gaps. On the front bumper, a zombie with only its upper body was still tirelessly gnawing at the metal. With a loud bang, the truck that had been speeding since leaving the city finally completed its last mission. At the entrance of the community, the zombies gathered together, gnawing on corpses, were crushed into a pool of blood and foam by the out-of-control truck. Black smoke billowed from the deformed front, mixing dark tire marks with blood. The sky was darkening. After breaking out of the city center, Lennon sped all the way to the area where Jingtian was located. The originally 3-hour drive was cut down to less than half. With no time to rest, Lennon hurriedly took out his phone and looked at the pale screen. 23 minutes left. The heart that had been hanging suddenly relaxed. Fortunately, there was still time. The community wherein Jingtian was located was at the innermost part of this area. This was the old city area. The roads were complex, and he could only proceed on foot. But even on foot, with his enhanced body, at his speed, he could reach it in at most 15 minutes. Brother, you must hang on. After punching through the approaching zombie in front of him, Lennon ran wildly along the inner wall of the community. The originally quiet and warm residential building had now turned into a slaughterhouse. The sealed anti-theft windows became the biggest obstacle to escape. Occasionally, piercing screams came from inside the building. From the half-open window, a zombie's shadow flashed by. Fortunately, most residents in the community were still outside before the outbreak, not having returned home. Otherwise, with the population density of this old city area, it would be enough to make it impossible for him to move. With his agile movements and high agility, Lennon easily dodged the surrounding small groups of zombies. He ran at a high speed, and, under full force, he had already reached the entrance of the community. The zombies along the way either avoided him or directly punched through the head. At the entrance of the community, under the anti-theft window of a 6th-floor fancy villa, a man dressed like a wealthy businessman was hanging strugglingly below the railing, shirtless. I don't know how he managed to climb to the outer wall, being this fat. Help me, please. The short, chubby man shouted at Lennon, forcing an ugly smile on his face, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from his nose. He had been outside the window for a while now, watching Lennon charge out of the community like a killing god. Saving him was as easy as pie, right? But Lennon remained unmoved, kicking a zombie in front of him and not looking back. I'll pay you. Please. 100,000. Just help me. The wealthy businessman felt a wave of panic as he saw Lynn and about to exit the gate. The security window in front of him was gradually becoming deformed. The sturdy steel bars creaked under the jaws of the woman who had turned into a zombie. 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. The businessman's face turned pale with fear. His strength was about to run out. A foul, decaying smell wafted from the woman's mouth, making him dizzy. That was his beloved cherry-like lips, which once breathed sweetly. 5 million. I'm the boss of Linjiang Construction Group. Just save me. I'll give you anything you want. As Lennon moved further away, the businessman's face turned white. He could no longer care about the pain of losing money and shouted desperately. The construction group was very famous in Linjiang City, and he believed anyone would be tempted. Lennon couldn't be bothered. Money was only good for wiping ones, but in the apocalypse. As Ann's figure disappeared, the businessman felt a surge of shock. That was 5 million. How could anyone not be tempted? I'll give anything. He questioned himself about how much he had already offered. Idiot, such an idiot. In a fit of rage and despair, the businessman began to curse Lynn frantically, venting his fear. Passing through a rare stretch of road without zombies, Lynn suddenly paused, his expression serious. It wasn't the businessman's promised money that moved him to return. In the distance, a 3-meter-tall, blood-red monster that resembled a skinned frog blocked the road. That was the liquor. As a mutated zombie, the liquor possessed terrifying combat power. In his previous life, one could easily destroy a small safe zone. Although it lacked armor protection, its constantly regenerating muscle tissue could withstand most small-caliber firearms. It was incredibly fast, with terrifying strength, and could regenerate flesh. Hard steel felt like dough in its hands. It was one of the nightmares of survivors. I wonder if I can bypass it. Lennon carefully concealed himself, hiding behind a truck. Even though he was an awakened one, he was only at level 0. Although his strength exceeded human limits, there was still a significant gap compared to such monsters. Should I take a detour? Lennon held his breath cautiously, using a broken rearview mirror to scout carefully. Each movement of the liquor blocking the road felt like an earthquake. Over 2 meters long, its sharp claws could easily puncture metal. Its claws reached out like afterimages, continuously pulling out humans hiding inside vehicles. It seemed like it was savoring a dessert. Even zombies were not spared once it got into the mood. Lennon remained silent. No wonder there were no zombies on this road. They had all been devoured by this monster. After a dozen seconds, the liquor chewed on a pair of severed legs, its greedy eyes scanning the surroundings. It had cleaned out the entire road. Buzz. A slight vibration from his phone. It was a voice message from Jing Tian. Lin An's expression suddenly changed, and he cautiously turned the volume down to the lowest. Brother Lin, I'm Jing Tian's sister, and Xia. My brother seems to be dying. He spat out a lot of blood. I don't know why he looks at me like he wants to eat me. The message was somewhat garbled due to electrical interference and was sent 5 minutes ago. Global communications have been severely disrupted since the apocalypse began and would gradually cut off within 3 hours. Lennon clenched his phone tightly. His hands, which had been steady and calm while cutting through a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, were now trembling. Jing Tian's deterioration was faster than he had anticipated. Perhaps in the next second, he would completely turn into a zombie. I can't delay any longer. Originally planning to take a detour, Lennon straightened his body in an instant, no longer caring about exposing himself to the liquor's line of sight, and sprinted forward. Thud! Thud! The ground trembled. In the distance, the massive liquor seemed to sense something. Its grotesque face, with 2 hollow nostrils, carefully sniffed the air. Thud! 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 Suddenly, the liquor's enormous body began to charge madly. The cars along the way were smashed aside like they were hit by a train. It was incredibly fast. It had caught the scent of living beings. The distance between them rapidly closed. Chapter 6. Killing the Liquor. Boom. Lennon ran for his life with all his strength, desperately dodging the cars being hurled at him by the distant liquor. He tried to take a detour, but was instead pushed back. The nearest straight road had the liquor. There was no way to bypass it. Cars flew through the air like cannonballs in the liquor's hands. I must find a way to lure it into a narrow space to kill it. Lennon thought hard and turned back toward the community where there were fewer vehicles. 6th floor of a villa. Under the security window, the wealthy businessman, who could no longer hold on, heard a series of rumbling sounds. He hadn't seen what was making the noise yet, but he caught sight of Lin and turning back. It was the person who had left. His face lit up with joy. Sure enough, no one could resist the temptation of such a huge sum of money. The businessman, as if injected with adrenaline, used the last bit of his strength to scream, "I'm still here. Hurry, save me. 10 million. Whatever you want, just save me." Lennon turned a deaf ear and directly took out a fire axe he had prepared in advance from his ring. The red fire axe was nearly half a person tall and whistled as he swung it. Ding! Fire axe, ordinary. Fire axe, a weapon of general quality. Very easy to dull. Lennon paid no attention to the prompt. After the apocalypse game started, picking up any item would generate a prompt message. But whether it was firearms or artillery, they only had brief descriptions with no attribute bonuses. Only equipment unique to the apocalypse game would have attributes and special abilities. The businessman under the security window watched Lin An's back, seemingly still waiting for something. For a moment, his face turned pale, and he cursed inwardly. If he hadn't thought of tying his belt to lighten the burden on his hands, he would have already fallen down. 30 million. Don't be too greedy. If I die, you won't get anything. The zombie woman inside had a face that had become distorted. The originally delicate and petite cheeks were now squeezed into a long strip. There was only a fist-sized distance between them. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Hurry, come save me. The businessman cried bitterly, as the zombie woman struggled madly. Half of her body had already been forced onto his hand. The feeling of her decaying, slippery flesh made him mentally collapse. In front of the security booth, Lennon held the axe in one hand and tilted his head back to drink the stimulant he took from his space ring. Crack! The test tube fell to the ground and shattered. Ding! Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1. Ding! Explosive power increased by 50, endurance and impact resistance increased by 30, and speed increased by 20. The effect was excellent. Lin An's heartbeat quickened. The small molecular structure of the drug broke through the blood-brain barrier directly. His heart pounded like a war drum. His muscles tightened, and the axe in his hand felt lighter. No wonder it was such a sought-after drug in his previous life. As one of the few non-apocalyptic items that could provide attribute bonuses, it was rare in the apocalypse. In his previous life, Lin An, as an ordinary person, was able to survive with the Tang family thanks to the drug's significant effects. If it weren't for him accidentally carrying a few bottles during his escape, let alone bringing 3 people to survive, he would have died at the hands of zombies the day he left the city. Feeling the immense power within his body, Lin An's fighting spirit surged. Boom! The vehicles parked haphazardly at the entrance of the community were instantly sent flying, revealing its massive form. The Devourer appeared. The wealthy businessman who had been screaming and cursing suddenly fell silent, as if his neck had been grabbed like a chicken. Now's the time. Without hesitation, Lin An took a deep breath, bent his legs, and the ground cracked instantly. His body turned with extreme stillness. Holding an axe in both hands, he leaped high into the air for to 5 meters, the axe blade glistening with a layer of blood under the sunset. The explosive power erupted. The ability from his awakened talent activated. Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Will 2. A faint golden light instantly enveloped Lin An's body, and his original 12 points of strength suddenly surged to 14 points. Explosive power filled his entire being. Die for me. He charged down with a powerful strike. The sharp axe blade, enhanced by immense strength, struck fiercely at the Devourer's head. Flesh and blood exploded. A whole chunk of meat, half a person high, was cleaved off, exposing the dark purple muscle tissue inside. Roar! The Devourer howled in pain and anger. Its massive body was tilted by the axe, and a section of its exposed skull was instantly sheared off. Lin An unleashed an all-out explosion of strength, with a strike far exceeding that of a level 0 awakened. He nearly killed the Devourer on the spot. Bang! The giant claw pressed down, and the car body exploded. The Devourer barely managed to support itself with its giant claw, instantly flattening the sedan beside it. What a pity. It couldn't be killed in one blow, without being disturbed by useless emotions. Lin An quickly rolled away after his failed attack, dodging the furious strike from the Devourer. He carefully circled around the Devourer's massive body, looking for the next opportunity. As a nightmare for major safe zones, the Devourer had been thoroughly researched. After countless painful lessons, people discovered that while the Devourer was extremely fast, it was slow to change direction. Its 2 giant claws gave it terrifying destructive power, but also hindered its agility when turning. Knowing this, Lin An changed positions back and forth, hiding in the Devourer's blind spots. This monster was not something one person could resist. Even awakened individuals would need at least level 1 to barely contend with it. The wealthy businessman hanging outside the window stared blankly at the scene before him, his face full of shock. The terrifying skinning monster was enough to drive anyone with a weak will to madness just by its appearance. At this moment, the Devourer was already enraged, its sharp claws wildly sweeping around. The metal car body was as fragile as paper in front of those claws, showing no resistance. Truly horrifying. But compared to the terrifying Devourer, what shocked him more was that Lin An could actually engage in combat with such a monster. At this moment, Lin An, who had previously only seemed to have decent skills in his eyes, was now equated to the monster. Is this really the power a human can possess? Boom! Boom! Cars were flipped and hurled like missiles. Lin An agilely dodged the cars thrown by the Devourer, then suddenly changed direction. It had been attacking for over a minute. The area in front of the community had been cleared of vehicles, and the few cars left were being used as projectiles. But after Lin An consumed the potion, the high agility of 14 points rendered the attacks futile. No matter how high the damage, it was useless if it couldn't hit the target. This undoubtedly made it even more frenzied. Roar! The Devourer bent down and roared. The injury from having half its skull sheared off began to show. Forced to lower its body, the brain tissue wrapped in regenerating flesh was exposed before Lin An. Now's the time. Lin An took a deep breath, no longer conserving energy. He stepped forward, narrowly dodging the Devourer's furious, smashing attack. Power erupted again, muscles exploding, like explosives being detonated. He spun around and struck back. Linen reached peak speed, stepping onto the Devourer's massive body, his figure leaping high. The muscles in his waist exerted force. A surge of violence transmitted from his waist to his muscles, and the fire axe swung in a wide arc smash. The axe blade, with a sound of breaking air, accurately struck into the unprotected brain. The axe handle broke, the connection exploding under the immense force. Once inside, it was like stirring an egg. Lin An's eyes were fierce, and he firmly grasped the axe handle, violently stabbing into the Devourer's brain and quickly stirring. Ding! Kill level 1 mutated zombie, Devourer. Obtained 1 point of energy. Obtained. Armor crafting material. Muscle tissue 1, white. Muscle tissue, highly flexible mutated muscle, can be used to craft white armor with an additional 1 agility attribute. Evaluation. Muscle tissue from the calf area, suitable for making footwear. Obtained. Equipment crafting material. Devourer's spine 1, white. Devourer's spine. Hardness comparable to alloy bones. Can be used to craft weapons with an additional 1 sharpness and 1 strength attribute. Evaluation. Practical equipment crafting material can also be used as a weapon before processing. Bang! As the massive body of the Devourer slowly fell to the ground, a point of white light suddenly flew out from the corpse and entered Lin An's body. Energy detected. Experience panel activated. Current awaken level, level 0, 12. Current player level, level 0, 12. Next level requires kill count, 1. Confirming that the Devourer was dead, Linen slightly bent over and breathed heavily. Killing the Devourer was indeed a bit strenuous. In the Doomsday game, only killing mutated zombies or alien beasts could earn experience. Killing ordinary zombies yielded no experience whatsoever. Therefore, whether players or awakened ones, to level up, they could only find ways to kill mutated beings. However, mutated zombies were often powerful and not something a level 0 awakened could contend with. Thus, in his previous life, many awakened ones remained stuck at level 0 until their deaths. If he hadn't prepared the potion in advance and gained an extremely powerful talent, facing such a monster head-on would only lead to death. There was no time to rest. Before leaving, Linen slightly turned his head to look back. The wealthy businessman who had been hanging outside the security window had already fallen to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. It was unclear whether he had his fingers bitten off by the female zombie or if he had let go himself. On the iron window, the female zombie's skull had been deformed but still mechanically opened and closed its mouth. He had no intention of delving into those details. Confirming that there were no survivors near the entrance of the community, Lin extended his right hand. With a flash of white light, the massive corpse of the Devourer was stored in his space ring. As a mutated zombie, the Devourer's body was full of treasures. Not only the materials that had exploded out, but the body could also be processed into attribute-less equipment, comparable to bulletproof vests. But time was pressing, and he could only deal with it later. In the residential building of Yuan Community, a girl was huddled in the corner of a room, holding her knees with tears streaming down her face. Brother Lin is about to arrive, and Xia tightly gripped her phone, timidly speaking to the young man on the chair. On the phone, the last message was from Lin and Roar. On the chair, a man bound hand and foot let out a low growl. The chair beneath him shook violently as he tried to break free from the restraints. The iron chains rattled, a piercing sound. "Brother, I'm so scared." And Xia lowered her head. She couldn't bear to look at Jing Tian's face, which had flesh peeling off, resembling a bloody skeleton. After their parents passed away, her only support, her brother, had turned into what he was now, and she felt utterly helpless. This left her feeling somewhat desperate, her body trembling uncontrollably like a helpless little beast. The clock on the wall ticked away. She occasionally turned to look at the tightly locked door, her eyes filled with pleading. But outside, there was only the sound of zombies scratching at the iron door. The footsteps she was hoping for never came. "Brother, you must hold on. Linen will definitely find a way to save you." In Jing Tian's bloodthirsty eyes, a glimmer of reason struggled to surface. "Linen." The reason faded away in an instant. The voice was hoarse, but one could vaguely hear the name, and Jing Tian murmured from his lips. And Xia suddenly looked up, joyfully glancing at Jing Tian. This was the first time since the outbreak of the apocalypse that Jingtian spoke a complete word. Bang! Bang! The zombies outside seemed to have caught the scent of their companion and began to slam against the door frantically. The iron door trembled violently, distorting. They were responding. After Jingtian's reason disappeared, he began to struggle wildly again. The chains rattled, revealing the stark white bones where they locked his wrists. The handcuffs that were originally tight had loosened somewhat. Chapter 7. Zombie Transformation. This is the place. An old building covered in withered vines. Lennon looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar doorplate, feeling excited. Not wasting a single second, he fought his way through hundreds of zombies in just 5 minutes. The sticky blood on his combat suit had already crusted over. His boots were filled with bits of flesh. The broken fire axe in his hand had been replaced with half a spine from a devourer. Lennon fought his way through blood. From the outside, he looked like a monster crawling out of a pile of corpses. Jingtian and Xia. Lennon did not stop his steps and rushed into the residential building, completely ignoring the corpses in front of the building. He kept calling out the names of the siblings. Brother. Inside the room, and Xia, curled up in the corner, looked surprised and hurriedly stood up, peeking out the window. I'm here. And Xia leaned out and waved, her eyes filled with hope. Outside, the zombies grew increasingly agitated, attracted by Lin An's living presence. Lin heard Xia's voice and quickly looked up. In the dim room, and Jingtian's bound hands suddenly broke free. The skin on his wrists had worn away to a circle smaller, no longer bound by the chains. The iron chains fell to the ground with a crisp sound, but under the zombies' roars, and Xia did not notice. The room was dark and dim. A pair of blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes suddenly appeared behind her. Lin An's pupils instantly constricted into dangerous pinpoints. Power burst forth. The awakened talent activated again. Lin An disregarded the immense exhaustion from continuously activating his talent in a short period and frantically urged the power within him. Charge! Puff! The sharp spine from the devourer pierced through the zombie at the door, nailing it to the doorframe like a candied hawthorn. Hurry! Faster! Lennon shouted in his heart, swinging his right fist with all his might. Boom! The brute force broke the door. The solid iron door emitted a piercing sound as it twisted and was damaged. Inside the room, Xia weakly covered her throat, blood oozing from the gaps between her fingers. Brother! Brother? Her lips opened, but no sound came out. And Jingtian's grotesque, decaying face showed no trace of reason in his eyes. A trickle of blood hung from the corner of his mouth, ready to bite down again. Jingtian, Lennon shouted angrily. Musculus. The speed that had already reached its peak surged again, and Jingtian's body trembled at the sound. A hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The mouth that was about to bite down froze in place. Boom! Within 0.5 seconds, Lennon rushed into the room from the doorway, colliding with Jingtian and knocking him away from Xia. Behind him, the wall cracked, dust falling. Zombies are not like ordinary humans. Even if Jingtian had not completely transformed, the strength of his body under the enhancement of the virus was beyond that of ordinary people. If it were an ordinary human under Lin An's collision, even if he held back somewhat, most would lose their ability to move. But Jingtian was different. After a brief stiffness, his eyes were once again stained red, filled with a thirst for flesh and blood. Roar! Lin pressed him down firmly to prevent him from harming Xia. His body was firmly restrained by Lin, his head twisting madly. Deep, low growls erupted from his throat like a beast. What was once a relatively resolute and dignified face now had no intact flesh. Under the infection of the zombie virus, the skin on his body had rotted away. Lin An's gaze was filled with pain. He had quickly observed Xia beside him. Although she was fine for the moment, the cut on her throat inflicted by Jingtian would also lead to a virus infection. Watching his best brother about to become a zombie and his beloved sister also infected, he felt a burning anguish in his heart. Jingtian, you must hold on. Swoosh. Lin swiftly cut his wrist with a piece of iron. Blood flowed like a torrent. Power burst forth. Lin whispered, activating his awakened talent again. However, the originally rich golden light surrounding him dimmed somewhat. Bright red blood, stained with a layer of gold. His mental strength was exhausted, and his vision darkened. Lin bit down on his tongue to force himself to stay awake. Brother, is there still hope for my brother? and Xia crouched helplessly aside, timidly asking. The wound on her neck was a small cut made by Jingtian's finger. Lin did not respond, his face serious as he extended his cut wrist toward Jingtian's heart. The wound touched the skin. The faint golden hue in the blood seemed to have a life of its own, suddenly burrowing inside. "Don't worry, I'm here." The taste of rust and sweetness filled his mouth as Lin saw his blood indeed change when it contacted Jingtian, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, in his past life, the awakened's blood was said to suppress zombification, but it was merely a rumor. He had never personally tested it. He didn't know how effective it would be. He softly comforted Xia for a few moments, but he didn't have much confidence in his heart, using the blood of an awakener to delay zombification. This was the only method he had heard of that could affect zombification. Now that Jingtian was on the verge of zombification, he could only take a desperate gamble. As the faint golden blood bizarrely seeped into the skin on Jingtian's chest, his originally blood-red eyes gradually regained a hint of clarity. His wildly struggling body slowly calmed down. It really works. Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart, his nose suddenly feeling sour. The regrets of his past life were finally being compensated. "Brother, is my brother okay now?" And Xiao looked at him with hopeful eyes, longing for Lin and to give her a reassuring answer. Lin forced himself to stay strong, just about to comfort her with a few words. A sudden mutation occurred, and Jingtian's body, which had calmed down, suddenly arched backward at a 90-degree angle. A tooth-grinding sound of bones rubbing echoed from his joints. His pupils instantly turned gray. The blood that had seeped into his chest from Lin An's wrist was also expelled from his body. Swoosh! The faint golden blood dripped onto his chest, instantly vaporizing and emitting a strong stench. Lin was shocked. His relaxed nerves instantly tensed. In just a few seconds, the flesh on Jingtian's body peeled off like clothing, revealing bright red meat. "No! How could this happen?" Lin An's eyes turned red. His face went pale. He didn't know if it was because the rumors from his past life about the Awakener's blood being able to delay zombification were false, or if his awakened talent was different from others. The blood of the Awakener not only failed to delay the transformation, but instead accelerated it. In this case, he had no way to save Jingtian. If the blood was useless, then Xia would also die. After fighting through blood and exhaustion, he felt mentally drained. Why did it have to end like this? He couldn't save either of the two people he cherished. Lin clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, filled with despair and unwillingness. Drip. The Savior mission has begun. Chapter 8. The Stitcher. Lin was slightly taken aback as a light curtain instantly illuminated before him. Savior mission system. Activated task information. Kill the second stage mutant, Stitcher. Task level. Dangerous. Task time limit. 240 hours task reward. Antidote serum X3. Clears zombie virus from the body. Task description. Dangerous level. Second stage. Zombies will emerge in the urban area of Linjiang within 12 hours. Please eliminate them as soon as possible. Once the 240 hours are exceeded, the zombie will transform into its complete form. Horror level. Third stage. Lin had not yet reacted when two pendant-like objects appeared in his palm out of thin air. They felt cold and heavy. What is this? Initial task reward. Antidote pendant, gray equipment. X2 antidote pendant, gray equipment. When carried, it temporarily suppresses the zombie virus, usable for 240 hours. After the usable time ends, the pendant becomes ineffective and turns into a normal item. Reusable. The timer starts after use. Pauses when removed. Equipment levels. Gray, inferior. White, normal, blue, good. Black, apocalyptic. A flash of white light passed, and the pendants directly entered in Xia and in Jingtian's bodies, then appeared at their necks. The pendant was entirely silver white, with a purple gem embedded in the center. And Jingtian, who was still struggling and roaring, stopped moving after putting on the pendant, collapsing to the ground as if asleep. Meanwhile, Xia, who was by the window, gradually regained some color in her pale face after wearing it. Ding! Activating the exclusive skill of the Savior. Eye of Judgment, Eye of Judgment. Level 0. Activated. Once the Eye of Judgment is activated, it will continuously consume mental energy. During the duration of the Eye of Judgment, Detailed information about any object within the field of vision will be obtained. Eye of Judgment, Level 1. The next level of Eye of Judgment will be unlocked after completing the task. A flash of white light and the content on the light screen transformed into information streams, pouring into Lin An's mind, deeply etched in his memory like a brand. He was momentarily lost in thought. A cool sensation covered his eyes. Lin An's pupils were instantly enveloped by a light blue mist, as if transformed. A faint golden light flashed briefly in his eyes, and his vision dramatically increased. The dim room appeared as bright as day to him. The tiniest dust in the corners was clearly visible. Lin An's mind jolted. The Eye of Judgment was actually a vision enhancement. Moreover, it could display observational information. In the apocalypse, the greatest danger is not weakness and strength, but misjudgment of information. With the Eye of Judgment, he was equivalent to having the upper hand in information. In this apocalypse, it was an exceptionally useful auxiliary skill. Lingo, what's wrong? And Xia, leaning by the window, weakly called out to the dazed Lin. After equipping the pendant, the wound on her neck was slowly healing. In her clear, water-like eyes, there was fatigue and unease. If Lin had not specifically instructed Jing Tian to tie himself up on the third day to prevent harming others during his zombification, and Xia might have ended up like the tragic scenes happening worldwide, killed by her own brother. Zombies, retaining only the desire to feed, have no rationality. At the outbreak of the apocalypse, most humans died at the hands of their loved ones. Lin instinctively turned his head at the sound. The automatically activated Eye of Judgment locked onto Xia. Name: Human, Zombification 50, Strength, 3 Agility, 3 Constitution, 2 Will, 6 Player Level, 0, No Danger. This creature is in the zombification transition phase. Player weaknesses: Heart, Skull, Spine. Player skills: Cooking 1, Language Proficiency 2, Handicraft 1, Player Equipment, Antidote Pendant Gray. A large amount of other information poured out like a waterfall. And Xia's information appeared naked before Lin An's eyes. Some details were frightening. I'm fine. Lin was somewhat surprised, but did not show any abnormality. He only smiled gently, signaling Xia not to worry about him. And Jing Tian was currently unconscious. He was Xia's only mental support at this moment, and could not show any oddity in front of her. Unlike Lin An's displayed calmness, his heart was surging. Countless questions swirled in his mind like dark clouds. The Savior Template. After activation, it granted him the extremely practical Eye of Judgment, and coincidentally provided rewards that could save Jing Tian and Xia. It was simply tailor-made for him. Lin quickly thought about the implications behind the system's appearance. Savior. Save whom? Himself? Or the people around him? Or perhaps all of humanity? If it was all human civilization, Lin smiled self-deprecatingly. He had no messianic complex or ambitions to bear the weight of human civilization. If it was to save humanity, then this mysterious savior system had probably found the wrong person. He only wanted to protect the people he cherished, take revenge, and grow stronger to survive. As for the lives of others, he couldn't care less. He had died due to betrayal after being accustomed to the ugliness of human nature in his previous life. He instinctively felt distrust and aversion towards others. Lin had suppressed his thoughts and carefully observed Jing Tian's condition. Jing Tian, who was unconscious on the floor, had a slight rise and fall in his chest. If it weren't for the horrifying sight of his flesh peeling away, he looked just like he was asleep. Right now, the conditions of Jing Tian and Xia had stabilized. As long as they could complete the task, the two who were originally hopeless could have a chance to live. Moreover, with 3 antidote serums, Lin felt a stir of excitement. Subtracting the portions for Xia and Jing Tian, this meant he could keep an extra serum for himself. It could revert a zombie back to human. The value of such a serum was priceless in the apocalypse. As for the task, Lin was not unfamiliar with it. After the apocalypse game arrived in his previous life, everyone had activated their player panels. Naturally, it was just like a game. The system would automatically issue some tasks to everyone. The tasks he encountered in his previous life were usually to kill a zombie or obtain a certain item. Such tasks typically only offered a small amount of food as a reward, barely worth mentioning. Originally, in his expectations, The best outcome would be to rely on the awakened blood to suppress zombification. Then, keeping Jing Tian by his side, ensure his safety for as long as possible, and think of a way later. Now, a perfect solution had unexpectedly appeared, which could be considered a pleasant surprise. But the time limit for the task made Lin and feel pressured. Task information: kill the mutated zombie. The second stage will become the third stage in 10 days. Lin An's expression grew serious. The difference between the third stage mutant and the second stage was qualitative. Perhaps under the combined efforts of several awakened ones. Or a larger safe zone could resist the second stage mutant with firearms. But in front of the third stage mutant, there would be no power to fight back. It would be a one-sided massacre. Third stage mutant zombies no longer fear conventional weapons. The human wave tactic would be a joke in front of the third stage mutants. Just one could destroy an organized army. They could tear apart tank armor with bare hands, withstand small caliber artillery fire head-on, and regenerate flesh and blood. Time could not be delayed. Only 10 days left. And Jing Tian's zombification suppression would also last this long. This meant he still had to leave time for the journey back after killing the Stitcher. 9 days. Whether to avoid the Stitcher becoming stronger with time or to leave enough buffer time, the time left for him was already limited. Although the task information did not provide the location of the Stitcher, Lin did not mind. He silently took out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. In the dim room, a faint glow of fire lit up, illuminating his face in flickering shadows. Lin took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The smoke curled and dissipated. The seamstress is the predecessor of the abomination from the previous life. It is located in Wanda Square, within a shopping mall that accommodates 30,000 people. After devouring the 30,000, it became the nightmare of the entire Linjiang city. Chapter 9. Night and Anxia Lin go. Are you leaving? Anxia leaned against the wall, cautiously watching Lin, who was repairing the door, being completely unaware of the apocalypse. She did not know what would happen if Lin failed to obtain the antidote. She clasped her hands behind her back, nervously twisting the hem of her dress. Beneath her long skirt were a pair of pale, slender legs, with some scrapes on her knees. Her white dress was stained with blood and dirt, making her look quite shabby. Her frail body gazed at Lin, whose face was pale, lacking a bit of color, which was heart-wrenching. Bang! Lin carefully reattached the kicked-in iron door. After becoming an awakened, he was still getting used to his current strength. The hard metal felt like plastic in his hands, easily bendable. If he was too careful with his strength, he could completely ruin the door. Therefore, Lin had to gather a pile of discarded steel bars to patch it up, knocking and hammering until the damaged door was barely usable. However, the dented and broken part of the door was impossible to repair. Ugly and unsightly, but still somewhat practical. After fixing the door, Lin fell silent for a moment. Anxia, I will be back soon. Don't worry about me. He did not intend to hide anything. Jing Tian. Lin paused for a moment, then turned to Anxia with a determined expression and a gentle smile. You and Jing Tian will be fine. Trust me. He sighed lightly. His parents had left him early in his childhood. Anxia and Jing Tian were the only ones he truly cared about. Although there was no blood relation, they felt closer than family. Jing Tian's parents took care of him and treated him like their own child. Meanwhile, Anxia and her brother regarded him as their elder brother, having lived together since childhood. Anxia and Jing Tian were the last softness in his heart. Anxia looked at Lin An's resolute and handsome face, momentarily stunned. Her eyes turned red. Listening to Lin An's familiar tone, she felt at ease, just like when they were children. It was as long as Lin and her brother were there was nothing to worry about. Lin go, when you plan to leave? Can you? Anxia glanced at Lin, who was busy, and timidly asked in a small voice. She was afraid of disturbing him. After hesitating for a long time, Anxia still didn't say what she wanted to express. She hoped Lin could stay with her a little longer. The wails of zombies and humans in the community never ceased, and her brother was still unconscious. She was very scared, but she was also afraid that expressing such thoughts would be too selfish and would affect what Lin needed to do. After sealing all the windows in the room, it became pitch black inside. He turned his head, his enhanced eyesight ignoring the darkness, making the room appear as bright as day to him. I'll leave tomorrow morning. I will guard here tonight. Lin understood Anxia's expression. Not to mention that Anxia was just a little girl now. Even in his previous life during the apocalypse, despite being a soldier, felt uneasy and fearful. In the face of life and death during the apocalypse, many with poor psychological resilience even chose to end their own lives. Really? Anxia lifted her head in surprise, looking towards Lin and in the darkness. Although she couldn't see him, she knew he was there. Lin did not reply, but slowly walked in front of Anxia and affectionately ruffled her hair. The faintly fragrant shower gel diluted the smell of blood in his nostrils. He was not wasting time due to sentimental feelings. This seamstress had not yet appeared. In 12 hours, the zombie in Wanda Mall would mutate into the seamstress. Subtracting the 2-hour travel time, he could still stay at Jingtian's house for about 10 hours. Moreover, he was in very poor condition and needed a rest. After continuous fighting and using awakening skills, his body had reached its limit, and he was now purely relying on willpower to hold on. He embraced the girl in his arms. Anxia buried her head deep into his chest, her body trembling slightly. Lin go, I'm so scared. Lin felt the shivering of the girl in his arms and remained silent. He simply tightened his right hand behind Anxia. A night passed without a word. The next morning, the chirping of birds outside was gone. A sharp wail awakened Lin, and a man's panic cry for help nearby was quickly drowned out by the roars of zombies. Accompanied by the chilling screams, there was silence shortly after. It seemed like someone had died again. Not paying attention, Lin woke up and felt that his condition had fully recovered, his body filled with strength. As long as he had enough rest, he would quickly regain his state. This was the benefit of the database template. After quickly checking in Jingtian's condition and confirming he was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes swept over Anxia, who was curled up on the sofa, and he shook his head slightly. In her deep sleep, Anxia slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her small hands instinctively groping beside her. The traces of tears could still be faintly seen on her small, exquisite face. Lin smiled bitterly in his heart. It was evident that Anxia had secretly cried for a long time last night. He casually covered Anxia with a blanket, and then quietly walked to the window to observe the situation outside. Reaching the window, thick smoke was rising from the top of a distant building, looking as if it had been on fire all night. The smoke billowed. On a nearby rooftop, many survivors were frantically waving white cloths made into distress signals. Trapped on the rooftop, they had no way to retreat and could only pray that the military would send helicopters for rescue. What they did not know was that this apocalypse was far more terrifying than they imagined. Retracting his gaze, Lin looked towards the interior of the community. Not far away, the sound of car alarms was piercing, and several zombies were attracted to a car. Along the roadside, a few zombies squatted on the ground, voraciously devouring the flesh from the corpses. Through the security bars, he occasionally caught glimpses of fleeting zombie figures in the opposite building. In a very short time, the order within the city had completely collapsed. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, a city left unattended would quickly decay. After some time, gas pipeline leaks, water plants shutting down, and factory explosions would become the norm. Without convenient electricity and water, human civilization would quickly regress. He remembered that by the late stages of the apocalypse, even a bottle of clean mineral water could provoke countless survivors to fight to the death over it. In silence, Lin instinctively reached into his pants pocket to retrieve a lighter and light a cigarette. Smoking while thinking was his habit. However, after searching for a long time, he realized he couldn't find his pockets. It was only then that he was surprised to discover that the clothes, which had been covered in blood, were now completely clean. Lin chuckled in disbelief. It seemed Anxia had secretly changed his bloody clothes for clean ones during the night. The two of them were about the same height and build, so it fit him perfectly. Beep beep. The alarm clock he had set before sleeping last night rang. Lin extinguished the cigarette in his hand and gazed deeply at the two of them. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that Anxia, who was sleeping with her back to him, had tears streaking down her face. Anxia still had so much to say to you, and you must come back safely. Chapter 10. Departure before leaving. Anxia was still fast asleep, and Jingtian had not yet awakened inside the room, but he looked much better. If nothing unexpected happened, he would wake up soon. Lin moved a few zombie corpses to cover the doorway, masking the scent of the living and barricading the entrance with debris. Only then did Lin feel relieved. However, it seemed there were still survivors on the other side. While Lin was moving things, his keen hearing picked up sounds coming from the neighboring residence room. The person cautiously observed him through the peephole, thinking that Lin had not noticed. Lin, however, did not care. After confirming that someone was watching him, he casually picked up a zombie head and crushed it with one hand in front of that person, as easily as if he were bursting a water balloon. The hard skull shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. A scream came from the door opposite, clearly startled by Lin's terrifying act. Immediately, there was the sound of the door being locked from the inside. Lin smiled faintly. It seemed the effect was good. A blatant show of force. Although the repaired iron door was enough to block ordinary zombies, it could not stop humans. After the apocalypse broke out, human hearts became inscrutable. In his past life, Lin had seen too much ugliness. People would turn against each other, resorting to cannibalism and betrayal for the sake of survival. As long as he could ensure the safety of Xia and Jingtian, he did not mind getting his hands stained with blood. He had even considered whether to kill all the residents in the building. If it weren't for the uncertainty of whether there were any residents in this building that the siblings knew, there would only be 2 people alive in the building. However, as long as they did not encounter particularly unfortunate mutated beings or malicious humans, Lin was not worried that ordinary zombies would threaten the siblings hiding in the room. The food and water stored inside were sufficient to last for a month. As long as the 2 stayed inside, this group of zombies could not possibly break through the reinforced iron door with just their teeth. Even if something unexpected happened to him, the 2 could hold out for a while. The supplies piled up in the room were all purchased in advance at Lin's request before the apocalypse broke out. They were diverse and entirely military rations. Thinking of this, Lin recalled the batch of supplies he had purchased in advance. That was over 2 million cash, enough to support the 3 of them for 5 years with a complete set of supplies. Weapons, equipment, medicine, everything was included. He just did not know if the logistics had delivered the supplies to his designated location after he fell unconscious. If those supplies were still there, he could easily establish a team and build a safe zone solely based on them in the early stages. In the apocalypse game, it was difficult to survive alone. Only by forming his own power could he have a foothold in this apocalypse. Lin sighed lightly. Being unconscious for 3 days had indeed disrupted many of his plans. Moreover, there were many rare items and equipment from his memories that he had not obtained. However, it was not too late to get them now. At the entrance of the Yuan community, Lin had already thought about the next course of action last night. The first 6 days would be spent searching for special supplies and equipment from his past life memories, killing a mutated being to level up first. Without enough strength, no amount of urgency would help. The last 3 days would be reserved for killing the Stitcher. So the first target, Xingyi Flower Shop. In his memory, this flower shop located on the edge of the city had once produced extremely rare spiritual plants. Spiritual plants are similar to buff items in games. They usually exist in the form of plants, fruits, or food with a predominance of plant forms. Players, and even zombies, could ingest them directly to gain permanent attribute bonuses. For Apocalypse players who could only rely on leveling up, gaining 1 attribute point per level, the effect of spiritual food was considered insane. Those fortunate enough to obtain such fruits in his past life mostly became powerful figures ruling their territories. However, such special products typically only existed for a short time before the apocalypse broke out, gradually disappearing within a month after the outbreak. As an ordinary person, Lin could only know this information thanks to the chat channel activated 6 months later when the apocalypse game began. Unlike the chat channels in ordinary games where anyone could speak freely, the chat channel in the apocalypse game required a significant amount of energy and stamina. In other words, it consumed precious food. Therefore, most ordinary people like him, who struggled to meet basic needs in his past life, could only silently watch the powerful awakened individuals occasionally share information or even chat. In Lin's memory, he had not seen such messages from the public channel in the year following the outbreak. Therefore, if he did not seize the opportunity now to obtain some spiritual food, finding it later would be nearly impossible. Judgment Eye. To observe the surrounding environment, Lin activated the Judgment Eye again, a flash of gold passing through his pupils. His already excellent vision improved further and information flowed in like data streams along the way. After confirming there was no danger, Lin enclosed the judgment eye. Although the mental energy consumed by the judgment eye was not much, the cumulative exhaustion over time was still a burden. There are no special mutated beings nearby. Zombie count, 678. Survivors, 122. Originally a community of 1,000 people, only about 10% were still alive. The cruelty of the apocalypse was evident. First, he needed to find a motorcycle. After observing the route, Lin had made up his mind. The journey into the city was long. Although the number of zombies was not as terrifying as in the city center, it was still significant. Just dealing with the zombies along the way without a vehicle would take too much time. At present, heavy trucks were not easy to find in the old district. Ordinary cars would break down after hitting a few zombies. In contrast, a nimble motorcycle was a good choice. If conditions allowed in the later stages, finding an armored vehicle to transform into a mobile fortress would be even better. After a night, a considerable number of zombies had already gathered at the entrance of the community. The ground was stained dark red with a mixture of internal organs and blood. The zombies, which would not spare any flesh, had devoured the bodies clean, leaving only a ground full of stark white skeletons. It seemed that many people had attempted to escape or wanted to get in last night. Hundreds of zombies wandered aimlessly, occasionally raising their heads to emit piercing roars. Lennon seized the opportunity and instantly burst out. His target was a nearby area surrounded by a small group of zombies. There was a black motorcycle overturned on the ground, with the key still in the ignition, ready to start at any moment. Beside the motorcycle lay a skeleton, completely gnawed clean. It seemed to be the owner of this motorcycle. Lin's right foot suddenly exerted force, causing the old ground to crack, and he dashed forward to the front of the zombie horde in an instant. Downward slash. The half-arm length Nepalese curved blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle. The curved blade came from Jingtian's collection. Jingtian, also a retired soldier, had a hobby of collecting weapons. Although the spine of the licking devourer far exceeded that of alloy weapons in quality, it was not easy to handle without processing. The blade's edge was sharp, and with one swing, Lennon cleaved the two nearest zombies apart. The wound was smooth, as if cut by a laser. The severed bodies slowly slid apart. Roar! The zombie horde sensed the presence of a living person and instantly went into a frenzy. The decaying arms reached out madly towards Lennon's sidekick. Lennon swiftly changed direction. With speed surpassing human limits, he quickly twisted his body, exerting force from his waist. Bang! The zombie that lunged at him was kicked in half, its stark white spine hanging on by a thread. Circular slash. Power erupted. The unique energy wave emitted when an awakened one exerted power flowed into his body like water. Lin's expression was cold as he swiftly spun around with the blade in one hand. The sharp blade, under the immense force, easily severed the necks of the zombies. Sizzle. The flesh was cut open by the blade. 7 zombie heads were simultaneously severed. With a single strike, Lennon swiftly killed the remaining 7 zombies. Holy crap! A scruffy-looking young man in his 20s, standing by the third-floor window, widened his eyes in shock, unable to suppress his exclamation. His face was filled with disbelief, as if a scene from a movie had come to life before him. Who was this person? A master of knife techniques with extraordinary physical prowess? Could he be the legendary hermit? A martial artist from a novel? The young man stared with bloodshot eyes. The day of the apocalypse happened to be a weekend, and he was alone in his apartment, which allowed him to survive. However, the zombies outside had trapped him inside, making it impossible for him to move. There was little food in the room, and being alone, he had grown accustomed to ordering takeout when hungry. He had already finished the last cup of instant noodles. Having watched many apocalypse movies, he quickly realized that if this continued, he might starve to death. He had tried to go outside before, but after witnessing a strong man on a motorcycle being overwhelmed by zombies and falling within 3 seconds, he abandoned that plan. Therefore, after a sleepless night, he was just about to check the situation outside when he saw Lin and slaughtering zombies. After witnessing Lin's exaggerated strength, he quickly realized that perhaps Lin could help him. Excited, the young man hurried to open the window to call out. But he had forgotten that in his fear the night before, he had tightly locked the window. In a state of panic, When he finally managed to open the window and stick his head out, Lin had already sped away on his motorcycle. Not caring whether Lin could hear him, the young man shouted loudly, trying to leave a lasting impression on him. What if this powerful man would come back? Big brother, my name is Lu Shiming. I live in Building 3, Unit 2, Room 302. Chapter 11. Oddity. The motorcycle sped swiftly. The modified engine roared, quickly accelerating to a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Lin, without a helmet and expressionless, was unaffected by the rushing wind. He faintly heard someone in the community behind him shouting something. However, even if he understood, he wouldn't stop. The modified motorcycle raced like a black shadow along the ring road. Along the way, there were wrecked cars and corpses in horrific conditions. Severed limbs hung from the guardrails like fresh pork. Thanks to his awakened reflexes, Lin easily maneuvered the motorcycle, skillfully avoiding obstacles. Even though he was not very experienced with riding, his superhuman reactions gave him driving skills comparable to top racers. On the ring highway, a silver-white RV had a man and a woman cautiously standing on its roof. They had been trapped there for a day and a night, with no food or water. Fear and cold had nearly shattered their will. Beside the RV, the original driver and other passengers had already turned into zombies. For zombies, driven by their hunger for flesh, relentlessly roared and clawed at the vehicle. With each impact, the bald man screamed in panic as the RV shook. On the roof, another girl, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, looked youthful and cute. Unlike the middle-aged man's panic, she was gripping the antenna tightly to prevent herself from falling off. We can't stay here any longer. Without water and food, we'll die from exhaustion at this rate. The girl's name was Wanya, and she forced herself to calm down, unable to resist discussing a plan with the bald man. The bald man's name was Li Jiping, her superior at work. Li Jiping did not respond. He was still in shock, frantically looking around. Seeing Li Jiping like this made Wanya sigh inwardly. She didn't expect a man of his age to be less composed than her, lustful and cowardly. A day ago, during a company team-building event, Li Jiping had tried to persuade her to go sing with him using both soft and hard tactics. Left with no choice, she had suggested going for a picnic instead, knowing full well what this old man might attempt. Wanya ignored Li Jiping's loud cries and rubbed her sore ankles. Her slender, fair ankles showed some bruising from when she had climbed onto the roof. "Help! Is anyone out there to save us?" After shouting for what felt like an eternity, Li Jiping, having gone a day and a night without food or water, felt his throat was burning from yelling. Fear and exhaustion had left him disoriented, and he stopped shouting. When he turned his gaze, he saw Wanya sitting cross-legged on the roof, staring blankly. Her long, beautiful legs were being rubbed by her fingers. "Wanya, I see you're hurt pretty badly," Li Jiping said, struggling to swallow. He had long desired this girl, who was youthful and beautiful. Unlike the aging and unattractive women at the company, he had heard she graduated from a prestigious university. "Let me help you massage it." As he spoke, he couldn't help but want to take her small feet into his arms and knead them. Wanya's expression turned wary, and she immediately stood up. "No need. You should worry about yourself." She shot an annoyed glance at the man. Cowardly and disgusting. Even in this situation, he still had lustful thoughts. Li Jiping didn't care. His eyes fixated on Wanya's body, desire evident. After shouting all day without anyone responding in this chaotic world, he thought if they were to die anyway, he might as well enjoy himself before death. Dragging someone down with him wouldn't he be lonely? The atmosphere froze. Wanya's expression was icy. She noticed the change in Li Jiping. They were both on the roof, and if they fought, it would be easy to fall into the crowd of zombies below. However, she vowed never to let this old man touch her, even if it meant death. What to do? Li Jiping's mind wandered, the fantasy dispelling his fear. Unable to contain himself, he loosened his belt and reached toward Wanya. Suddenly, the vehicle shook violently. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell onto the roof. The zombies below immediately became frenzied, clawing and jumping up, stretching their arms to grab him and feast. The rotting fingers of the zombies brushed against his neck, sending an electric shock through him. Li Jiping screamed, quickly straightening up. After a moment, in a panic, he turned his head back and forth, as if realizing something. "You have to help me check. Did I get scratched?" His voice was tinged with a whimper. Please hurry and look. He could not see if he'd been scratched on the back of his neck, and could only seek help from Wunya, who was also on the roof. No. Wunya let out a breath, coldly replying. A flicker of unease crossed her eyes, but was quickly suppressed. Li Jiping sighed in relief, the tension in his body easing. It felt like he had survived a disaster. As long as he hadn't been scratched, he would rather die than become a zombie. He had witnessed a colleague from the same vehicle turn into a zombie just 10 minutes after having a small piece of flesh scratched off. The skin fell away, rotting and smelling foul. If he and reacted quickly and climbed onto the roof, the corpse down below that only had half a foot left would have been his fate. I just remembered. There's food in the vehicle, and the keys weren't taken out. Plus, the window on the roof is open, just covered by a sunshade, so it's not visible. When you suddenly spoke to Li Jiping, if you jump over, there's a chance you can survive. That thing could kick it apart in one blow. Staying here, when the temperature drops at night, there will be no hope at all. Her tone was calm, stating the facts. Her right hand was behind her back, tightly gripping a set of keys. Li Jiping felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, and quickly looked towards the RV beside him. He had noticed this vehicle for a long time, but jumping over was useless. However, now that when you mentioned the sunroof was open, it meant he could get in through the roof. He was conflicted and hesitant. The distance was a bit far, and he didn't dare to jump. After finishing her words, when he no longer looked at Li Jiping, just patiently conserving her strength, she couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. The sunroof wasn't open, and the keys were in her hand, deceiving Li Jiping into jumping over, then attracting the zombies to escape with the vehicle when he was about to die. There were many flaws in this plan, but it was the only method she could use right now. If they stayed any longer, both would die. No, it should be said that only one person would die. Li Jiping had already been infected. She saw the subtle wound on the back of his neck. You jump first. Why aren't you jumping over since you know? Li Jiping asked when you suspiciously, then couldn't help but scratch his arm. How about this? I jump over first. And you take off your clothes? Let me enjoy myself first. He was too lazy to hide it. Li Jiping suddenly spoke up, but he didn't dare to approach again for a short time. When Ya's gaze was cold, and she remained silent. Her right hand was hidden behind her back, slowly feeling for a tool knife on the keys. Suddenly, boom, the roar of a motorcycle engine came from far to near, rapidly approaching. The two on the roof listened in disbelief. After hearing the sound clearly, they both suddenly raised their heads in unison, faces filled with surprise. A vehicle was coming. Li Jiping quickly stood up straight, desperately waving his hands to attract Lin An's attention. Help! He screamed with all his might, fearing that he wasn't loud enough. His voice was hoarse and dry, like a duck's quack tearing at his throat. Lin ignored him, driving the motorcycle past with a whoosh. The speed was so fast that even the zombies surrounding the RV didn't react. Damn it! Why didn't you stop? From hope to despair, the man stared blankly at the black that was gradually disappearing in the distance. What the hell? Didn't you see there were people here? Li Jiping couldn't help but curse, and although when you felt disappointed, she quickly regained her composure, seemingly pondering something. The two exchanged glances suddenly. Li Jiping licked his cracked lips, deep in thought. He scratched the back of his neck, feeling a bit itchy for some reason. So hot, so itchy. The Winya in front of him suddenly seemed a bit appetizing. At the highway fork, the tires squealed, leaving a long black mark. Lennon suddenly stopped, skillfully drifting the motorcycle. After getting off, Lennon looked back at the RV about 400 meters away. It wasn't to be a hero saving the beauty. After experiencing the apocalypse, even the most beautiful woman dying in front of him wouldn't make him frown. However, he felt a bit puzzled. When he passed by the RV earlier, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation. Apocalypse equipment? Or something else? As an awakener, his perception ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. Especially after the apocalypse game started, some items from the game would automatically emit fluctuations, like points of light in the dark. Judgment Eye, Lennon shouted softly, instantly activating the Judgment Eye to search. Human, male, infected, player level, 0, non-awakener. Human, female, normal, player level, 1, non-awakener. Zombie, ordinary RV. Driving tool, damage level 22. A torrent of information flooded down like a waterfall. All the information about the existence within Lin N's field of vision was displayed in detail. His gaze focused, carefully staring at one bizarre item in the information center. Human, female, player level 1. His pupils dilated as Lin An's vision quickly captured the scene on the roof. On the roof, Li Jiping was hunched over, coughing incessantly. Meanwhile, Wenya stood alert on the roof, her right hand tightly clenched behind her back. Lin frowned slightly. Nothing unusual. He didn't see anything resembling apocalypse equipment. Instead, he could tell that Li Jiping had already been infected and would completely turn into a zombie in about 5 minutes. It seemed that Wenya's level 1 was not due to equipment. Lin was puzzled. In the apocalypse game, player levels could only be increased by killing mutated zombies. To go from level 0 to level 1 required killing 2 mutated ones. Level 2 required 4. The woman on the roof was neither an awakener nor had any possibility of having killed monsters. Yet, her information indicated level 1 and exhibited a slight energy fluctuation. How could this be? Unless Lin An's expression turned strange as he roughly guessed the reason. His eyes burned with intensity. Chapter 12. The Mutant. Mutant. Wenya's information combined resembled the rumored mutants from his previous life. Clearly not an awakener, but possessing extraordinary abilities. The existence of such people among humans was extremely rare, likely appearing only once in tens of millions. Before the apocalypse, these individuals typically acted as Taoists or spiritual mediums. Unlike awakeners who had powerful combat capabilities and supernatural powers, mutants often belonged to the will attribute mutation category. Their willpower could naturally exceed the ordinary human limit of 10 points without enhancement. After the apocalypse, mutants would be represented as level 1 in level information, unlike ordinary players at level 0. Moreover, because they hadn't trained, they couldn't control their mental power, leading to mental energy overflow. As mutants, they lacked powerful strength, but possessed strong mental power. Thus, they could provide mental energy to other awakeners, acting as a power bank. Mental energy was crucial for sustaining combat. If a mutant provided mental energy support from the back during a fight, an awakener firing at full capacity would equate to an increase in strength by a whole tier. Therefore, during the apocalypse, this group of people was fiercely sought after by all major forces. In the apocalypse, nothing was more important than strength. Fortunately, or unfortunately, no one was willing to willingly become someone else's tool. Once a mutant was discovered, they were often confined and monitored. Fortunately, they would be protected as valuable resources during the apocalypse. Unfortunately, mutants would completely lose their free will. That being said, in a sense, Lin An after his rebirth also belonged to the category of mutants. Before awakening, his will attribute had already reached 12 points. Of course, whether Wenya was truly a mutant was merely Lin An's speculation. Rather than guessing, it would be better to capture her directly. Without hesitation, Lin An turned off the judgment eye and directly walked back. The distance between the two was only about 300 meters. At his current speed, it wouldn't take long. He had always had the idea of forming his own force in his plans. Establishing a safe zone would not only allow better survival in the apocalypse game, but also, 3 months after the apocalypse, the game would give players who formed safe zones some tasks. Completing these tasks would lead to an increase in strength. Such tasks usually required a large amount of manpower and resources, which single players could hardly accomplish alone. If it was confirmed that Wenya was a mutant, he would naturally recruit her. With the addition of a mutant, not only would his strength greatly increase, but it would also mean that the awakeners within his entire force would gain an additional tier of strength. A suspected mutant was worth his effort. On the roof, Li Jiping stared intently at the vigilant Wenya. He opened his mouth, letting out an unintelligible roar from his throat. His bloodshot eyes were slightly bulging. It has been 7 minutes since he was infected with the zombie virus. With his weak willpower and physical condition, he is already on the brink of losing his sanity. It's so itchy. Li Jiping instinctively repeats the short phrase, his hands frantically scratching at his body. His nails break the skin. A whole chunk of flesh is torn off and falls onto the roof of the car. It seems he feels no pain. The more he scratches, the faster he goes, as if he is experiencing pleasure. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Large patches of skin peel off like paper scraps, revealing bright red flesh beneath. Wenya is desperately holding back her fear, gripping a utility knife tightly in her right hand. She instinctively steps back, but finds there is nowhere to retreat. Roar! The zombie beneath her feet smells the scent of blood and flesh, becoming even more frenzied. Wunya bites her lip hard, her delicate skin devoid of color, her face pale. From a moment Li Jiping asked her to check his wound, she had anticipated this moment. Luckily, she grabbed a set of keys while escaping. The keys are on a ring, with a small folding knife attached. This tool, only half the length of her palm, is the only weapon she could find on the car roof. Li Jiping, with chunks of flesh torn off, suddenly lets out a wail. A foul stench emanating from his body. His bones crackle, and in an instant, he transforms into a zombie. Roar! His eyes bulge. The zombie Li Jiping opens his mouth wide, the corners of his mouth torn apart, and lunges at Wunya with a roar. Duck! Wunya hurriedly crouches down, trying to avoid the attack. But being someone who only exercises occasionally and has no combat experience, she can barely manage to turn her body to the side. For an ordinary person, just maintaining their sanity in the face of a zombie attack is already commendable. Bang! Wunya is caught off guard, directly knocked down on the car roof by Li Jiping's sudden pounce. Her back hits the roof with a dull sound. Under the immense force, her fair skin bruises, and her shoulder blades even show signs of cracking. The pain is excruciating. Wunya lets out a muffled groan, her eyes filled with determination. Unlike those who freeze in fear at the sight of a zombie, she puts all her strength into gripping the knife in her right hand and stabs it fiercely into the back of Li Jiping's head. The foul mouth is right in front of her, and in Li Jiping's blood-red eyes, there's only the desire to feed. Swoosh! The utility knife sinks entirely into Li Jiping's head. The blade enters from the fragile area above the back of the neck, the only part of the brain not protected by the skull. Like a machine that has lost power, the zombie Li Jiping's brain is damaged, his body stiffens, and he instantly goes limp dead. Wunya, having survived, hurriedly pushes Li Jiping's corpse away and gasps for air. Her chest heaves rapidly, drenched in cold sweat. Her forehead is covered in sweat, her hair disheveled. She has no time to tidy herself up, only feeling waves of fear. She almost became the zombie's next meal. Even the cruelest death by slow, slicing pales in comparison to this brutality. Wunya, feeling weak and unsteady, sways as she tries to stand up. The pain in her shoulder blades is intense, and she feels extremely weak. Bang! Roar! An unexpected change occurs. The space on the car roof is already small. After Li Jiping's death, the blood flowing out has filled the entire roof. The thick blood covers her feet. In her dazed state, Wunya tries to straighten up, but loses her balance and falls onto the car roof. Wunya cries out in pain. The zombie beneath the car roof seems to have caught the scent of blood like a shark. Several rotten hands desperately grab her hair, pulling her scalp along with it. It feels like being dragged underwater by a drowning person. Wunya struggles with all her might, but the blood-soaked car roof is too slippery. In the blink of an eye, half of her body is pulled off the roof. Despair and unwillingness fill her eyes. The zombie's mouth is just inches away. The stench is overwhelming. Chapter 13, Mysterious Patterns. Lin, with his excellent vision, notices that Wunya is about to be pulled off the car roof by the zombie. He can't help but frown slightly. If Wunya were just an ordinary person, he wouldn't care. But a suspected mutant dying would be a shame. Of course, the premise is that she can be of use to him. Power explosion. Lin lets out a low shout. A pale, golden light flashes around him, and under the strange waves, his power surges. After activating his talent, his speed becomes extremely fast, his figure racing down the highway like a black phantom. In a very short time, he crosses a distance of 100 meters and rushes to the RV. Wunya is being violently torn down by the zombie, half of her body already falling off the car roof. Lin's gaze is cold and sharp. He suddenly exerts force with his right hand, and the Nepalese curved knife in his hand instantly flies out. The curved knife whizzes and spirals, precisely cutting through the long hair that the zombie is pulling. Thud! The curved knife slices into the car body, embedding itself halfway. The immense force even lifts the car body by a palm's height. Punch! Lin, expressionless, throws another punch. The sound of wind tearing through the air pierces through the nearest zombie skull. Bang! Like bursting a water balloon. Brain matter mixed with blood splatters everywhere. Before the other zombies can react, Linen, after activating his power explosion, easily crushes the skulls of the remaining zombies with his 14 points of strength. In just 2 seconds, the horde of zombies that would bring despair to an ordinary person is effortlessly dealt with by Lin and confirming that all the zombies are dead. Linen casually wipes the blood off his hands and then calmly looks at Wanya, who is lying on the car roof. Wanya has not yet come to her senses. Her hair is messy and her chest heaves rapidly. Having just escaped death, she is soaked in sweat. The well-fitted, finely crafted top clings to her body, revealing her exquisite figure. She looks at Linen in shock, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a while. So strong. The scene before her feels like a dream, making it hard for her to believe. A single punch to the head, brutal and decisive. She has no doubt that if that punch had landed on an ordinary person, they would likely be reduced to powder. You are. Wanya is very nervous. Upon careful inspection, she recognizes Linen. That striking black motorcycle left a deep impression on her. Linen, dressed in black combat gear, stands tall and strong, looking somewhat indifferent in his leather boots. Killing 4 zombies is a breeze for him, aside from a few bloodstains on his right hand. His clothes are not even a bit dirty. Linen does not reply. He simply scans Wanya's body with an unrestrained gaze, like admiring a fine piece of art. This is the first time he has seen the legendary mutant. Although, in a certain sense, he is one himself. Nothing special. Linen looks her up and down. Wanya, in front of him, aside from being calmer than an ordinary person, is not much different from others. Linen remains silent, and she does not dare to speak. Wanya half lies on the car roof, tightly pursing her lips, not daring to move an inch, even though her mental fortitude is stronger than that of ordinary people. Anyone witnessing Lin Anne's earlier display and the shattered skulls all over would find it hard to speak due to fear. Although Lin Anne saved her, she does not dare to relax. Even though Lin Anne's gaze towards her is clean and clear, devoid of any desire, it inexplicably makes her feel a bit fearful. In Lin Anne's eyes, she sees no hint of desire, as if she is merely an object. Take off your clothes. Lin Anne's tone is indifferent, issuing a command to Wanya without hesitation. He had just carefully examined Wanya and found that he could not determine if she was a mutant based on her appearance. Since that is the case, he would use the method from his past life. There is a reliable way to verify the identity of a mutant in his memories from his previous life. Before the apocalypse broke out, the mutants were nothing special. But once the player template was loaded, under the power of the system, purple patterns would appear on their bodies. Like a kind of curse. These patterns were different from regular tattoos. Even without any images of the patterns on the mutants, the information would leak out. Anyone who had seen them was absolutely convinced that only mutants could possibly have such patterns. Lin Anne's voice was not loud, but sounded like thunder in her ears. When Wanya heard Lin Anne's words, her body trembled violently. She bit her lip tightly, her face devoid of color. Sure enough, she let out a bitter laugh. Helpless and powerless, she clutched the hem of her clothes, unwilling to take them off. Lin Anne, impatient, stepped closer and removed the Nepalese curved dagger that was embedded in the car. His gaze was cold. He guessed Wanya's thoughts, but was not prepared to explain anything. He had no patience and no obligation to explain. Wanya's gaze fell on the bloodstained blade, as if her heart had died. Lin Anne's terrifying strength made her have no thoughts of resistance. Moreover, without Lin Anne's intervention, she would have already become a pile of bones. Silently, she took off her top and then raised her head to meet Lin Anne's gaze. Her body was as white as snow, like smooth milk. The two stared at each other, and Wanya's gaze was stubborn and resolute. Lin Anne was indifferent, stepping in closer and lowering his head to look at her abdomen. They were very close to each other. At this distance, Wanya could even feel Lin Anne's hurried breath and burning gaze, like a hot iron. Having never had such close contact with a man, her ears turned red instantly, and her body trembled. Lin Anne did not pay attention to the details. His gaze was drawn to the strange patterns, his expression one of obsession. The dark purple patterns were imprinted on Wanya's smooth, flat abdomen, with flashes of blood color fleeting between the lines. The patterns were mysterious and chilling. At a glance, it seemed as if one's soul could be swallowed by them. He couldn't help but reach out, gently touching the patterns with his fingertips. Her delicate, smooth skin felt like satin. Each time the fleeting blood color passed over his fingertips, A faint mental force would flow into his body. Lin An's mental strength was already very powerful, but after this mental force entered his body, he felt a faint sense of enhancement. Is this the unique pattern of mutants? Lin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Just touching it had an effect of amplifying mental strength. Unique and eye-catching. With such a pattern present, it's no wonder that players in his previous life could easily find mutants among ordinary people. Unlike Wenya's wild thoughts, after confirming that Wenya was the legendary mutant, Lin was ecstatic. Originally, he had little confidence in killing the suturer. Even though he knew of many treasures and psychic food that could enhance strength hidden in various places, he might not be able to gather them all in time. With the strength of a first-tier awakened one, it was still too much of a stretch to confront a second-tier mutant zombie, especially one of the top tier. But if when you assisted him during combat, his mental strength could be replenished, which would significantly increase his chances of winning. Before Lennon could speak, when you seemed to sense something and followed his gaze to look at her abdomen, her mouth slightly opened. She stared at the patterns on her body in surprise. Her eyes filled with confusion. What is this? After just a moment of thought, the already strong-willed Wenya quickly reacted. She had never had a tattoo, and the patterns on her body occasionally flashed with a strange blood color. She recalled how Lin initially ignored her, but then suddenly came to her rescue. And now he was so interested in the patterns. This indicated that what truly attracted Lin was not her body, but the patterns. Realizing she had misunderstood Lin, a sense of guilt suddenly arose in Wenya's heart. She thought Lin was like those who coveted her body and had ulterior motives. Is the pattern on my body useful to you? Does it have any meaning? Wenya quickly suppressed her various thoughts and couldn't help but tentatively ask Lin. Lin was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Wenya to react so quickly. Before he could speak, she had already guessed. He nodded slightly, not intending to hide anything. But then he suddenly thought of something and decisively unfastened his own clothes. Wenya's little face turned pale, frozen in place. At this moment, Lin had already taken off his upper garment. His strong muscles and prominent abs were evident. Unlike muscles developed through years of fitness or deliberate training, his body had been perfectly enhanced by the system after awakening and loading the Savior template. His limbs were long, with smooth lines, and his skin was as translucent as jade. The tight muscles were not exaggerated, but one could sense the terrifying power contained within. Quite good looking. An unexpected thought popped into Wenya's mind, which she quickly suppressed. Her previously relaxed thoughts became alert. If he were to force himself on me, what should I do? Commis suicide? Or what? Her mind felt like mush. Having been taken advantage of by a stranger before, her character would rather choose self-ending. However, she felt that Lin had a special aura that made her unable to resist drawing closer, mesmerizing. Damn it, Wenya tried hard to regain her clarity. Just as Wenya was lost in thought, Lin suddenly turned around. My back. Are there the same patterns? The reason Lin suddenly took off his upper garment was that he thought he might also have the unique patterns of mutants. However, he couldn't see them from the front. If the patterns existed, he would have to be careful not to expose his identity as a mutant in the future. After all, the existence of mutants was a temptation for everyone. Wenya finally reacted to Lin An's words. Fortunately, Lin had already turned around, so she couldn't see her flustered face. No, nothing. Wenya carefully looked over. There was nothing on Lin An's smooth, triangular back. Lin frowned slightly upon hearing this. How could there be nothing? His will was already high at 12 points after his rebirth, which could be said to absolutely meet one of the standards for mutants. Could it be that he wasn't a mutant? Or were the patterns located elsewhere? With a series of questions, Lin felt somewhat confused and frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up on the idea of taking off his pants. He had only thought of checking if he was a mutant out of curiosity. If he wasn't, it wasn't a big deal. After all, the existence of mutants didn't help with one's own strength and could easily be spied upon by others. Forget it. I'll check when I'm alone next time. Lin had decisively abandoned the idea of taking off his pants in front of Wenya. However, he was unaware that Wenya had not had the courage to examine closely before. At the edge of his pants behind him, a small dark purple pattern flashed fleetingly. After putting on his upper garment, Lin turned around and looked directly at Wenya. No need for many words. I won't beat around the bush. Join my team and serve me. When he was slightly taken aback, their gazes meeting. Lin An's eyes were calm, but filled with a sense of pressure. Serve me? When you hesitated a bit, she didn't mind joining Lin An's team. He hadn't attacked her or taken advantage of her, and she had also seen his strength. After the apocalypse game began, anyone with a bit of intelligence would realize that the world might no longer be the same as before upon witnessing zombies. As an ordinary person and a girl, she was very clear that she couldn't even walk out of this road by herself. However, the word serve meant a lot of things. What does it mean to serve? Or what do you want me to do? To obey all my commands. Lennon didn't like beating around the bush. He was straightforward and concise. When you lowered her head, wrapping her arms in front of her, feeling a chill after taking off her top, she asked cautiously in a whisper after a moment of silence. Everything? Do I have to listen to everything you say? Before she got Lin An's permission, she didn't dare to put on her clothes. Under the girl's shyness, she could only awkwardly cover a patch of snow-white skin in front of her. That's right. Lin didn't care about these details. He only glanced at the time on his watch, feeling slightly impatient. Can I refuse? When you hesitated and then raised her head. Anything. Doesn't that mean my life and death would be in his hands? You can refuse, but you will die. Lennon unabashedly released his killing intent. He saved Winnie purely because she was beneficial to him. But if the other party did not cooperate, it would be better for a disobedient mutant to die. Mutants needed to fight alongside him, and he would never allow any disloyalty. As for whether Winnie would pretend to agree and deceive him, he had his own ways to deal with it after she agreed. If Winnie didn't agree, he wouldn't let a mutant be beyond his control. In the apocalypse game, players not only had to struggle against zombies, but could also become enemies with each other at any moment. When you felt Lin An's increasingly intense killing intent and sighed inwardly, she could sense that as long as she didn't agree, her fate would be to have her head smashed into pieces. Thinking of this, she no longer acted like a little girl. Life or death. She still knew what to do. Moreover, Lennon could be considered her savior. It seemed that apart from being cold and ruthless, there were no other issues. I agree. Now can you tell me why I must join? Also, when you bit her lip, her gaze showing a hint of pleading. Can I put on my clothes first? Lennon remained silent, nodded, and turned away. Although, when you had a good figure, he wasn't in the mood to consider such things right now. After a moment, when you put on her clothes. However, looking at her originally shoulder-length hair, now broken off as if chewed by a dog, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Lennon glanced at her and led the way ahead. Keep up with me. From now on, don't keep your hair that long. In battle, long hair will only affect your performance. When you pouted but didn't dare to reply, silently tying her hair up, Lennon walked quickly, and she had to jog to keep up behind him. What a cold man. I wonder what he has been through. Lennon, who walked in front, ignored Wenya's little emotions. He was focused on the light screen in front of him. The moment Wenya agreed to join, a light screen suddenly appeared in his mind. Savior template. Team function activated. Current members. 1 Lin and team leader, savior host, stage 0 awakened. 2 Wenya, team member, stage 0 mutant. Current team level, 1, 25 people. The next level will open when the number of members reaches 5. Members cannot exit or change after joining. Current functions, 1 team communication. Within a range of 100 kilometers, team members can communicate in real time. Communication is encrypted and only team members can hear it. As the team leader, you can view the loyalty attributes of your team members in real time. Member 1 loyalty 50, 100 will betray you in case of major danger. 60 points is the passing line. In most cases, she will not betray you. 2 team buff. The leader gains a 20 boost to all attributes, and team members gain a 10 boost to all attributes. Open team task panel. Recruit 5 special players, awakened mutants. Limited time, 30 days. Task reward. Apocalypse base vehicle, initial. Chapter 15. Apocalypse base vehicle, upgradable length, 10 meters width, 5 meters height, 5 meters. This base vehicle has 2 forms and can switch freely. Note, each time you switch forms, it will consume a large amount of psychic energy. Please choose the deployment location carefully to avoid wasting psychic energy. 1. Safe zone form. After the base vehicle unfolds, it can transform into a full metal mobile fortress covering an area of 100 square meters. It can withstand light weapons, assault rifles, handguns, cold weapons, and after being damaged, it will slowly repair itself by consuming psychic energy. After deploying a safe zone, it can automatically absorb psychic energy. 2. Armed driving form. After the base vehicle retracts, it could transform into a heavy truck for driving. Maximum carrying capacity, 10 people. Maximum speed, 200 kilometers per hour. Defensive power decreases by 50 in driving state. Psychic energy will be continuously consumed. Base building. Not unlocked. A base vehicle? A base vehicle that can deploy a safe zone and absorb psychic energy. Lennon came back to his senses, feeling ecstatic. In the light screen, a fully black, high-tech armed truck slowly rotated. It was vaguely visible that there were many weapon mounting positions, but no weapons were installed on it. At the bottom of the light screen, a three-dimensional diagram of a metal module resembling a factory building, made up of sealed alloy steel plates, looked extremely secure. His heart raced. After being reborn, Lennon rarely had emotional fluctuations. However, seeing the Apocalypse base vehicle, he couldn't help but feel excited. About a year after the Apocalypse game began, the world was divided into 4 major regions and 36 battle zones. Survivors and players from various countries banded together, living in safe zones of various factions. The safe zone was the foundation for player survival. The safe zone in the Apocalypse game was not just an area for resisting zombies. The safe zone Lin initially wanted to build was merely a place to stay. He never thought he could establish a safe zone that absorbed psychic energy in the early stages. A truly meaningful safe zone is one that can enhance the strength of players and awaken individuals. After the apocalypse broke out, not only did large-scale zombies appear, but the earth would gradually be polluted by a type of energy. People called it psychic energy. Animals and plants would gradually mutate into various powerful monsters or rare treasures under psychic energy. Players could gradually strengthen their bodies by absorbing psychic energy. Although this progress was extremely slow, it was safe. If the awakened could not kill mutated zombies to level up when their strength was weak, the best way was to level up by absorbing psychic energy and then team up to kill the mutated zombies. Extracting psychic energy could only rely on the safe zone to absorb the free energy from the air. Establishing a safe zone required precious special items. These items were called safe tokens and could only be obtained through tasks issued by the system. Tasks were often extremely difficult and time-consuming. Without a team of over 10,000 people or hundreds of awakened individuals working together, one could not complete them. Therefore, many small safe zones in the past, while named safe zones, were actually branches of medium-sized safe zones. Before his rebirth, Tang Wan had betrayed him, wanting to dedicate herself to a leader of small safe zone. But now, a base vehicle that could move and deploy safe zones was worth several levels more than a safe token. Feeling overjoyed, Lin An's steps became lighter, while Wenya could only grit her teeth and struggle to keep up behind him. "Wait for me," the cold wind howled, and Wenya nearly fell due to the cold wind stimulation. Hearing her voice, Lennon turned his head back and realized she had been left nearly 100 meters behind. Waiting for Wenya in place, Lennon suppressed his joy and quickly adjusted his state. Although he really wanted to obtain the team task rewards right now, the priority was still to improve his strength first, to kill the Stitcher and save in Jingtian and in Xia. These two were not only the only people he cared about right now, but also trustworthy individuals. And Jingtian had a background as a scout, and his basic attributes were significantly stronger than those of ordinary people. If he could become an awakened one in the future, he would be a great help to Lennon. Although the team task was very simple, he didn't plan to recruit just anyone. There was a limit to the number of people in the team function tab, and it seemed that it would increase after leveling up. However, joining the team would grant a power boost, and it couldn't be changed once set. Naturally, he had to be careful in his selection. And Jingtian and Xia, Wenya, just 2 more needed. Lennon pondered, quickly searching his memory for candidates. The 4 emperors and 6 kings. In his previous life, the Huaxia battle zone had 10 extraordinary powerhouses. The 4 4th-tier awakened ones were known as emperors, each commanding over 100 million people. The 6 3rd-tier awakened ones were called kings, commanding tens of millions. And there was a 3rd-tier king in Linjiang City, who was still quite weak now. If he could recruit him while he was weak, It would be a significant help for Lin and to establish his power in the future. I still don't know your name. How should I address you in the future? When you ran quickly, not daring to waste Linen's time. She stopped in front of Linen, out of breath, and cautiously asked, Linen, you can call me whatever you want. Linen didn't care about titles. He had no malicious intentions. In his previous life, many awakened ones recruited followers or even slaves. They would make these followers call them master. Then I'll call you Linen or Captain. You should be around my age, right? I'm 24, just graduated from college this year. Linen glanced at Winya. He was also 24 this year, so they were indeed the same age. Okay. Winya gradually got used to Lin An's indifference and continued to ask, you haven't told me why you want me to join yet? Also, you seem a bit different from us. Winya recalled Lin An's displayed strong abilities and felt curious. I asked Li Jiping before, like me, has activated the player template. My power is 3, his is 4. How much do you have? Lin nodded, thinking for a moment before deciding not to hide anything. First, I want you to join because you are a mutant. Mutants can provide me with mental power, which you can understand as enhancing my strength. People like you rarely appear, and once someone discovers you are a mutant, others will fight for you. So, don't expose your identity as a mutant in front of outsiders. Second, I am an awakened. Unlike ordinary players, I have another set of stats in addition to the player template. My strength is about 5 times yours. When Ya's heart trembled. 5 times? Does that mean you're like a superhuman? Third, my strength is 12 points. Actually, it's 144. Lin momentarily forgot that his overall attributes in the team function were increased by 20. 14, Winya exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. No wonder you can smash a zombie skull with one punch. Lin didn't pay attention to Winya's surprise. If Winya knew that every point of strength beyond the 10-point limit equated to a 30-point increase, she would be even more astonished. Your attributes should also have bonuses, which is a benefit of joining my team. You can check it out later. Winya hurriedly opened her player panel, her face filled with joy. When she saw the item, member of the rescuer team, on her panel, her expression suddenly froze. Rescuer? Winya wondered. This title seemed to carry a special meaning. However, Lin didn't explain further, and she didn't dare to inquire casually. Lin An's already strange image seemed to take on a layer of mystery in her eyes. Had she stumbled upon an extraordinary existence? Get in the car, Lin said without turning his head, his tone flat. When he came back to her senses and obediently followed behind, Lin turned and mounted the motorcycle. When you looked at Lin An's back, her gaze flickering as she took a seat on the back. Virum! The motorcycle roared, the body shaking. Amidst Winya's exclamations, the motorcycle sped off. At high speed, the biting cold wind forced her to hold onto Lin An's waist. Warm, reassuring, having not rested for a day and a night, and with her mind in a state of high tension for a long time, Winya felt an inexplicable sense of peace when she held onto Lin. The motorcycle streaked along the highway like a black shadow. Moments later, fatigue surged, and she could no longer hold on, falling into a deep sleep. Yet her hands instinctively tightened their grip. Lin noticed that Winya had fallen asleep and slightly slowed down. In the distance, at the end of the road leading into the city, tens of thousands of zombies gathered densely. Thousands of cars were crashed together, with debris and corpses scattered everywhere. In the center of the road, a small mountain made of corpses had a boy sitting at its peak. He was irritably playing with a severed arm in his hand, as if searching for something. Finding nothing, he casually tossed the severed hand away and began rummaging through the pile of corpses beneath him again. No, it's not this. The childish voice stumbled out. Not far away, the zombies gathered around the corpse mountain, but they did not dare to approach. A circle of emptiness surrounded them. It seemed that the seemingly harmless little boy at the top of the corpse mountain instilled a strong sense of fear in them. Clang! A zombie at the edge of the horde stumbled into that circle of emptiness as it jostled against its companions. It lost its balance and fell to the ground, causing a piece of scattered metal to clatter. The boy suddenly lifted his head, his eyes turning crimson. Roar! An invisible shockwave erupted from his mouth, instantly shattering that zombie. The horde of zombies panicked. The mindless zombies displayed bizarre emotions under the boy's intimidation. If Lin were present, he would realize that this was the instinctive intimidation of zombies facing a mutated being with power exceeding the 3rd tier. No, it's not. The emotions of anger and madness transformed into tangible shockwaves that swept across the area. In an instant, the surrounding zombies, along with the crashed cars, were reduced to ash. The boy ultimately gave up searching and stood upright. A black shard was embedded in his chest. Without wind, it floated slowly in the air, like a puppet being guided through the void. The boy's head turned stiffly to survey his surroundings. After a moment, he changed direction. The remaining zombies beneath him followed his lead. The horde of zombies surged forward. Target: Linjiang City Center. Chapter 16. Psychic Plants 1 hour later. Squeak. The motorcycle came to a sudden stop. Lin abruptly slammed the brakes, his expression heavy. Not far away, a mountain of corpses loomed at the entrance of the city road, and strangely, there were no zombies in sight. When you woke up, still groggy, Lin had stopped abruptly without warning, causing her chin to slam against his back, which hurt quite a bit. Ouch, that hurts. Why are you so hard? When you couldn't help but complain internally, truly a guy who didn't understand how to be gentle. Lin turned slightly, unfazed. His physique had reached 144. Let alone a collision. Even if an ordinary person wielded a cold weapon in a hurry, they wouldn't be able to break his skin. The scene before him was indeed quite odd. He decisively activated his judgment to quickly scan the area. Many humans had died, their bodies piled into a mountain of corpses, yet there were no zombies present. This peculiarity made him cautious. After the scan, the judgment, I rapidly processed all the information. Survivors, 0 zombies, 0 damage a veículos, 11, 219. The mountain of corpses is about 10 meters high, with at least tens of thousands of bodies piled up. There are also a few bodies present at the highway entrance, in the fence, and inside the vehicles. On the ground, some pieces of meat that have not been completely eaten are dark red, indicating they have been there for a while. Not far from the corpse mountain, some shattered zombies are surrounded in a circle. Lin cautiously approached the strangest circle of corpses after confirming there were no threats nearby. What is this? A few steps later, Lin arrived in front of the shattered body, his expression serious. The broken body has clean breakpoints, and the muscle tissue inside is almost rotten into a pile of meat paste. This is not the result of an explosion or physical attack. Lin lowered his head in contemplation, feeling a vague sense of unease. He glanced back at the corpse mountain and compared it with the piece of meat in his hand. The top of the corpse mountain is flattened, as if something had stood on it, something capable of causing this kind of damage. Lin repeatedly compared it in his memory, and after a moment, he reached a conclusion. The traces of a psychic shock. Only a psychic shock can achieve such an effect. Lin felt a chill run down his back. A psychic shock is an attack method that can only be mastered by at least a third-tier awakened or mutant. Such a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. It might even be more than third tier. What exactly is it? Lin was puzzled. It shouldn't be, whether awakened or mutant zombies. Third-tier beings should not appear in the early stages of the game. In his past life, he knew that third-tier beings would not appear until at least 6 months into the game. On the day that third-tier Zombie King appeared, it led millions of zombies to destroy a large safe base. Nearly 1 million casualties. In the end, it took the military a large number of tactical missiles to eliminate it. An existence of this level could destroy an organized military force by itself. Lin thought about the possible emergence of a suspected third-tier mutant near Linjiang City, and his heart became heavy. The existence that should not have appeared in his past memories. Is it because of the butterfly effect or something? He had just carefully examined the traces on the ground. A large number of zombies had moved towards Linjiang City not long ago. If nothing unexpected happens, the zombie horde would migrate, likely under the leadership of that third-tier mutant. The crisis is looming. As far as he knows, there are already 2 mutants above first tier in Linjiang City. One suturer and one unknown third-tier mutant. Headache. Behind him, Winya followed with heavy footsteps, her face pale. The shock brought by the corpse mountain was too great for her. Are there still living people in Linjiang City? This intersection is the only route out of Linjiang City. If this route is blocked and a large number of survivors die, tragically, it means that no one can leave the city at this stage. Winya asked Lin and in despair. Although after the Apocalypse game started, all players were forcibly input with some information about the Apocalypse game. Knowing and seeing are 2 different things. She had thought it was just like the zombies in movies. But after seeing the mountain of corpses with at least tens of thousands of bodies, she suddenly realized that this world might not be that simple. Yes. Lennon was silent for a moment and answered briefly. There are at least 2 million survivors left in Lingjiang City. But that is not a good thing, because it means that in a week, Lingjiang City will have over 1 million zombies. He knew it when you really wanted to ask. It was simply that she might still have parents or relatives inside the city. When you opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately chose to give up. Let's go. Lennon turned back. Wenya's emotions were somewhat low, with sadness in her eyes. Turning the car around, Lennon chose a route that deviated significantly, opting to avoid the suspected path of the third-tier mutant. If they could avoid encountering it, they would. The strength of a third-tier mutant means that encountering it would not even leave them a chance to escape. Where are we going next? Wenya asked after sitting in the back seat for a long time. The flower shop. Ann's words were as brief as ever. Xingyi Flower Shop. At the entrance of the flower shop, scattered flowers were trampled into muddy water. A few zombies were gnawing on half a corpse on the ground, the lower half of the body dressed in a short skirt, appearing to be a young girl. Greedily, they tore off a strip of flesh and chewed it carefully. The shop door was tightly locked, and the iron rolling shutter was pulled down. Not far away, a black motorcycle carrying 2 people rushed over. On the second floor of the flower shop, a middle-aged woman watched as the zombies trampled the flowers in front of the store, her face full of pain. When the apocalypse broke out, this store was in a remote location with not many zombies, which allowed her to survive by chance. However, as a street-facing shop, there was no other exit aside from the front door. Trapped on the second floor, she didn't even dare to go down the stairs. The monsters in front of the door made her feel no desire to go out, but there was no food in the store, and she knew she couldn't hold out for long. Boom! The motorcycle roared as Lynn drove up. Someone's coming. Seeing someone approaching, she hurriedly opened the window and shouted loudly, "Help! Come quickly! There's a monster at my door!" Roar! The zombies in front of the shop raised their heads in response to the noise, their eyes filled with blood-red rage. The flower shop owner let out a scream and quickly crouched down, hiding behind the window. Lennon looked up and found that the flower shop owner had disappeared. He didn't care and directly got out of the car, rushing towards the flower shop. Quick and decisive. When entering the city, Lennon had made Wenya change into a set of firefighting protective gear, sealing the key parts of her limbs with tape. He wasn't afraid of zombies. But that didn't mean Wenya wasn't afraid. Wearing an oversized helmet, Wenya looked somewhat clumsy in the ill-fitting firefighting gear. Lennon led the way, charging directly into the horde of corpses. Wild and swift, Wenya closely followed behind him, gripping an axe in both hands, her expression tense and somewhat strained. Step forward and slash. Ann's muscles bulged as he took a powerful step forward. With a downward chop of his right hand, like a knife slicing through the wind, it whistled through the air. The sharp Nepali curved knife carved out an arc and smashed the closest zombie on the head. Thick blood splattered onto the rolling shutter door, creating an ugly graffiti. A sudden sidekick. Lennon exerted force, turning around and kicking the nearby zombie. A standard military combat kick. Bang! The zombie, with its mouth full of flesh and blood, barely registered the attack before it was sent crashing against the rolling shutter door like a cannonball. The sound of flesh colliding with metal was piercing. The wandering zombies in the distance turned their heads as if they smelled blood. Get in! Boom! Lennon violently kicked the door, shattering the zombie that was left with only its upper body. When he followed up with a finishing blow, awkwardly chopping off the last zombie's head with her axe. On the second floor of the flower shop, a pair of eyes peeking from behind the window were filled with shock and joy. Hood, hood, hood. A short, plump, middle-aged woman hurriedly came down from the stairs. She was wearing an old gardening apron, her hands constantly wiping on it. Oh, thank God. I thought I was going to die here. Oh, God. Thank you for sending someone to save me. Do you have any food? I'm about to starve. The flower shop owner smiled broadly, her short and thick hands reaching out to Lynn and in a flattering manner. Lynn frowned slightly, first grabbing a shelf in the store to use as an obstacle to block any zombies that might still be outside. Although this flower shop is located on the edge of the city, there are still quite a few zombies. He tossed a chocolate bar from his tactical pack. The owner hurriedly caught it and began to eat it eagerly. However, her eyes would occasionally glance at the damaged shop door, looking somewhat dissatisfied. The interior of the shop was old and poorly decorated, with flowers haphazardly piled up. It seems that business is not doing well. Lennon quickly surveyed the surroundings and instructed Wunya, go find all the brightly colored flowers. The most common characteristic of infected psychic plants is their vivid colors. Wunya nodded in agreement and began rummaging behind Lin and hey, don't rummage around. What are you trying to do? Don't mess things up for me. A middle-aged woman in a gardening apron suddenly shouted loudly, clutching the half-chocolate bar Lin had given her. Lin ignored her, only frowning slightly. Wunya was taken aback. Why was the flower shop owner so greedy? Was she not afraid that Lin would go on a rampage? With no choice, she explained. Boss, we just want to find some things. Find? The shop owner's eyebrows raised, and her eyes darted around. I don't have what you're looking for. If you want something, pay for it. This was her instinctive reaction. The flower shop owner, resembling a small-time market vendor, held out her hand, completely forgetting that Lin had saved her life. With the monsters outside gone, she was no longer worried. The older woman did not realize what the zombies outside truly represented. She couldn't understand the player panel that appeared during the apocalypse and thought it was just a momentary illusion. Seeing that Lennon and Wunya were ignoring her and continued to search frantically in the shop, she hurriedly scolded, Stop it! You're robbing me. I am calling the police. The mention of the police still held a significant deterrent effect on ordinary people at that moment. Wunya hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but upon seeing Lin and continue to search without pause, she chose to act as if she hadn't heard. Shut up. Lin did not turn around, directly tossing a handful of cash from his pocket. The red bills fluttered and fell. He carried only a few thousand in change, and although money no longer held much meaning, it still attracted most ordinary people who had not yet figured out the situation. Lin was too lazy to get entangled with the flower shop owner. Although his target was the psychic plants in the shop, he had also saved the owner's life. It was one thing for this woman to not be grateful. It was another for her to act so entitled. If she dared to make any more noise, Lin wouldn't mind killing her. The zombies in the distance likely heard the noise. The entrance of the shop was narrow, and if they couldn't find the psychic plants quickly, the delay could attract a horde of zombies, which would cause him considerable trouble. As the bills fell to the ground, the plump flower shop owner was momentarily stunned before quickly picking up the cash. She sneaked a glance at Wunya, who was holding an axe, stuffed the money into her pocket, and then her eyes darted. Not enough. You also broke my door. This rolling shutter is electric. At least 20,000. The flower shop owner yelled loudly, completely forgetting how she had been begging for help upstairs just moments ago. Lin's act of giving money seemed to boost her confidence. If this were truly a robbery, she wouldn't have dared to say a word in front of such fierce-looking individuals. Giving food and money? Such people were the easiest to talk to. Feeling emboldened after having eaten, the flower shop owner raised her phone high, pretending to make a call. If you don't give me money, I'll call the police right now and have them arrest you. She was animated, previously worried about how to deal with the flowers that the zombies outside had ruined. But now seeing Lin and so generous, a hint of greed arose in her. Wunya, feeling a bit angry, frowned. What's wrong with you? We at least saved you, right? Why didn't you complain when you were shouting for help about the door? The flower shop owner showed disdain. Although Wunya was holding a fire axe, she had already convinced herself that this group was easy to deal with, so she didn't feel any intimidation. You could have waited for me to open the door. I asked you to save me, not to kick the door down. Swish! Lin pressed the sharp edge of his knife against the shop owner's throat, his gaze cold. If you keep shouting, I'll kill you. With his excellent hearing, Lin had already detected the sound of numerous chaotic footsteps approaching from afar. If he allowed this woman to keep making noise, it would undoubtedly attract the zombies. The flower shop owner, like a duck being choked, abruptly fell silent. Fear gripped her. Good people are often bullied. Once Lin showed his ruthlessness, she immediately quieted down. If you don't kill me, I'll give you everything. The owner trembled as she begged softly, sensing the murderous intent in Lin's eyes. Lin ignored her and fixed his gaze on a corner of the flower shop. The deep red, gold-edged roses were inconspicuous under the dim light. However, in Lin's vision, the flower emitted a faint psychic energy fluctuation. There really were psychic plants here. Psychic plant, gold-edged rose, psychic pollution level 1. Effect, increases attributes when consumed. Lennon was delighted and strode over without hesitation, swallowing a petal whole. It tasted sweet and did not have the bitter flavor he had imagined. Ding! Gained 1 point of willpower, gained 1 point of constitution, gained 20 poison resistance, zombie. A warm current surged from his lower abdomen to his limbs, and Lennon clearly felt that his physical condition had improved significantly. His once jade-like skin became even more translucent. Truly a psychic plant. Lennon was overjoyed. In his previous life, psychic plants were snatched up by various factions as soon as they appeared. In the Apocalypse game, items that could enhance attributes were extremely rare. Therefore, a complete psychic plant during the mid-apocalypse could be worth as much as a small base. If exchanged for food, it could be worth 6 trucks. What about exchanging for women? For captives? One plant could be worth 2 to 3,000. If calculated based on the value before the apocalypse, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say a psychic plant was worth over 100 million. Moreover, what pleased Lin and even more was the additional attribute. 20 poison resistance? It was simply an unexpected surprise. Lennon hadn't anticipated that the psychic plant would have an additional special effect. Poison resistance, zombie, was incredibly practical. This resistance didn't just delay the zombification process. It directly provided immunity against a small amount of toxins. For instance, if you were lightly scratched or grazed by a zombie, Lennon could completely ignore it without worrying about infection. In the Apocalypse game, even awakened players couldn't claim immunity to the zombie virus. At most, they could last longer after being infected. With poison resistance, Lennon could face large hordes of zombies with much greater confidence. Perhaps the place with a large gathering of zombies in the plan could be considered for an earlier visit. In Lennon's memory, there was a very powerful piece of equipment located in the city center of Lingjiang. However, that area was densely populated, and Lin had originally planned to wait until he formed a team before retrieving the equipment. After all, facing a large-scale zombie attack, even a slight scratch could easily lead to infection. But now that he had poison resistance, it was worth a try. When you noticed that Lin, who had been indifferent, unexpectedly showed a rare hint of joy, making her curious. Did these flowers really make Lin happy? She handed a large bouquet of various flowers to Lin and Lennon. Do you see anything you need here? Also, do these flowers have any special properties? Hearing this, Lennon looked at the flowers in Wenya's hands and activated his judgment eye again. A light blue mist rose, and it seemed as if stars were swirling in his pupils. Some plants or foods could mutate, and eating them could enhance attributes. However, not all of them were safe to eat. Some could be deadly. Lennon casually explained, "You can't eat psychic plants indiscriminately. That's a lesson learned at the cost of many lives in my previous life. If it weren't for my judgment, I'd discern. I wouldn't dare to eat randomly." Enhance attributes? Wenya was somewhat surprised, but she did not hesitate in her actions as she offered the flowers. Although she wanted to possess the ability-enhancing psychic plants after learning about them, she still had a sense of self-awareness. She knew she didn't have the qualification to ask Lin for anything. Therefore, if Lin didn't offer, she would definitely not burn up herself. Lennon took the remaining fresh flowers he found and examined them carefully. He didn't notice that Wenya was somewhat mesmerized after their eyes met. This was the first time Wenya had seen Lin Ann's eyes after he activated the judgment eye up close, and she was slightly taken aback. Such deep eyes. In the depths of Lin Ann's pupils, a faint golden light flickered intermittently. Under their gaze, it seemed as if one could be drawn into his mind. Peony, ordinary plant. Effect, decoration. Iris, highly toxic psychic plant, psychic pollution, poisonous. Effect, decoration, body will collapse after consumption. Carnation, ordinary plant. Effect, decoration, highly toxic psychic plant. Lennon pulled out the aureole flower from the bouquet and examined it closely. After thinking for a moment, he chose to carefully store it in his spatial ring. Although this highly toxic psychic plant couldn't enhance attributes, its various bizarre and terrifying poisoning effects could also be useful. If used properly, it could be a trump card. Looking at the last plant, Lin suddenly gasped, unable to believe it. Damn! Purple Saint Laurent, Level 2 Psychic Pollution. Effect, increases attributes after consumption. Level 2 Psychic Plant. Chapter 17. Level 2 Psychic Plant. Lin was overjoyed, feeling a rush of excitement. although there's only a one-word difference between level 1 and level 2 psychic plants. The effects were vastly different. In his previous life, he had only seen information about a suspected level 2 psychic plant once in the chat channel over 3 years. That piece of information had triggered a frenzy among dozens of second-tier awakeners in the East China battle zone. In the end, a top-tier second-tier awakener obtained it after sacrificing thousands of his team members. He couldn't afford to think about why a level 2 psychic plant appeared here. Without hesitation, Lennon swallowed it whole. Buzz! A strong, warm current surged from the entrance throughout his body. The violet melted instantly and shot into his body like a line of fire. Lennon grunted, feeling a wave of pain in his limbs. That was a sign of his body undergoing psychic modification. As a large amount of psychic energy surged within him, a powerful force rose from his lower abdomen. Ding! Devoured level 2 psychic plant. Gained strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, will 1. Ding! Gained level 2 psychic plant exclusive enhancement. Burst power increased by 10. Ding! Gained level 2 psychic plant exclusive strengthening. Movement speed increased by 10. After the enhancement ended, Lin was drenched in sweat, his gaze fiery. Looking at the constantly refreshing screen, he was filled with joy. This is so powerful, truly worthy of a level 2 psychic plant. In addition to the high attribute bonuses, it also had rare additional effects. The increase in burst power by 10 meant he could deliver attacks exceeding his strength attribute limit. The increase in movement speed was also extremely important. In an apocalyptic game, the speed at which one could escape danger in life or death situations mattered. With 2 equally formidable additional effects, he felt an endless power within him. Of course, Lennon knew this was just an illusion caused by a sudden increase in strength. Let's give it a try. He raised his right fist and swung in the air. Boom! A crisp explosion echoed as his fist broke through the air, creating a brief vacuum boom. In the small flower shop, debris was lifted by the airflow. Lin-An's target was a solid wall, and with one punch, the steel-reinforced concrete wall was instantly pierced, revealing the street outside. Gulp! The shop owner stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg in it. She had crouched by the window to watch how Lin fought against the zombies and had seen him kill the last one. Now witnessing Lin punch through a concrete wall, she was utterly shocked. Is this still a human? So terrifying. She cautiously shrank her neck, afraid Lin would notice her. When he was also somewhat surprised, she knew how powerful Lin was, but he seemed even stronger than before. Sking her tongue, she obediently kept silent. Lin retracted his right fist. The fair skin on his knuckles bore no scars, just slight red marks. The enhanced constitution increased his resistance to blows. He could probably stand there and let when you strike him without being harmed. As his strength increased, Lin gradually felt himself leaning towards a non-human state. Roar! Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps and the roars of zombies erupted outside the shop. Lin looked up, peering through the hole he created. Outside, it was a sea of dark figures with pairs of blood-red, savage eyes. Ah! Monster! The shop owner screamed, causing the zombies to become even more frenzied as they crashed into the shelves piled at the entrance. It seemed she was scared out of her wits. The shop owner burst forth with a speed that belied her plumpness and dashed up the stairs. Click! The door locked behind her. Sounds of heavy objects being moved came from inside, indicating she was trying to barricade the door. When he was slightly taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless, she instinctively grabbed Lin-An's arm. She sighed softly, casting a sympathetic glance at the closed door on the second floor. In her view, the shop owner's choice after seeing the zombies was undoubtedly the worst. Running away alone and locking the door, thinking that would ensure her survival? No. The true way to survive was to stay with Lin. Let's go. Lin paid no mind to the shop owner's actions. He had seen such things many times in his previous life. Glancing outside, he estimated there were at least 400 zombies on the street. Without hesitation, he picked up Winya and left. Weighing less than 100 pounds, Winya felt weightless in his current strength. Lin took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. Power explosion. A flash of pale golden light disappeared into his body. His previously taut muscles bulged as if they had exploded. As he activated his talent for the first time after the enhancement, Lin felt as if time had slowed down. The zombies rushing outside collided with the shelves, But to him, it appeared in slow motion. Boom! Like a small cannonball, Lennon violently kicked out, the terrifying force sending half a ton of shells and dozens of crowded zombies flying. Metal twisted and flew out 10 meters. In an instant, the zombies that had blocked the shop door were briefly cleared away. Huh! Lennon let out a low shout, bending down and cradling Winya, shooting out like an arrow released from its bow. 10 meters in a single step, he burst forth from the encirclement in an instant, while the other zombies couldn't even react, only able to howl after the retreating Lennon. However, with the series of sounds echoing in this area, more and more zombies gathered from the outskirts of the city. The small clearing Lin had created was quickly filled again by the attracted zombies. Under the small flower shop, thousands of zombies soon gathered. From the second-floor window, the shop owner peeked out and saw the street nearly filled with zombies, her expression vacant. The motorcycle roared ahead, and when you tightly hugged Lin Ann's waist. "Lennon, where are we going now?" For some reason, even though they had known each other for less than a few hours, when you felt as if they had known each other for a long time. It was strange. There was a sense of familiarity about Lin and City Center. Lin Ann's gaze was calm, but a trace of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Now that his strength had increased significantly, he should be able to retrieve some equipment from his memories of his previous life. The more power, the more certainty. He recalled that there was one item that could be considered a top-tier early-game item located at the edge of the city center. In the city center further ahead, at least 1 million zombies and a large number of first-stage mutated creatures are gathered. Originally, the plan was to enter the city on the 5th day. However, now, it might not be a bad idea to change the plan. His strength has improved beyond his best expectations, and he even unexpectedly gained resistance to toxins. As long as he doesn't provoke a large horde of zombies, with both factors combined, he has a bit more assurance. Skull Crusher's Hand is the only blue equipment in the apocalypse of Linjiang City. Chapter 18. Dream Hotel after breaking the iron lock on the small rooftop door with his bare hands. Lennon carefully led Wanya into the hotel through the fire escape. It was already afternoon, and the hotel, which valued privacy, had its windows tightly shut. Without electricity, the interior was somewhat dim. In a 9th-floor corridor, several zombies wandered around aimlessly. There were many dark red stains on the red carpet, blood-splattered patterns on the beautifully wallpapered corridor walls. A female zombie, with only her upper body, crawled back and forth with one hand. Behind her, a male student-looking zombie held a severed leg and nibbled on it, following closely. It seemed to be her boyfriend. What a warm scene. Unsurprisingly, the two were likely a couple who came here to book a room. Lennon quickly locked onto his target and prepared to clear the entire floor. The zombies wandering outside, exposing their targets, were not terrifying. The real danger lay in the zombies hidden inside the rooms. With a swift advance, Lennon darted out from the staircase corner, his blade piercing into the male student zombie's brain like a sharp sword. One hit, and it was dead. The zombie, with its brain tissue destroyed, wobbled and fell. The female zombie crawling at its feet hadn't reacted yet before Lin and crushed her skull with a kick. Roar! The zombies not far down the corridor heard the noise and suddenly turned to roar. Unlike the slow zombies in movies, the zombies in this apocalypse game moved at an extremely fast speed. The remaining zombies charged at Lin in a frenzy. With an upward slash, Lennon swung his blade, killing one before stepping out again. A reverse cut followed. With a misstep transformation, 2 flashes of blade light appeared and disappeared. Under precise control of strength, he easily sliced the remaining zombies in half. The combat skills honed over 3 years in the apocalypse, combined with his powerful physical attributes, made Lin an efficient and ruthless like a killing machine in close combat. In less than 3 seconds, the zombies in the corridor were cleared. Winya, holding a fire axe, followed behind Lennon. She had initially thought of helping Lin and with a finishing blow to prevent any from escaping. But after seeing the bodies split in half on the ground, she reluctantly put down her axe. She seemed to be of no use at all. "I'll look for a room card. Maybe I can show that I am somewhat useful." Winya hurriedly squatted down, forcing herself to ignore the discomfort as she rummaged through the bodies. Lennon tilted his head slightly, watching her with a strange look. "Without electricity, what use is a room card to you?" Ignoring the embarrassed Winya, Lennon directly pulled at the door lock with his bare hands. The metal deformed, and the doorknob was easily pulled out. Nothing is simpler and more convenient than forcefully opening a door. Room 909. Once inside, the room was not large, with a waterbed in the center. The walls were adorned with many suggestive paintings. There were hanging chairs, yoga balls, and even a few black straps hanging from the ceiling above the bed. Wanya blushed and followed Lin in with her head down. Although she didn't quite understand their purpose, they looked impressive. Just stay here and rest. I have things to do. After confirming that there were no zombies hiding in the room, Lennon planned to let Wanya rest here. The zombies on the 9th floor had been completely cleared, and this place was temporarily safe. Where are you going? Wanya raised her head, instinctively wanting to ask Lin and where he was going and why he didn't want her follow. I have things to do. The space here is too small. It's not safe for you to follow me. Lennon didn't come to the Dream Hotel just to find a nearby place to rest near the hospital. If you remember correctly, there was a mutated zombie here. He was just one mutated creature away from upgrading his awakened status and player level. Once he reached level 1, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. When it comes time to fight the mutated creature, having Wanya with him would only be a burden. Her real role would be to participate in the battle against the Suturer after she awakens in a few days, or to help establish a faction later on, acting as logistical support to provide mental strength. Wanya didn't say anything more. She wasn't foolish enough to act like a supporting female character in a movie who enjoys being reckless and showing off. Lennon stepped out of the room, leaving some food for her. Along the way, he had heard Wanya's stomach growling quite a bit. However, she had not spoken up. When he reached the end of the corridor, just as Lin was about to head downstairs, he heard a strange noise. Click! The door to room 901 suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man with a young woman emerged from inside. Hello, comrade. The middle-aged man seemed a bit excited, his face unshaven. He instinctively reached out to shake Lin's hand, looking like he worked as a steward. Lin took a step back, his eyes indifferent. The man's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. Please allow me to introduce myself. The middle-aged man cleared his throat habitually, while the young woman beside him secretly eyed Lin. I am the head of the Forestry Bureau. My name is Wang Jiangwo. This big brother, I am called Xiao. The woman spoke in a flirtatious tone, unable to resist throwing Lin a seductive glance, pulling down her clothing a couple of inches in front. Lin remained unmoved and roughly understood their relationship. First of all, I would like to thank you, comrade, for rescuing us. I sincerely appreciate it. Swish. Lin pointed the blade at the middle-aged man's throat, stopping his incessant bureaucratic talk. This person in front of him was likely a government official, overly verbose. Just get to the point. A hint of killing intent made the two take 2 steps back, almost losing their balance. The middle-aged man came back to his senses, a flash of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He held a high position and was usually respected. Who wouldn't flatter him? However, he had been trapped in a room for days and didn't know what the outside world had become. Having long been in the bureaucratic scene, he still knew how to assess the situation. Just now, he had seen through the peephole as Lin effortlessly took care of the zombies surrounding him. A thought arose in his mind. He wanted Lin and to protect him. If there were many such monsters outside, then the only hope of getting out lay with Lin. Comrade, as long as you are willing to escort me to the government office, I will definitely apply for commendation from my superiors for you. This would be quite beneficial for your future development. Getting a government job wouldn't be difficult then. Wang Jiangwo suppressed his displeasure and said flatteringly to Lin. Lin sneered upon hearing this and turned around to leave, not wanting to engage. Wang Jiangwo, seeing that Lin was unresponsive, suddenly felt a surge of anger. After all, he was a leader. What kind of attitude was this? Young man, think it through. I still hold some weight in the Forestry Bureau. Right now, I can't get through on the phone, and I'm looking for your help because the officials can't find me. Don't waste such a good opportunity. The young woman Xiao also leaned against Wang Jiangwo, chiming in. Big brother, Director Wang's position is quite special. If you are willing to take us with you, what demands can't you make later? Hearing Xiao's persuasion, Director Wang nodded in satisfaction. Lin scoffed. Idiots. Officials? If nothing unexpected happens, the government office has likely become a nest for zombies. According to his memories from his previous life, there were at least 10 mutated creatures lurking inside. Seeing that Lin's footsteps showed no signs of stopping, Xiuxiu's expression turned anxious. The sight of the zombie bodies in the corridor was indeed terrifying. Wang Ju, how about we follow him for now? Wang Jiangwo's face was grim as he nodded. In the past few days, he had witnessed the terrifying sight of zombies eating people. If it weren't for Lin and clearing the corridor, he wouldn't have dared to step outside. As Lin walked further away, the two hurriedly jogged to catch up. On the 8th floor, Lin pushed open the heavy fire door, his gaze sharpening. In the central room of the corridor, a dozen zombies were relentlessly banging against the door. It seemed there were people inside, making noise. Inside the room, a couple looked terrified, hiding in the corner. The door frame was starting to come loose from the zombies' continuous assaults, and it looked like the zombies outside were about to break in. A fist-sized hole had already been smashed into the cheap wooden door. "You sure how? What should we do?" The girl asked the boy beside her, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. Yu Shihao turned to look at her, his face filled with hatred. "What do you want me to do? You damn bitch. You came here on your period and still wanted to book a room with me. Are you out of your mind?" In a fit of anger, Yu Shihao slapped the girl across the face, his expression filled with resentment, and kicked her again. After the zombie outbreak, he had chosen to lock the door and hide when he saw the usual horror movies. From his observations, there were still quite a few living guests on this floor. Since yesterday, the zombies had only been banging on their door, ignoring everyone else. This was clearly because the girl beside him had too strong a smell of blood. "You sure how? You're not like this, are you? You said you would love and protect me." The girl, with tears streaming down her face, held on to her last shred of hope. She subconsciously tried to excuse Yu Shihao, thinking maybe he was just too scared. "Get lost. If it weren't for the fact that you're a virgin, would I even look at you?" His heart felt cold. Yu Shihao irritably pressed on his new phone, trying to make a call. It was useless. A phone without signal was no better than a brick. In a fit of rage, he smashed the phone on the ground to vent his frustration. The phone had been bought by the girl with her hard-earned money. Yu Shihao had told her that the phone was no good and that if she wanted to keep in touch with him, she should buy him a new one. Shattered pieces lay everywhere. The girl covered her face in disbelief and silently sobbed, slowly letting go of the grip on the boy's arm. The girl's name was Zhou Fong, and she was a university classmate of the boy. He had pursued her for a long time, treating her with warmth and kindness. Though she didn't consider herself good-looking and often felt insecure, it was the first time someone had treated her so well. So she agreed to Yu Shihao's pursuit out of gratitude. Before the apocalypse broke out, the boy had insisted on taking her out, claiming it was a private cinema. With little experience, she naively agreed. She never expected that when danger struck, Yu Shihao would show his true colors. Roar! A zombie howled, and a rotting arm reached through the hole in the door. The boy stared in horror at the hand. "We can't wait any longer." The girl, who had been crying with her head down, didn't notice that the boy suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with malice. He pulled out a small knife from his keychain and lunged at Zhou Fong's ankle. "You damn bitch, didn't you say you loved me?" With a sinister smile, he stepped on the girl's other leg and stabbed again. "If you love me, then die for me." Chapter 19. The Bloody Witch at the End of the Corridor. Lennon paused for a moment in thought. He only knew that this hotel had once housed a mutated creature in his past life, but he didn't know where exactly. That creature was referred to as the Bloody Witch, known for her brutal methods, although not very powerful during the early days of the apocalypse. Survivors in the entire Linjiang city were terrified of her. The reason was simple. The Bloody Witch enjoyed torturing and killing, and anyone who died at her hands would suffer inhuman torment. "Do I have to clear it floor by floor to find her?" Lennon muttered to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. "Forget it. Let's end this quickly." Clang! Clang! Lennon stepped out as if going for a walk, casually striking the corners of the walls with his Nepalese curved knife. The metallic sound was piercing. The zombies gathered at the door suddenly turned their heads, but unexpectedly only a few charged at Lennon Creek. The door frame fell apart. With the zombies continuously gnawing and banging, the door was finally opened. A large number of zombies rushed in. Inside, Yu Shihao held a small knife, his face twisted with madness. He was dragging Zhou Fong's hair with both hands. Disregarding her struggles, blood flowed from her wrist, and Zhou Fong's ankle was pierced and weak. "Damn bitch, you die first!" With a shriek from the girl, Yu Shihao threw her into the horde of zombies, and, just to be sure, he kicked her hard from behind. He was very clear in his mind. When the zombies broke in, throwing Zhou Fong into the horde was his only chance to survive. Zhou Fong, thrown into the horde with a face of despair, was torn apart by a dozen rotting hands, her clothes and flesh ripped off. Her skin was being alive torn apart. The horde ignored Yu Shihao in the corner, instinctively enjoying the taste. A chunk of flesh was bitten off her face, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Yu Shihao couldn't bear to look in her eyes. They were filled with deep despair and resentment. Now's the time. It was as if he was cheering himself on. With a furious roar, he looked fierce, covering his head with his hands, and took the opportunity to rush towards the door while the zombies were busy feasting on Zhou Fong. 2 meters, 3 meters. He usually exercised regularly, so his physical condition was still decent. With a desperate burst of energy, he managed to break free from the encirclement of the zombies. I survived. Yu Shihao was elated, scrambling to the corridor. With a swift step, Lin cleanly sliced through the few zombies charging at him, his gaze coldly fixed on a boy who had just emerged from the room. What a fast knife. What strength. Yu Shihao lay on the ground, dumbfounded as he watched Lin sheathe his knife. He glanced back at the zombies almost finished with Zhou Fong, as if he thought of something. Big brother, please save me. My girlfriend was eaten by zombies, and I couldn't save her. Please help me. He scrambled on the ground, his face filled with humility and flattery. Kneeling at Lin An's feet, as if deeply saddened, he squeezed out a few tears, pleadingly looking at Lin and remained silent. He had no interest in saving anyone. Ignoring him, he strode towards the horde devouring Zhou Fong. He wondered if there were any traces of the bloody witch among these zombies. Yu Shihao collapsed on the ground, a surge of joy welling up in him. This person is so strong. It seems I'm really going to be saved. Damn bitch, at least your death has some value. Yu Shihao sneered inwardly, feeling no guilt at all. Watching Lin charge into the horde like a tiger among sheep, several flashes of the knife cut down a large portion of the zombies. His mind raced, and he began to form several ideas. He was not like the older people Lin had encountered before. They still hadn't figured out what was going on. During the time, trapped in the room, he had carefully read the few instructions of the Apocalypse game. Combining that with the novels and movies he had seen, he had roughly come to understand that this world might be completely different now. If nothing unexpected happened, the outside was probably full of zombies. With Lin being so powerful, he naturally wanted to do everything he could to cling to him. Otherwise, he had no confidence in surviving on his own. Bang! Yu Shihao's eyelids twitched as he watched Lin crush the last zombie's head like stepping on a water balloon. This big brother, may I know your name? He quickly stood up, eagerly taking off his coat, wanting to help Lin wipe off the blood on him. Get lost. Lin coldly spat out a word, scaring him away. He had just activated the judgment to search for clues. Neither group of zombies had any information about the Bloody Witch. Typically, such mutated creatures would cause some changes in the surrounding zombies. I'm not sure if the Bloody Witch is on the lower floors or if it hasn't mutated yet. If it's the latter, then it undoubtedly disrupts his plans. Zombies that haven't mutated won't level up when killed. Blindly searching for other mutated beings in the city is tantamount to seeking death. Without sufficient levels, he won't be able to acquire the equipment in the hospital. Everything is interconnected, leaving no room for mistakes. At this moment, Wang Ju and the other person who followed Lin down from upstairs also arrived on the 8th floor. Lin paused for a moment, looking at the 3 people with different expressions, and slowly asked, "Have you seen any particularly unusual female zombies? Or is there any place where the zombies are behaving abnormally?" Yu Shihao, hearing Lin An's proactive inquiry, hurriedly spoke up to show off. "Big brother, there are many female zombies here. I don't know what you mean by unusual." Lin pondered for a moment, and he actually didn't know either. The Bloody Witch had no image information appearing in the chat channel. Apart from knowing its name and strength, he knew nothing else. If it were to be special, it might be somewhat related to the words Bloody Witch. Bloody Witch. Wang Ju and his companion looked embarrassed. They couldn't understand what Lin was talking about. Yu Shihao racked his brain, but couldn't think of any information related to the Bloody Witch. "Big brother, since the apocalypse broke out, I've been stuck in my room and haven't gone out." Yu Shihao chuckled nervously, fearing that Lin would think he was worthless. "If you're looking for something, I can help you. This building is so big, It's not convenient for you to search alone. My physical condition is not bad. I won't hold you back. As if pledging allegiance, Yu Shihao directly opened his player panel and respectfully presented it to Linen. Player information. Yu Shihao, level 0, strength, 7 agility, 6 constitution, 6 will, 8. The attributes are quite decent, above average among ordinary people. Big brother, may I ask how much your strength is? Yu Shihao thought about Lin An's earlier display of strength, his heart racing. If he had such power, would he still be trapped by zombies at the door in despair? From what I saw of your performance earlier, it was really impressive. With such strong strength, your attributes must be at least 11 points, right? Lin frowned slightly. Although Yu Shihao was covering it up well and flattering himself, he could tell he was probing him. 10 points is the human limit, which is one of the few explanations in the attribute panel. Yu Shihao asking if he had 11 points implied that he was testing whether Lin An's strength surpassed the human limit. Lin remained silent, preparing to go to the next floor. Seeing that Lin did not respond, Yu Shihao didn't mind and hurriedly followed in Lin An's footsteps. Big brother, please take me with you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I won't hold you back. Lin frowned slightly. Take him? Although Yu Shihao's attributes were somewhat acceptable and he was perceptive, he didn't plan to waste a spot on an ordinary person. Moreover, the tasks of the rescuer squad also limited this point. As for scheming and nature, with the system's constraints, once he joined the team, he wouldn't dare to scheme against or betray him. This point could be ignored. Yu Shihao saw that Lin was not acknowledging him and clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, this guy must know how to enhance his strength. Find a way to get the information from him. Not daring to show it, Yu Shihao remained respectful. Following closely behind Lin and walked in front, with Wang Ju and his companion following closely behind, not daring to fall too far behind. The group continued down the stairs, and suddenly the dim corridor behind them twisted. Wang Feng's disfigured half-face stared blankly at the ceiling, filled with silent resentment. No one noticed. Chapter 20. The awakened black bear on the second floor of the hotel. Lin shook off the bloodstains on his hands, feeling somewhat disappointed. After searching from the 9th floor down, he hadn't even seen a shadow of the suspected bloody witch. Instead, the number of survivors behind him had increased, now totaling 27. Most of the survivors were couples, as single people wouldn't come here without a reason. Of course, there are also a few special combinations. Go! Quickly go wipe Lin Ji's sweat. A middle-aged man dressed like a wealthy businessman shoved the woman beside him with a smirk, signaling her to step forward to wipe away Lin An's non-existent sweat. The woman was his mistress, whom he usually doted on, but at this moment, he wouldn't mind sending her to Lin, even if it meant giving up his wife. The crowd also chimed in with praises, flattering Lin. These survivors had seen Lin slaughter his way down like a god of death. Amidst their fear, most hoped to build a good relationship with him. A few young people looked at Lin with admiration, holding fire axes for courage. Some women dressed in professional attire secretly tore their already sexy clothes a bit, hoping to catch his attention. No need. Lin coldly rejected the towel offered, feeling somewhat irritated. It wasn't that he was annoyed by having people follow him. Although these people couldn't help, they could serve as bait. The killing desire of mutated zombies is much higher than that of ordinary zombies. The denser the crowd, the more likely they are to attract them. Just like in his past life, the larger the safe zone, the more frequently it suffered from zombie tides and mutated beings. He had no intention of saving anyone. After killing all the zombies, these people would naturally follow him. Following the strong is human instinct. Of course, enjoying his protection also comes with a price. On the last floor, Lin didn't have high hopes as he prepared to go downstairs. The first floor was the lobby, facing the hospital entrance, separated only by a road. The elevator on the first floor of the hotel was already out of service, and the stairs were blocked by debris. Perhaps the meat inside the hospital wasn't moving quickly, as most of the zombies on the surrounding streets were concentrated inside the hospital, with not many gathered around the hotel. Suddenly, bang, a heavy object fell to the ground. The loud noise was deafening. The sound came from a road, followed by continuous car alarms. Lingo, there's a monster. Yu Shihao reacted the fastest. After getting close to the window and seeing what happened, his face was filled with fear. He hurriedly reported to Lin. There are people on the road. A few young people shouted in panic, equally terrified, as if there was something extremely dreadful outside the window. Lennon quickly walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. That was, in the middle of the road, a dozen survivors were frantically fleeing. At the back was a bald man. He was trying hard to dodge the cars crashing down like cannonballs, and his reaction speed was quite good. Lennon was slightly taken aback. Unlike the panic and fear of the people present, Lennon smiled at the monster chasing those survivors. Hello, Liquor. In the middle of the road, a Liquor over 3 meters tall easily grabbed a car and hurled it at the bald man. The bald man agilely rolled away, dodging with a speed that didn't match his body. Boom! The hybrid gasoline-electric car exploded into a towering fireball upon impact, thick smoke billowing. Old Zhang, get inside the building. That monster is too big. It can't come in. It's safe inside. A strong man, running in the middle of the group, shouted back to the bald man, his eyes anxious. Don't worry about me. You guys go in first. The bald man, also quite muscular, tore off his tattered shirt. His glistening muscles reflected the sunlight, with a waist that was almost double that of an average person. Damn it! Bear transformation. The bald man cursed angrily, stopping his evasive maneuvers. As a wave of black light engulfed his chest, his body instantly swelled, and his muscles bulged as if they were about to explode. Roar! The bald man's head transformed, covered in black fur, and in an instant, he morphed from a human into a towering black bear over 2 meters tall. Bang! The clawers swung its claws, but they were blocked by the bear's massive paws, like a collision between trucks. The claw let out a sharp roar, its body swaying backward. The bear-like bald man stepped back 2 paces. In the clash of the 2 monsters, he was merely slightly at a disadvantage. You bustot. The black bear exerted its strength on its hind legs, causing the ground to collapse. It swung both hands into a hammer strike, aiming for the claw's head. Bang! The collision of flesh against flesh. The claw's hard skull instantly caved in halfway. A glimmer of joy flashed in the black bear's eyes. However, to his surprise, the bear's full force strike only caused this much damage. The blow, powerful enough to kill any living creature, inflicted significant harm on the clawer. That day, Lennon had nearly decapitated the clawer and still didn't kill it. Now, what was a mere dent in the skull worth? Whoosh! The clawer's claws swung out again, easily slicing through the black bear's defenses. Blood gushed forth like a faucet being turned on, spraying everywhere. The black bear, stunned and in disbelief, staggered back 2 steps, its massive body swaying unsteadily. Old Zhang, the burly man, protecting everyone as they fled, roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. Damn monster, I'll fight you to the death. They had been brothers for many years, as close as family. Seeing the clawer's claws swing out again, he desperately pulled a handgun from his pocket, his expression frantic. Come on, you beast. Your grandfather is here. Bang, bang, bang. The gun spat flames as bullets shot out like water. However, it was utterly ineffective. The clawer's powerful muscle tissue easily blocked the bullets. The yellow-orange casings were expelled in a very short time by the surging muscles. Like an enraged beast, the clawer abandoned its attack on the black bear and instantly appeared in front of the burly man at an exaggerated speed. With 1 claw strike, the armed man was sliced into 3 pieces, the wounds as if cut by a laser. The severed head had its eyes wide open in fury. Ah! The bear-like bald man was filled with grief and rage. Beast, I want you dead. His strength erupted to the limit, and the severely wounded area burst open, blood gushing out. He forced himself to rise and charge at the clawer at all costs. On the 2nd floor of the hotel, everyone huddled in fear behind Lennon. Wang Ju was trembling, his whole body shaking. The appearance of a movie monster in reality was enough to drive anyone to the brink of collapse. The clawer alone was enough to make ordinary people feel utterly powerless to resist. Clatter, clatter. Several young people holding fire axes gripped their weapons tightly. Just moments ago, while following Lin and down the stairs, they had boasted to the female companions beside them, watching Lin and kill zombies as if they were chicks. They thought the apocalypse was nothing to worry about. But now, seeing such a powerful monster, they felt their previous thoughts were utterly ridiculous. Lingo, let us hide quickly. They're about to attract the monster over here. You sure how swallowed hard. Damn it. How can there be such a monster? Yeah, Lingo. Let us hurry upstairs and hide. Everyone began to persuade Lin, wanting to flee. It wasn't that they were grateful for Lin and saving them. They didn't want to leave him behind. Most were worried that there might still be zombies inside the building and felt safer with Lin around. As for escaping, although everyone thought Lin was strong, he was only dealing with zombies. The gap between zombies and the Claw was as vast as that between an adult and a baby. They had just witnessed how powerful the bald man was after transforming. With immense strength, he could even contend with the Claw. He was simply a non-human entity. It was likely that such strength was not much different from Lin's. But seeing how the bald man nearly got killed by the Claw, it was obvious Lin couldn't handle it either. Lin stood by the window, unfazed, his gaze intense. He had initially thought he wouldn't be able to find the bloody witch and would waste time looking for a Claw to kill. Unexpectedly, one had come right to his door. Even more joyfully, it brought along an awakener. After watching the battle between the first awakener and the mutated creature, Lin felt a sense of enlightenment. His luck was quite good. The bald man was an awakener, but he was likely only level 0. Perhaps he could recruit him? As the bald man was about to fall into a near-death state, Lin decided to stop watching. Boom! The windowsill cracked, and the reinforced concrete wall was smashed apart by Lin, exposing the steel rebar inside. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin instantly appeared downstairs outside the hotel at a speed impossible to see with the naked eye. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Lin descended from the sky, crushing the asphalt beneath his feet. Ha! A roar echoed like thunder. Lin dragged his sword with one hand, staring at the Claw not far away, his fighting spirit soaring. Roar! Another little bug is provoking me. The Claw let out a sharp howl, discarding the severed arm of the black bear. Accelerating, the Claw's massive body flattened cars along its path as it charged wildly at Lin, and Lin grinned cruelly, his pace quickening. Clang! The blade emitted a humming sound. The tip aimed directly at the Claw's forehead. Power erupted. With a low shout, golden spiritual energy surged into Lin's body, and his strength instantly skyrocketed. Blood surged, and his heart raced like an engine. Come on, let me see. Can I chop you down with one strike, you beast? Chapter 21. Instant kill. Stepping forward, Lin brought his blade down. His whole body cracked with the sound of bones. All his strength focused on his right hand. With a single swing, a fierce wind was generated. Under the power that surpassed human limits, this basic strike in swordsmanship seemed infinitely powerful at this moment. Roar! The Claw instantly swung its claws. The stark contrast in size between the two forming a strong visual impact. Crack! The giant claw shattered. The chilling edge of the blade retained its momentum, and a line of blood spread from the Claw's head. Lin continued forward, unwavering. After 0.5 seconds, the Claw's giant claw stopped the moment it made contact with Lin's head. Flesh separated from bone. The enormous body slowly split in half. Lin walked silently through the Claw's split body. A second later, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. Ding! Detected player has killed a level 1 mutated creature, Claw. Waves of white light surged from the Claw's corpse, flowing into Lin's body. Ding! Upgrade conditions met. Congratulations, player. Current player level, level 1. Ding! Advancement conditions met. Congratulations, awakener. Current awaken level, level 1. 2 streams of power surge from the void, swiftly disappearing into Lin's body. Warmth and comfort, an intoxicating pleasure washed away his fatigue. Ding! Player level increased. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Will 1. Ding! Awakener rank increased. Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Will 2. Double the power increase. Lin greedily took a deep breath, feeling the increasingly powerful force within him. Very good. The collapsed black bear had already returned to human form. The bald man's awakening ability was bear transformation, but the duration was not long. Having suffered severe injuries and nearing death, he could no longer maintain the black bear form. He covered his severed arm, his eyes wide in shock, as if he had seen a monster. Lin's display of effortlessly killing the Claw was beyond belief. Perhaps others would also feel shocked, but not as intensely as the bald man. He had fought against the liquor, and it seemed that at first they were evenly matched. However, After one strike failed to work, he exposed a flaw and was severely injured by the liquor. But he knew very well that even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't last a few seconds in front of the liquor. It was too strong. How did you do it? The bald man's throat moved as he looked at Lennon, who walked towards him as if taking a stroll, his eyes full of admiration. Well, just a single strike would do, Lennon casually replied. With his current strength, it was perfectly normal to slay the liquor with one blow. The bald man smiled slightly, not paying much attention to his feelings. So can you still move? Lennon looked at his body. The huge wound that had been pierced through his chest by the liquor was slowly healing. However, his mangled left arm had only stopped bleeding and had not regenerated. This recovery speed was a bit too fast, Lennon thought to himself. It seemed the bald man's strength was greater than he had expected. Awakened individuals have strong physical qualities, and their recovery abilities are also decent. However, for such an injury to heal this quickly was not very logical. A normal person would have long since died. Does the beast transformation skill come with enhanced physicality? Perhaps it is related to the awakening talent. After transformation, the speed might not be good, but the physique is still decent. He rated the bald man as a good meat shield in his mind. I can still move. The bald man nodded and struggled to get up from the ground. Hello, my name is Zhang Tai. The bald man extended his right hand. His voice was rough, and his smile, showing his teeth, was not very pretty but was sincere. Lennon, thank you for saving me. Brother Lin, Zhang Tai said with a grateful expression. Not pretending. If it weren't for Lin An's help, he would have probably ended up like his brother. I really don't know what to say. The zombies are coming over soon. Lin An interrupted Zhang Tai, glancing at the hospital's entrance in the distance. Many zombies were gathering towards this side. All right. Zhang Tai didn't say much, just kept his gratitude in his heart. As they passed by the body of the strong man, Zhang Tai quickly picked up the corpse piece and held it in his arms, his eyes reddening. My condolences. Lennon could sense Zhang Tai's sorrowful emotions and couldn't help but comfort him. He also had brothers and naturally knew how painful that feeling could be. And Jing Tian. And Xia, hold on, wait for me to come back. Lennon thought of his siblings from the Yuan community, his gaze firm. They ran quickly. Both were awakened, and their speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. In just a few seconds, they rushed into the hotel lobby. Brother Zhang, the crowd buzzed around them. The more than 10 survivors who had fled into the hotel earlier excitedly gathered around, asking about each other's well-being. However, upon seeing the companion's corpse that Zhang Tai was holding, their expressions turned a bit sorrowful. It seemed that this group knew each other. Several older men took the body from Zhang Tai's hands and quietly placed it on a piece of red cloth. Lennon remained silent, just re-blocking the hotel entrance. With a crash, several tons of a car were dragged by Lin and to seal the entrance. The crowd looked in surprise, some feeling fearful. This fear was different from facing zombies. It was the instinctive fear that ordinary people have towards the strong. Zhang Tai seemed to be the leader of the group. He noticed that his companions were a bit scared and immediately introduced Lennon. This is Lennon, my lifesaver. Everyone saw what happened just now. It's all thanks to Brother Lin that I'm alive. After finishing, Zhang Tai deeply bowed. The crowd was also full of gratitude and bowed to Lin and in unison. Among the survivors, a young girl who looked to be around 17 or 18 with wet eyes stood out. She wore a baseball cap and had her hair tied in a simple ponytail. Her athletic outfit was brimming with youthful energy, and she was clearly a beauty. Brother Lin, you saved my brother's life. I will never forget this kindness. Lennon smiled faintly. She resembled Yong Wei quite a bit, both youthful and full of vitality, though Yong Wei seemed a bit more mature. Yong Wei wiped her tears and turned to Zhang Tai. Brother, your hand. I'm fine. Yong Wei, don't cry. Our Zhang family doesn't support crying. Zhang Tai grinned, forcing a smile to comfort the little girl in front of him. Looking at the two before him, Lin An's expression was somewhat strange. He had thought Yong Wei had the surname Yong and was just calling Zhang Tai brother like everyone else. He didn't expect that they were actually siblings. One was a strong man with a face full of flesh, and the other was petite and cute. The difference was too great for siblings. Zhang Tai seemed to sense Lin An's unusual gaze and suddenly pulled Yong Wei's hand and walked in front of Lin and Brother Lin. This is my sister, Zhang Tai said proudly. Linen, Chapter 22 Recruitment. On the second floor of the hotel, with the addition of 15 new survivors. The number of survivors inside the hotel had now reached 42. The noise was loud. The hotel had been cleared out, and the survivors who had escaped were discussing among themselves. Those who had been trapped in the hotel were eagerly asking the newcomers about the outside world. The answers were unsatisfactory. Panic and despair spread among the crowd. During the conversation, most people would occasionally steal glances at Lin and Zhang Tai, who were standing by the window. "Brother Lin, are you saying you want me to join your team?" Zhang Tai turned his head to look at his companions behind him. His voice was loud, drawing many people to listen closely. The crowd looked envious. The newcomers might not know that each of the survivors in the hotel had expressed a desire to join Linen's team, but Linen had ignored them completely. Now, seeing that Zhang Tai was actively invited, many felt a bit jealous. Linen had killed the liquor with one strike. With such strength, wouldn't he following him mean walking through the apocalypse with ease? Linen calmly nodded. Zhang Tai's character was quite decent. As an awakened individual, he could have fled when facing the liquor, but chose to stay behind for everyone else. Looking at the people he brought with him, more than half seemed to be old, weak, or ill. At least based on the information Lin and had observed, this man seemed to be loyal and righteous. As a meat-type awakened individual, he could relieve Lin and of much of the pressure during fights. Zhang Tai chuckled heartily. "Brother Lin, you think highly of me. It's my honor. Not to mention joining, I would even give my life back to you." Without a second thought, Zhang Tai accepted the team invitation Lin had sent, not even glancing at the team information. Ding! New member added to the Savior team. 1. Current members. 3. Joining member. Zhang Tai, awakened, gains a 10 attribute bonus. Ding! Team member Zhang Tai. Loyalty 70. He will not betray you as long as his bottom line is not crossed. The last item was only visible to Linen. Linen pondered. It seemed that initial loyalty was not constant. Zhang Tai, having been saved by him and being straightforward, had his loyalty directly raised to 70 points. It appeared that he was indeed as simple-minded as he appeared. What is this? After joining, Zhang Tai's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. "Welcome aboard." Linen smiled faintly, as it seemed Zhang Tai felt his power had increased significantly upon joining. "My goodness!" Zhang Tai exclaimed, astonished. "Why did my strength suddenly increase by 13? Wow! My physique increased by 15, and my agility and willpower all increased." "Lin, Captain, what is going on?" Zhang Tai was a bit excited as he felt the surge of power within him. Linen looked at Zhang Tai, who was dumbfounded, with a slight smile on his lips. The increase of 10 attributes after joining the Savior team may not seem much, but once experienced, one wouldn't feel that way. Players had to risk their lives to kill mutated beings just to level up by 1, and even then, a level only added 1 point. Awakened ones were somewhat better, but leveling up only added 3 points. The early levels were manageable, but as one progressed, the required energy and number of mutated beings became terrifying. Leveling up was difficult, and many people remained stuck at level 1 until death. Based on the basic attributes of most awakened ones, this 10-point increase was at least over 1 point. An increase of over 1 point was equivalent to being gifted a level. In a Doomsday game, every bit of attribute was extremely precious. So it was normal for Zhang Tai to be so excited. It could be considered a benefit of joining my team. However, it was also because you were an awakened one, and your high basic attributes allowed for such a significant increase. When the others heard it was a benefit of joining the team, their breaths became a bit hurried. Joining the team could also make them stronger? Awakened ones? High basic attributes? Yu Shihao instantly understood why Lin and would recruit Zhang Tai. His mind was quick, and he soon clarified the connection between them. Awakened ones should be beings like Lin and Zhang Tai, whose strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. After Zhang Tai joined the team, his strength increased. Would this happen to everyone who joined the awakened team, or was it unique to Linen? He stared at his player template for a long time, and apart from attributes, there was nothing else. He couldn't find the team-up function at all. In a state of half-understanding, he perked up his ears, afraid of missing any conversation between the two. However, Linen did not speak again. He communicated with Zhang Tai through the team chat, saying, "Don't disclose our team's information to outsiders. You can mention the attribute increase, but don't leak the names and team communication function." Zhang Tai suddenly heard Lin An's voice in his head, yet saw his mouth not moving. It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. I understand. Captain, is this also a benefit of joining the team? He stammered as he tried to use the team communication to contact Lin An, his gaze burning with enthusiasm. He wasn't stupid. Having once been a soldier and later working as a bodyguard, he understood the importance of communication. Now that global communication had lost its effectiveness, with landlines and mobile phones being useless, a means of private real-time communication could be considered extremely practical. When the others heard Zhang Tai exclaiming about his attribute increase, the envy in their eyes intensified. To be able to join Lin and S team and also enhance their strength. Sigh, why am I not an awakened one? Yu Shihao stood alone in a corner, his ears filled with the people's admiration. He clenched his fists tightly. Awakened ones. I want to become an awakened one too. After witnessing the terror of zombies and liquors, his thirst for power far exceeded before. Yu Shihao's gaze was eager and heated. Lin, being so strong, must know how to become an awakened one. In a hotel room on the 9th floor, Lin and Zhang Tai and Yue looked out the window at the hospital across the street. Zhang Tai, you said you escaped from the hospital. What do you think the situation there is like now? Are there any beings like liquors? Zhang Tai frowned deeply. Captain Lin, as far as I know, there shouldn't be any living people left in the hospital now. There are at least 30,000 zombies inside. As for monsters like liquors, Zhang Tai shook his head. We encountered them when we were trying to escape through the hospital's outer wall. After being chased by liquors, they were forced back. Lin nodded, noting that the absence of mutated beings inside the hospital was good news. The fighting space there was too narrow, and being ambushed would be quite troublesome. Is there any specific situation inside the hospital, like large groups of zombies gathering somewhere? How did you end up in the hospital? How did you awaken? Lin continued to ask. In his previous life, the item Skullcrusher's hand was surrounded by a large number of zombies deep inside the hospital. It was said that in order to obtain this equipment, several safe zones formed a team and sacrificed a lot of manpower to break through the zombie encirclement. He was also curious about why Zhang Tai awakened. He had not heard of any energy nodes inside the hospital in his past life. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Tai slowly replied to the 3 questions. I was in the hospital accompanying my father for treatment before the apocalypse broke out. The outbreak was too sudden. I don't know why, but almost all the patients turned into zombies. Zhang Tai's mood was somewhat low. He had seen his father turn into a zombie after the apocalypse broke out. Lin patted his shoulder. He too had felt the helplessness of watching a loved one become a zombie. It was a feeling he had experienced. It was normal for patients to turn into zombies. Those with poor physical conditions could even show signs of zombification before the outbreak. Zhang Tai turned back to look at Lin with a gloomy expression, forcing a smile to indicate he was okay. After the patients turned into zombies, the doctors and nurses caring for them could not react in time. Not a single one survived. When he trembled upon hearing this. As for the anomalies, throughout the entire hospital, only the pharmacy was somewhat better. Other places were completely uninhabitable. Zhang Tai recalled the horrific scene of that day with lingering fear. I was lucky. My father's ward was on the 2nd floor. There weren't many zombies, and after I ran out, I hid in the pharmacy. The pharmacy could be considered an anomaly. As for awakening, I don't know. I passed out after encountering a burst of white light. When I woke up, I found that my strength had increased significantly. Lin pondered for a moment. You awakened in the pharmacy? It seems this trip to the hospital can include a visit to the pharmacy. After Zhang Tai finished speaking, he opened his personal information and showed it to Lin and without reservation. Player information, Zhang Tai, Awaken 1, player level, level 0 Awaken rank, level 0 strength, 13, 143, agility, 12, 132, constitution, 15, 165, will, 12, 132, equipment, none awakened talent. Bear transformation, temporarily transform into a bone-breaking black bear. Significantly increasing constitution, slightly increasing strength, enhancing defense, and doubling self-healing ability. Level 0. All attributes 2. The limit value of each attribute for ordinary humans is 10. Lin was somewhat surprised when he saw Zhang Tai's constitution. Having an initial attribute of 15 points right after becoming an awakened one was impressive. coupled with the awakened talent that enhanced self-healing. It was no wonder he could recover so quickly even after being severely injured. Captain Lin, my constitution attribute is quite good, right? Zhang Tai noticed Lin in surprise and felt a bit proud. Although he hadn't encountered other awakened ones, he had compared attributes with others. Although Lin was extremely strong, the attribute he displayed should only be relatively high in strength. In terms of constitution attributes, he still had confidence. By the way, Captain Lin, how much strength do you have? That strike that killed the monster was really strong. Zhang Tai gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Lin opened his attribute panel and took a look. Strength 194. Zhang Tai fell silent. It was too discouraging. However, he was also an optimist, quickly turning his attention elsewhere. Haha, although my strength is not as good as yours in terms of constitution. Zhang Tai was somewhat unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to compare constitution with Lin. This was his most confident area. Lin appeared tall and fit, and his body, wrapped in clothing, even seemed a bit thin. The higher the constitution, the stronger the body. The burly man who had died before only had 9 points of constitution. Even if Lin was an awakened one, he probably had a maximum of 12 or 13 points. Zhang Tai looked forward. How much do you have? Do you have 13 points? Lin smiled faintly. 194. Zhang Tai's laughter choked, his expression stiff. He looked back and forth at Lin, unable to believe it. He never expected that Lin's physical attributes would completely crush him. Like a defeated rooster, Zhang Tai tucked away the last shred of pride and honestly stopped discussing attributes. Truly monstrous. High strength, high physique. Does he even need to live? Lin shook his head slightly, finding it somewhat amusing to see Zhang Tai mumbling to himself. After all, he was now a first-tier awakener and a level 1 player, with double attribute bonuses, plus having consumed 2 spiritual plants. If he couldn't even surpass Zhang Tai in attributes, then he would have truly wasted his rebirth. Not wanting to undermine Zhang Tai's confidence, Lin turned to continue asking about the hospital. Since you accompanied your father to the hospital for treatment, where there most likely be the most zombies when the apocalypse breaks out? Zhang Tai looked puzzled, unsure why Lin was asking this. Orthopedics, surgical emergency, I guess. Before the apocalypse, there were particularly many car accidents. When I passed by the surgical emergency, the injured were lying all over the hall, and many people didn't have time to be rescued. That hellish place now has at least tens of thousands of zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies in one building. Zhang Tai shivered as he glanced at the distant hospital through the window. Captain Lin, why do you keep asking about the hospital? Lin smiled slightly, pointing at the building with the emergency surgery sign on it. Tomorrow morning, we'll go there. Chapter 23. The night before departure late at night. Lin was sleeping in room 908. The strong scent of perfume was somewhat pungent, and several black straps hanging down beside the bed looked like ropes for hanging. Outside the window, faint sounds of explosions occasionally made it hard to sleep. Suddenly, a sharp, mournful scream echoed from within the hospital. The scream was piercing, penetrating through the glass across hundreds of meters. Lin hurried to the window to check, but found nothing. After a brief moment, the scream vanished without a trace. What was that? After observing for a long time and finding nothing, Lin had to give up searching for the source of the scream and return to bed. Feeling anxious, the sudden abnormality weighed heavily on his heart. However, the trip to the hospital was unavoidable. He couldn't sleep for a long time, lying flat on the bed, silently staring at the ceiling. He felt somewhat tired. It was now the 2nd day after the apocalypse broke out, the 5th day since his rebirth. Memories from his past life mixed with those of the last few days flashed through his mind like a photo album. Without electricity in the hotel, the unpredictable weather made the late night somewhat chilly. Creak. The door opened, unlatched. Without the use of a room card, Lin could only choose to directly remove the door lock. In the dark, when you stood at the door with a blanket in her arms. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to speak. I can't sleep. Lin was silent for a moment. In his eyes, the darkness was like daylight. He saw Wenya's red-rimmed eyes, looking like she had been crying. Not being able to sleep at night was merely a sign of having something on her mind. Having cried, she likely had something weighing on her heart. Lin guessed what her concern might be. You have a relative at Linjiang Hospital, right? Lin An's extraordinary mental power had sensed Wen Ye's emotional disturbance earlier that afternoon. Wen Ye tightened her grip on the blanket and nodded lightly. Yes. Her voice was trembling. She pressed her lips tightly together, suppressing her emotions as she spoke. My mother has a heart condition and was hospitalized some time ago. She is in room 303 of the building next to the emergency surgery. This revelation seemed to drain her of strength. The temperature in the room was very low, and she was shivering in her pajamas after just showering. The hairdryer was useless. Her damp hair could only be loosely tied up. Lin was silent for a moment, unsure how to comfort her. Tomorrow, if it doesn't delay our plans, I will go take a look. He watched as Wen Ye no longer appeared as the valiant and strong figure she once was, and he sighed inwardly. The entire hospital had now become a hell. The area where Wen Ye's mother was located was even closer to the emergency center, which had the most zombies. Both of them knew that there was almost no hope for Wen Ye's mother to survive. Taking a look was merely a psychological comfort. The cold wind howled outside, and even through the glass, they could hear the sharp sound of the wind. Thank you. Wen Ye wiped away her tears that she could no longer hold back with the back of her hand. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Ding! Wen Ye's loyalty increased by 30 points, current value. 8,100 almost won't betray, even if it means death. She earnestly bowed deeply to Lin and, as if she had made a certain decision. Can I sleep here with you tonight? After saying this, she slowly walked to Lin An's bedside, her head lowered, gently placing the blanket beside him. Lin An frowned slightly, surprised that Wen Ye's words had raised her loyalty. It seemed this matter had greatly affected her, to the point where she had completely let go of her guard against Lin An. If you think this is a way to repay me, or if you want something, there is no need. Lin An had no other thoughts when he agreed to take a look. After all, he and T promised that he would definitely go. He only said he would if it didn't affect his plans. Upon hearing this, Wen Ye looked up, her face flushed. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but couldn't find the words. Since you have joined my team, you are naturally one of us. It is only right for teammates to help each other. You don't need to feel guilty or grateful. Moreover, I really don't like your way of thinking. Lin An's gaze was clear, and after speaking, he calmly looked at Wen Ye. The faint, pleasant scent of body wash dispersed the cheap perfume smell in the room. Get some rest. After Lin An finished speaking, he turned his back and closed his eyes to rest. Wen Ye was at a loss, her hand stopping as she was about to take off her top. She froze by the bedside, unable to utter a word. After a long while, she finally made her bed. In the darkness, Lin An felt someone lie down beside him, but they didn't come closer. I'm sorry. Wen Ye lay at the edge of the bed, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. This sentence, he didn't know if it was meant for Lin An or for herself. The next morning, on the 9th floor corridor, Lin An was waiting early. Linda brother. Captain, I brought the people you asked for. From the other end of the corridor, Zhang Tai strode over. He was still not quite used to calling Lin An captain. In a hurried change of address, he greeted Lin An enthusiastically, laughing heartily. Behind him were two middle-aged men, who seemed to be from his previous team. Brother Lin. The two middle-aged men bent awkwardly to greet Lin An, looking very nervous. Based on appearance, Lin An could be described as handsome, with fair skin that could even be likened to a scholar. But in their eyes, Lin An had already become synonymous with a monster. Anyone who witnessed Lin An chopping down a devourer with one strike would likely remember it vividly. That strike had been discussed all night. Lin An nodded in response, leading the three to the floor-to-ceiling windows at the elevator lobby on the 9th floor. Please explain the internal structure of the hospital so I can determine the route. Lin An's gaze was fixed on the surgical building, and the dark glass exterior made it impossible to see the situation inside. The entrance to the surgical building was tightly closed, and he could only see a few zombies wandering outside. Quite strange. Brother Lin, this is the map we hand-drew overnight. The two middle-aged men were hospital staff that Zhang Tai had found, and they were somewhat familiar with the entire hospital structure. The two stood beside Lin An, one on the left and one on the right, pointing at the map as they continued. This route is the entrance to the underground parking lot. About 20 meters to the right of the hospital entrance, you can enter here to reach the emergency surgery department directly. The orthopedics department is on the 2nd floor of the emergency surgery, occupying about 2 floors. Half an hour later, Lin An thanked the two people and took Zhang Tai downstairs. This time, he did not choose to bring more people. Given the high density of zombies in the hospital, bringing ordinary people would be a death sentence. Even Zhang Tai, if not careful and surrounded by zombies, would be at risk of infection. In the stairwell, the two talked as they walked. Captain Lin, so we'll go to the emergency surgery room to find a piece of equipment? Zhang Tai asked, scratching his head, while following Lin and moved quickly down the stairs, replying without turning his head, not necessarily in the emergency room. I can only say that the probability is highest there. In the apocalypse game, most equipment is often guarded by monsters. Some are mutants, while others are swarms of zombies. Based on your description, there are likely the most zombies in the emergency surgery department, so it is naturally the most probable place for equipment to appear. Zhang Tai nodded thoughtfully, struggling to keep up with Lin An's pace down the stairs. Logically, Lin An's statement was not correct. He was using the result to infer the conclusion. The presence of equipment attracting monsters is something that occurs after the apocalypse breaks out. However, the large number of zombies in the emergency room is due to patients transforming. These people were not gathered in the emergency room after the apocalypse. They were already there before it broke out. Therefore, the large number of zombies in the emergency room is not because equipment is there. It can only be said that Linen, having lived through reincarnation, knows that the hospital's equipment is in the areas with the most zombies. If there were some sharp-minded people present, they would realize the loophole in Lin An's words. However, Zhang Tai clearly did not belong to that category. He was completely unaware of this. Is that equipment really powerful? Zhang Tai asked curiously, sensing Lin An's determination to obtain this piece of equipment. What kind of equipment could make Lin An risk everything to get it? After all, this equipment is in a hospital. He recalled the massive number of zombies and felt a sense of trepidation. Lin An remembered the attributes of the Skull Crusher's hand he had seen in the chat channel of his previous life and replied solemnly, very strong. As a blue equipment, although Skull Crusher's hand only has one attribute bonus, the value is as high as 5 points. It's considered abnormal. If an ordinary player obtains it and their base strength isn't too poor, they can easily exceed the 10-point human limit. This would grant them power comparable to that of an awakened one. It can be said that this is an equipment capable of fundamentally transforming one's strength. I haven't seen any equipment yet. Captain Lin, you say this apocalypse game is a game. Why does it have no game functions at all? Lin chuckled lightly. He could understand Zhang Tai's confusion. It's normal not to have seen equipment. Every piece of equipment in the apocalypse game is extremely precious. As for the apocalypse game, it is indeed a game. However, it is not our game. Chapter 24. Zombie Snake in the Underground Parking Lot. The entrance to the parking lot was dark without electric lighting. Sunlight created a clear dividing line at the entrance and the shadows. Linen walked in front, followed by the fully armed Zhang Tai. Clang, clang, a rhythmic metallic sound echoed from within the parking lot. The sound was distant and muffled. The darkened passage resembled the entrance to hell. Captain Lin, did you hear that? Zhang Tai, wearing two oversized heavy cotton jackets and the largest welding helmet, asked. His large frame made it difficult to find armor that could support him after transforming. He walked unsteadily, resembling his transformed self. I feel something is off. I saw that there were zombies everywhere here when I escaped earlier. He cautiously lowered his voice and asked Linen, looking serious. Only a few wrecked cars were parked on the slope at the parking lot entrance, but there were no zombies in sight. Logically, considering that only a few days had passed since the apocalypse broke out, there should be large numbers of zombies in this underground entrance near the hospital. In just one day, the zombies had vanished. This did not align with reason. Lin An's expression was calm as he nodded. Something unusual must be happening. The two had initially prepared to fight their way from the parking lot into the hospital. You don't need to lower your voice. You can use the team voice channel. Be careful. Something may have changed last night. Linen said this through the team channel. He recalled the sharp wail that had echoed late last night. Zhang Tai paused, awkwardly chuckling. I still haven't gotten used to it. My voice is too loud in the team voice. Linen glanced at Zhang Tai helplessly. Let's go. The two moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing. As they slowly walked down the slope, they saw many overturned and wrecked cars. There were several dried bloodstains on the window glass. The car bodies were covered in handprints, indicating the owner's struggle before death. Counting roughly, there were at least 200 cars. Strangely, however, not a single corpse was seen. Clang, clang, the strange knocking sound continued. But Lennon still couldn't locate its source. He had a vague feeling that the sound seemed to come from a lower level. Passing through the blocked passage by the cars, Captain Lin, there are drag marks here. Zhang Tai pointed to the ground not far away, where a 3-meter-wide, dark red bloodstain extended to the second floor of the parking lot. The vehicles beside the bloodstain were overturned, revealing a 5-meter-wide, empty area. I see it too. There's also one on the left. Another blood trail passed by a crushed car roof. Lin's expression grew serious. These 2 blood trails could not have been caused by a single corpse. His powerful mental strength rapidly reconstructed the possible scene in his mind. 1 or 2 gigantic monsters dragged a large number of corpses down to the second underground level. The monster on the left had stepped on a medium-sized one while dragging. The monster's width was at least 5 meters, or the size of the drag pile of corpses was 5 meters. Is it a mutant? Lin wondered. It shouldn't be. I never heard of mutants appearing in hospitals in my previous life. Captain Lin, what should we do now? Zhang Tai felt somewhat uncomfortable. He always sensed something watching him in the darkness. It was cold and chilling, although his will perception ability was not as high as Lin An's. His beast transformation talent provided him with the instincts of a wild animal. Let's not worry about that. We'll go directly up the elevator shaft. The parking lot has a freight elevator that leads directly to the emergency center. There's no electricity, but we can climb up through the elevator shaft. Okay. The 2 continued, their footsteps echoing. Walking in the darkness, it was dead silent. A strong, damp smell mixed with the stench of blood filled the air. Captain Lin, it's here. Zhang Tai stopped leading and pointed to a dark area not far away. Both of them were awakened ones and could see in the darkness as if it were daylight with only a faint light. The metal sign hanging that read freight elevator was somewhat worn, and the elevator door was tightly closed, covered in numerous bloody handprints. After you, hiss. In the silence, a sharp, hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Bang! The instinct of a beast kicked in. Zhang Tai instinctively kicked at the shadow that lunged from the darkness. The shadow exploded into a mass of fragments. What the hell was that? Zhang Tai was startled, turning to see a pile of shredded flesh on the ground. It was a head without limbs. The bare, white spine looked like a tail attached to the head. Zhang Tai's face turned somewhat pale. That's disgusting. Lennon turned to look closely, his expression solemn. This is a corpse snake. It is usually formed when a large number of zombies devour an infected person before they die. The excessive zombie virus in their bodies causes their spines to be greatly reinforced. Under the condition of limb disability, these monsters will pull themselves out of their flesh, relying on their spines to move like snakes. Lennon picked up the long spine from the ground and removed the exploded skull section. He waved it a couple of times, and the spine made a loud cracking sound like a long whip. This thing is pretty good as a weapon. Its hardness and toughness are very high. Lennon didn't pay attention to Zhang Tai, whose face was pale, and handed the spine to him. Take it. You don't have a weapon. The fire axe has poor durability. It's not as good as this. In the apocalyptic game, in the early stages without weapons and equipment, the spine of the corpse snake is highly favored by players and is considered the best weapon in the early game. Team leader Lin, Zhang Tai's face was grim, and the tall guy of nearly 2 meters couldn't help but take a few steps back. This thing is too disgusting. Although he was not timid, after all, the apocalypse had only erupted for 2 days. In his more than 30 years of life, the bloodiest thing he had seen was just street fights. For a moment, he couldn't accept this level of bloodshed. Lennon frowned. Take it, adapt quickly. There will be a lot more of this kind of thing in the future. Disgusting? Can it help you survive? Zhang Tai was slightly stunned and gritted his teeth as he took the corpse snake spine. He didn't know why, but even though Lennon was younger than him, he always felt that Lennon seemed to have experienced a lot, and his words were convincing. Boom! Lennon kicked the tightly closed elevator door, and a huge sound echoed. The iron sheet dented, revealing a small gap. Prise it open. Lennon held the Nepalese curved knife in a reverse grip, assuming the best combat stance. Above the elevator shaft was the emergency center, and there was likely a large number of zombies inside the elevator shaft. Creak! The metal deformed. Zhang Tai's face turned red, and he couldn't pull it open for a moment. He seemed to realize something, and his pupils contracted. With his current strength, it would be easy to pry open the elevator door by hand. Unless, there were many things pressing down on the door inside the elevator. Power explosion. Lin also realized this. The golden spiritual energy surged into his body, and Lin En's strength was fully unleashed. He shouted, helping Zhang Tai to move the elevator door. Roar. Like being startled, countless zombies roared in response. Inside the elevator shaft, countless zombies blocked the entire shaft like tightly packed cans. As the elevator door opened, the zombies poured out like a flood. Chapter 25. Zombie horde Zhang Tai was caught off guard and knocked to the ground by the rushing zombies. Bear transformation. With a roar, black fur covered his entire body. In an instant, he transformed into a giant black bear. Roar. He slapped out with one paw, and a strong gust of wind howled. Several zombies that had just gotten up were instantly smashed to pieces, their brains and blood splattering everywhere. Lin En's gaze was cold as the Nepalese curved knife in his hand swung quickly. Arc slash. The blade light drew a beautiful arc, and with immense power, it sliced through a number of heads. Charge in. Lin En shouted in the team voice channel. The zombies pouring out of the elevator shaft seemed endless. It appeared that during the outbreak of the apocalypse, the elevator door of the emergency center had been destroyed, causing the zombies nearby to fall into the shaft and completely block it. If the two of them stayed here, they would never finish killing them. If they delayed any longer, they would probably attract zombies from other areas and would never be able to go up. Moreover, once a mistake occurred and they were scratched and infected by the zombies, Lin En was fine. He had poison resistance to be immune to part of it. Zhang Tai, however, could not withstand it at all. You clear the way. Lin En took a step back, bending down to gather strength. Understood. Zhang Tai's massive head had a fierce expression. He hugged his head with one hand and began to charge sideways. Bear charge. The ground shook lightly as the transformed Zhang Tai charged into the horde of zombies like a heavy truck. With overwhelming force, the sickening sound of bones breaking echoed continuously, and the zombies at the deepest part of the elevator shaft were directly crushed into pulp. Now's the time. Lin took a deep breath, his right foot explosively stomping the ground and launching himself. He slashed down with his knife. The zombies falling into the elevator shaft had not yet touched the ground when he cut them in half with this slash. Step. He exerted force again, stepping on Zhang Tai's sturdy shoulder to rebound into the elevator shaft. Zhang Tai gritted his teeth, his face slightly pale. Lin En's kick was not light. If it weren't for his high constitution, that kick might have shattered his shoulder blade. Inside the elevator shaft, Lin En leaped in succession on the shaft walls, wielding his knife at high speed. The blade danced into a dense net, and each swing resulted in a zombie's death. Like a factory meat grinder, it mercilessly harvested flesh and blood. Zhang Tai stood at the bottom of the shaft, feeling as if it was raining meat above him. Occasionally, a few zombies with only their heads intact would open their mouths to bite at the fallen bodies, and he would crush them effortlessly. Jump up. There are too many zombies at the elevator entrance. You and I will charge in together. Once the bear transformation ends, you could easily be infected. Got it. Zhang Tai's expression was serious, and his legs bent. Both of their talent skills had time limits. His transformation into a black bear only lasted a few dozen seconds. If it weren't for the thick fur and reinforced skin after the bear transformation blocking many of the zombie scratches and bites, he would have been infected long ago, no matter how careful he was in such a dense horde. After slightly adjusting his posture, Zhang Tai aimed at the layer of elevator exit above. The space inside the elevator shaft was too small. He occupied most of it alone. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly exerted force. The black bear that Zhang Tai transformed into jumped up from the bottom of the shaft like a mortar. Lin En, meanwhile, positioned his feet diagonally against the shaft wall, killing zombies while waiting for Zhang Tai to jump to the best position. In the continuous battles, the power burst he had just activated was also nearing its end. Now's the time. Power burst. Mental energy consumption. The golden spiritual energy appeared again, and Lin En felt his strength return to peak condition. Reverse kick. He kicked sideways against the elevator shaft, causing a violent shake. Then he turned around and kicked out. The target was Zhang Tai, who had jumped to the elevator exit. Damn it. Zhang Tai had no time to react and was directly kicked in the butt by Lin En. Bang. The massive black bear was kicked out of the elevator like a cannonball by Lin An's full-force kick, crashing into the emergency hall. The zombies blocking the door were all cleared in one breath. Zhang Tai was forcibly propelled 4 to 5 meters, his body crushing the zombies beneath him, leaving a trail of blood on the smooth hall floor. Thud! After kicking out, Lin fell from the air, and he kicked off the elevator shaft wall again, using the rebound force to charge out. The zombies at the elevator entrance had been cleared by the cannonball, and without obstruction, Lin exited smoothly. Go! Lin poked his head out after exiting the elevator and quickly scanned the area. Looking around, the entire hall was filled with zombies, and a rough count showed at least 3,000 to 4,000. The densely packed zombies were blocking the hall like sardines in a can. We can't be surrounded. After hearing Lin An's order, Zhang Tai hurriedly stood up. On his broad bare back, the zombies that had been crushed were stuck to him. Team leader Lin. My butt hurts. Zhang Tai covered his butt, but his short, thick paws could only reach his lower back. You should have said something before you kicked. I'm not a ball. He felt a bit wronged. He thought Lin and wanted him to jump to the upper level and then get stuck there, so they could work together to fight their way out. He didn't expect Lin and to use him as a cannonball to clear the way. After taking 2 kicks from Lin, he felt like all his bones were about to fall apart. For an ordinary awakened person with low constitution, those 2 kicks could have killed them. Lin coughed lightly, signaling him not to dwell on the topic. He had also acted on a sudden whim, using Zhang Tai as a cannonball. I didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly good. Let's not talk about that anymore. Next time I won't kick you. Let's charge into the second floor first. The zombies in the hall have already surrounded us. The frenzied horde of corpses is moving at lightning speed. Thousands of zombies are rushing in at the same time, creating a powerful visual impact. My bear transformation time is up. Zhang Tai barely had time to shout before his body rapidly shrank back to normal human form. The helmet on his head was deformed, and his clothes were torn and ragged. Use the spine of the corpse snake. Don't engage in close combat. Lin was the first to charge forward, throwing out a sentence before rushing towards the horde of zombies. Although he was alone, he exuded the momentum of an army. Step forward and slash diagonally. With a full force strike, he directly decapitated the first few zombies in front of him. Arc slash. The distance between the horde and the 2 of them was already very short. As they closed in, Lin unleashed his full firepower. The blade light flashed, and the curved sword, enhanced by tremendous strength, swept through like a laser cutter. Reverse slash. With a swift reaction, Lin turned around and struck down the zombies that were surrounding him from behind. Even though he was encircled by zombies, Lin moved like a god of death, his fierce swordsmanship preventing the zombies from getting close. Crack! The blade made a crisp sound, shattering several zombies. In the intense fighting, in pursuit of a one-hit kill, Lin aimed for the heads of the zombies with every strike. The bones reinforced by the zombie virus were much harder than those of ordinary humans. With frequent collisions, the ordinary alloy blade couldn't withstand such high-intensity fighting. Captain Lin, it's no good. There are too many zombies. Not far away, Zhang Tai was surrounded by hundreds of zombies. He swung the spine of the corpse snake wildly. Each strike produced a crisp sound like a whip. The sharp whiptail could easily smash the heads of zombies with a single strike. Although he had never used a whip, he still wielded it with brute force. This thing is indeed useful. Zhang Tai became more adept with it as he used it, compared to regular axes and sabers. The spine of the corpse snake was not only extremely sharp, but also avoided close combat. If it weren't for this whip, he wouldn't have been able to evade the zombies with his low agility while being surrounded. Activate bear transformation again. Lin An's expression turned serious as he decisively ordered Zhang Tai to activate bear transformation again. There was no time to save it. He had originally planned to let Zhang Tai save 1 transformation for the second floor to prevent any accidents. But there were simply too many zombies in the hall. Even if he killed 1 zombie with each strike, he couldn't keep up with their replenishment speed. Zhang Tai wouldn't be able to break out without activating bear transformation. Captain Lin, I can only transform into a bear 1 more time. Zhang Tai shouted angrily, and his body instantly expanded. In just 1 second, a large black bear reappeared in the hall. Roar! The black bear roared. The beast's roar mingled with the howls of the zombies. The long bone whip in his hand looked like a toy. Zhang Tai wielded the bone whip violently. With each swing, he could shatter a group of zombies. Without worrying about zombies getting close, he displayed immense power. In the blink of an eye, he cleared a small area. The situation improved instantly. However, Linen noticed that Zhang Tai's eyes were somewhat dim. It was a sign of mental exhaustion. Compared to Lin An's explosive power, Zhang Tai's bear transformation consumed significantly more mental energy. Plus, his willpower attribute was not high. Thus, transforming into a bear twice in one day was his limit. If only when you could participate in the battle now. Lin sighed. With her unique abilities as a mutant, she could replenish the mental energy for both Lin and Zhang Tai. Without worrying about mental energy consumption, the two of them could slowly grind down the horde of zombies. But she was still not an awakened one, and her strength was too weak to participate in such battles. Lin thought of the suturer in the Wanda shopping center, where the number of zombies would only be greater than here. When facing an overwhelming number of zombies, replenishing mental energy was crucial for the battle. It seems that after acquiring the equipment, I have to resolve Wen Ye's awakening issue as soon as possible. Having a mutant without being able to use her is truly a waste. Let's prepare to charge together. After Zhang Tai activated bear transformation, he successfully joined Linen, and the two fought side by side. In the midst of the fierce fighting, they were now only a few meters away from the second floor. 3, 2, 1. Lin took a deep breath and shot out like an arrow. The blade light intertwined into a dense net of death, instantly shredding a large number of zombies in front of him. The black bear beside him also roared and charged into the horde at all costs, carving out a bloody path. Chapter 26. A suitable weapon, Captain Lin. Should we split up or stick together? After charging into the second floor, the number of zombies increased rather than decreased. Zhang Tai swung the bone whip with all his might, and in his desperation, he even had to kick the zombies that lunged at him. Breathing heavily, his stamina and mental energy were almost at their limit. After continuous fighting, he had lost count of how many zombies he had killed. His dark fur was stained a deep red, and pieces of intestines hung from him. At first glance, he looked very much like a mutated zombie. In a flurry of activity, he was physically exhausted and starting to struggle. Huffing, Zhang Tai gasped for breath, feeling somewhat drained. Captain Lin. Lin was also deeply immersed in the sea of corpses. As the vanguard, the number of zombies he faced was almost 3 or 4 times that of Zhang Tai. The blade in his hand slashed out after images, but he could only barely protect himself from the zombies' approach. Lin had no time to respond, which made Zhang Tai anxious. My second transformation is about to end. The end of the transformation means death. Lin An's heart sank. He had underestimated the power of the horde. He had thought that after acquiring resistance to toxins, he could single-handedly face the zombies in the hospital with his strength. Calling Zhang Tai was just to add an extra layer of security. Previously, there had been no danger in facing small-scale zombies, so since awakening, he had developed a sense of contempt for them. But unexpectedly, he still greatly underestimated the horror of the horde. These endless monsters that seemed impossible to kill could exhaust any awakened one to death. Such arrogance is unacceptable. Lin reflected on himself. In the apocalyptic game, even the strongest awakened ones are just struggling ants. As a mere first tier, what right do I have to look down on these monsters? Judgment Eye, Lin shouted in a low voice, and a light blue mist rose. All the information within his field of vision turned into a large stream of data. Current number of zombies within the detection range, 4197. Mutant, 0, mutant, 1. On the screen, the number behind the mutant fluctuated as if it were being interfered with. Lin An's expression changed dramatically. It was the first time he had seen the Judgment Eye fail to provide accurate data. The numbers fluctuated back and forth. Either there was indeed a mutant nearby, but it was at the extreme limit of his perception. Whenever the mutant approached, the number changed back to 1, and when it moved away, it became 0. Lin An's expression grew serious. The anomaly in the underground garage, the piercing screams he heard last night, the mutants he had never heard of in his past life, and the corpse snake. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be some connection among these 4. What could it be? Roar. The black bear roared in pain. In just a few seconds, Zhang Tai was surrounded by zombies. The zombies swarmed him like bloodthirsty ants, and more zombies pounced on him like locusts. If it weren't for the bear's fur and the cotton clothing he had prepared in advance, he would have been overwhelmed by the massive amount of zombie toxins injected into his body and wouldn't have lasted even a second before being infected. The enormous bear was covered in zombies, nearly drowning him completely. At the same time, crack. The metal shattered. The Nepalese curved knife in Lin An's hand was completely destroyed, turning into fragments that shot out. In an instant, Lin pierced through the bodies of several zombies nearby. The situation worsened like adding fuel to the fire. Without having time to think about what was happening, he took out 2 zombie spines from the judgment ring and used them as spears. He charged forward, spinning thrust. With a powerful push from his waist, he stepped forward, holding the spikes in both hands. Lin tore through the zombies in front of him like a fierce drill, rushing to support Zhang Tai. Not enough. There were simply too many zombies, and the ground was already covered with thick piles of flesh. The slippery blood was thick, truly a sea of corpses and blood. Quick battle, quick resolution. He had to use stimulants. As a trump card, every dose mattered. But right now, there was no need to save. When a person dies, nothing remains. Lin bit down and crushed the stimulant taken from the ring, swallowing the potion mixed with glass shards. Ding, strength 1, constitution 1, agility 1. Ding, explosive power increased by 50, endurance and impact resistance increased by 30. Attack speed increased by 20. With 2 vials of potion down, he felt the long-lost power. Strength erupted. Lin activated the strength burst again just as the second skill ended, preventing the momentum of his assault from breaking. The golden psychic energy flashed, and his stamina was restored to its peak. Ding, all attributes too. A slight psychic fluctuation flashed by. Lin felt the bone spikes in his hands were as light as a feather, as if a volcano was building up power inside him. Time slowed down. The originally swift and brutal zombies appeared to move in slow motion in his eyes. I seemed to. A thought flashed by. After breaking through the critical point, a wonderful perception spread. Lin was incredibly excited. Under the enhancement of 2 external factors, he temporarily sensed a higher level of power. I seemed to be able to kill them all. His heart raced, pumping blood through his entire body like an engine. For a brief moment, Lin, who possessed high-level power, felt that he could even tear apart a devourer with his bare hands. Muscles exploded, and power was endless. Ferocious, direct stab, with both hands gripping the bone spikes and exerting force. Lin's body erupted with explosive sounds. The bone spikes shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through the zombies in front of him. Like a string of candied haws, he cleared the area in one strike, turning around and slashing. With immense power, Lin's fighting spirit surged. He wielded the bone spikes like a cleaver, slashing down directly. The speed was extremely fast. Rather than cutting, it was more like smashing. With a sharp whistle of the weapon slicing through the air, a large number of zombies were smashed into a puddle of meat paste. This feeling, this power. A gleam of joy flashed in Lin's eyes. This powerful force was simply intoxicating. Roar. A deafening roar erupted, like thunder in a clear sky. Lin, filled with excitement, simply threw away the bone spikes in his hands. Although the spikes were still relatively sharp and durable, they just didn't feel right to use. 2 bone spikes shot out like lightning, easily piercing through the zombies along the way, creating bloody holes. Give me. Smash. Boom. Lin's expression turned frenzied, his eyes blood red. He directly grabbed a zombie next to him and smashed it into the horde like a heavy hammer. Boom. Boom. Like swatting flies. The dense horde of zombies around Lin was instantly cleared, turning into a ground of meat paste. Refreshing. Lin felt ecstatic. The gloom in his heart swept away. The momentum did not diminish. Seizing the moment when the potions and strength burst were in effect, Lin rushed toward Zhang Tai. Boom! A large group of gathered zombies was smashed into a puddle of meat paste on the ground. Limbs and intestines flew around, blood splattered. Boom! Lin had no idea how many zombies he had used as a heavy hammer. In just a few seconds, under Zhang Tai's terrified gaze, Lin smashed out a clear path from the horde. Dumbfounded. This is too brutal. Zhang Tai couldn't help but swallow hard, his bear-like face displaying rich emotions. Covered in blood, Lin swung the zombies left and right, In his eyes, they were more terrifying than mutated creatures. Boom! The ground trembled as Lin casually smashed the zombie beside him and wiped the blood on his face. Grinning, but it sent chills down Zhang Tai's spine. Lin. Team, you. Zhang Tai no longer had his loud voice, calling out to Lin and in a low voice through the team chat. The surrounding zombies were briefly cleared, allowing him to catch his breath. Huh? Lin looked at Zhang Tai in confusion, his blood-red eyes shining with the light of repeated killings. The respite lasted only a moment before the horde continued to surge forward. Lin habitually picked up a zombie, but found there was not a single intact corpse around him. He looked at the large and sturdy Zhang Tai. His body was big and strong. It seemed he could be used as a hammer. Oh no! Zhang Tai was terrified. He understood the blatant intention in Lin An's eyes. Team Lin. No. Boom. The ground cracked like a small earthquake. Chapter 27. Strange zombies. Lin looked with satisfaction at the cleared path. He quickly dashed to the end of the corridor, reaching Zhang Tai's side. On a whim, after smashing a few zombies with Zhang Tai, Lin simply used him as a bowling ball, crushing everything in his path. With Lin and second-tier power, Zhang Tai's 2-ton body easily crushed the zombies along the way. How does it feel? Lin took the opportunity to pull up the prone Zhang Tai. Dare to be angry, but not speak. Zhang Tai didn't dare to talk. His eyes were resentful. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. Anyone who was used as a hammer for so long and then kicked like a ball wouldn't feel good, especially since that person was Lin. I'll say it again. I'm not a ball. Also, shouldn't we hurry and find that thing hand? The zombies are about to surround us again. Zhang Tai wanted to cry, but had no tears. His bear-like state had already ended, and his tattered clothes barely covered his backside. Half of his helmet hung down on his head, and his body was covered in bloody scraps. At the other end of the corridor, a dense mass of zombies rushed forward tirelessly. Lin seemed not to hear, his gaze fixed firmly on a door to his left. Second bone surgery. The white-painted door was tightly closed, clean and tidy. I think I found it. A strange glint flashed in Lin An's eyes. He gently twisted the doorknob. The door was unlocked. Click. Behind the desk in the room, a person in a white uniform, resembling a doctor, sat with their back to him. Judgment Eye. Mutated entity. 0 mutated entity. 1. The numbers fluctuated, seemingly uncertain. Lin was puzzled and took a step inside. The numbers on the screen stopped jumping and stabilized at 1. The probing spiritual force broke through the faint barrier, enveloping that person. Zombie, first-tier mutated entity. This is an ordinary zombie, but it seems to possess some mysterious power that helps it break through the limits of being a zombie. Strength, 13 agility, 6 constitution, 10 will, 12 danger level, medium. So it was a false alarm after all. A final weight lifted from Lin An's heart. The mutated entity detected by the judgment, I should be the zombie in front of him. However, it was neither outside his perception range nor a powerful third-tier being. Instead, it was carrying the Skull Crusher's hand, relying on the mental barrier provided by the equipment to block his detection. The attribute of 13 points in strength. First tier, the mysterious power helped it break through the limits of being a zombie. Undoubtedly, the strength attribute of an ordinary zombie is around 6 to 8 points. So the remaining 5-point difference can only be provided by the Skull Crusher's hand. Come in and block the door. Lin casually instructed Zhang Tai to prepare to block the door. Strength burst. Lin let out a low shout, activating the full attribute enhancement effect of level 2 once again. The effects of the potion had not yet faded, and he still maintained his peak combat power. Lin did not let his guard down, just because the zombie in front of him posed no significant threat in terms of attributes. The pristine examination room had a zombie resembling a doctor sitting with its back turned. It detected the presence of a living person, but did not become violent like ordinary zombies. With all these anomalies, Lin naturally heightened his vigilance. Bang! The door was slammed shut by Zhang Tai, and within seconds, frantic banging on the door could be heard from outside. The zombie in a white coat remained unfazed, seemingly deaf to the chaos. The door wouldn't hold against the zombies for long. Regardless of any abnormalities, it was always prudent to test the waters. Lin An's gaze was sharp as he thrust forward. Even though it was just a probe, this strike was enough to pierce through steel and kill any zombie instantly. The bone spike tore through the air. No, don't. The voice was hoarse and labored, each word squeezed out from the throat. Lin An's eyes narrowed like needles, his body going cold. The strike that was aimed at the zombie doctor's head suddenly veered off course. The voice came from the doctor. Boom! The wall behind the zombie was pierced, revealing Grace Emmett. Lennon stared in disbelief at the doctor, trying to continue speaking. A zombie? How could it possibly talk? A chill ran down Lin An's spine. In his previous life, during 3 years in the Doomsday game, he had never heard anyone mention that zombies could talk. To be able to speak meant there was still reason. And intelligence. Unlike Lin An's fear, Zhang Tai merely looked surprised at the doctor. The iron door behind him was banging, causing him to stumble slightly. Team leader, what is this thing saying? Lennon did not respond, instead gripping the bone spike tightly. It was not impossible for mutated beings to possess intelligence. From what Lennon knew, mutated beings of level 3 and above began to exhibit varying degrees of intelligence. But a level 1 mutated zombie possessing intelligence? If it was due to equipment, he could barely accept it, as Doomsday gear often had special effects. But if this zombie retained its intelligence without relying on Doomsday equipment, it would be terrifying. Humanity had become the dominant species on Blue Star, sitting at the top of the food chain solely because of intelligence. If level 1 mutated zombies had intelligence, Lennon truly did not know how humanity could defend itself. Level 1 mutated beings were not rare. The Doomsday game would turn from a battle against monsters into a survival war between two races. With heavy footsteps, Lennon held the bone spike against the doctor's head, ready to kill at the slightest movement. What do you want to say? Ridiculous. Lennon had never imagined he would be talking to a zombie. Don't kill me. Ha, ha. As Lennon drew closer, the seated zombie doctor could not suppress its primal craving for flesh. It gasped like a dying old man. Its body repeatedly tried to rise from the chair to pounce and bite, but reason suppressed its instinct. Lennon could see fear in its eyes. It tilted its head, tried to avoid the bone spike aimed at its forehead. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lynn took a deep breath. A zombie afraid of death. Begging for mercy? Why you want it? The doctor's zombie fidgeted. It slowly raised its right hand, which was wearing a glove, its flesh peeling away. The glove was a strange black, covered in dense crimson patterns. On the back of the glove was an empty groove, as if something had once been embedded there. Lin An's heart skipped a beat, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his eyes. The Eye of Judgment. Ding! Doomsday equipment detected. Level. Excellent. Blue. Chapter 28. Hand of the Skull Crusher Blue equipment. Lin An's eyes lit up. This was the equipment that all players in Lin City dreamt of, now within reach. Although he couldn't check the attributes before acquiring it, Lin was certain that this equipment was the hand of the Skull Crusher. Swish! Lin pressed the bone spike against the zombie doctor's head and instantly pierced a section. With just a slight exertion, he could crush its brain. Against Lin An's strength, the reinforced bones of the zombie crumbled like cookies. Trade my item for your life. Not enough. Lin tilted his head, staring directly at the bloodied skeleton. It is mine. Killing you makes it mine. Lin unceremoniously interrupted the zombie doctor's words. The door to the examination room wouldn't hold for long. If this zombie could only talk but offered no value, there was no reason to waste more time. He had promised Winya that he would take a look at the nearby buildings, and Zhang Tai's mention of the pharmacy was also necessary. Time was tight. If he delayed until nightfall, the danger posed by zombies would increase significantly, and falling into a horde of them would be too risky. No. The Dr. Zombie's crimson eyes displayed a human-like anger. Interesting. It could get angry and suppress its emotions. Lennon pondered. Silence. The zombie doctor froze, seemingly hesitating about something. Hesitation? Lin An's mind moved. If this zombie had intelligence, it would naturally realize that if it could not offer any value, it would certainly die. So what was it hesitating about? Lin deliberately showed impatience, slightly applying pressure with a spike in his right hand, pretending to be ready to strike. In the next second, he would crush its head. I have something. It sensed Lin An's murderous intent, and, in a panic, struggled to spit out a few words. What is it? One more word, and I'll kill you. Also, take off the glove. Otherwise, I'll chop off your hand. No, if I take it off, I'll die. Fear flashed in its eyes, instinctively protecting its right hand. "If you don't take it off, you'll die now." Lin and S killing intent erupted, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Its anger reached a peak, and it seemed unable to suppress its craving for flesh any longer. Roar! The Dr. Zombie's gloved right hand suddenly lunged towards Lin An's chest. Rather than it exerting power, it was more like the glove propelled its entire body towards Lin. Looking for death. Crack! Lin remained expressionless, directly reaching out to twist its right hand off. Crack! A kick shattered its knee, exposing white bone shards. The gap in strength between a level 1 mutated being and Lin was not something a single glove could bridge. Moreover, this creature could only be considered a pseudo-level 1. Lin picked up the severed hand from the ground and directly removed the glove. The glove on the severed hand emitted rippling blue waves intermittently. Ding! Obtained blue equipment. Hand of the Skull Crusher, excellent. Hand of the Skull Crusher, blue, excellent. Equipment level requirement. Level 1, equipment attributes, strength 5. Attached effects. Equipment evaluation. This equipment lacks a key component. Perhaps you can find a way to complete it and unleash its true power. After completing the equipment, its quality will rise from excellent to epic. The central part of the glove, something should have been embedded there. Lin couldn't wait to put the glove on. A muffled groan escaped him. The glove tightened around his right hand as if it had a life of its own, clinging tightly to his flesh. At the same time, a surge of power poured into his heart from the glove. Ding! Strength attribute 5. Lin An's expression brightened. On the third day of the Doomsday game, he had gained such strength. The speed of this enhancement was even hard for him to believe. Clenching his fist, the sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. With a single punch, he could likely smash a light armored vehicle. The feeling of becoming stronger was intoxicating. Lin looked at the blank space where the glove was missing, puzzled. Key component? True power? It's hard to imagine what effect would occur if this glove were completed. No wonder it was the coveted Doomsday equipment praised by countless players in the past life. While Lin was pondering, the zombie doctor's eyes flashed with a hint of terror. Ignoring the pain of its broken legs, it quickly clawed at the windowsill with its remaining hand, wanting to escape the room. Lin let out a cold laugh. Still trying to run? With a swift motion, he reached toward the zombie's head and easily pulled it off. The headless body continued to claw at the windowsill out of instinct. This level of injury was not fatal for a doctor who had turned into a zombie. In Lin's hand, the head opened and closed its mouth, eyes filled with resentment. For zombies, as long as the brain isn't damaged, any injury is inconsequential. In 3 seconds, tell me where the missing parts of the glove are. 3, 2. The countdown to death began. The resentment in the zombie doctor's eyes was replaced by fear. With intelligence comes the fear of death. I'll tell you where to find the child. Under the threat of death, it spoke faster than before. Lin's mind stirred. Save a child? The nearby building? Isn't that the one where when your mother is? The number of zombies in the nearby hospital building might not be as many as here, but it wouldn't be too few either, compared to the emergency surgery hall's corridor structure. The densely packed rooms in the hospital building posed a danger level not lower than here. Why would you be there? Are you trying to trick me into going over? Lin asked in a deep voice, directly ignoring the words about saving. However, hearing the zombie doctor say this, he was convinced that even if the critical parts weren't there, that building probably had something. When they entered, this zombie had been facing that building the entire time. I demand you refuse. My child is there. The glove is his gift. The thing is there. Chapter 29. The Cruel Truth in the Room. Lin expressionlessly wiped away the sticky substance in his hand with a piece of white cloth. A puddle of red and white filth on the pristine ceramic faintly revealed that it was the head of the zombie doctor that had been crushed. Captain Lin, Zhang Tai said angrily, a hint of compassion flashing in his eyes. Without the zombie doctor's command, the force of the zombies banging against the door outside had diminished significantly. For a time, they didn't have to worry about being broken in by zombies. Didn't it say it had a child there? I think it's willing to give up the glove. It just wants us to help find its child. Why kill it? It doesn't actually want to become a zombie. I think. Lin dropped the white cloth he was holding and looked at Zhang Tai. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Tai was angry about him crushing the zombie doctor's head. Zhang Tai was inherently kind, as evidenced by the elderly and weak people in the team he led. Do you think I'm too cruel? Inhumane? Clearly. We would have gone to the nearby building anyway, and if we found its child, it would willingly give us the glove. It might even actively disclose the whereabouts of another part. So, I should he have killed it? Zhang Tai and Lin exchanged glances, and he felt that his thoughts were not wrong. Yes, I think it's still a person. It just wants to find its child. A person? Lin chuckled lightly and walked to the iron cabinet in the corner of the room. Zombies are always zombies. The moment it turned into a zombie, it had already lost its humanity. You underestimate the horror of the zombie virus too much. Lennon walked toward the dark mist in the judgmental vision. Whoosh! The cabinet opened, and a pile of white bones fell out, rolling to Zhang Tai's feet. 3 rows of children's skulls were neatly arranged on the top shelf, their innocent faces marred by bite marks. In each pair of eyes, one could see the fear before death, a scene of utter silence. On the tiles, the bones were licked clean, with the marrow pried out without a trace of waste. What is this? Zhang Tai gasped, staring in disbelief at the white bones beneath his feet. He trembled as he picked up one, which looked like a piece of an arm. The bone was small, and the slender skeleton seemed to be underdeveloped. Crack, crack, crack! Zhang Tai's teeth chattered, and the broken bone fell to the ground. He recognized that these bones all belonged to children. Lennon was not surprised by Zhang Tai's reaction, although he looked robust and mentally resilient. The apocalypse had just begun, and few could withstand the shock before them. Lennon sighed lightly and patted Zhang Tai's shoulder. The second floor has a part designated for pediatrics. Since we entered, have you seen a single zombie that has transformed from a child? It tells you that it retained its sanity and humanity because of the glove's ability. Zhang Tai took a deep breath and struggled to squeeze out a few words from his throat, shaking his head. Captain Lin, isn't it because of the glove? Lennon felt the glove on his right hand, his gaze icy. If he weren't a reborn person, he would likely have been deceived by the zombie doctor's words. Sanity? Wanting to save children? Zombies can never possess such things. They completely turned into monsters the moment they transformed into zombies. They can at most retain a bit of intelligence. Even that comes at the cost of eating people. Just like the suture, it became a Tier 3 mutant abomination after consuming all the survivors in the Wanda Plaza, becoming the ultimate nightmare for the survivors of Linjiang City. Don't you understand yet? It lost the glove, but still has intelligence and understands fear. This indicates that its intelligence was not granted by the glove, but is inherent. Players can level up by killing mutants, and, similarly, zombies can level up by eating people. The more powerful the mutant, the more people it has killed. That zombie might seem weak to me, but its real strength is much greater than other zombies. Moreover, it should be of a more special kind, capable of commanding other zombies with mental power. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had such difficulty earlier without any command. Undoubtedly, most of the children here were eaten by it alone, which is why it mutated. Zhang Tai fell silent, unable to help but walk up to the filthy mess on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he stomped on it. Damn it, scum. Ding. Zhang Tai's loyalty has increased by 10 points. Current loyalty, 80. With 80 points of loyalty, it basically ensured that Zhang Tai would not betray him. Having a system that monitors loyalty in real time is indeed useful. Not bad. It seems this incident has significantly impacted Zhang Tai's worldview. I believe that in the future, he will no longer question Lin and S actions. Captain Lin, I'm sorry. Zhang Tai lowered his head, forcing a self-deprecating smile. It's nothing. These things will be experienced eventually. Don't trust any zombies or mutants. They're no longer human the moment they turn into zombies. Lennon stood in front of the window, looking toward the nearby hospital building. 303, when you S mother. The zombie doctor's child. The key part missing from the equipment. It seems that whether to gain when you S loyalty or to complete the equipment, it's necessary to take a trip there. Let us rest for 10 minutes, and then we'll set off. 10 minutes is enough for Zhang Tai to recover his strength. After all, the higher the physique, the faster the recovery rate. Time is of the essence. After the apocalypse game began, the global weather has been unusually unstable. Although the two set off early in the morning, it was only noon now. But it gets dark very quickly now. Around 5 in the afternoon, it will be dark. If time is delayed, In the dark, the strength of the zombies will increase significantly. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Ordinary zombies have limited strength as individuals. But a horde is different. Any slight enhancement makes them extremely troublesome. Lennon stood by the window, carefully observing the layout of the entire hospital. The action in 10 minutes might not go smoothly. Why did the zombie doctor want him to go to the inpatient department? What was there? He didn't quite believe that the zombie doctor just wanted him to go find his child. A child? Whether there is one or not is a question mark. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be some danger there. The zombie doctor wanting him to go must mean he wanted Lennon to stay there, or at least be trapped for a while to give him time to escape. Lennon muttered to himself, a mutated creature? Mutated beings that never appeared in his past life had already emerged in the hospital. So, it wouldn't be surprising if another one appeared. But what exactly caused the deviation? The knocking sound from the underground parking lot, the snake-like corpses that shouldn't exist, last night's shrill scream, the missing bloody witch, and the mountain of corpses caused by a suspected third-level mutated being on the highway into the city. Lennon questioned himself. Hadn't he done anything that would significantly impact history? If there was, it could only be that he took the Doomsday Ring early. Lennon recalled the strangeness of taking the ring, followed by 3 days of unconsciousness that caused him to waste precious time preparing supplies. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, a sudden idea flashed through his head. Perhaps there was a chance to go back to 97 Foming Road to take a look. If something really broke out, it would definitely cause destruction to the surrounding environment. A careful investigation might uncover some clues left behind. Chapter 30. Split Up Lin Team. What are you looking at? Zhang Tai walked up to Lin and in a casual manner, not looking at anything. Lin took out 2 pre-prepared potions from his waist and handed them to him. The light purple potion emitted a strange color in the test tube, mesmerizing. Team Lin, what is this? Zhang Tai instinctively took the potion, then stared blankly at the description that came through his player information. Ding. Obtain giant lizard extract. Special increases strength by 1, constitution by 1, and agility by 1 for a short period after consumption. Ding. Obtain snake venom purification essence. Special increases explosive power by 50, endurance and impact resistance by 30, and attack speed by 20 for a short period after consumption. Stunned. As an awakened one, Zhang Tai knew just from his own changes how important even a slight attribute increase was. This thing is a bit awesome. Team Lin, damn, if I had a few more of these, I wouldn't be afraid of any zombies. Give me a few more. Lennon felt helpless. After deducting what he had used, he only had 24 potions left in his ring. Although it sounded like a lot, it wouldn't support many battles. One person was fine, but if the team members increased in the future, 2 or 3 battles would consume them all. There aren't many left, so use them sparingly. Can your mental strength support another transformation? Zhang Tai felt a bit regretful after hearing there weren't many left. He carefully placed the potion in his arms like a treasure. Team Lin, I can support 1 more bear transformation at most, but the duration will be much shorter. Approximately? Zhang Tai thought for a moment and gave an uncertain answer. About 20 seconds. Lennon frowned slightly. 20 seconds was simply too short. He had just calculated it. Even if they acted quickly, the fighting time in the inpatient building wouldn't be less than 5 minutes. Both places were necessary to visit. If the pharmacy really had a psychic energy node, then Lennon could even bring Wunya back here tomorrow to advance her to an awakened one. After all, in his plan, the other awakening location was not easy to find and was in an area with a large number of zombies. Bringing Wunya in, with her only being an ordinary person, was still quite risky. Therefore, finding a psychic energy node in the pharmacy would be the best outcome. Then, let us split up. You go to the pharmacy. There are fewer zombies there. If you find anything unusual, let me know immediately. Lennon thought for a moment and decided to let Zhang Tai go to the pharmacy alone. Even if the psychic energy node there had dissipated, it might still leave behind some benefits. Having Zhang Tai follow him wouldn't be very helpful, so it was better to let him explore a bit more. Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment, but said nothing. He knew that once he couldn't transform into a bear, he would at most be a slightly stronger human. In close combat with zombies, he might even become a burden to Lennon. Not being sentimental, he nodded in agreement. However, he suddenly felt a bit melancholic. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had always been regarded as the older brother and relied upon by his team members. He never expected that with Linen. He wouldn't even be able to contribute. The strength he was proud of felt insignificant in front of Lin and dejected and frustrated. Zhang Tai glanced at his left hand. The severed arm had actually weakened his strength significantly. Linen noticed his thoughts and intended to offer some comfort. After all, they would all be team members in the future, and mutual support was inevitable. Zhang Tai, don't be discouraged or feel useless. Every awakened one is a powerful representative. The reason you feel your strength is lacking now is that we are facing a large horde of zombies. In this scale of horde, it wouldn't matter who it was. Linen thought for a moment and added, your innate skill is quite good. Bear transformation is much more practical in combat compared to many awakened ones. Once your transformation duration increases in the future, and you even upgrade to the second tier, you will gain a new skill. Long-duration bear transformation along with the new skill you learn will make your combat power quite considerable. Linen recalled what he learned about other awakened ones in his past life, especially those who controlled elements. Raising their hands to unleash flames and storms looked powerful, and their lethality was decent. However, often in the early stages, when mental strength was lacking, they would lose combat effectiveness after using skills 2 or 3 times. After that, they could only rely on their 10-point limit attributes to fight enemies. Compared to physical type and transformation type awakened ones, these awakened ones were like having 3 tricks. Once the skills were used up, they were useless. Zhang Tai's bear transformation had a significantly longer sustained combat time than these types of awakened ones. Although it lacked some explosive power, it excelled in endurance and stability. It was like the relationship between mages. One pursued stable and continuous output, while the other focused on short bursts. Hearing this, Zhang Tai felt much better in his heart, looking forward to the strength he would gain after advancing to the second tier. Linen was equally eager. In these recent encounters with large-scale zombies, he had also discovered a significant shortcoming of his own. He lacked area of effect skills. It was fine against single enemies, but once facing a large number of enemies, relying solely on physical strength to kill was too exhausting. His talent was explosive power, which was not much different from Zhang Tai's bear transformation. Although his attributes were higher and more comprehensive, they ultimately belonged to auxiliary skills. In the Doomsday game, lacking area of effect skills was indeed very inconvenient. After all, while mutated beings were strong, they were rare. In regular battles, they still had to face large numbers of zombies. Linen made up his mind. After obtaining equipment, he would deal with the sewing man. If all went well, he must advance to the second tier before establishing a safe zone. Advancing to the second tier would not only bring a qualitative leap in strength, but also grant him a brand new skill. He already had an auxiliary skill. Linen didn't believe that the skill he would obtain after leveling up would still be auxiliary. Even if it was a single-target explosive skill, it would be stronger than hacking away with a knife. Team Lin, I've rested enough. Shall we go now? Linen looked at Zhang Tai and slowly nodded. Having given Zhang Tai 2 potions, he believed that with Zhang Tai's strength, facing the few zombies in the pharmacy should be no problem. Bang! After the 2 confirmed their route, they jumped down from the second floor without hesitation. One headed straight for the hospital building, while the other went to the pharmacy. In the underground parking lot on the second floor, the rhythmic knocking sound abruptly stopped. Not long after, a baby's cry echoed, jarring in the dead silence of the darkness. Chapter 31, Room 317. As soon as he landed, the scattered zombies wandering inside the hospital surrounded him. It was unclear whether this was due to survivors still being present in the various buildings or if they were trying to avoid the sunlight during the day. There weren't many zombies on the external ground. With a thrust of his bone spike, Linen pierced through the zombie lunging at him, as if piercing through tofu. After equipping the Skull Crusher's hand, his strength attribute had reached 244 points even without activating his talent. In a regular state, he was already stronger than before when he had taken drugs and activated skills. His power had indeed risen to a new level. Linen bent his legs to gather strength, locking onto a window on the 3rd floor of the hospital building. Bang! The ground cracked, and the footprint was 2 points deeper than before. Like a human cannonball, he ignored the zombies below that were drawn by his scent. Thud! The wall on the 3rd floor cracked, dust falling down. Linen jumped onto the outer wall of the 3rd floor. grabbing the protective net on the window with one hand and applying slight force. Creak! The protective railing was torn apart with bare hands. The stainless steel pipe was easily twisted into a spiral. Through the window, it was dark inside the hospital room, and he couldn't see the situation clearly. Roar! Inside the room, a zombie roared as it slammed into the window. Its face was distorted, crashing against the glass like a demon. The window shattered, and it had no sense of pain as it craved flesh and blood. The zombie forced its way through the broken window, ignoring the sharp shards that cut its face. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be an elderly person, around 70 or 80 years old, transformed into a zombie. It frantically opened and closed its gaping mouth, its teeth mostly fallen out, yet it still attempted to bite a piece of flesh from Lynn and to savor the taste. Bang! Lynn, expressionless, held onto the zombie's body with one hand and then kicked its head, exploding it as he leaped into the hospital room, quickly surveying his surroundings. The room was in disarray. There were 2 hospital beds, equipped with a separate bathroom. It seemed like the 2 had been in a special care room, and the recently deceased zombie had likely held a significant identity before its death. Ordinary people could hardly afford the fees for such special care rooms. Looking around, on the other hospital bed lay a zombie grandmother struggling to get off, her upper body the only part remaining. It wasn't that the strength of zombies was limited by their physical condition before mutation, under the enhancement of a zombie virus. Lynn had seen many elderly people still able to run fast even after becoming zombies. However, this zombie grandmother had her limbs eaten clean, reduced to a human stick, and could only move laboriously like a maggot. The originally clean sheets were stained with dark red blood. Her upper body arms had been completely devoured, and even the internal organs in her chest cavity were significantly reduced. It seemed that the elderly man had turned into a zombie first and then infected her. If nothing else, the 2 might have been a couple. After decades of marriage, they had supported each other through sickness, only to end up dead at the hands of their own partner. Lennon shook his head, feeling little. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he had seen such scenes many times. Bang, bang, bang. The locked door deformed from the inside. Upon hearing the noise, the zombies outside rushed over. Lennon took a few steps to the door, reaching for the lock. His gaze was calm, as if the zombies outside were just friends visiting. Judgment eye. Crack. He yanked the lock apart, and a pale blue mist rose from his eyes. Roar. The zombies outside roared, and at least 2 or 3 dozen were visible at a glance. They crowded the hallway like a dense mass of mahjong tiles, blocking any escape. With a swift reaction, Lennon raised his leg and stomped on the nearest zombie as it approached. The sound of breaking bones echoed like firecrackers. The leading zombie was instantly sent flying, crashing into the ones behind it, causing them to splatter. The wall trembled as the zombies at the entrance were cleared out, and the innermost zombie was firmly embedded in the wall, turning into a puddle of flesh. Lennon looked at his casual kick and smiled with satisfaction. Now, his strength translated to over 4 tons. A casual punch or kick felt like a car crashing at high speed. This was the power of an awakened being. Stepping over the ground littered with broken limbs and flesh, Lennon entered the corridor, quickly scanning the area. The judgment loaded all the information within his field of vision in a very short time. Beep, detected, zombies, 1198, mutants, 0. Although the number of zombies was significantly lower than in the emergency building, it was still not to be underestimated. Behind him, the room number indicated 330, and the sign on the wall read, left, 330370. Right, 330301. Without hesitation, Lennon turned right. If he remembered correctly, when you said her mother was in room 303. The zombie doctor mentioned a child with parts in room 317. Although Winya's mother was likely dead or had turned into a zombie, he still wanted to take a look since he had promised Winya. Moreover, rooms 303 and 317 were along the same path, so it wouldn't take much time. Zombies roared as they wandered in the corridor, charging towards him. Lennon held 2 spikes, one made from a Licker-S spine and the other from an ordinary zombie. He hadn't had time to deal with the Licker he killed on the street yesterday. Compared to ordinary cold weapons, the zombie's spine, though not very handy, was still quite good in other aspects. Thrust. Lennon stepped forward, his figure as swift as lightning. The sharp spine pierced through the zombie in front of him with terrifying force, leaving a transparent hole. With rapid thrusts of both spikes, he transformed into a cold and efficient killing machine. Under his overwhelming strength, Lin An's advance was unimpeded as he cleared out the zombies blocking his path, executing a cold and mechanical slaughter. 1 minute later, Lin An looked up at the room number not far ahead. The corridor behind him resembled a slaughterhouse, strewn with the bodies of zombies whose skulls he had crushed. Room 317. No abnormalities. The information on the light screen only showed ordinary zombies. Lin An felt a blend of confusion and mild unease. It was too smooth. Having charged through, his judgment I had remained active the entire time. On one hand, it was to prevent any special zombies from mixing in, allowing him to react quickly. On the other hand, when you hadn't provided a photo of her mother. Of course, even if she had, it wouldn't have been much use. After all, if when Wenya's mother had turned into a zombie, she would likely be unrecognizable. All the patients in the hospital wore the same hospital gowns, making it impossible to distinguish them by clothing. But there had been no abnormalities along the way, and he could sense that these zombies were not being commanded by any mutants. Now, reaching room 317, yet still finding nothing, felt unreasonable. Logically, there must be some dangerous presence here. Otherwise, the zombie Dr. wouldn't have tried to lure him here. As for perhaps really being his child, wanting Lin and to take it back, he wouldn't believe it for a second. If that were the case, why wouldn't the zombie doctor come itself? As a mutant, it could command other zombies without any obstruction in the horde. Being cautious, Lin muttered under his breath, his gaze sharpening. Power erupted. A pale, golden spiritual energy surged into his body, and his attributes broke through from 244 to 264. Powerful, his blood surged. Lin once again felt the brand new second-tier power. Unlike the previous breakthrough at the critical point, his strength now rivaled that of an intermediate second tier. First, he adjusted his state to the best, crossing his dual daggers over his chest. Then he explosively kicked the door of room 317. Boom! The metal door fell off under this force, crashing into the room as if it had been struck by a giant beast. Lin warily glanced into the room, enhanced by the eye of judgment. The curtains were tightly closed, and the dimly lit room was as bright as day. After seeing the scene inside, his pupils violently constricted, and his body hair stood on end as if a beast had encountered danger. After a long time, a strong sense of fear surged from his heart. Lin An's breath caught, and his whole body felt cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. There were no zombies in the room, only a little girl. She wore a red dress, and her delicate little feet were bare, floating in the air. Chapter 32. Death Ding detected a mutant. The girl in the red dress hung her head, as if she were asleep. Around her neck, a necklace embedded with what looked like obsidian hung on her chest. Her long hair covered her entire face, and the strands hanging on both sides of her shoulders moved without wind. Her exposed skin was dead white, devoid of any color. Lin An's body stiffened, and he gave up breathing. He dared not move, fearing to wake her. Is it useful? Lin An let out a bitter laugh in his heart. The noise from his kick just now was definitely not small. Although he didn't know why the mutant in front of him showed no reaction, Lin An did not believe that she truly hadn't noticed. The eye of judgment provided no information, only confirming that what was before him was not human, but a mutant. The lack of information from the eye of judgment only indicated that the existence before him had power that crushed him, preventing his mental probing from breaking through its barrier. Floating, walking in the air without external force. The power of the mutant before him, at least at the pinnacle of the second tier, possibly even third tier. Lin An felt a glimmer of despair. This was the greatest crisis he had faced since his rebirth. As for the obsidian embedded in the girl's necklace, it was highly likely the missing key component of the gloves. Obtaining it would complete the hand of the skull crusher. But now, he didn't dare to act recklessly. If a person dies, what use is there in completing the equipment? What to do? Lin An's mind raced, desperately trying to maintain his composure. Before he could make a choice, suddenly, the little girl before him abruptly raised her head. Her delicate features were as cute as a doll, appearing to be only 7 or 8 years old. But her eyes were dead white, filled with resentment and indifference. Boom! An irresistible mental shockwave struck Lin An's body like a tangible force. It was as if he were hit by a train, instantly crashing him into the wall. The wall shattered, revealing bricks and steel rods inside. Lennon felt a sweetness in his mouth, blood spilling out. His chest caved in, as if a heavy hammer had smashed into it. At least 3 ribs broke, and his left hand was crushed. Blood surged violently. Lennon let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Too strong. The mutant before him was simply beyond his ability to resist. That blow just now had nearly killed him. He could feel his internal organs bleeding. If he hadn't activated the power burst, enhancing his physique, that blow would have instantly killed him. Too strong. Lennon, who was invincible among the first tier, had no power to fight back against the seemingly third-tier girl in red. Run. Without hesitation, Lennon instantly took out a potion from the Doomsday Ring and bit it open. Ding. Strength 1, Physique 1, Agility 1. Ding. Burst power increased by 50. Endurance and impact resistance increased by 30. Attack speed increased by 20. Blood surged, and his strength increased again. At this moment, Lin An's strength attribute had reached 234. Coupled with the 10 burst power increase provided by the 10 spirit plants from a potion, his maximum damage output could exceed 2,808 strength. But facing the seemingly third-tier mutant girl, it was still of no use, because the minimum attribute value for a third-tier mutant was 40 points, with no thought of resistance. Lennon barely propped himself up and swiftly turned, escaping to the right like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was so fast that the air around his body was compressed, creating a slight sonic boom. Behind him, the girl in the red dress floating in midair seemed to have no reaction. After releasing the mental shock, she returned to calmness. 10 meters. Lin and speed created afterimages. And at the stairwell on the 3rd floor, there was a floor-to-ceiling window for lighting. If he dashed out, he could escape this building. Faster, even faster. Lennon urged the power within him, trying to push his speed to the limit. He could only pray that the girl in red had no interest in him and wouldn't chase him out of the building. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any hope for survival. Frantically fleeing, in his peripheral vision, Lennon saw the room number on his right. 303. That was where Winya's mother was. Before Lennon could have any thoughts, another wave of mental fluctuations came from behind. Buzz. A transparent yet tangible mental shockwave struck again, transforming into an invisible shockwave that hit him from behind. Puff. Blood spurted out. Lennon felt immense pain. His back a bloody mess. His vision darkened, and under the force of this shock, he was blasted out of the building like a cannonball. In midair, Lennon strained to protect his head. Outside the hospital building, a zombie stared blankly at the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor. There was movement of living beings there, attracting its attention. Boom! Before it could react, a shadow shot out at high speed, crashing into its body. Dust flew up, and the hard concrete floor was blasted into a deep pit. Lennon felt dizzy and struggled to crawl out of the pit. Beneath him lay a zombie crushed into a bloody pulp. It was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the warm sunlight dispelled the cold air. But it couldn't dispel the chill in Lin An's heart. On the 3rd floor of the hospital building, the girl in red slowly floated out from the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. Her dead white eyes were firmly locked onto Lin and in the deep pit. Seeing this, Lin let out a bitter laugh. Since the girl in red had chased him out, it seemed he was going to meet his end today. No wonder the zombie doctor wanted to lure him to room 307. A suspected 3rd-tier mutant, even a 1,000-man army, would be wiped out here. But Lennon couldn't understand why. In his previous life, there were no mutants here. How could change now? Just from the mutants he encountered in the hospital, there were already 2. Not to mention the possibility of unknown creatures in the underground parking lot. Even if his rebirth disrupted the original trajectory, it shouldn't lead to such a significant change, right? He questioned himself, believing he had been cautious enough. In his expectations, even if the zombie doctor wanted to lure him to the dangerous 307, it would at most be a 1st-tier threat. After all, the team that obtained the hand of the Skull Crusher in his previous life was not strong, relying on sacrificing most ordinary people to use firearms to break in. If there had been a suspected 3rd-tier mutant here at that time, no, even a 2nd-tier one, this group would have had no chance of bringing the gloves back. After all, a 1,000-person team attacking here, amidst the explosions of grenades and firearms. Even if they hadn't gone to room 307, they would have certainly attracted the attention of the girl in red. It was truly frustrating. Broken ribs pierced into his lungs, and Lennon coughed. Blood froth spilled from the corners of his mouth. He was severely injured now. If he weren't an awakened one with high physique to heal his organs, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Losing too much blood, his hands and feet felt cold. With such injuries, he couldn't even escape in a short time. Lennon stared intensely at the girl in red who was slowly drifting towards him, the surroundings dim and lifeless. With another mental shock, he would undoubtedly perish. The girl in red slowly raised her right hand, her youthful face devoid of expression. Waves of mental fluctuations coalesced, ready to strike him in an instant. A strong aura of death enveloped Lennon, rendering him unable to resist. Like memories before death, images flashed rapidly before his eyes. The indifferent Tang, one family in the safe house. The helpless Xia clinging tightly to herself. The agonized screams of a zombified and Jingtian. The trembling Wenya, clutching a blanket, her eyes red. The cheerful laughter of Zhang Tai as he proudly introduced his sister. And Xia Jingtian, I'm truly sorry. I may never be able to go back to see you again. Lennon let out a bitter laugh, never expecting that despite being reborn, nothing had changed. The mental shock arrived in an instant, like the Grim Reaper's scythe aimed at Lin and S head. Darkness, silence. Chapter 33. Black Snake time seemed to stand still. Lennon remembered hearing people say that time slows down before death, allowing one to slowly reflect on their life like a painting. He had never believed it, but now he did. The tangible mental shockwave twisted space, slowly and firmly striking towards his head. He could even feel the pain at his brow, his scalp slowly splitting open. The zombies around him, sensing the scent of blood, waved their arms in slow motion, comically absurd. The particles of dust, wrapped in mental energy, fell one by one. The rumbling sound distorted, low and indistinguishable. Everything was so slow. However, in the center of the painting, a long black snake appeared like a flash of lightning. Its speed was so fast that Lennon couldn't react in time. In an instant, with a puff, the black snake leaped up, blocking the mental shockwave between Lin and itself. The shockwave, strong enough to cut through tank armor, disappeared into the black snake's body in an instant. Like a cow sinking into the sea, it made no sound. The black snake let out a satisfied burp and then wagged its tail at Lin and as if to take credit. Time resumed its flow, roaring like a rushing river. Lin Anne's heart trembled, incredulously gazing at the black snake before him. It was too fast. The speed at which the black snake had exploded earlier had definitely surpassed the sound barrier. If converted into agility, it was at least over 45 points. Such speed was unattainable even by third-tier, mutated beings. Hiss! The snake's tongue flicked out, and the black snake arched its body. Lennon was surprised to see a hint of flattery in its cold pupils. He didn't understand why he could perceive emotion in a snake's eyes. His mouth was dry. Lennon felt helpless. What the hell is this thing? It appeared out of nowhere and saved his life, even showing him a hint of flattery. Before Lennon could think further, the black snake suddenly turned around and stood upright. In an instant, it expanded, transforming from a slender snake into a giant python 4 meters tall. Its pitch-black scales absorbed the sunlight, resembling a black hole. On the sharp snake head, 2 protruding bumps appeared, as if something was trying to grow out. The girl in red, floating in midair, stopped moving. She remained expressionless, her dead white pupils fixed on the black snake. Fear, from its reaction, Lennon sensed that this suspected third-tier, mutated being held some fear of the black snake. Hiss! The girl in red stood in the air, her powerful mental energy spilling forth, shredding everything around her. Buzz! She raised one hand, her pale fingertips pointing at the black giant python. In Lin and S perception, a mental wave far exceeding the previous one erupted and instantly struck the giant python. 2 beings that looked like monsters began to fight without a word. This left Lin extremely puzzled. The mental shockwave arrived in an instant, yet, just like before, it disappeared into the giant python's body. The black giant python opened its mouth, mockingly remaining in place. Boom! In the next second, its massive body leaped into the air at an illogical angle, appearing before the red-clad, mutated being, its gaping maw open wide, ready to swallow her. Ja! Seeing the giant mouth about to engulf her, the girl in red let out a piercing scream, her voice containing mental shock that instantly exploded the heads of zombies within 100 meters. Lennon grunted, blood streaming from his nose. His head throbbed painfully. Had it not been for his will attribute far exceeding that of ordinary awakeners, this scream could have shattered his consciousness. Besides that, he could sense that the main target of this scream was not him or the surrounding zombies, but rather the black giant python. Lennon let out a wry smile, never expecting that he wouldn't even have the qualification to watch the battle. Just the aftermath of the fight nearly cost him half his life. His expression grew serious, but many of his doubts were unveiled. This scream was the same one he had heard last night, malevolent and piercing. It left a deep impression on him. What had happened last night? Before Lennon could think clearly, the black snake was relentless. This scream, capable of killing thousands of people, seemed merely a noise to it. It paused slightly, but continued to lunge at the red-clad, mutated being. Buzz! A slight spatial fluctuation occurred. To avoid being swallowed, the red-clad, mutated being oddly vanished and reappeared not far away, as if teleporting. Her aura weakened significantly, and the mental energy that had previously spilled out was drawn back into her body. It seemed that this teleportation-like ability consumed a great deal of energy for her. The red-clad mutated being stayed in place, and the black giant python did not pursue. It seemed to be waiting for something. The two faced each other, and Lennon wondered why the black giant python, despite having the advantage, did not attack again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake tongue flicked out. In this standoff, the black giant python seemed to be communicating with the red mutated being. A few seconds later, Lennon watched as the girl in red hesitated for a moment before removing the necklace from her neck and throwing it towards the black giant python. On her youthful face, Lennon saw a fluctuation of emotions for the first time. Anger, reluctance, and helplessness. As the necklace was thrown, the central obsidian sparkled with a mysterious sheen, capturing Lin and S' attention. If only he could get it. Lin's heart raced. According to the equipment description, after the Skull Crusher's hand fused with the missing components, it would be upgraded to epic-level equipment. As the name suggests, this equipment would possess immense power. In his previous life, Lennon had only heard a few mentions of such equipment while chatting with the strongest awakeners. The might of epic equipment could turn the tides, providing players with a qualitative change in strength. Lennon speculated that there might not be many such pieces of equipment, even in the entire apocalyptic game. He wanted it, but Lennon could only remain in place, afraid to make any moves. The necklace was thrown to the black giant python. Although the black snake had saved him and even showed an inexplicable hint of flattery, Lennon would never narcissistically believe that the black snake would not turn against him. A black snake that could ignore the mental shock of a third-tier, mutated being and possess speed comparable to 45 agility points was, at this stage, practically invincible. Lennon knew that if this giant python attacked him, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one blow. With that speed alone, he wouldn't even be able to react. Though he did not know the origin of the black snake that had transformed into a giant python, Lennon vaguely felt that this monster was different from the mutated creatures infected by the zombie virus. After throwing the necklace, the girl in red turned and flew away without hesitation. However, Lennon looked in the direction she flew and, upon careful comparison, was surprised to find that it was also the city center. He wondered what was in the city center as he recalled the mountain of corpses he had seen upon entering the city. There are also traces of third-order mutants there, and the target is the city center. Headache, unease. The direction of the apocalypse in this life is completely different from what he remembers, which gives him a feeling of losing control. However, Lennon quickly suppressed his thoughts. No matter what changes occur, you must face them. Useless emotions are of no help. The cold wind suddenly rises, and the weather after the apocalypse is unpredictable. Lennon quietly stayed in the deep pit, watching as the black snake swallowed the necklace in one bite. Regret. Lennon sighed softly. It seems the black snake's target is also the obsidian on the necklace. It's just that he doesn't know why it chose to save him. But in any case, it seems his hope of completing his equipment has completely shattered. He cannot fight against either of the two monsters. Putting aside the thought of obtaining the obsidian, Lennon groped for the skull crusher's hand in his right hand. What a pity. If he could complete this piece of equipment, he would have full confidence in killing the Stitcher. However, the outcome is still quite good. At least he survived the encounter with a suspected third-order mutant. This is already extremely lucky. However, he thought, his injuries are gradually healing. With his high physique, his body's recovery speed is about 7 times that of an ordinary person. Although he cannot regenerate limbs, he can quickly heal wounds and repair internal organs. Like waiting for sentence. Up until now, Lennon still doesn't know why the black snake suddenly appeared and then suddenly intervened to save him. Snap! Just as Lennon was feeling uneasy, the black giant python transformed back into a slender black snake. It happily swam to Lennon's feet and then opened its mouth. The necklace, covered in slime, was offered to the ground like a treasure. Breathing rapidly, Lennon stared intently at the black snake and the necklace. This is... In his mind, a childish voice rang out. Fusion. Equipment. Chapter 34. Epic equipment. The voice came from a psychic transmission. Lennon was not unfamiliar with this. It was similar to internal team communication. However, this form of psychic communication could only be mastered by beings of third-order strength. There was no one else around, so the only one capable of this is the black snake. Surprise, disbelief. Could it be that the black snake demanded the necklace from the red-clothed mutant for himself? Lennon instinctively reached for the necklace, disregarding the slime on it. Not to mention the slime. A piece of epic-level equipment that can complete his gear. He would fish it out even if it fell into a mountain of corpses. The necklace felt cold to the touch. Ding. Obtained blue equipment. Fine, soul fragment, equipment attributes. Well 5, psychic amplification 10, psychic recovery speed 30. Attack speed 10. Attack includes psychic impact. Psychic impact inflicts damage to any being with psychic energy based on the strength difference. It includes a stun effect. Equipment description. A broken soul fragment that seems to be able to be embedded somewhere. Perhaps you can seek its vessel. Note, this fragment is not complete and needs to be fused with other fragments. So powerful. Lennon's heart raced. Even if he doesn't use the soul fragment to complete the skull crusher's hand, the effect of this piece of equipment alone is already strong enough. Especially the attack's inclusion of psychic impact, which is considered top tier among blue equipment. These 2 pieces of blue equipment, either one alone, could drive players crazy. Lennon can hardly imagine how strong it would be once the skull crusher's hand is completed. Hurry! Fusion. The psychic force from the black snake urged Lennon, seeming a bit anxious. It coiled its body and lowered its head, appearing somewhat dispirited. It no longer possessed the imposing presence it had when it transformed into a giant python. It seems the earlier battle with the red-clothed mutant was not as overwhelming as it had shown. Lennon snapped back to reality and directly took off his gloves. Fusion. Buzz. The obsidian on the necklace instantly erupted with dazzling brilliance, merging the 2 pieces of equipment together. The light faded, and the originally vacant area on the gloves was completed by the obsidian. In the expectant gaze of Lynn and the black snake, new patterns appeared on the originally pitch-black gloves. Ding. Obtained orange equipment. Epic, soul-eating gloves, equipment attributes. Strength 6, physique 6, will 6, agility 6. Attack speed 20. Psychic amplification 20. Psychic recovery speed 50. Attack effect 1. Each attack includes a psychic impact, causing a brief stun effect, and provides additional bonuses based on the will attribute of the equipment holder. Attack effect 2. Soul Devour. After killing an enemy, the dead soul can be extracted to replenish psychic energy. Equipment includes skill. Soul Whale level. Instantly generates a ring-shaped psychic shockwave, indiscriminately damaging all beings within range. Daily release times 11. After release, enters cooldown, recovers the next day. The attributes are incredibly magnificent. Lennon was overjoyed, looking at this soul-eating gloves in his hand, which were covered in intricate patterns. Lennon was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Epic equipment. Truly worthy of being an item that could exchange for a medium-sized safe zone. All attributes 6. This is almost like a boost of 2 levels for both Awakened Ones and players. Even the weakest ordinary player, once equipped, could rival an Awakened One due to this luxurious attribute boost. For awakened ones, relying solely on this equipment, they could easily kill second-order beings. Moreover, attributes like attack speed and psychic amplification are incredibly rare. However, what excites him the most are the skills and effects attached to the equipment. The effect of psychic impact has been significantly enhanced compared to before. Lennon had witnessed the power of the psychic impact from the red-clothed mutant. Unlike conventional attack methods, this approach is almost impossible to dodge and can only be resisted with willpower. The attached stun effect is even more formidable. Just imagine, in battle, if the opponent is stunned for a moment with each psychic impact, how can they fight Lennon? In the battle between mutants and awakened ones, any small mistake can be magnified infinitely. A slight flaw can be fatal. And the soul whale skill inherent to these soul-eating gloves is god tier on the battlefield. It damages enemies in an area without consuming its own psychic energy. This is equivalent to having an extra skill every day, bringing along a psychic awakened one to fight. As for the soul devour mentioned in the second effect, Lennon was somewhat puzzled. Devouring souls to restore psychic energy. He had never heard of such an effect, and without experimentation, he didn't know what the effect would be like. However, it should be considered a means to restore psychic energy. Touching the gloves with both hands, the cold texture felt light. The pressure of killing the Stitcher, which had been weighing on his heart, was lifted. A sense of relief washed over him. With this piece of epic equipment, he no longer has to worry about the disparity in strength as he did before. Just the all attributes of 6 alone would allow him to overpower this Stitcher in pure physical strength. After all, no matter how strong the Stitcher, it is only a second-order being, and its attributes at most will not exceed 30 points. Moreover, the attack, including psychic impact, is a combination of control and damage. 6 slashes in 1 second, and the enemy would have to endure 6 instances of stun. Just based on this, Lennon has absolute confidence that he can kill the Stitcher in a short time, and the attached soul whale also compensates for his current lack of area damage. Originally, he was worried about the numerous zombies inside Wanda Plaza, but with his skill to clear the field, the problem would be easily resolved. If he can't withstand the psychic impact, how could ordinary zombies, whose will attributes are only 0, withstand it? He also wondered why the team that obtained the gloves in his previous life did not complete them. If they knew how exaggerated the attributes of the completed gloves were, the survivors in the entire southeast battle zone of Huaxia would probably spare no effort to find the missing components. Lennon tried to calm his emotions, feeling deeply moved. Sewing Master, I'm coming. And Jing Tian and Xia. You don't have to wait for 7 days, filled with fear. I am confident that I can slay the Sewing Master and save you now. His nose couldn't help but feel a bit sour. The 2 siblings were his only concern. And now he finally had the confidence to complete the mission. How could he not be excited? Beside Lin, the Black Snake was full of curiosity. It couldn't quite understand why Lin An's emotions were so fluctuating. Noticing the curiosity in the Black Snake's eyes, Lin An smiled slightly. Human emotions are complex and precious. Let's give it a try. Lin An eagerly equipped the gloves, eager to test them out. However, just at the moment he equipped the gloves, a cold, mechanical prompt from the system suddenly echoed. Ding! You have lost the epic equipment, Soul Devouring Hand, Orange. Damn! Chapter 35. The bandaged girl. No matter how steadfast Lin An's mind was, he couldn't help but curse upon hearing the prompt of losing his equipment. In front of him, the slender Black Snake, with a reaction speed several times faster than Lin An's, swallowed the soul-devouring gloves in one bite. The speed was so fast that Lin An almost thought it had disappeared into thin air. If it weren't for the bulging belly of the Black Snake and the remnants of saliva on his hands, he would have thought it was an illusion. The gloves went into its belly. The Black Snake let out a satisfied burp, feeling a bit lazy. Good, delicious. The childish voice from the Black Snake revealed satisfaction. But to Lin An, it was like a bolt from the blue. 1 second he was in heaven. The next he was in hell. Lin An stared fiercely at the Black Snake, suppressing the urge to crush it. He knew he couldn't win. If he acted, he would definitely die. The epic equipment he had obtained was gone, and with it, his chances of saving in Xia and in Jingtian were shattered. Lin An felt a bit lost. If it weren't for his strong will, an ordinary person would find it hard to accept such a drastic turn of events. With the glove swallowed, It also meant that his own Skull Crusher's hand was gone. In just a few seconds, the gloves that had been swallowed seemed to have been digested completely. The once listless black snake regained its vitality. In an instant, Lennon understood. No wonder the black snake saved him and showed a fawning expression. It seemed the black snake didn't want to give him this epic equipment. Instead, it wanted to use him, who had a system, to fuse the two pieces of equipment. Lennon smiled bitterly in his heart. He had been overly sentimental. How could such good fortune exist in the world? He wasn't the protagonist of a novel where all the benefits belonged to him. It's over. Everything is over. Without the 5 points of strength provided by the Skull Crusher's hand, he truly didn't know what he could use to fight against the Sewing Master. The gap of 5 points in strength would require him to level up 2 more levels to compensate. A difference of 2 levels. Whether it was player level or awakener level, the number of mutated creatures required to level up doubled with each level. From level 1 to level 2 required 4 mutated creatures, and from level 2 to level 3 required 8. A total of 12 mutated creatures. Not to mention whether he could kill them. Just searching for targets in the urban area of Linjiang City was extremely difficult. A slight misstep and being surrounded by zombies and mutated creatures would mean certain death. Powerlessness and despair surged in his heart. Lennon fell silent. After a long time, around the area cleared by the red-clothed mutated creature, zombies gradually appeared. Roar! The zombies roared, and the bloodthirsty zombies would not care about Lennon's current state. No longer allowing negative emotions to interfere, Lennon forced himself up and crawled out of the pit. Although he had recovered somewhat, his strength was less than 10 of his peak state. Cheer up. As long as one is alive, there is hope. Once surrounded by zombies, it would be difficult to break through. As for the black snake, Lennon didn't feel much dissatisfaction. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, it had saved his life. And that was enough. There was nothing to complain about. As for the equipment, losing it was losing it. As long as he was alive, everything was still possible. Zhang Tai, have you found anything on your side? If not, let's head back now. With his current injuries, he needed at least 2 days to recover to his best state. Time was tight, and he couldn't afford to waste it in the hospital. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to check the ward where Wenya's mother was. He would come back when he had the opportunity. Promises must be kept. Lennon stood up, not caring that the black snake was still immersed in digesting its delicious meal. He didn't plan to entangle himself too much with this snake. The gap in strength was too great. If this strange black snake made any moves, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Rather than relying on a snake's mood not to attack him, Lennon preferred to keep his distance, just in case. He wasn't living for himself now. He still carried the hope for the survival of Jingtian and Xia. In the dispensing room, there weren't many zombies in the area. Apart from a few employees who had turned into zombies, there were no other zombies present. Even without the ability to enter bear form, he successfully reached the pharmacy cold storage from the day he awakened, relying solely on his awakened physical qualities. After searching, Zhang Tai found no abnormalities. Even the white light that had knocked him unconscious that day had disappeared. After dealing with a few scattered zombies, he looted various first aid and commonly used medicines. The 2 tattered coats he had were just right for wrapping them up. Wearing a tattered helmet and carrying a full bag of medicines on his back, Zhang Tai looked just like a bear. Just when he was happily looting, he encountered a strange girl. Zhang Tai's expression was conflicted. He didn't reply to Lin's message immediately. At his feet, a weak-looking girl, her body wrapped in bandages, had her eyes tightly closed. The bright red blood had stained the bandages, making her look like a severely injured battlefield casualty. What troubled him was that he couldn't determine whether this girl was a zombie or a human. Just 5 seconds ago, she had spoken a sentence to him, then suddenly bent her spine like a zombie and let out a wail. After the wail ended, she seemed to be in immense pain and then fainted. Zhang Tai was startled. The angle of her bent spine was not something a human could achieve. The skin wrapped in bandages revealed nothing. Even if Zhang Tai didn't think much, he vaguely guessed that the girl might be trying to cover her decaying and peeling skin. After all, zombies were too easy to distinguish from humans based on appearance. Kill her? Zhang Tai hesitated. When the girl was conscious, her breath was weak, but she still looked like a human. She was young, about the same age as his sister. Even though he couldn't see her face clearly through her eyes, Zhang Tai seemed to see his sister. Her gaze was equally clear and pure. Like Linen, Zhang Yuwei was his softness and bottom line. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. When the girl was conscious, she even pleaded with him to save her. She urgently needed food and treatment. Yet after saying that, she fell into a coma. Zhang Tai silently muttered in his heart. Was she really? This thing looks like it could also be a mutated creature. Or is she a human who encountered a special situation? With the past experience of a zombie doctor, he wouldn't take someone who could speak for granted as a human. But what if she was a mutated creature pretending to be unconscious? Trying to trick him into taking her back? Headache. He was conflicted. If she was a human, he genuinely wanted to save her. He couldn't face a girl who looked just like his sister and remain cold-hearted. Describing in one word, Zhang Tai's essence is too kind-hearted. It's even somewhat saintly. This contrasts greatly with his rugged appearance and fierce demeanor. But if Lennon thinks there's a risk, even if the girl is indeed human, there's a high probability that he would just kill this guy without taking any risks. What to do? Zhang Tai really couldn't make up his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to let team leader Lin decide. Zhang Tai activated the team communication. Team leader Lin, I found someone here, and she seems a bit special. Should we save her first? He intended to be honest, but before he could finish Lin cursed angrily from the other end of the communication. Chapter 36. Abyss Black Dragon on the other end of the communication, just from his voice. Zhang Tai could tell how agitated Lin was. Zhang Tai felt awkward and was at a loss. I haven't even explained the situation yet. Has team leader Lin encountered this kind of situation before? Is this thing a mutant? There's no need to curse at me. I'm just asking you. We haven't even brought her back yet. Although he hadn't known Lin for long, he always remembered him as a calm, expressionless, and ruthless guy. This reaction was too emotional. Zhang Tai wondered if it was because Lin had just told him not to trust any suspected zombies. But now that he turned around and encountered a suspected mutant, he was hesitating whether to save her, which made Lin angry. Just as Zhang Tai was lost in thought, even considering whether to take advantage of the unconscious girl and kill her with a whip. Lin was standing rigidly in front of the hospital building, completely stiff. He didn't even notice the zombies rushing towards him nearby. Ding! The level beast, Abyss Black Dragon, wants to sign a partner contract with you. Do you accept? Ding, you have obtained the orange equipment, Soul Devouring Hand 1. Ding, the player has received unknown mental power feedback, gaining attribute enhancements. Ding, will 1. Ding, Agility 1. Ding, Strength 1. Ding, Constitution 1. Ding, Mental Recovery Speed 20. Maximum mental power increased by 20. Mental power resistance increased by 20. A dense barrage of system prompts rang out, like heavenly music. For a moment, Lin's vision was flooded with messages. Just as the slender black snake wrapped around his arm a second before he was about to leave. It regurgitated the soul-devouring hand that it had swallowed. However, this epic equipment had shrunk a bit, and the blood-red patterns on it had dulled, looking as if its inner spiritual energy had been drained. Lin was overjoyed. The plot twist was just like this. The equipment he had lost was returned, and unexpectedly, a level beast wanted to become his summoned beast. He didn't expect the black snake to actually be a dragon. No wonder it had 2 lumps on its head. He thought it was just infected. All attributes at 1, plus a bunch of enhancement effects. Level beast, gulp. Lennon struggled to swallow, his mouth dry. Level beasts would gradually appear about a year after the apocalypse broke out. These creatures from another dimension were different from zombies. Although most would harbor hostility towards humans, they were also hostile towards zombies and mutants. Their strength and awakeners were different. They were divided into 5 levels, corresponding to level 0 to level 4 awakeners. Therefore, by the 3rd year of the apocalypse, zombies, mutants, beasts, and humans formed a tripartite situation. The safe zones established by humans would suffer from successive attacks from zombie tides and beast tides. Among them, the zombies were the strongest, the beasts were second, and humans barely survived. As the top existence among beasts, Lin had only seen level beasts once in the chat channel of his previous life. That time, it was a video captured at the cost of life by a peak level 3 awakener. A 6-armed giant ape beast over 30 meters tall single-handedly fought against a modern army of 200,000 men from 4 army groups. 200,000 trained and leveled player troops, heavy artillery, 400 tanks, and fighter jet formations of more than 2 squadrons. Ground and air joint operations with such firepower could flatten any small country without exaggeration. But even so, under the continuous artillery fire and the efforts of 10 Level 3 Awakeners, that Level B slaughtered a large safe zone empty in just 5 minutes. Unstoppable, unbeatable. Even heavy artillery couldn't break through its defenses. Airburst shells and strategic missiles could only momentarily hinder its progress. The steel torrent and machine gun positions were merely tickling toys. Level 3 Awakeners could only dart around its feet to harass it. In that battle, over 1 million people perished, and the vitality of the entire southwestern war zone of Huaxia was severely damaged, almost falling to the subsequent zombie attacks. In the end, an unknown force used a low-yield nuclear bomb, wounding it under the desperate siege of 10 Level 3 Awakeners, forcing it to flee. In less than a minute, the edited video left all players in despair. The power of Level 4 beasts made any thought of resistance impossible. And now, the black snake wrapped around Lin An's arm was of this level. Invincible. If he could sign a contract with the black snake, no. The Abyss Black Dragon could be used by him. This doomsday game would be his playground. Roar. Dozens of zombies gathered and quickly pounced on Lin, but he ignored them. Immersed in shock, Lin couldn't be bothered with these zombies. He moved slowly, as if he were an old man. Now that he was seriously injured, he didn't want to exert himself, as that would worsen his injuries. Poof! A light punch struck the head of the leading zombie, and its skull instantly caved in. Lin frowned. His strength had decreased too much due to his injuries. Power burst. A faint golden spiritual energy flashed and disappeared into his body. Sidekick. He kicked out, and compared to his previous might, it was somewhat weaker, but still quite powerful. The zombie in front was kicked and broke its spine, struggling on the ground. The other zombies had arrived, madly biting at his body. Lin sighed softly. Forget it. Go ahead and bite. With his current physical condition, ordinary zombies would take a lot of effort to break through his physical defenses. Not to mention, he also had poison resistance and mild infection immunity. The zombies that could surround a building's residents now seemed like air to Lin and Zhang Tai. Get the meds and come over. Take me back. Lin was currently focused entirely on the Abyss Black Dragon and the equipment he had regained. The Abyss Black Dragon, entwined around his arm, fell into a slumber after sending the contract signing message. Otherwise, Lin believed that with such a level of existence, not to mention zombies, even a crowd of lick eaters could be slaughtered within seconds. Lin dealt with the zombies around him and fully concentrated in his mind to communicate a dark golden contract. Sign a contract. Chapter 37. Level Beast Ding. Signing a contract with Level Beast, Abyss Black Dragon. Ding. Contract signed successfully. Biological name, Abyss Black Dragon. Larva, biological level. Level first stage biological attributes. Strength, 20 agility, 25 constitution, 20 will, 30 biological skill 1. Dragon Shadow instantly doubles agility for a short time. Consumes stamina. When it grows from larva to juvenile stage, this skill will change to Death Wings. Biological skill 2. Dragon Descend. Temporarily transforms into the next stage form, gaining a 5 attribute boost and mastering the skills of the next stage. Baby Juvenile Youth. Mature stage complete Body King level. Biological skill 3 Devour is a unique talent of the Abyss Dragon clan, allowing it to devour any creature and items containing spiritual energy, accelerating its progression to the next stage. When it absorbs excessive spiritual energy, it will enter a petrified state and fall asleep. Current stage. Larva 9100, biological characteristic. Dragon Soul as the ruler of the Abyss. The Black Dragon clan is immune to mental attribute damage within 3 times and can absorb corresponding mental impacts to convert them into its own mental power. Is it only first tier? Lin was a bit surprised after reading the Black Dragon's attribute panel. He had thought the Black Dragon was at least a 3rd tier existence. It's no wonder Lin misjudged it. After all, the strength the Black Dragon had previously displayed was enough to hard steel against the seemingly 3rd tier red-clothed mutant. Moreover, the key point is that its explosive speed indeed reached at least 3rd tier under the enhancement of its talent. 252 isn't that 50 points of agility? It's even faster than 3rd tier strength. As for ignoring the mental impact of the red-clothed mutant, with the dragon soul of the Black Dragon clan, it's not just immune to the mental impact of third-tier mutants. Even fourth-tier ones might not be able to do anything to it. With such a talent, it's equivalent to ignoring any mental attribute attacks. If Lin encounters an Awakener or mutant skilled in mental attacks in the future, releasing the Black Dragon would make it incredibly easy to kill the opponent. An Awakener or mutant without mental attack means is merely a durable punching bag. However, it seems to answer many of his doubts. That is why the Black Dragon has at least third-tier strength, but let the mutant escape. The Black Dragon has reached the first-tier limit in all attributes, with will and speed even surpassing the first tier. It is significantly stronger than Lin now. But no matter what, it is indeed first tier. If the red-clothed mutant had a higher IQ or used pure physical attacks, Lin and the Black Dragon would probably be taken out with a single blow. It seems the red-clothed mutant was also misled by the Black Dragon's speed. As a mutant that appears to excel in mental attacks, it naturally uses its best attack against a strong enemy. Lin couldn't help but sigh, not expecting that the Black Dragon, despite being a larva, would also understand trickery. The existence of such a level is indeed not to be underestimated. Although the Black Dragon is only first tier, this left Lin somewhat disappointed. It seems the hope of signing a contract with the Abyss Black Dragon and relying on it to dominate the apocalypse has shattered. However, it's not a big deal. If the Black Dragon really had such strong power, it wouldn't be likely to sign a contract with Lin. Such an existence is akin to a deity. Although Lin still doesn't understand why this fellow wants to sign a contract with him. He can only think of one point. Perhaps the Black Dragon sensed the aura of Skull Crusher's hand on him, wanting to deceive the red-clothed mutant's necklace before finding him to merge equipment. As for other reasons, he might only be able to ask the Black Dragon when it wakes up from its petrification. This matter exudes a strange aura. But speaking of which, the Black Dragon truly deserves to be a royal of the Abyss, a favored child of heaven and earth. Beasts surpass humans, which is infuriating. Lin stared blankly at the petrified Black Dragon on his wrist, unable to suppress a wave of bitterness. He casually twisted the neck of a zombie. This guy was so into it that it still wanted to bite him. With divided attention, Lin thought while slowly clearing the zombies. With the current strength of the Black Dragon, encountering an ordinary second-tier mutant or Awakener would result in instant death. Is this like carrying a second-tier Awakener as a protective charm? Moreover, it has unlimited potential. If the Black Dragon can wake up before killing the Sewing Master, he would have complete confidence in completing the mission. Lin smiled broadly, just unsure when the Black Dragon would wake up again after falling asleep. It shouldn't take too long. Most likely, the Black Dragon fell into slumber while digesting the power of Soul Devourer. Wait. Lin subconsciously looked at the Soul Devourer in his hand and suddenly had a grim expression. In the pharmacy, Zhang Tai looked at the package behind him and then at the bandaged girl on the ground, suddenly feeling a bit tricky. Team Lin urged him to hurry and meet up with him. After listening to his description, he only said one damn and didn't say anything else. From this, it seems that Team Lin didn't say not to save people, right? If there really was a problem, Team Lin definitely wouldn't just be cursing. Self-comforting, Zhang Tai still wanted to save the bandaged girl in front of him. After all, looking at her age, she was similar to his sister, making it hard for him to harden his heart to abandon her. Zhang Tai wasn't foolish. He thought it through carefully. If the bandaged girl were truly a mutant, there was actually no need to pretend to be unconscious to deceive him. After all, she didn't know why she was here. If she were truly a mutant, she would have killed him long ago. Zhang Tai, who couldn't bear to transform into a bear for a short time, had strength comparable to an ordinary person's limit. At most, he could take a few more hits. After thinking it through, Zhang Tai no longer hesitated. Let's go. He quickly picked up the scattered bandages, tied them in a dead knot, one end around the bandaged girl and the other tied to the full bag of medicine. Then, like carrying a shoulder pole, he directly hoisted both the girl and the items onto his shoulders. His only remaining right hand held the spine of a corpse snake. His broken left arm protected the shoulder pole from shaking. From a distance, it looked very much like a scavenger. So light, with both the girl and the items. He couldn't feel any weight with his current strength. Zhang Tai moved quickly with the potion Lin gave him in his mouth, rushing towards the inpatient building. The pharmacy wasn't far from the inpatient building, and he didn't know if it was because of the noise the two had made in the emergency building earlier. But as he passed the building, the zombies inside didn't come out and remained on the second floor. Jantia wielded a bean vipe, the whip cracking as he occasionally struck down the scattered zombies blocking his path. As an awakener, his speed was significantly faster than ordinary people. With all his strength, he rushed to the front of the inpatient building where Lin was in just a minute. However, the scene before him made him collapse. I seem to be late. In a moment of panic, he directly bit down on the potion, swallowing it along with shards of glass. Team Lin, I'm here. Zhang Tai's eyes widened with rage, a furious shout erupting from him. In his eyes, Lin, who was not far away, was surrounded by zombies, seemingly heavily injured and covered in blood. He was unable to resist. Occasionally, zombies lunged at Lin, but he remained motionless, allowing them to gnaw at him. Team Lin, how are you? Zhang Tai's eyes instantly turned red, his voice trembling. After swallowing the potion, he still had some fighting power against the small group of zombies. He threw down the package and the girl behind him and crazily rushed toward Lin's direction. The zombies gnawed, but Lin remained indifferent. Even if Team Lin wasn't dead, he was probably already infected. Zhang Tai felt heartbroken, wishing he could slap himself twice. Team Lin had saved his life. He actually hesitated over whether to save a stranger, delaying his support for Lin. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Filled with rage, Zhang Tai disregarded the danger of possibly being infected and charged into the horde of corpses. No matter what, he had to at least retrieve Team Lin's body. In the center of the horde, Lin had his eyes tightly closed, his body leaning backward. His concave chest looked severely injured, with blood occasionally oozing from the corners of his mouth. Ah, you bastards, Zhang Tai shouted in anger, opening his bear transformation regardless of the cost. The little bit of mental power he had just recovered instantly drained, making his head feel like it was exploding. Roar! His giant hand slapped toward the horde, crushing it effortlessly. Lin, team! With all his strength unleashed, in just a few seconds, the surrounding zombies were turned into a puddle of meat paste. Zhang Tai's voice was filled with a sob and regret as he tightly embraced Lin and with his massive bare paw, trying to catch his body. I'm sorry. I came too late. The cold wind howled. It was already afternoon, and the sky was dim and desolate. Lin slowly woke up, but when he saw the glove on his right hand again, he couldn't help but feel a mix of sadness and anger. Damn it! Zhang Tai's crying abruptly stopped, his face turning awkward. Chapter 38, Sealing Captain Lin. You're not dead. Lin glanced at Zhang Tai helplessly, unwilling to speak. Yet, a warm feeling flowed through his heart. He had also seen the scene of Zhang Tai rushing in to save him at all costs. Even though they had known each other for less than 2 days, Zhang Tai's actions could be considered loyal and righteous, even if there was a life-saving debt involved. Moreover, the system had just sent a prompt. Ding. Member Zhang Tai, loyalty increased to 90. He is unlikely to betray you, regardless of life or death. By accident, Zhang Tai's loyalty to him had skyrocketed. It seemed that the Zhang Tai he had saved casually might really become his partner in the future. However, Lin didn't say much. His mind was entirely focused on the soul-devouring hand. Get me out of here. Carry me back. Upon hearing Lin's words, Zhang Tai hurriedly threw him over his shoulder. Passing by the bandaged girl and the full bag of medicines, he simply hung the shoulder pole in front of him, holding the corpse snake's spine as he charged out. Under the effects of bear transformation and the unfinished potion, his speed was incredibly fast. It was a silent journey. The only sound was the moans of the zombies. The corpse snake's spine crackled loudly, accurately whipping and exploding a zombie that blocked their path. The two remained silent, their thoughts divergent. Although he was overjoyed to see Lin alive, Zhang Tai couldn't feel at ease. Even though Captain Lin wasn't dead, he was likely infected. He had witnessed what happened to many people who got infected by zombies while leading his team out of the zombie encirclement. After the apocalypse broke out, the transformation speed of the zombie virus was alarmingly fast. The further the apocalypse game progressed, the stronger the zombie virus would become. Right now, a normal person could turn into a zombie within 10 minutes if they had even a slight scratch on their skin. If a human was heavily injured and near death, they would instantly become a flesh-eating monster. Although Lin seemed fine, Zhang Tai only considered him an awakened one, strong enough to hold on a bit longer. What should I do? Should I take Captain Lin back? There were many ordinary people in the hotel, even his own sister. If Captain Lin turned into a zombie, with his current physical condition, even if he didn't become a mutated body, he would be much stronger than an ordinary zombie. Taking Lin back would be like bringing a ticking time bomb. Zhang Tai was tormented internally, unsure what to do, and could only keep charging forward. However, he never thought of abandoning Lin. He had made up his mind. Even if Lin turned into a zombie, he would fight to protect him until the very last moment. Unlike Zhang Tai's chaotic thoughts, Lin repeatedly checked this soul-devouring hand on his hand, feeling bitter. Orange equipment, epic soul-devouring gloves. Broken seal, status equipment attributes. Strength 5, the equipment is broken. Other attributes will recover after recharging. Equipment skill, soul scream, not yet charged. In a broken state, the gloves cannot automatically draw spiritual energy from the outside. They can only be actively provided by the user's own mental strength. Note, the power contained in this equipment has been completely devoured. Perhaps you can try to find another piece of obsidian fragment to restore its original power. The gloves, covered in bloody patterns, had the embedded obsidian fragment shattered. Devoid of luster, finding another piece of obsidian to complete the equipment was truly frustrating. Lin didn't even bother to complain about this repeated mental torture. After all, when all was said and done, he had not only obtained equipment stronger than the Skull Crusher's hand, but also acquired a level Abyss Black Dragon. Just needing to complete the equipment again was no big deal. He just had a headache thinking about where to find another piece of obsidian. He also didn't know the true origin of these gloves. Strangely, Lin felt that there was some secret hidden behind the gloves, which would be worth exploring when his strength increased in the future. As for why the equipment was sealed, looking at the black dragon on his wrist turned into a stone sculpture, he probably understood the reason. Without a doubt, the power within the gloves had been completely consumed by this creature. And the spiritual energy he had inexplicably absorbed earlier was most likely the excess that the black dragon couldn't consume. I had such a huge, epic equipment. Lin wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although the soul-devouring hand was regained, its equipment attributes were only slightly stronger than the blue equipment Skull Crusher's hand. Strictly speaking, it was even inferior to the effects of 2 pieces of blue equipment combined. All attributes were sealed, leaving only 5 strength. The heavenly effect of attack accompanied by mental shock was sealed, and the skill auto-recharge couldn't be used either. Even the unknown function of soul-devouring was also trapped in the seal. Heartbroken, Lin could only keep comforting himself along the way, thankful that the most crucial skill was still there. He equipped it, and with the extra strength boost, it was just enough to compensate for his battle power after being heavily injured. As for charging the Soul Scream, Lin didn't even think about it and gave up on that. It was too dangerous now, and without knowing how much mental strength was needed to charge it, he didn't dare to try recklessly. Even though activating the Soul Scream would ensure his safe return, he preferred to play it safe compared to the unknown risks. Noticing that Zhang Tai's stamina was dwindling, Lin no longer hesitated and prepared to act. 5 strength was enough to support him back to the hotel. However, the moment he equipped the gloves, a powerful suction force emanated from them, as if a whale was swallowing him, drawing out the mental strength from his body. The blood-red patterns on the pitch-black gloves suddenly lit up, pulsating with waves as Lin's mental strength flowed into them. What the hell? Why are the gloves absorbing power automatically? The description clearly stated that it required his consent. Filled with anger and surprise, the suddenly erupting suction felt like a bone-eating insect. The degree of suction far exceeded Lin's expectations. He didn't even have time to actively cut off his mental strength. Damn it! In an instant, Lin felt as if all his strength was drained, and darkness engulfed him completely. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard a cold system prompt. Warning: due to an unknown error, automatic replenishment of mental strength triggered. The expected duration of unconsciousness due to mental exhaustion is 100 hours. This time may be shortened by external force. Chapter 39. Human Heart. Captain Lin. As Lin fell unconscious, Zhang Tai's heart sank suddenly. Bitterness and despair filled him. He could feel Lin An's originally weak but relatively stable breath vanish in an instant, replaced by a faint aura of death and decay. Captain Lin, I'm afraid you can't hold on any longer. In his eyes, Lin no longer had the strength to suppress the zombie virus. If it weren't for Lin An's faint breathing behind him, he might have thought Lin was already dead. What to do? What should I do? Zhang Tai's eyes turned red, teeth clenched tightly, the bandaged girl and the bag of medicines swaying in front of him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. The scene of the bandaged girl being unconscious flashed before his eyes. Beside the dim medicine cabinet, the girl was surrounded by a mess of various medicines she had consumed. The girl might have also been infected by the virus, but she managed to stay conscious until she fainted. Medicines? He quickly glanced at the medicine bag in front of him. Perhaps Captain Lin could hold on like her by taking medicine, not turning into a zombie. Then, hurry up, faster. Maybe bringing Team Lin back to heal could still save him. At the hospital gate, Zhang Tieshou's speed in wielding the corpse snake's spine became increasingly slow, his steps heavy. The bear transformation state had ended, and forcibly activating the skill had completely drained his mental energy, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of weakness in his limbs. The effects of the potion had also worn off. After continuous fighting, his stamina had reached its limit. No matter how strong he was still just a level 0 awakened. Essentially, he was still human. Zhang Tieshou's wrist trembled as he waved the bone whip like he was shooing away flies. His strength had significantly decreased, and now he could barely keep the zombie horde at bay. Soaked through, Lin, who initially felt light, and the bandaged girl now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds due to exhaustion. Zhang gritted his teeth and rushed towards the hotel. It would be safe once he got inside. The first floor of the hotel was blocked off. The zombies couldn't get in. Old Wang, second uncle, quickly dropped the rope down. He shouted at the broken windows on the second floor of the hotel, signaling those inside to lower the rope to pull him up. What used to be an easy jump to the second floor was now impossible. Brother Zhang. The crowd on the second floor looked at the horde of zombies behind Zhang Tai's hoe in a panic. What's wrong with them? Lingus seems to be injured. Yes, carrying something. It looks like a person wrapped in bandages. So much blood. Lingus seems to be seriously hurt. Stop shouting. Quickly help me drop the rope to get them up. Next to the collapsed window, a middle-aged man named Second Uncle looked anxious. He was Zhang Tieshou's relative. He was older, with a face full of wrinkles and trembling hands gripping a hemp rope. Relying on just him, it was impossible to lift the weight of 3 people. Hurry up. Lend a hand. He urged several young people on the second floor to help. Not far away, Zhang Tai's hoe was surrounded by a sea of zombies. Like a small boat in the ocean, at any moment ready to be swallowed by the undead. However, the crowd suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After a while, a middle-aged man resembling a white-collar worker spoke softly. I see their clothes are torn, and they're covered in blood. Brother Zhang and Brother Lin. They might have been infected. His eyes flickered, and his face showed some unease. Indeed, I noticed that too. Wang Ju from the 9th floor suddenly jumped out, clearing his throat habitually. Everyone, you must have seen or heard that infected people can turn into zombies. Right now, these 2 people, or rather, all 3 of them look injured. Who can guarantee they haven't been infected? With so many of us here, what if they turn into zombies after coming up? Who will take responsibility for that? We must not lose big because of a small mistake, inviting wolves into the house. Wang Jiangwo maintained a calm expression. He had made his identity clear to all survivors over the past 2 days. As the person with the highest social status in the room, many white-collar workers and students who hadn't changed their views took him as their leader. Seeing someone voice their thoughts, many in the crowd echoed him. Selfishness and human nature were revealed. Wang Jiangwo looked at Lin, who was on the verge of death behind Zhang Tai's hoe, and a twisted sense of pleasure rose in him. Ah, idiot. Do you really think being strong makes you invincible? Going out for a trip only to become a zombie. If you had just protected him and waited for the army to rescue, wouldn't that be better than now? Young people, they just don't know their limits. Who the hell are you calling a wolf? A man from Zhang Tai's Ho's team glared at Wang Ju with anger. Brother Zhang and Brother Lin are just fine. Don't forget who saved you. You heartless bastards. After being scolded, Wang Jiangwo's gaze turned cold. He chose not to retaliate. Shouting back and forth was something only the mindless lower class would do. Having been in the political scene for years, he knew what was truly important. The second floor was now divided into 3 groups, one led by him consisting of white-collar workers and students. Another group was Zhang Tiesho's team, and the remaining few were in the middle, wavering. Throughout the day, he had thought it through. The hotel was very safe. All the zombies had been cleared out by Linen. There was water, food, and the army would definitely come to rescue. To survive, all they had to do was stay here. Instead, the Linen he had wanted to recruit and protect was the true unstable factor. An existence that could kill everyone but was not under his control was too dangerous. Moreover, Lin was very likely infected with the virus. He wouldn't allow Lin back into the hotel under any circumstances. Lin must die, and it would be best if Zhang Taizhou did too. Right now, Zhang Taizhou was about to lose his fighting ability, and Lin was unconscious. Not using such a good opportunity would be a waste. Wang Zhengwo's expression was pained, as if he were heartbroken. Everyone, it's not that we don't want to let them in. It's just that can you guarantee they won't turn into zombies once they come in? If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? You or you? Wang Zhengwo pointed sternly at the crowd brought by Zhang Taizhou, his gaze stern. I'm also thinking for everyone's sake. I don't want to save Linen. He saved my life too. Wang Zhengwo sighed lightly, but inwardly he sneered, occupying the moral high ground of considering everyone. Preventing Zhang Taizhou from entering was far more effective than cursing back. Watching second uncle, whose face was flushed and didn't he know how to retort, he felt a sense of pleasure. Dealing with such mindless little characters, I can easily play with you. The crowd was in a dilemma. Human nature is selfish. Considering their own safety, they naturally didn't want Linen to come in. However, after all, their lives were saved by Linen, and if they spoke up, wouldn't that make them seem heartless? The apocalypse had just erupted, and many couldn't ignore the scrutiny of others. Moreover, if Lin and Zhang Taizhou were truly fine, they might still need their protection later. Zombies are too terrifying. Let them face it themselves. And no one present had the courage to do so. Arguments and pushes ensued. Everyone had their own thoughts. We need to save him first. I, Old Huang, am begging you all. Thud. An elderly man named Old Huang coughed and trembled as he knelt down, looking helpless and indignant towards the crowd brought by Zhang Taizhou. If they don't save them, will you not save them either? The crowd brought by Zhang Taizhou flushed with embarrassment and hurriedly tried to lower the rope along with second uncle. Absolutely not. A woman beside Wang Zhengwo suddenly screamed at his gesture and snatched the rope. Do you want to get us killed? What are you saving for? They're infected. They're zombies. Get killed. Can you use your brain? Even if Lin Gu isn't rescued, Zhang Gu has to be saved, right? A middle-aged man resembling a worker named Gao Peng suddenly stood up from the third party and loudly rebutted the woman. Brother Zhang has definitely not been infected. He can still kill zombies now. Gao Peng was one of those who provided Lin and with a map during the day. Having personally witnessed the horrors of the zombie outbreak, he had thought a lot. Lin could be left behind, but Zhang Taizhou, with such strength, was the kind of person who must be saved to protect everyone. With such a good person in front, they had managed to survive until now. With so many people staying in the hotel, the day they ran out of food, they would eventually have to go out. Without Zhang Taizhou leading, these useless people couldn't survive at all. Besides, even if Zhang Taizhou couldn't get in, he might not die. When it comes to life and death, as long as Zhang Taizhou is willing to abandon Linen, with his strength, there is still a great chance of survival if he hides nearby. At that time, harboring resentment, would Zhang Taizhou, who had recuperated outside, let go of those who wanted him dead? Definitely not. Using oneself to judge others, whether from a moral standpoint or for his own sake, he had to adopt an attitude that he wanted to save Zhang Tai. Chapter 40. Military Rescue? Yes. We must save Brother Zhang first. Without Brother Zhang, what will we do when we encounter zombies in the future? Let Brother Zhang decide what to do. Anyone with a bit of common sense quickly came to this conclusion. At worst, we save Zhang Tai and not Linen. Zhang Tai's sister and relatives are in the hotel. At that time, we don't believe Zhang Tai would leave zombies here. This way, it won't seem like we lack conscience. And there's no danger. The crowd stopped arguing, and those who were more proactive even nervously gripped the weapons they had found, ready to support Zhang Tai. Wang Jianguo couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. He had anticipated this. A mob, the cowardly nature of humanity. Whether for self-preservation or moral and future considerations, people would choose this way. In essence, everyone was still thinking about their own safety. As the rope was lowered, Zhang Tai was about to reach the ground floor. Suddenly, Wang Jianguo spoke again. Everyone, I contacted the military during the day, and they promised to come to our rescue in the next few days. You need not worry about future safety. The military has established a safe zone, and many of them are stronger than Lin and Zhang Tai. Wang Jianguo smiled, confident. He directly addressed the crowd's biggest concern, which was safety. Conscience? Saving people? Nonsense. So, for safety considerations, people cannot come up. If the military rescue personnel find out we once saved someone suspected of being a zombie, hell, when the time comes, if you can't get on the rescue plane, don't blame me for not reminding you. Behind him, several colluding white-collar workers silently rushed into the crowd to grab the rope. At this moment, Zhang Tai was less than 30 meters from the hotel, staggering. Hundreds of zombies were howling and rushing towards him, with the nearest zombie being only 2 meters away. Lower the rope. Zhang Tai's eyes widened in anger, his bloodshot gaze fixed on the shattered second-floor windowsill. Shadows moved. He believed the people inside had heard his voice. What happened? Why haven't they lowered the rope yet? Uncle, old Huang. No one responded. In a panic, he could only hurriedly hide with Lin in the back of flipped-over truck. Lin's breath was growing weaker. He felt a fire burning in his heart. The truck's back couldn't hide them for long. Once surrounded by a horde of zombies, they would truly be unable to escape. Zhang Tai gasped, anxiously looking at Lin. As an awakened one, possessing great combat power also meant a tremendous consumption of food. Exhausted and mentally drained, he felt a strong sense of hunger rising in his throat. Without food to replenish his strength, even if they were lucky enough to hide here without being breached by zombies, he couldn't recover his strength. Not only did he need a safe place to rest, but Lin also needed it. Zhang Tai fumbled through the medical kit for various medications. All in English. He couldn't read them. He didn't even know what the bandaged girl had taken. Unable to think too much, he simply stuffed all the medicines into Lin's mouth. But without water to swallow, they were soon spit out. Zhang Tai felt a sense of despair as he watched Lin's breath grow weaker, fearing he would turn into a zombie in the next moment. What to do? What should I do? Food, water, both are essential. On the second floor of the hotel, Wang Jianguo looked relaxed, watching his uncle and the group glaring at him. I'm thinking of everyone's safety. When the military sends someone, you'll know who's right and who's wrong. He sighed deeply, but his heart was filled with disdain. A bunch of commoners, just a little deception, and they take it seriously. The crowd began to murmur. Wang Bureau's words instantly caught their attention. Wang Bureau, is the military really sending someone to rescue us? Didn't the phone have no signal? And it's out of battery. Some questioned, but they were quickly interrupted by Wang Jianguo's henchmen behind him. Don't you know what position Wang Bureau holds? Just because you can't contact them doesn't mean he can't. Use your brain. He's an important figure. Besides, we're in the city center. How could they possibly abandon us? When the time comes, if they can't take too many people, don't blame us for not bringing you. Half explanation, half threat. The questioning crowd quickly fell silent. Wang Jianguo maintained a calm expression, his demeanor sincere, and he lightly coughed. I hope everyone will no longer doubt this. I guarantee with my character that someone will definitely be sent. What we need to do now is ensure our safety and avoid being infected and unable to board the plane. He pounded his chest, sounding as if he were serious. But deep down, Wang Jianguo knew that the so-called military safe zone was entirely fabricated. His phone had long been turned off. There was no signal to contact anyone. But at least he was a member of the leadership team. He was confident that they wouldn't abandon him. Just wait a few more days. Even if the military doesn't send anyone, the armed police will surely come. Most of the indecisive crowd, upon hearing Wang Jianguo's assurances, ceased to speak further. Meanwhile, among the people Zhang Tai brought, a small portion who still felt loyalty could only resentfully give up. The reason was simple. Wang Jianguo's gathered group was tall and strong. Among the few young people in the hotel, the fire axes in their hands threatened them, intentionally or not. They might fear the zombies, but they dare to threaten a group of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Seeing that the situation was under control, Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but show a smug expression. He simply made a casual promise that those who followed him would be able to work in the government in the future. Moreover, once the military arrived, those who followed him would have priority to board the plane. Under pressure and temptation, these people obediently followed his commands, truly foolish. Just as everyone was about to return to their rooms, a girl's sorrowful voice rang out. "Uncle, please lower the rope, okay? My brother is still down there." With tear-streaked cheeks, Zhang Yue looked pleadingly at Wang Jiangwo, her body trembling with excitement. Wang Jiangwo, holding a flattering woman, stopped and turned to look at her. "TSK, TSK. What a lovely little girl, a real beauty." Zhang Yue, dressed innocently and adorably, had red-rimmed eyes filled with pleading, evoking pity in others. Her pale feet were clad in sandals, her rounded toes making him wish to grab and play with them. Her skin was fair and smooth, like milk poured from a steaming teapot. The unique innocence of the girl stirred something inside him, making him feel as if ants were crawling in his heart. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes as he subtly withdrew his arm from the waist of the woman beside him. In comparison, he felt that the previously somewhat attractive woman was now like a withered flower. He quickly walked up to Zhang Yue. "Uncle also wants to save your brother, but he has been infected." The smell of yellowed teeth from years of smoking was nauseating. "Uncle is also thinking of everyone's safety. If there were a way, I would definitely save him." He feigned comfort, reaching out to touch Yue's face, gently stroking it. Her lively face was smooth and tender, as if one could squeeze water from it. He couldn't help but let his hand move downward, seemingly wanting to pat Yue's shoulder. "Uncle." Yue trembled all over, feeling a fear from the expression in the man's eyes. "My brother hasn't been infected. He can still fight zombies." In tears, her shoulders shook as she tried to escape the grip of that fat hand. Wang Jiangwo sneered inwardly. He had naturally guessed that Zhang Tai was likely not infected. Otherwise, he would have fainted like linen, right? But letting Zhang Tai up, who would still listen to him? During the day, when secretly recruiting personnel, he had already promised those few people how to handle the women in the hotel. With threats and temptations, he had to first give this group of fools a little sweetness. "Little baby, uncle." One hand pressed down on Yue's body, while the other feigned compassion as it reached down. Suddenly, just as he felt a rush of excitement, he felt a chill around his neck. "Drop the rope. Save the person." The voice was cold, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 41. Disguise when you tightly gripped the axe handle, the other end pressed against Wang Jiangwo's neck. Disgusting scum. Unlike Zhang Yue, who was still young and naive, she was all too familiar with the gaze of this greasy old man. With a forceful twist of her wrist, the sharp edge of the axe instantly left a bloody mark on Wang's neck. "Now immediately. 3 seconds. If you don't drop the rope, I'll kill you." Wenya's gaze was icy. As long as Wang Jiangwo made any move, she would strike without hesitation. She was too late to hear Zhang Tai's voice coming downstairs. Wang Jiangwo's group had already taken everyone hostage. Seeing that everyone had given up on saving the person, she quickly hid behind the door. The people here were just ordinary individuals, purely frightened by Wang Jiangwo. As long as she controlled him, there was still hope for this group to drop the rope. Fortunately, Wang Jiangwo suddenly developed lustful intentions and, caught off guard, allowed her to find the opportunity. Wang's heart sank. He could feel the murderous intent from Wenya behind him. Damn it. How could he forget that there were people belonging to Linen here? He forced himself to appear calm, trying to intimidate and persuade Wenya. "Little sister, don't move recklessly. Killing is against the law. Shut up." With a flick of her wrist, the axe blade immediately drew blood on Wang's neck. "Don't do anything." Wang Jiangwo felt a wave of panic. He hadn't expected Wenya, who looked like a refined young lady, to be so decisive in her actions. "I'll let go. I'll let go." The situation had unfolded too suddenly, and Wang's group was momentarily thrown into confusion. "What are you waiting for? Quickly drop the rope." The voice did not come from Wang Jiangwo, but from Yu Shihai, who had been hiding at the back of the crowd, watching from the sidelines. He stepped out from the crowd, his face full of indignation. "Your lives can all be counted as saved by Brother Lin, right? Brother Lin is so strong. Whether he is infected or not is another matter. Besides, What's the difference between being ungrateful and being a beast? He spoke righteously and directly rushed into the crowd to snatch the rope back. Unlike his outwardly passionate demeanor, he felt somewhat anxious inside. Ever since the arguments had started, he had been hiding in the corner, secretly calculating. Bringing Zhang Tai up was risky. After all, he might be infected. But unlike others who only saw the risk, he also recognized the immense benefits that came with it. Wealth and glory are sought in danger. He had thought this through clearly over the past 2 days. Without strength, dying sooner or later was still death. Having spent time observing from the rooftop, he had long discovered that the city was filled with zombies, with not a single military presence in sight. He didn't believe a word of Wang Jiangwo's claims. Now that when you suddenly made her move, saving the two had already become a foregone conclusion. Therefore, he might as well put on a good show, pretending to stand on Wen Ye's side. When the time came to rescue Zhang, Tai, and Linen, he might very well obtain information about becoming an awakened one from the two of them, as long as he had the same power as them. What were zombies to him? Moreover, a hint of greed flashed in Yu Shihai's eyes. He noticed that when Zhang Tai returned, Linen had an extra glove on his hand and the mysterious ring he had been wearing before. The two had risked their lives to charge into the hospital. One was in a coma, and the other severely injured, yet they returned with an additional item. The answer was obvious. Was it worth risking so much to obtain something? Not understanding the intricacies of the awakened, he thought that Zhang Tai, being tall and strong, could understand gaining immense abilities after transforming into a bear. But Linen? He looked delicate, with skin like jade that could make girls envious. This made him think that the ring and glove were likely the source of Lin An's power. When you looked at him with confusion, still tightly gripping the axe handle, she had no impression of Yu Shihai. The man before her seemed so passionate and just wanted to persuade everyone to save Lin and Zhang Tai, making him seem like a good person. However, she still felt something was off. If he really wanted to save them, why hadn't he spoken up before? Unlike Wan Ye's vigilance, Yue looked at Yu Shihai with gratitude, convinced that he was a good person. Hurry! The rope was thrown down, and in the grateful gaze of her uncle, Yu Shihai tightly grasped the rope. Shouting toward the truck where Zhang Tai was hiding, "Brother Zhang, come up quickly. The rope is down." At the back of the truck, Zhang Tai's face lit up with joy. Although he didn't know why everyone had taken so long, they had finally lowered the rope. He turned back to look at the pale Linen, his eyes filled with determination. "Captain Lin, hang in there." With one last bit of energy, he forcefully slammed open the sealed door of the truck, pushing through the horde of corpses to create a brief opening. "Charge!" With a roar, Zhang Tai hoisted Linen onto his back and frantically sprinted toward the hotel. The horde of corpses was dense like a swarm of ants, and in his despair, he realized he couldn't break through at all unless he abandoned Lin and the strange bandaged girl. The zombie snake's spine waved, but it could only protect a small area around him. Bear transformation. Zhang Tai let out a bitter laugh. His mental energy had long been exhausted, and he vaguely realized that the cost of activating his skills again would be extremely painful. Roar! The black bear reappeared, but it was no longer as large and imposing as before. Lacking the support of mental energy, Zhang Tai felt as if he had aged 10 years. The once thick fur covering his body now appeared sparse and miserable. Bang! The giant bear broke through the encirclement, its massive body smashing through the zombies in its path. "Brother Zhang, hold on to the rope. I'll pull you up right now." Yu Shihai's face was full of concern as he signaled the crowd behind to exert their strength together. 1, 2, 3, lift! The horde of corpses roared as Zhang Tai desperately clenched the thick hemp rope, trying to climb up. Boom! A heavy object hit the ground. He first used all his strength to throw Lin in and the bandaged girl up to the second floor. Then he struggled to climb up himself. The horde of corpses roared below, their decaying hands reaching up like chaotic seaweed towards the second floor. The crowd grew anxious. After pulling Zhang Tai up, they hurriedly used debris to block the opening, as if not seeing the zombies could give them a bit of security. "Brother, Linen, Windya," seeing that Linen was unconscious, rushed over anxiously, while Yue, in tears, ran toward Zhang Tai, before rushing to help. When you shot a fierce glare at Wang Jiangwo and then kicked him hard in the abdomen. Scum! The fire axe in her hand did not slip away. A pure and lovely girl dragging a half-height axe looked quite peculiar. Hurry, give Brother Lin water and medicine. The medicine can save. Zhang Tai, in a daze, instinctively urged Wenya, but then his eyes went dark and he fainted. The crowd instinctively stepped back upon hearing Zhang Tai's words. Although he hadn't finished speaking, they had already guessed that Lin had definitely been infected. Speculation and confirmation were two different things. Everyone's complex gazes were fixed on Lin and in Wenya's arms, many filled with fear, not daring to approach even a step. With an anxious expression, Yu Shihai hurriedly brought a cup of water and squatted beside Wenya. Quick, listen to Brother Zhang. Feed him the medicine. His voice was urgent, sounding genuine. While feeding Lin and the medicine, he stealthily touched Lin and's drooping right hand with his left hand. Unnoticed by anyone, his heart raced, and his eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 42. Greed Ding. Discovered epic equipment. Soul Eater has been bound. It will drop upon the target's death. Ding. Discovered Doomsday-level equipment. Judgment Ring. Space Ring has been bound. It will drop upon the target's death. His pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced. A strong wave of greed surged within Yu Shihai, who struggled to suppress the impulse to seize the equipment. Unlike others who had little understanding of the Doomsday game, his intelligence was not low. He enjoyed playing games and reading novels, and his acceptance of the Doomsday game was far quicker than those middle-aged individuals. Upon first encountering ordinary items, he had keenly realized that equipment existed in the Doomsday game, as it was not hidden information. He was also aware of the different equipment levels, epic and Doomsday-level equipment, even without seeing the attributes. He knew how exaggerated the attributes of these two pieces of equipment must be. Watching Wenya hold Linen, he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Why can you, as a player, possess such powerful equipment and have a beautiful woman in your arms, while I can only flee like a dog before zombies? Kill him. Kill Linen. Grab the equipment. The intent to kill arose, and Yu Shihai reluctantly moved his hand away from the ring. His breathing became rapid. As long as I get the equipment, I will also have power. Not only that, he stood up and covertly glanced at Wenya's chest, his throat moving slightly. Wenya rushed downstairs in short sleeves and hot pants, her figure curvaceous and well-toned from years of fitness. Her long hair tied in a ponytail added a touch of vigor to her youthful aura. As the former beauty of the city's literature department, Wenya's beauty went without saying. Damn it, this is the woman I want. He suddenly thought of Wang Fong, who died on the 8th floor, feeling a wave of irritation. His ex-girlfriend was like heaven and earth compared to Wenya. The resentful gaze Wang Fong had before she died haunted him, waking him from nightmares every night. Damn it, that ugly bitch not only looked bad, but also disturbed my beautiful dreams. Kill Linen. Not only is his power mine, but his woman is also mine. He couldn't help but fantasize about how he would dominate after obtaining the equipment, and how Wenya, with her ice-cold demeanor, would moan beneath him. Wenya, you don't need to worry too much. Lingu, Yu Shihai casually tried to comfort her, while his right hand unconsciously reached for Wenya's waist, attempting to embrace her shoulder for some reassurance. When is the best time to touch a woman's heart? When she is helpless. He was confident that this trick would never fail. Swish! Instead of a warm body, he was met with an axe blade. Wenya pointed the axe blade in his direction, her expression icy as she looked at the seemingly well-meaning Yu Shihai. Her eyes were vigilant. You don't need to care about me. Just stay away from me. Yu Shihai awkwardly laughed and spread his hands to indicate he meant no harm. Damn it, that bitch. I must get you into bed. I'll go find some food for Lingu and Zhanggu. Turning to leave, he sighed, seemingly feeling a bit disheartened. Room 204 on the 2nd floor, Wenya silently watched the still unconscious Linen, her brows furrowed. It had been 4 days since Zhang Tai brought Linen back, yet neither showed any signs of waking up. Uncle and Lao Huang were comforting the crying Yue nearby. At the door, several middle-aged men held half a bottle of water and leftover biscuits, looking somewhat dissatisfied. The survivors in the hotel were beginning to think Lin and had little chance of survival, and they were no longer as polite as before. Either tie that guy up with chains or we'll lock the door. Water and food are running low. If you want it, take it, or you'll starve. Uncle's face turned pale with anger upon hearing this. The The food distribution had been decreasing day by day, and now they even wanted to chain Zhang Tai and Linen. You're going too far. The people outside held chains for locking doors, even bringing the chains that were originally used to tie dogs. Yes, he hasn't woken up yet. He might turn into a zombie at any moment. Why waste food on him? One person said with a disgruntled expression, the dog chain in his hand clinking. The longer it took, the more uneasy they became. With the insistence of Wenya and Zhang Tai's group, Linen was forcibly fed a large amount of medication. From their perspective, Linen had temporarily not turned into a zombie, but he couldn't hold on for long. Perhaps some medication had temporarily taken effect, or maybe the awakened one's strong constitution suppressed the virus for a short time. After all, if the medicine really worked, why hadn't he woken up by now? The bandaged girl they brought back earlier had already awakened. Who knew if Linen would turn into a zombie the next second? In my opinion, he shouldn't have been allowed to come up at all. It's been nerve-wracking. I haven't slept well for 2 days. A middle-aged woman, older than the rest, stood with her hands on her hips, hiding behind the crowd, shouting, "We don't owe him anything. It's not like we made him kill zombies." Exactly. To put it bluntly, he was just doing it out of convenience. He wasn't really here to save us. With Lin and Zhang Tai unconscious, and without their military deterrence, the crowd no longer felt afraid. More and more people gathered, and as they regained their composure, several even suggested throwing him out of the building. After all, even if they tied him up, there would still be a significant risk. Wenya turned around, coldly gazing at the people entering. Almost every day, these individuals would come to stir up trouble. But today it was even more intense. The crowd was agitated, and under the incitement of Wang Ju's group, many people brandished steel pipes and axes, ready to force Linen out. Anyone who comes over will die. Wenya picked up the fire axe beside her, her frail body contrasting starkly with the axe in her hand. The crowd snickered. "Little girl, can you even lift that axe?" "I'll tell you, there's only this much food." A tattooed man stepped out from the crowd, one of the few strong men in the hotel. Many people, hopelessly relying on Linen, simply followed him, also part of Wang Ju's faction. Feeding these nearly dead people would be a waste, right? He pulled a military energy bar from his pocket, broke it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Damn it, this thing tastes terrible. Wenya's fingers gripping the axe handle turned pale. The military rations in the man's hand were what Lin had left for her before he left. It seemed that all the food she had hidden in her room had been ransacked. "Food, give it back to me." Lin was currently weak and remained in a coma. Unlike others who thought Lin was in a coma due to fighting the zombie virus, she had encountered equipment just like Yu Shihao on the first day. From the system's prompt and her observations, she keenly noticed the black gloves on Lin's hands, which occasionally drew inexplicable energy from his body. The crimson patterns on the gloves were just a little short of being filled. Analyzing this, she speculated that Lin's coma was likely because the gloves had been continuously siphoning energy, leading to a lack of energy replenishment. Still, whoever finds it can have it. Want it? Sure, just have a good chat with my brother, and I won't mind giving you a little more. The man grinned lewdly, his eyes roving over Wenya. On the second day after Zhang Tai returned, Wang Ju, along with him, collected the food in the hotel. They distributed it daily based on need. However, the concept of need, the tattooed man sneered. Last night, he had taken advantage of the situation to sleep with a starving woman who hadn't eaten for 2 days. It had been quite enjoyable. He still reminisced about that full sensation. It was truly exhilarating. Aren't you afraid that when Zhang Gu wakes up, he'll hold you accountable? Uncle leaned against the wall, standing straight and glaring at the tattooed man. Zhang Tai's condition was much better than Lin An's. He had even made some noise a day ago. Unlike the wounds caused by zombies visible on Lin and apart from his originally broken arm, he was otherwise unharmed. The tattooed man chuckled lightly, but a trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the concern that Zhang Tai might awaken and these people were guarding him, he would have already found a way to take Lin out with Wang Ju. When to beauty, why are you bothering to protect someone who's about to die? He might turn into a zombie and eat you in the next second. TSK, I can't bear to see you get bitten to death by this guy. Why not follow me and enjoy the good life? Besides, my life is definitely better than his. The tattooed man smiled playfully, then intentionally adjusted his posture. All right, Let's take that bandaged guy inside out. Suddenly, several middle-aged men with axes rushed in from outside, dragging the bandaged girl, who looked like a corpse, out. What do you want to do? The people in the room were filled with fear and wanted to stop them, but they were intimidated by the axes in their hands and couldn't get close. What do you care? Old fool, getting in the way. The leading man kicked old Huang, knocking him to the ground. Wenya clenched her fists tightly. In the past few days, old Huang and her second uncle had taken good care of Linen. If they hadn't all saved food to share with Linen, his condition would have probably been worse. But the situation was urgent, and they couldn't afford to have a conflict now. Damn it, I should have just killed Wang Jiangwo back then. Wenya suddenly felt a pang of regret. She began to understand why Linen was so cold towards people. The tattooed man sneered, not caring about Wenya's reaction, and left with the group. Bang! The door closed, and the sound of chains echoed from outside. They locked the door. Old Huang hurried to the door, where the people outside were wrapping iron chains around it. Wenya didn't speak. Her previously forced expression turned into one of desolation and helplessness. In her arms, Lin En's once robust body had become emaciated and unrecognizable, his complexion ashen. His condition was worsening day by day. Wake up soon, Linen. I really don't know what to do. Wenya silently fed Lin and her portion of food, carefully covering his right hand. Currently, all 5 people's food in the room had been given to Lin and Zhang Tai, and everyone was starving. They all understood that as long as either Zhang Tai or Lin and woke up, the situation would change. As for the bandaged girl lying in the corner, she awakened by herself the next day. But no matter what the others asked her, she didn't respond, just close her eyes every day like a corpse, motionless. They didn't know where the people outside had taken her or what they wanted to do. Sister Wenya, you haven't eaten for 2 days. Why don't you eat mine? Zhang Yue wiped the tears from her face and approached Wenya, holding half a piece of chocolate with bite marks. Wenya shook her head slightly and smiled as she touched her. No need, keep it for yourself. Isn't Lin and brother going to be okay? His face is getting more terrifying. Yue timidly glanced at Lin An's sunken cheeks, filled with worry. No. Wenya shook her head firmly, her fingers caressing Lin An's cheek. He will wake up soon. Chapter 43. A beautiful apocalypse on the 8th floor of the hotel, room 808. Zhang Tai might wake up soon. The person who was tailing him yesterday saw him move a little. Yu Shihao's face was gloomy as he coldly stared at the mess on the bed. Damn it. If you keep crying, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Wang Ju wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed at the crying woman in front of him. Being older made him feel somewhat exhausted. He leisurely lit a cigarette, the flame flickering. After resting for a while, he sat breathlessly at the edge of the bed. So what do you think we should do? If it weren't for you speaking up that day, Zhang Tai and the others might not have made it up here. Now you know fear? Yu Shihao sneered. How many days had it been since the apocalypse started? These people are too brainless to be ruthless. But you? If it weren't for you being threatened by Wenya, Wang Jiangwo glared back at him coldly, dissatisfied. Damn it. What are you pretending for in front of me? If it weren't for the decent advice Yu Shihao provided, I wouldn't even bother to agree to cooperate with you two. So what do you want to do? Yu Shihao chuckled lightly, pulling out a transparent bag from his pocket. I've deliberately reduced the water and food for your subordinates these past 2 days. He flicked the plastic bag, which contained half a bag of pink powder. Add something good to their water and food, then take care of Linen. As long as he is alive, I won't feel at ease. Linen must be killed, but he wanted to do it himself. He was determined to obtain those 2 pieces of equipment. He had originally planned to interrogate Lin and about the secrets of the Awakened Ones when he was weak if he woke up. But since Zhang Tai showed signs of awakening before Linen, they couldn't wait any longer. Wang Jiangwo curiously took the bag and then kicked the 2 crying women on the bed hard. Shut up. Can't you see we're talking business? Kill Linen? Zhang Tai, do you not want to find a way to kill him? Yu Shihao frowned, staring intently at Wang Jiangwo. Kill Zhang Tai? If you kill Zhang Tai, what will we do about the dangers afterward? That big fool is not hard to deceive. Wang Jiangwo glanced at him mockingly. What are you pretending for in front of me? You've been messing around with women these past few days. Do you think when Zhang Tai wakes up, you'll have a good outcome? That guy is just an idiot with a head full of justice. Yu Shihao remained silent and did not respond. He didn't care about what Wang Jiangwo said. He deliberately acted as if he was at odds with him in front of outsiders. Even if Zhang Tai woke up, he would only think of him as one of the few willing to save Linen. To this end, he hadn't even touched any of the women in Zhang Tai's group. Seeing that he was not speaking, Wang Jiangwo guessed what he was thinking and sneered. Let me tell you, Zhang Tai must die. If he wakes up, don't think you can wash your hands of this. You don't have to worry about safety. With my identity, I guarantee that people from above will come to rescue us in a few days. Yu Shihao stood up and left. He was tired of Wang Jiangwo's repeated rhetoric. Someone is coming to save us. I saw with my own eyes the gas leak explosion that happened at the city center plaza last night. If there were any normal organizational operations, such an event would never be allowed to happen. As he reached the door, he turned his head and said, "Don't talk to me about your identity. It's the apocalypse now. I know what you want to do. If you really want to kill Zhang Tai, that's fine. But Lina must be dealt with by me personally. Also, give me Winya. I will help you drug the person you want." Bang! The door closed tightly, and Yu Shihao casually tucked the powder into his pocket. Wang Jiangwo's reason for wanting to kill Zhang Tai was simply that he feared Zhang Tai would cause him trouble and that he would lose the status he currently held. The other reason? This greasy old man had long set his sights on Zhang Tai's sister, Zhang Yue. It didn't matter. It was just a matter of mutual benefit. In the dark, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Wang Jiangwo was feeling hot-headed from the antics he was pulling in the room. What is so soft underfoot? Didn't all the corpses get thrown out? He instinctively lifted his foot to check, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the reflection on the doorplate. 802 was the room he had shared with Wang Fong before. Remembering the resentful gaze Wang Fong had before she died, he couldn't help but shiver. What bad luck! Quickening his pace, he felt as if someone was watching him, and in fear, he hurried downstairs. Clatter. In the dark, a pale face slowly fell from the ceiling, landing in a puddle of crushed flesh. Late at night, on the second floor, Yu Shihao quickly unraveled the chains and carefully called out towards the door gap. "Winya, unclea. I've stolen some food for you. Hurry and take it." His eyes were sincere as he handed in 3 bottles of water and a few pieces of bread through the door crack. For 3 consecutive days, he brought a small amount of food each day to gain their trust. Uncle Air was full of surprise, hurriedly receiving it with a hand against the wall. "Oh, thank you so much." Zhang Tai was just mumbling, "Wanted to drink water. You've really helped a lot. You've worked hard these days." Yong Wei followed behind, her nose red. "Thank you, brother," she said sweetly, full of gratitude. "Yong Wei, here is some bread you like. Go eat it." Uncle Air divided most of the water and food with Winya, then gently touched Yong Wei's head, looking pained. The little girl had been reluctant to eat these days, saying she wanted to save it for her brother, and Lin and Yong Wei doesn't eat. Yong Wei is full. Secretly swallowing her saliva, Yong Wei handed the bread back to Uncle Air. Standing behind the door, Yu Shihao's gaze did not leave, and he gently persuaded Yong Wei. "Brother has hidden a lot of delicious food. Just eat this for now." After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yong Wei finally accepted the bread from Uncle Air's hand and nodded obediently. "Winya, drink more water. This bottle is unopened. It's new. And Uncle Air, you don't have to worry about food. Didn't my old room have small fridge? I checked today, there is still quite a bit of food." With a smile on his face, he had practiced this line several times before coming. Yu Shihao saw Yong Wei starting to eat the bread in small bites, and immediately smiled and began to persuade the others. Everyone in the room was full of surprise and gratitude. Only Winya remained silent, seemingly pondering something. She took the bottled water, and indeed, as he said, it was unopened. She glanced back at Lennon, whose lips were cracked and face pale from lack of water. In the end, Winya had no choice but to lower her guard. Behind the door, seeing everyone finish the food, Yu Shihao closed the door again, the smile on his face disappearing. In the 3-story corridor, several middle-aged men, following Wang Jiangwo, leaned against the wall, smoking. The flickering light of the cigarettes illuminated their delighted faces. "Hey, Xiaoyu, that bottle of water and syringe were contributed by me. You have to let me go second, right?" One of them, with a lewd expression, rubbed his hands and shook his head. "Why one by one? That girl looks like a virgin. Let us just all go in together and give her a good time." Yu Shihao chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent as he took the cigarette offered to him. "I'll go first. The rest of you can do as you please. Once the person passes out, do what you want." But that little girl inside can't be touched. You have to send her to Brother Wong. Before playing, remember to kill the person first. Leave Linen to me, and you handle the others. Stamping out the cigarette, but with one foot, you sure how S. gaze flickered. He thought of Lin An's gear and Wanya, which made him unable to suppress the heat in his heart. The smoking man paused slightly, hesitating for a moment. Are we really going to kill someone? What if we get found out when we reach the safe zone? You sure how, sneered inwardly. A bunch of useless fools, too cowardly to even kill. Yet still have a nerve to make excuses. Not killing? Do you think Zhang Tai won't kill you when he wakes up? I just heard them say Zhang Tai can talk now. Don't expect to have fun with the girls after Zhang Tai wakes up, choosing whoever you want. Just look at yourselves. If Zhang Tai hadn't woken up and we were in charge of the food, do you think those girls would bother with you? The expressions of the middle-aged men were conflicted, but in the end, they made up their minds. After everyone agreed, he slightly nodded, wrapping his arms around himself as he walked to the window, his expression cold, looking at the distant burning buildings and the occasional loud noises in his ears. There was no sign of fear or unease in his eyes. 29 minutes left. Women within reach, the power I've always desired, the collapse of order. I love this apocalypse. Chapter 44. Guess when I wake up, room 808, the lit scented candle illuminated the whole room. A bald man with excess flesh had an obsessed gaze. On the bed lay an unconscious girl, her school skirt pulled down to her knees. Her tight, snow-white calves were enticing under the candlelight, and the girl's unique purity gave an unusual beauty to the scene, tormenting the heart. Hee, saliva swallowed. Wang Zhengwo's throat breathed heavily like a beast. Desire greed, just as the desire became unbearable. Creak. Who? He suddenly turned around. Wang Zhengwo reluctantly turned his body. He hadn't had the chance to enjoy the delicacy yet. Damn, who the hell is interrupting me at this time? He looked warily at the door, but could see nothing clearly. The hotel corridor was pitch black due to the power outage. Is it the wind? He couldn't help but shrink his neck. A chill sent goosebumps all over his body. To get into the room, the door lock had been removed and was only propped with an iron rod. I told you to fix the door for me, wasting my time. Cursing, he shivered barefoot, getting off the bed to secure the door tightly. In front of the door, he hugged his fat body with both hands, trying to peek at what was behind the door. Damn, why is it so cold? The candlelight suddenly extinguished. He was startled. In the darkness, a face suddenly squeezed through the crack in the door, pressed right in front of him. Eye to eye, nose to nose. The distorted face felt icy, as if it could freeze his soul. The dead white eyes were filled with resentment, and the cracked lips of the woman opened wide, swallowing towards his body. The scream was stuck in his throat. Only the sharp front part escaped, chewing and swallowing. The candlelight flickered back on, casting a shadow on the wall that was only half illuminated. On the second floor of the hotel, in a small room, 6 people lay scattered. 6 men stood in the room, with a tattooed man holding a hammer, standing in front of Uncle Air's corpse. The old face was wide-eyed, with a hole in the middle of his forehead where the hammer had struck, unable to close his eyes in death. Damn, this old guy didn't drink a single drop of water. If I hadn't reacted quickly and killed him, I would have been done in by this bastard. Everyone chuckled lightly after hearing this, then turned to drag the bodies of the others like garbage. What sound? Yu Shihao looked up in confusion, gazing at the ceiling. Stopping the dragging of linen, he glanced at the 2 still struggling, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Who just screamed? Who cares who it is? Hurry up and finish so you can go sleep with your beauty. I still want to wait for you to finish and have a good time. The tattooed man who brought the water during the day impatiently urged, casually tossing the still-lit cigarette but onto Lin and S' body. Just having killed an old man, he was still panicking, but maintained an indifferent facade to uphold his image. He crouched down, extinguishing the cigarette, but on Lin An's body. I thought this kid was too arrogant when I first saw him. I wanted to kill him for a long time. His train of thought was interrupted. Yu Shihao cast a disdainful glance at the tattooed man in front of him, but said nothing. When Lin An was clearing zombies on the first day, he had seen this guy trembling at the sight of a zombie's corpse. Later, he begged Lin An to take him as a little brother, practically offering his own girlfriend. A cowardly guy, only daring to speak at this time. The tattooed man didn't notice the contempt in his eyes, only looking at Lin An on the ground with satisfaction. You looked down on me back then. Now you can't even move like a dead dog, can you? I really want to sleep with Winya in front of you, you worthless piece of trash. He shouted, stretching his foot to kick Lin and a couple of times, only to feel a sharp pain in his foot. This awakened one's body is so hard. Hey, I want to see if I can cut off his head with a knife later. The tattooed man noticed that Yu Shihao was not responding and, feeling a bit bored, crouched down in front of Winya, unable to resist reaching out to touch her a few times. The actions of his two companions made his heart itch like a cat's paw. What a beautiful ice-cold beauty. Even asleep, she's so tempting. That kid Yu is still dragging someone. Why don't I enjoy myself first? He glanced back at Yu Shihao, who was dragging Linen, then secretly loosened his belt. That little mouth looks enticing enough. Hey, it was agreed that she was mine first. What the hell do you mean? An angry voice from Yu Shihao came from behind, glaring at him. I haven't even touched her. What do you care about what I do? Huh? The tattooed man's eyes suddenly lit up as he took 2 steps to Lin and S front. What is that thing in his hand? Why is it glowing? Yu Shihao's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, the black cloth that was supposed to be wrapped around Lin An's hand fell off. The blood-red patterns on the soul-eating hand flashed and vanished. Mesmerizing. Good stuff. Instinctively, the tattooed man reached out to grab the glove on Lin An's right hand. Don't touch it. Buzz. What is this? The tattooed man showed fear, feeling a devouring suction coming from the glove. Life was ebbing away. He couldn't help but open his mouth to wail, as if his brain was being sucked out. In an instant, his once robust body shrank to skin and bones, like a dried corpse. The sudden turn of events shocked Yu Shihao, sending a chill down his spine, a coldness creeping from his spine to the top of his head. Gulp. The other blond man in front of Wanya swallowed in terror. He had originally planned to take advantage of the argument between the tattooed man and Yu Shihao. The other 2 men quickly turned to look, trembling all over, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Suddenly, the blond man nervously pointed at Lin and with a shaking finger. His eyelids moved. It seems he is waking up. Hiss. The body was pierced. Linen, lying on the ground, instantly crossed the distance between the 2 men like a phantom appearing right in front of him. What sound? The blond man instinctively looked down at his chest, where a white, jade-like arm had pierced through his chest cavity. Congratulations, you answered correctly. The voice was calm. Lennon smiled gently, his previously sunken cheeks rapidly restoring. Bang! He withdrew his arm and then smashed the blond man's head as if popping a balloon. The horrific scene before everyone exceeded their threshold of tolerance. The 2 helpers, who hadn't yet managed to pull up their pants, finally came to their senses, unable to help but scream and tremble as they looked at Lennon, who was walking toward them. The 2 retreated, begging for mercy. Brother Lin, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Lennon looked at a woman lying at their feet, her lower body stripped and unconscious, filthy from their rough treatment. He remembered her. She was an older woman from Zhang Tai's team. Wrong? Lennon chuckled lightly and, with a speed beyond ordinary, instantly tore off his arm. My arm. He cried in pain, rolling on the ground, staring in despair at the arm tossed aside. Enjoy it. Lin An's face was cold as he lifted the man who had his arm torn off with one hand. Rip. Like tearing paper. This time it was the leg. This time it was the left hand. Terrifying, brutal, including Yu Shihao. The others felt as if they were in an ice cave. They recalled the fear they felt when they first saw Linen, when he had killed the devourer with a single strike. Brother Lin, I beg you not to kill me. I beg you. I was just momentarily bewitched. I didn't touch your people. Another man knelt on the ground, frantically banging his head and crying. He couldn't resist, nor dare to resist. At that moment, he only hated himself for not being able to control his lower body, for getting involved. The sight of his companion being torn limb from limb was almost enough to break his mind. Why? Why did I provoke the devil in front of me? No time to think. Lennon gently raised his head, pinching his chin with 2 fingers like a pair of iron pliers. Unlike the smile on his face, a fire seemed to be burning in his heart. He had already regained consciousness 2 days ago, but was unable to fully awaken due to exhausted mental energy. Look at me. You scum. His fingers slowly exerted force. The sound of bones deforming was grating. In just a few seconds, as the man's wails disappeared into his throat, Lennon had already crushed his face into a lump. Yu Shihao, farthest away, didn't dare to move, even though Lennon had never looked at him. but he could feel an elusive killing intent locking onto him. His heart was filled with horror. Why? Did he suddenly wake up? Blood flowed from the gaps between his fingers. Lin carelessly shook his hand and walked towards the place where the tattooed man had fallen. The tattooed man, terrified, crawled backward using all fours. However, drained of strength, he could only squirm on the ground like a maggot. Didn't he want to kill me? One foot stomped down. The tattooed man's knee instantly shattered like a dry corpse. No, no. There is Big Brother. The tattooed man's voice was hoarse, like an old man on the verge of death after having his mental energy sucked dry by the glove. No? Weren't you just trying to use a dog leash to tie me and Zhang Tai? Trying to cut off my head? Lin ignored his pleas, instantly reaching out to tear off his other leg. The tattooed man barely had time to let out a scream before he fainted. Lin smiled cruelly. Did he still want to faint in front of him? He grabbed the tattooed man's head, his mental energy piercing into his brain like a needle. The tattooed man was jolted awake by intense pain, looking at Lin and with despair in his eyes. Brother Lin, I'm worse than a pig or dog. I'm just a pile of dung. Please just let me go. Let you go. Go ask if your uncle would be willing to let you go. Lin twisted his head to face the corpse of his uncle, their eyes meeting. Regret and fear. A wave of urine smell emanated from beneath him. If he could, he would rather commit suicide than endure this torment again. Lin turned a deaf ear, crushing his bones inch by inch. Bang! As the tattooed man fainted again, Lin simply pressed his head into his chest cavity to end his life. If you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. If you want to be a villain, you must be prepared to be retaliated against. All three of the men Yu Shihao had brought into the room died in an instant, leaving only him and Lin Thud. Yu Shihao knelt on the ground without hesitation, moving his knees to kneel before Lin and Brother Lin. These matters have nothing to do with me. I was forced. Please spare me. I really didn't do anything to wrong you. They wanted to kill you. I had no choice but to pretend to be with them to take you away. Crying and sobbing, he looked sincerely at Lin, speaking rapidly, fearing that if he didn't finish quickly, Lin would kill him without listening. If you don't believe me, you can wait for Wenya, wait for Zhang Tai. Wait for them to wake up and ask. I was the first to save you and Brother Zhang. Really, you must believe me. Pleading for mercy, he trembled, looking at Lin, who remained silent, as if waiting for a verdict. Lin tilted his head, taking an interest in Yu Shihao's hurriedly fabricated excuses. Interesting. He has quite the talent. If Lin had just awakened, he would likely wait for everyone to wake up to confirm before making a decision. Unfortunately, guess when I woke up? Lin chuckled lightly, his right hand instantly reaching for the top of his head. Chapter 45, Blood Woman. Yu Shihao's face instantly turned ashen. Like a bolt from the blue, he could feel his scalp tighten. Perhaps in the next second, his brain would explode like a water balloon. What to do? Under the threat of death, he quickly searched for reasons in his mind that would make Lin temporarily spare him. Yue. Yes. Yue was taken away by Wang Ju's people, and the bandaged girl you brought back. Only I know where she is. Yue? Bandaged girl? Lin stopped the action of crushing his skull. Although he had regained consciousness long ago, he could only hear some voices in the darkness. In an instant, he understood the meaning of Yu Shihao's words, considering that Wang Jiangwo's subordinates wouldn't spare even a comatose woman. It was not hard to guess the intention behind taking Yue away. Wang Jiangwo, you are so bold. What floor is Yue on? Although Lin didn't have much feeling for Yue, she was still Zhang Tai's sister. Since he acknowledged Zhang Tai, Yue naturally counted as being on his side. Just thinking about Wang Jiangwo's fat and disgusting appearance, a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. Damn bastard. The wind howled as Lin grabbed him, his eyes filled with killing intent. 8th floor. Yu Shihao was drenched in cold sweat, his heart suddenly letting out a sigh of relief. The matter of Yue could buy him some time, and the key to his survival lay in the whereabouts of the bandaged girl. He thought that although he didn't know who the bandaged girl was, she was definitely someone brought back with great effort by the two of them. This person must be important in Lin An's heart. Don't kill me. I'll tell you. However, in the next second, Lin instantly crushed his hands into meat paste. Did he think he could threaten him with these 2 pieces of information? How naive. Lin didn't hesitate to act directly. Not killing him now was only to verify the information. He had plenty of ways to extract information from you sure how. Moreover, what was this bandage girl? He vaguely remembered Zhang Tai bringing back a person covered in bandages. Forget it. Let's not think about that for now. Buzz. Judgment Eye. Lennon shot out, bursting through the door. Before leaving, he specially activated the Judgment Eye to check Zhang Tai's condition. Nothing serious. If it weren't for the tattooed man greedily touching the gloves at the last charging stage, providing him with external mental energy, Zhang Tai would wake up even faster than him. If all goes well, Zhang Tai would wake up in a few minutes. Power erupted. Lin let out a low shout and decisively activated his talent skill. The long-lost, pale, golden spiritual energy filled his body. After waking up, he was full of mental energy. 5 days of unconsciousness had restored him to peak condition. Without the gloves continuously absorbing power, his body had also returned to perfection. Boom! Lin dragged the disabled Yu Shihao with his left hand and violently kicked open the fire door of the 8th floor corridor with his right foot. The heavy iron door, kicked away, flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall at the end of the corridor. Room 808. Lin had gotten the location of Wang Jiangwo's room from Yu Shihao earlier. Confirming the direction, he took a step forward like a black shadow. The door of room 808 was half ajar, revealing a dim candlelight inside. No sound? Or was there no one? Lin frowned slightly. The moment he reached the door of 808, he felt a strange chill, and Yu Shihao, who was being dragged, trembled all over from this chill. It was somewhat eerie. He didn't sense the presence of any living beings. Instead, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Creak! The door opened, and Lin walked into the room slowly, his right hand maintaining a combat posture, holding the spine from the devourer. Inside, 2 short and fat legs stood in place, and on the bed lay the unconscious Yue. The upper body of the leg owner had disappeared from the abdomen, the incision neat as if something had instantly severed it. A scream escaped Yu Shihao's lips as he recognized that the legs belonged to Wang Jiangwo. Terrified, he could hardly imagine what had happened. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets falling. A drop of water suddenly landed on his face, sliding down his forehead. Shocked by the gruesome scene before him, his heart suddenly jolted. Before he could react, Lin instantly threw him out, his eyes alert as he assumed a combat stance. The droplet came from above. A woman was crawling on the ceiling, facing away from the ground. Her long hair covered her face, her whole body deathly pale, like a corpse that had been left for a long time. Beep! Detected first-level mutant, Blood Girl. A corpse fused with zombies, gathering resentment and the aura of revenge before dying. Danger level, low. The information from the Judgment Eye rang out instantly. Lin was slightly taken aback. What was the Blood Girl? Was that the real name of the Bloody Witch? But didn't he matter? The chat channel that appeared after half a year wasn't he omniscient, and it was normal to have information missing. Since he had discovered it, he would just kill it. Lin narrowed his eyes, his legs bending. / He moved as fast as lightning, instantly locking onto the Blood Girl crawling on the ceiling. Bone spikes pierced through the air, letting out a sharp whistling sound. Whoosh! Boom! With Lin and current speed and strength, the first-level mutant Blood Girl had no space to dodge at all. The bone spike pierced through her head covered by black hair, and the residual force crashed into the ceiling, damaging its internal structure. The ceiling shook, dust mixed with broken wall fragments fell. The power of the strike comparable to an explosion. The expected kill notification did not come. The bone spike embedded in her skull seemed to have no effect on her. Creak! The spine twisted, and Lin Anne's pupils suddenly constricted. The woman hanging upside down on the ceiling suddenly turned her face, staring straight at Lin. Her deathly pale face was filled with resentment, and her face, gnawed by zombies, was unrecognizable. The Blood Girl's head split open instantly, releasing a shrill scream that could shatter eardrums, shattering the glass in the room. Whoosh! Before Lin could react, the Blood Girl, with her head pierced, lunged at him frantically. Downward slash. Lin Anne's expression was grave as he quickly pulled the bone spike out of her skull, trailing a series of blood droplets. He gripped the bone spike in reverse and slashed down towards the path the monster was charging from. There was no time to think about why the monster in front of him hadn't died despite having its head pierced. The Blood Girl's attack was already upon him. Boom! Lennon felt a sweetness in his mouth, his chest caving in under the monster's impact. But the bone spike in his hand didn't stop, instantly severing the connection of the monster's head. Thud! The head fell to the ground, but the body without a head moved as if unaffected. A large amount of blood suddenly spurted from the severed neck, and the cold blood quickly dropped the temperature in the room to below zero. Frost quickly spread throughout the entire room like an ice cellar. Ice attribute. Lin An's heart sank, and he suddenly retreated, not daring to let the blood touch him. He was currently typical of high attack and low defense. Before gaining attribute resistance, he had to avoid any attribute attacks from mutants as much as possible. But why did the attack seem ineffective? Lin was puzzled. The Blood Girl's strength could only be considered first level, in terms of lethality. She was even weaker than the Devourer. In his previous life, she was famous precisely because this monster targeted ordinary Awakened Ones and general players every time it attacked. With his current strength, he should be able to easily kill her. As the coldness spread, Lennon felt his movements slow down considerably. Judgment Eye. A pale blue mist rose, and stars revolved. Lennon activated his enhanced vision again, looking at the Blood Girl. First level mutant. Blood Girl. All status information flipped to the last line, and Lennon quickly found a line of explanation. Current status. Blood resentment. Ignores physical attacks. This state disappears after revenge ends. Revenge? Lennon was puzzled, but there was no time to think. On the other side, the Blood Woman, whose head had been severed, quickly picked up her head and fumbled to put it back on. Let's try again. Taking advantage of the remaining burst of power, Lennon took a deep breath and suddenly exerted force at his waist to twist. Downward slash. A mechanical smile suddenly appeared on the woman's face, as if she had seen something. Ignoring Lin An's strike that could cleave her body, she simply opened her arms and rushed toward Yu Shihao, who was hiding in the corner. No! Yu Shihao frantically kicked back with his feet, trying to escape. However, there was a wall behind him, and he had nowhere to retreat. Fear collapsed. Although her face had been gnawed into a distorted shape, he could not forget those eyes that appeared in his nightmares. Those were Wang Feng's eyes. Lin was astonished as he saw the Blood Woman tightly embracing Yu Shihao as if she were embracing her lover. The two were pressed closely together, and the woman held him so tightly as if she wanted to meld him into her body. Chapter 46. Kirwenya? Zhang Tai. If you're awake and nothing's wrong, come up here. Lin silently observed the bizarre scene before him, communicating through the team channel. A minute ago, Zhang Tai had awakened. That familiar loud voice was so loud it made Lin An's ears hurt. After embracing Yu Shihao, the Blood Woman began to melt away like a candle. With screams and wails, the two quickly merged into a blood cocoon. Watching his own body being melted away, the pain made Lin feel a bit alarmed. Their faces were pressed together, and no more cold, bloody tears flowed out. Their half-male, half-female faces were tightly closed, filled with an evil aura. The Eye of Judgment provided information. Stage 1 mutant, Bloody Witch infusion. Danger level, none. The Bloody Witch, having completed her revenge, will begin her hunt after tonight. So that's how it is. Lennon chuckled bitterly. He recalled the scene he saw on the first day he entered the hotel. It seemed that the reason the Bloody Witch had not appeared for so long was probably because he had unintentionally saved Yu Shihao, preventing the Blood Woman from completing her transformation into the Bloody Witch. No wonder he couldn't find her no matter how hard he searched. However, the Bloody Witch in the form of a blood cocoon was probably the easiest mutant he had ever encountered. It was practically a free kill. Team Leader Lin. Zhang Tai's unique loud voice came from afar. From the sound, he seemed to be fine. Boom! The broken door was kicked open, and Zhang Tai, like a bear, joyfully rushed toward Lin and stopped. Lin shouted, halting Zhang Tai, who was about to hug him. Team Leader Lin, why did you call me up here? What is this? Zhang Tai took a few steps back, staring at the blood cocoon in the corner of the room. Lin did not pay much attention to his reaction. After all, the scene before them was truly horrifying. While it's still transforming, kill it. Zhang Tai swallowed hard, instinctively taking the bone spike Lin offered. Team Leader Lin, why do you want to kill it? Why is it so scary? Lin crossed his arms over his chest and casually replied, I remember you were still at level 0, and you only need to kill one mutant to reach the next level, right? Zhang Tai nodded. He had previously collaborated with Lin and to kill a licker. According to the rules of the Apocalypse game, as long as the damage dealt to the mutant by the previous player exceeds 20, it counts as participation in the kill. Therefore, even though Zhang Tai did not kill the licker that day, he was deemed to have participated and gained experience. Lin's question was obvious. So, this thing is a mutant? That's right, and it's a very special kind. If you kill it, you can level up. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood, and even Lin couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. It seemed to be something other than ordinary blood, more like a combination of some kind of resentment. He glanced at the blood cocoon in the corner. It seemed they couldn't stay here for long. Normally, with his physical constitution, ordinary smells wouldn't affect him. Bloody witch, resentment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. A strange idea burrowing into his brain. Lennon stood still for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Most of the mutants we encountered before were mutated zombies. While this mutant Bloody Witch was formed from a human filled with resentment who was infected with the zombie virus. After he finished speaking, his face became serious, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Zhang Tai was puzzled, not understanding what Lin was afraid of. This information is crucial. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Or, if it weren't for the information provided by the Eye of Judgment, I wouldn't have thought of this without seeing the Bloody Witch's information. Oh, well, it's still a mutant. What's so significant about this news? Team Leader Lin, what are you afraid of? Zhang Tai scratched his head, not comprehending Lin's words. What I mean is, mutants might be artificially created, as long as humans are tormented in life. Fill them with resentment. Then throw them into a horde of zombies to ensure their brains survive and they're infected with enough zombie virus, while also clearing the zombies to prevent them from being eaten clean. In this way, perhaps an artificially created mutant could be born. Gulp. A few seconds later, after hearing Lin's words, Zhang Tai felt a chill run down his back. Even he, being not the brightest, could imagine how terrifying the consequences would be if this method were feasible. Team Leader Lin, if someone has malicious thoughts in the future, wouldn't they be able to mass-produce these monsters? That's not all. Lin sighed lightly. It seemed Zhang Tai still hadn't grasped the true meaning of this information. Why is your level still at 0? I can't defeat the mutants? And? Mutants are hard to find, and there are zombies everywhere. Lin nodded, taking out another spine of a licker from his ring and casually stabbing it into the blood cocoon. You're right. The first issue with mutants is that they are hard to kill, and the second is that they are hard to find. The bone spike easily pierced the blood cocoon, blood gushing out, and the Bloody Witch in the fusion state showed no reaction. But artificially creating one would be different. It wouldn't resist while transforming, and it could be mass-produced. So, this means killing people can lead to leveling up. After Lin finished speaking, he fell into silence, and Zhang Tai beside him was also a loss. A series of numbers appeared in Lin's mind. There are currently 25 people alive in the hotel. Excluding Wanya and Zhang Tai, there are 23 people left. 23 people mean 23 mutants. Leveling up from level 2 to level 3 requires the experience of 8 mutants. And from level 3 to level 4, it requires 16. Although the required experience for Awakeners varies, starting from level 1, the experience needed is the square of the previous level. However, even a level up to level 2 only requires 16 mutants. But players and Awakeners can gain experience simultaneously. In other words, if Lin wished, he might be able to raise his player level to level 4 right now, and raise his Awakener rank to level 2. A level 4 player provides a 3-point boost to all attributes, while raising the Awakener rank increases 2 points to all attributes, resulting in a total of a 5-point boost to all attributes. He would completely obtain the power of Stage 2. Now, the Apocalypse game has just started on the 6th day. Team Leader Lin. Zhang Tai couldn't help but call out to him. For some reason, he felt that Lin's current state was somewhat off, somewhat unfamiliar to him. Lin slowly raised his head at the sound, his eyes bloodshot. Powerful strength. A sudden desire surged in his heart, like a venomous snake writhing and coiling. He was indeed cold-blooded, but he also had his moral bottom line. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. What is the cost of merely 23 lives in this apocalypse? Have you forgotten how those Awakeners in your past life were willing to sacrifice thousands of people for a piece of blue equipment? Linen without power. How can you protect the people you want to protect? Is this the voice of my inner self? Lin An's eyes turned red, and his voice was filled with temptation. You don't actually have much emotional attachment to the few people in the hotel. If there is any, it's probably just that you think Zhang Tai can become your helper in the future. After all, establishing a safe zone and expanding your influence requires trustworthy people. But what the apocalypse lacks the least are subordinates willing to submit to power. Isn't that right, Linen? Kill Zhang Tai, and you can gather 24 people. Moreover, you actually miscalculated one thing. A mutated being like the Bloody, which needs to kill its revenge target. So at least 25 people are needed. The voice disappeared, and Linen suddenly turned to look at Zhang Tai. Adding Wunya, you can gather 25 people. Chapter 47. The Last Missing Person Team Leader Lin. Zhang Tai looked up anxiously to meet Lin An's gaze, only to find terror in Lin An's eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin An's earlier words stirred up waves in his heart. Could it be that team leader Lin is tempted, wanting to artificially create mutated beings? A chill ran up Zhang Tai's spine, and he hurriedly urged, "Team leader, you can't do this. What is the difference between this and becoming a monster? Wake up, team leader." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "If you want to do this, then kill me first." He nervously swallowed, ready to face death. Although he knew he could do nothing to stop Linen if he really wanted to act, he would rather die than let Linen do this. "Oh, you want to stop me?" Power erupted. A pale golden psychic energy surged again, but this time it was tinged with a strange blood color. Lin An's voice was cold as he suddenly appeared behind Zhang Tai. Ignoring Zhang Tai's terrified expression, Lin An directly executed a side kick aimed at his back. "Step forward. Charge." Team leader. The force was immense, and Zhang Tai instantly felt his back hit by a powerful impact, causing him to uncontrollably crash into the blood cocoon in the corner. Despair, coldness. Zhang Tai incredulously turned his head to look at Lin An, unable to contain his fury as he let out a roar. "Bear transformation. Team leader, I don't want to lay a hand on you, but even if I die today, I want to let you do this." The bear transformed Zhang Tai rushed at Lin An at all costs. "Idiot, I want you to kill it." Lin An suddenly chuckled lightly, and in an instant, his figure left an afterimage as he pressed one hand against Zhang Tai's palm. A reverse stab. Swoosh. The bone spike pierced through the double-faced head on the blood cocoon, gushing out bright red blood. The double-faced head suddenly opened its eyes, emitting a piercing scream filled with white resentment. Downward slash. Lin An's gaze was cold as he delivered the final blow to Zhang Tai. The bone spike sliced toward the blood cocoon like lightning, instantly splitting it in half with all his strength. The blood cocoon tore open, revealing a frail body like that of a child. The monster, with a double-faced head that didn't match its body, quickly tried to escape from the side. Trying to run? Lin An pivoted and kicked Zhang Tai, who was still in a daze, intentionally controlling his strength so that he only kicked him toward the monster's back. "Quickly kill it." Bang. Zhang Tai instinctively followed Lin An's command, his bare paws slamming heavily onto the monster. Blood spilled from under his paws, and when he lifted them again, all that remained was a pile of fragments. Ding! Player Zhang Tai killed a mutated being, gaining 1 psychic energy point. Level up. Current player, level 1. Current Awakener, rank 1. All attributes 3. Ding! Player Lin An killed a mutated being, gaining 1 psychic energy point. Ding! Detected that player Lin An is the main killer. Gaining special item, Bloodstone. Item name, Bloodstone, white. Item effect. A mutated crystal containing life psychic energy can restore half of life, stamina, and mental strength. Uses 33. As the system prompt ended, a dark red gem instantly appeared in Lin An's palm, seemingly filled with liquid, emitting a faint scream as it slightly shook. Lin An was delighted, looking at the bloodstone with satisfaction. A very good item. Unexpectedly, the last killed mutated being dropped a low-probability special item. This luck could be used to buy a lottery ticket. Restoring life, stamina, and mental strength is like the blue and red potions in a game, right? The half restoration effect is undeniably powerful, even though there are level restrictions and 3 uses. But for Lin An at this stage, it can serve as a trump card. Team leader, what was going on just now? Are you going to lay a hand on everyone? Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment before asking, his face half joyful, half confused, with a hint of doubt. The situation unfolded too suddenly. Although he had gained a stronger power by leveling up, he was still worried about Linen. With his personality, having these mixed emotions was quite rare. Linen put away the gem and replied, "You want to ask if I will torture everyone into mutated beings and then kill them, right?" Zhang Tai hesitantly nodded. That was his biggest concern. After all, he had thought that if it were done this way, it could indeed quickly level up and gain power. Linen sighed lightly and shook his head. "Don't worry. I want to do that." Then team leader, just now. Linen walked toward the cracked blood cocoon, turning his back to him as if explaining to Zhang Tai, but also to himself. "My earlier deduction was wrong, and I was disturbed by that monster just now. It wanted to trick me into killing you. Although I don't know its intention, it must be to stall for time or absorb something from you during your mutation." Wrong deduction? Zhang Tai was puzzled. Although he didn't agree with Lin in using such a method to gain power, it should be correct in its reasoning. Lin impatiently began to explain. "First, that monster disturbed my thoughts, making me believe that mutated beings like the bloody which could be artificially produced in bulk. Moreover, it should be able to read part of my memories. Indeed, the bloody which is created when a human is betrayed and infected by the zombie virus, solidifying their resentment to become a mutated being. But the key point is the resentment. The level of resentment the bloody which possesses comes from the betrayal of the person she loved the most. If two strangers are involved, where one tortures and kills the other, it won't generate that level of resentment. It can only be considered hatred at most. Therefore, to create a bloody witch, you must find couples, spouses, or even blood relatives. Make one betray the other. This is too difficult. Previously, Yushirwa likely also used deceptive means to make the bloody, which mistakenly believed that the other party loved her. So, mass-producing bloody witches is not that simple." After hearing this, Zhang Tai instantly understood this point and couldn't help but sigh in relief. "What else?" "It wanted me to use Wunya as the one to torture you, because the blood woman needs to complete her revenge to fully transform into a mutated being. So it told me that to create 24 mutated beings, I need to sacrifice 25 people, including Wunya. Is there any problem with that?" Zhang Tai pondered deeply, but found no issues. The problem lies in the numbers. Linen's gaze was deep, staring straight at him. "That monster must have read part of my memories, which is how it could state the exact number of people in the hotel. Or perhaps it has been secretly observing us all along. But in my memory, there were 26 living people in the hotel." Chapter 48. Who is the missing person? Zhang Tai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and immediately began counting on his fingers. "Team leader, don't scare me." Linen did not answer, planning to make Zhang Tai think for himself. He first collected the fragments of the mutated being on the ground, then reached out to touch the cracked blood cocoon. Sure enough, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Acquired? Body drips. Obtained special item. Blood cocoon. Damaged. Item level. White common. Item effect. The blood cocoon containing vitality can preserve the waning life force of the injured, extending life. It's a tool similar to prolonging life. It's quite practical. In the future, if someone is seriously injured, just putting them inside can sometimes seek help. I didn't expect that the bloody witch, who enjoys torturing humans and killing, would explode such healing items during her transformation. It's quite interesting. Is it true that extremes lead to reversals? While Zhang Tai was still in shock, pondering who wasn't human, Linen simply opened his player panel to take stock of the items he had recently obtained. Character information: Lin in First Awakener, player level 1, next player level 14. Next Awakener rank 116, Strength 234, Agility 194, Constitution 194, Will 198, Equipment. Doomsday Ring, Black Special, Soul Devouring Hand, Orange Epic. Items: Bloodstone 33, White Common. Blood Cocoon 11, White Common. Giant Lizard Extract Potion 12, Snake Venom Purification Factor. Potion 12, Venomous Spirit Plant 1, Liquor Spine 2 Goods, Military Ration 4, Drinking Water 5, Energy Bar Liquor Corpse 2, Corpse Powder 1, Awakener Talent. Level Talent Strength Burst Equipment Skill. Level Soul Shriek 11 First. All attributes 4. The limit values for ordinary humans in all aspects are 10. Savior template skill. Eye of Judgment Savior task information 1. Kill second stage mutant Suturer. Task level. Dangerous. Task time limit. 240 hours. Remaining 83 hours. Task reward. Antidote Serum 3. Cleanses the zombie virus from the body. Savior task information 2. Recruit 5 team members. Time limit 30 days. Current progress 25. Task reward. Doomsday base vehicle initial. Contract partner. Level Abyss Black Dragon. Sleeping petrified state. Lennon nodded with satisfaction. His current attributes could be considered a first-tier limit. All attributes were close to the second-tier threshold, with strength surpassing the first tier. The Doomsday game had just begun. If there were a power ranking showing combat strength 6 months later, he would likely be ranked first in Huagua. Doomsday equipment, epic level equipment, level Black Dragon. Any one of these would make other players and factions envious to the point of madness, driving countless people crazy. Anyone who could obtain even one would surely become a regional overlord, especially the level Black Dragon, which was Lin An's biggest trump card. Glancing at the snake-shaped stone sculpture on his wrist, Lennon sighed. It's a pity that he didn't know when the Black Dragon would wake up and break its petrified state. Otherwise, carrying a top-tier second-stage fighter would allow him to walk sideways at this stage, as long as he didn't encounter a third-stage mutant. At the same time, the countdown in the Savior task reminded Lennon. Only 83 hours remained to kill the Suture. He had to hurry to Wanda Plaza after finishing things today. Fortunately, his current strength was much stronger than he had anticipated. He was quite confident about killing the Suture next. With his current power, along with Zhang Tai and Wenya, he had enough confidence to succeed. He just didn't know how Xia and Jingtian were doing now. Lennon recalled the helplessness of the little girl that night, feeling a bit sour in his heart. Brother, and Xia, I will be back soon. Lin team, are you okay? Lin team, don't scare me. Lennon felt he had heard these words many times before. Zhang Tai anxiously watched Lin go from laughing to sad, unable to help but feel a bit panicked. The room they were in was quite terrifying. There were 2 short legs standing at the door, a bloody and eerie cocoon in the corner, and the ground was littered with fragments and blood, surrounded by flickering candlelight. A comatose girl lay on the bed, making it look like a scene from a cult ritual. If an ordinary person walked in, they would probably faint on the spot. Especially with what Lennon had just told him, he couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard he tried, feeling increasingly frightened. Lennon awkwardly patted Zhang Tai's shoulder, signaling him not to be afraid. He never expected that such a big guy like Zhang Tai would be completely different from his appearance. Do you still remember the bandaged person you brought back? Lennon didn't intend to tease him anymore and asked directly. I remember. She's a girl, quite similar to my sister. Lennon fell silent for a moment. No wonder Zhang Tai went to save her. Connecting to what we just said, I remember there were 26 people, including that bandaged girl. Initially, there were 33 people in the hotel. The monster saying there are still 25 alive indicates it knows how many I killed before, not just randomly saying it. But I have never interacted with the bandaged girl. I would only regard her as a living person. Yet when that monster impersonated my inner thoughts, it only mentioned 25 people. This exposed its identity. It has a different perspective from mine. Lennon spoke while walking, directly heading outside. Zhang Tai, terrified, followed closely but couldn't help but ask, what does this mean? Is the monster an idiot? No, it probably just instinctively overlooked one person. Moreover, it's very likely that the reason the monster made such a low-level mistake is that the bandage girl is either already dead, but I don't know, or she is not human at all. Chapter 49. The Dead Not Human. Zhang Tai felt his mind go blank, and as he saw Lin and disappear from his sight, he had no choice but to hurry after him. Lin team, where are we going now? Zhang Tai, carrying the unconscious Yue on his shoulder, ran quickly behind Lennon. The difference in agility attributes between the two was so great that even with all his effort, he could only barely keep up. Lennon did not look back and said, Wenya and the others are still downstairs. You go wake them up and gather everyone in the hotel. I will look for the bandage girl. Remember to teach Wenya to use the team communication. Let me know when everyone is gathered. Look for someone? Lin team, where are you going to find her? Didn't you say she is not human? Zhang Tai instinctively asked Lin, but as soon as he spoke, he could no longer see Lin An's figure. Lin team runs too fast. Zhang Tai helplessly turned back to look at the unconscious Yu Wei. His eyes filled with pity. Damn it. He recalled the pair of legs at the door, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. On the top floor of the hotel. Lin had spent only a few seconds to get here. After forcibly moving away the clutter blocking the stairs, he casually scanned the surroundings. If nothing unexpected happened, the bandaged girl brought away by Yu Shihao and others should be here. Assuming she wasn't dead, of course, it was unlikely she would be dead. Although Yu Shihao died too quickly, Lin hadn't had the chance to find out the whereabouts of the bandaged girl from him, but it wasn't hard to guess. The people in the hotel were unlikely to dare to go out, so the person could only be inside the building. The girl's image was so eerie that if the group that took her didn't throw her out, they would definitely keep her in a place they considered safe if someone was worried. The top floor of the hotel, uninhabited and with nowhere to escape. Searching for the bandaged girl was not a matter of being a saint or Lin En's curiosity. His search was purely because of the monster situation, which reminded him of memories from the past. Unlike some previous information that came from hearsay in the chat channel, he had seen a girl wrapped in bandages in his past life, though they only met once, and she didn't look much like the current image. But after he woke up, he carefully compared and found that the two were likely the same person. Montakling, is it you? A third-tier symbiote, the dead Mo Ling. Symbiotes are a unique existence that walks the boundary between humans and zombies. These individuals are usually those who have been infected with the zombie virus, but have not fully transformed, being half human and half zombie. Although they appear similar to humans, they do not have player templates and cannot level up by killing mutated beings. While retaining their sanity, they can also transform into zombies at any moment. Even more bizarrely, they can gain power by killing awakeners. No one would want to keep someone who could turn into a zombie at any time by their side. Therefore, symbiotes are usually openly rejected by human communities. However, symbiotes have one extremely special aspect. They can freely walk among the hordes of zombies without being attacked. It is rumored that fourth-tier symbiotes can even control zombies. Thus, many factions privately contact symbiotes, keeping it hidden from the public, to help obtain supplies deep within zombie-infested areas. A being that can ignore zombies, even if their strength is only that of a zero-tier awakener, can rival a small team of awakeners in the fight against zombies. As far as he knew, the strongest symbiote in the Linjiang battle zone was Mo Ling. At that time, Mo Ling, who was searching for food among the zombie horde, left Lin and greatly shocked. If it really is Mo Ling, he might even be able to recruit her into his team. Lin En's heart raced. He planned to establish a safe zone immediately after rescuing the siblings. Without a safe zone to provide spiritual energy, it would be difficult for him to level up. Unless he killed high-tier mutated beings, he might have a chance to advance. But where could he conveniently absorb spiritual energy? Even if he became powerful and didn't need it. And Xiao would still need it. A safe zone is like a shelter from the storm in the apocalypse. The rooftop was not large, and soon Lin found her among a pile of abandoned junk. Beneath the garbage and leftover packaging, the bandages on the girl were soaked with dark red blood. The clean medical bandages were stained with dirt from the trash. The girl was motionless, her eyes tightly closed. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest, proving she was still alive, she would look almost like a corpse. It seemed that the people who brought her up had studied her for a while and then given up. Montakling. Lin frowned slightly and softly called out the girl's name. The face hidden beneath the bandages could not be definitively identified as Mo Ling. After a while, there was no response. The girl showed no reaction to the sounds from the outside world. Judgment Eye. A light blue mist rose, stars swirling. Beep. Special life form detected. 0-tier symbiote. Near death. Danger assessment. None. It was indeed a symbiote. Near death? Lin grabbed the girl's slender wrist. A hint of worry flashing in his eyes. It seemed that the group who brought her up had not even given her a bit of food. Symbiotes expend a great deal of energy to resist the erosion of the zombie virus. After so many days without energy replenishment, it was no surprise that the girl had fallen into a near-death state. Lin focused and mobilized his spiritual power, attempting to slowly input it into the girl's body. Ever since he had his spiritual power drained by the soul-devouring hand, he unexpectedly discovered that the spiritual power, which could only be consumed through skills before, could now be used independently. After a few more experiences, he vaguely felt that perhaps he could also project his spiritual power in battle like a spiritual power awakener. It was a pleasant surprise, and it was just in time to be useful. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to wake the unconscious girl. In a near-death state, she could no longer eat. The formless spiritual power surged like water, slowly merging into the girl's body. After a long while, ugh, a painful groan escaped, and the girl slowly awoke. Like a wary beast, she quickly withdrew her wrist and looked at him with caution. Montakling, Lennon tentatively called her name, and a flash of surprise crossed the girl's eyes. Who are you? How do you know my name? Mo Ling's spine arched slightly, hesitating as if ready to flee at any moment. Sure enough, Lin An's heart rejoiced. He didn't expect it to really be her. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. You're safe now. Mo Ling looked around, realizing she was on the rooftop with no place to escape, but her expression remained wary. Lin didn't mind her demeanor. Although their interactions were minimal in the past life, he had heard many rumors about the dead. This was the exclusive title of a third-tier symbiote. Mo Ling had lost her parents at a young age and had survived alone among the zombie horde for 77 days before being discovered by some survivors. Lin was not one to engage in small talk, so after Mo Ling woke up, he directly asked, "Are you willing to join my team? I can guarantee your safety, and I can save your sister who has turned into a zombie." Mo Ling's whole body tensed, staring intently at Lin. "Who are you? How do you know Mo has turned into a zombie?" Chapter 50. Rules of a Chaotic World. Lin smiled and spread his hands, signaling the girl to relax. He truly meant no harm towards Mo Ling. In his previous life, he was able to escape from the Linjiang city area, and Mo Ling had indeed helped him significantly. I was at the hospital not long ago and ran into a little girl whose aura was very similar to yours. Of course, I was injured at the time along with Zhang Tai, and we didn't have the ability to bring her back. Lin casually fabricated a few sentences while keeping judgment I activated. Although he hadn't seen Mo Ling's sister, he knew roughly where she was located. In his previous life, Mo Ling had always hidden her sister in the hospital while she went out to forage for food alone. Lin hadn't expected that the hospital where Mo Ling had been in her past life was actually this one across the street. Judgment, I silently utilized Lin and spiritual power to scan the girl. Target information: Mo Ling, current state, confused, terrified, low trust level. After he was able to project his spiritual power, the effectiveness of judgment I also improved. Lin unexpectedly discovered that judgment I could now not only provide all the information about the target, but also display emotions. If it were in peacetime, just this ability alone would be enough to make him a master of psychology. It must be said that the savior system was indeed powerful. The skills it provided were nothing short of miraculous. How do I know you're not lying to me? And why do you want me to join? Mo Ling's voice was light, echoing like a sound in an empty valley. She remained vigilant, leaning back slightly. Lin couldn't help but chuckle. He had no special emotions. Everyone is human and thinks, so it is not easy to trust others. The situation where the protagonist speaks and the side characters obediently bow down is simply unrealistic. It is either through coercion or by grasping the opponent's lifeline that one can persuade a stranger to willingly serve. First of all, I have enough power. Killing you would be as easy as pie, so there is no need to deceive you. Lin casually punched the nearby railing, instantly shattering the cement and steel-reinforced railing into pieces. Mo Ling's pupils constricted. She could imagine what the effect of that punch would be on a person. Secondly, I want you to join because you're indeed useful to me. Moreover, I truly have the ability to save your sister. If later you find that I cannot save your sister, you can withdraw from my team at any time. Lin, will not stop you. Lin's tone was firm, revealing absolute sincerity and confidence. After he finished speaking, he stood still, patiently waiting for Mo Ling's response. As long as he could kill the Stitcher, the reward of 3 antidote serums from the mission would allow him to save both in Xia and in Jingtian, with some leftover. Using this antidote serum to save Mo Ling's sister would be worth it for a future third-tier dead who would be absolutely loyal. Mo Ling and her sister Mo lost their parents at a young age and have been dependent on each other ever since. Therefore, saving her sister who has turned into a zombie is absolutely Mo Ling's greatest obsession. With just this point alone, he has enough confidence to convince Mo Ling. After a long silence, the girl wrapped in bandages suddenly raised her head and looked at Linen. Okay, I agree to you, but if I find out that you deceived me, I will kill you. The girl's voice still carried a hint of childishness, but her words were full of determination. What a strange little girl. Linen rubbed his nose. The apocalypse game hadn't started for long, yet she was already threatening to kill someone. He couldn't help but wonder what Mo Ling had gone through in the past few years. Ding! A new member has joined. Current Savior Team Member 135. Member name: Mo Ling. Loyalty 50. Member ability: Symbiote Level 0. Ignores zombies. Currently resisting zombification. Very good. Linen clenched his fist at his side, his eyes filled with joy, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was much smoother than he had imagined. Now the Savior Team still needed 2 more members. As long as they completed the task and returned to save in Xia and in Jingtian, the mission would be officially completed. Apocalypse Base Vehicle. Linen looked at the high-tech base vehicle displayed on the Savior mission screen, feeling a surge of excitement. At that time, using the Apocalypse Base Vehicle to establish a safe zone, extract spiritual energy, and build a force would significantly accelerate his power. By the time the first large-scale zombie tide erupted 6 months later, he wouldn't have to hide and waste opportunities, and he would have the capital to dominate a territory. Suturer. Everything now just depends on killing this peak second-order mutant. Late at night, the moonlight was shrouded in a layer of gray mist tinged with a hint of red. All survivors in the hotel had gathered on the second floor. The crowd was somewhat uneasy and tense. Among them, those who had joined Wang Jiangwo's team after Lin An's coma were especially frightened. They wanted to escape, but the outside was filled with zombies. Who else was with Wang Jiangwo? Linen looked expressionlessly at the crowd before him and asked Zhang Tai in a flat tone. Team leader, besides the ones you killed, there's still 9 left. Zhang Tai coldly replied, staring at a few middle-aged men at the front. Kill people? Did Lin and kill Wang Ju and the others? Is that true? The crowd gasped in surprise. The few who had drugged others were dead in the room, and they had just been called downstairs without knowing what had happened. Team leader, how do we handle this? Zhang Tai, who had a strong sense of justice, couldn't stand seeing these bullies who oppressed the weak just because they had a bit of power. Although these people didn't participate in drugging, they had bullied others quite a bit during these days. Kill all those who have forced women or oppressed others. As soon as his words fell, the few standing at the front looked at Lin and in disbelief, trembling all over. They had thought Lin would at most punish them a bit. No, please, spare us. The crowd behind, mostly elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, included several beautiful women who didn't speak but glared at them. In recent days, those who followed Wang Jiangwo had often threatened them with food and violence. It's hard to imagine that this was only the 7th day of the apocalypse, and humanity had fallen so quickly. Kill them all? Zhang Tai hesitated a bit and couldn't help but look back at Linen. In his opinion, a punishment was enough. After all, these people hadn't shed blood. Team leader, although these guys are indeed hateful, but among the 9 who belonged to Wang Jiangwo, some couldn't help but kneel and beg for mercy, while most held their necks high, looking defiant. Although Linen was powerful, he had only killed zombies these days and had never harmed a human before. What right do you have to kill us? Killing is against the law. When the police come, let's see what you do. How ridiculous. Who are you trying to scare? Where's Wang Ju? Don't think just because you have a bit of power that you are impressive. Linen, I'll tell you, Wang Ju is a big shot. If we follow him, do you dare to kill us? When someone comes to rescue us, let's see if Wang Ju lets you go with him. Damn, is it illegal to sleep with a woman? Noisy. Bang. Lin An's expression turned cold as he instantly appeared in front of the loudest person, crushing his head with one hand. Wang Jiangwo, why do you think he's still alive? Bang. A casual punch sent another person's head exploding. Rescue? How could you naively believe that there's still a rescue? Murder. Murder. Run. He moved like a phantom, appearing behind 2 people who tried to escape. Swoosh. Flesh pierced. Linen couldn't help but chuckle. He really didn't expect this group to be so foolish. He had already calculated it when he was going downstairs. Establishing a safe zone requires a large number of people. The number of people in the Savior team was already sufficient, Next, they just needed some ordinary people. The group that Zhang Tai brought had indeed performed well in this incident and could be recruited. There were also a few third-party survivors in the hotel who could stay. Although these people had no strength, and there were hardly any strong young men among them, Lennon didn't mind. After establishing a safe zone, players inside the safe zone would automatically absorb spiritual energy to enhance their physical qualities. Therefore, physical strength was not important at all. After all, ordinary players were not as strong as awakened ones. Instead, character was the most important. Therefore, he planned to first clean out the scum with poor character from the team and let them in once the safe zone was established. The hotel was still safe for now, but he was about to leave for a while. If he kept this group here, it would be easy to repeat the situation of the past few days or even make it worse. Lin had a profound understanding of human nature from his previous life. In just a few seconds, the second-floor hall was filled with corpses resembling a bloody slaughterhouse. The survivors who remained looked at Lin in fear, their faces pale and gagging. The scene before them was too shocking. They had thought Lin would only punish them. To kill, without hesitation, was truly frightening to them. Only a few women who had been violated looked at Lin with a hint of gratitude, despite their fear. Team leader, Zhang Tai's expression was complicated. These days, he had also changed some of his views, but he couldn't do it like Lin and smiled gently, wiped the fragments off his hands, and then patted Zhang Tai's shoulder. In chaotic times, heavy penalties must be used. Chapter 51. Wanda Shopping Center. The wind howled, blowing Lin in slightly long hair. He had already changed into a new black combat uniform, and his right hand was adorned with complicated blood-patterned gloves, while the stone sculpture of the Black Dragon looked somewhat mysterious like a decoration. Wanda Shopping Center. Lin stood on the rooftop terrace, carefully observing the movements of the zombie horde below. Not far away, the metallic sign of Wanda Shopping Center reflected the sunlight. The square was on fire, and abandoned, wrecked vehicles blocked the entire street. The zombies wandered, occasionally raising their heads and howling. The once prosperous city center had now turned into a paradise for the undead. 76 hours left. Lin glanced at the countdown timer for the mission on the Savior panel. Time was running short. After deducting the time needed to return to the Yuan community and possible accidents, he had to account for at least 24 hours. Having been in a coma for 5 days, his mental and physical state had fully recovered. After instructing Zhang Tai to take Wenya to a relatively safe spiritual energy node to awaken her talent, he hurriedly arrived here overnight. The situation didn't seem very good. Lin looked at the densely packed zombie horde below and muttered to himself. The suturer was located in the Wanda Shopping Center in the city center, and all he could see around were dark hordes of zombies. With such a massive number of zombies, there were bound to be several mutants mixed in. Facing mutants alone and facing them within a horde were two completely different difficulties. Entering the shopping mall from the ground has become unrealistic. Judgment Eye. Buzz. Light blue mist rises, and mental power quickly spreads outside the body. Lin's gaze swiftly scans the surroundings, trying to find the mutated beings hidden among the corpses. For some reason, he hasn't seen a single identifiable liquor. Beep. Detected number of zombies around. 332, 817. Number of mutated beings around. 6. Number of unknown entities around. 3. Number of players around. 791. A massive amount of data cascades down like a waterfall, and after carefully reviewing it, Lin can't help but feel a tightening in his chest. Due to the strength of his mental power, he can only observe an area of about a kilometer. However, since awakening, Judgment Eye has been able to detect invisible places under the external release of mental power. In an area of less than 3 square kilometers, there are actually over 300,000 zombies present. This density is comparable to the peak of the Spring Festival travel rush. And 791 survivors? Lin curiously looks at the square beneath him, unsure where the players detected through mental power could hide. 6 mutated beings, 3 unknown entities. It's quite tricky, and he wonders if he can avoid them. After noting down the locations representing the distribution of mutated beings and unknown entities, Lin turns to walk towards the rooftop entrance, planning to carefully contemplate the route of his advance. The suturer is located inside the Wanda shopping center, and he must reserve enough stamina before entering. He should try to avoid battles with other mutated beings. In the Yuan community, it was noon, and the sun was scorching, making the cement ground hot underfoot. "Boss Huang, let's find a place to rest. The brothers really can't hold on anymore," said a man in a gray vest, shielding his eyes, speaking weakly to the leader. His throat was dry, and he felt as if fire could burst from it. A group of 7, 6 of whom wore gray vests, their clothes stained with blood and somewhat tattered. The vest had a few misspelled words embroidered on them. "Second prison of Linjiang." The remaining person wore a black uniform of Shunfeng Express, looking timid as he was sandwiched in the middle, as if coerced. The group stopped in their tracks and turned to look at the leading man. The man referred to as the boss was named Huang Gang, his face weary, with a long scar beside his narrow eyes. "All right, we've run this far. That monster shouldn't catch up," he said, exhausted. The few hiding against the outer wall of the community swayed and sat down, remembering the fear of being chased by lickers, even under the blazing sun. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. "Let's rest for a bit. We can't stay here too long. I see there's still some zombies inside." Huang Gang pulled out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, and a younger brother beside him immediately lit it for him. Smoke wafted around, and the others could only look enviously but didn't dare to ask for a drag. After Huang Gang finished speaking, he squinted his eyes in contentment as he took a puff, his left hand casually tapping on the scorching cement ground, with sparks flickering at his fingertips. Crack! The electric arc shot out, exploding on the ground with a small hole the size of a fingernail. A thin man closest to Huang Gang glanced at the electric arc at his fingertips, filled with apprehension, and said, "Boss, I think there's someone in that place." The thin man pointed to a nearby residential building on the 3rd floor, where several pieces of cardboard were pieced together with help written in red marker on top. Huang Gang squinted, examined it carefully, and casually nodded. "Then let's go there. If there are people, they should still have some food. I think I saw women's clothes hanging outside." "Women?" The previously listless younger brothers immediately perked up upon hearing this, crowding around him. "Boss, is it the old rule?" asked a bald man, bending over with a flattering expression, unable to help rubbing his hands as he looked at Huang Gang. "Old rule. Let Biaozi and Siyuan knock on the door. We'll follow behind. And, for fuck's sake, stay away from me. You smell like a woman. Go to the side." A foul odor wafted from the bald man's lower body, causing others to feel nauseous. Yes. The bald man replied with a fawning smile as he ran back to his original position, provoking disgust from those nearby. "Damn it, why do you smell so strong? Didn't you bathe after that woman last time?" The bald man looked aggrieved, instinctively scratching his crotch. "There's not enough water to drink. How can I take a bath?" "Damn it, then you go in last. I don't want to end up like you." Building 3, Unit 3. After entering the hallway, Huang Gang walked to the front, holding a black 54 pistol in his right hand, vigilantly watching his surroundings. "Are you sure there's someone in there?" "Boss, yes, but it seems to be a man." The few people following behind, holding various makeshift weapons, replied in low voices, excitement evident in their eyes. After the apocalypse broke out, they took advantage of the prison break and escaped. From being cautious at the beginning, fearing being caught again, to later realizing the world had fallen into chaos. After awakening, Huang Gang suddenly gained superhuman powers and became the leader of these people. With the awakened lightning attribute talent, even at level 0, he was fearless against small groups of zombies. Unrestrained, the group couldn't hold back any longer a few days ago and robbed a few hiding survivors. They carefully climbed upstairs. At the corner of the 2nd floor staircase, the door to room 202 was wide open, the living room in disarray, and silence filled the air. "Let's go in and take a look." At the command, the thin man reluctantly did a quick check before darting out. "Boss, no one, and I didn't see any zombies." After hearing this, the group relaxed and continued upstairs. Roar! Just as everyone turned their backs, 2 zombies suddenly burst out from the shoe cabinet at the entrance. Caught off guard. "Zombies!" The last few people exclaimed in fear. "What the hell are you afraid of?" Huang Gang's expression remained unchanged as he directly raised his left hand. Hiss! A purple electric current flashed, instantly jumping and paralyzing the zombies rushing out of the hallway. Once the others reacted, they rushed up to chop off the zombies' heads. "Boss's electric chain is awesome. This power is much better than a gun. A series of flattery ensued, and Huang Gang showed a proud expression and waved his hand. Lower your voices, don't alert that person. See you in, you go knock on the door first. A thin, bespectacled man stepped out from behind Huang Gang, taking off his vest and smoothing out his wrinkled shirt inside. Don't worry, boss. Biaozi, change into your police uniform and follow behind me. Once the door opens, you rush in. The bespectacled man tidied his hair, looking somewhat refined. Damn it. Only you can fool people into opening the door. Do I still have to pretend to be a cop? Biaozi casually put on the police uniform he had taken from a corpse, holding a broken machete, and sized him up. The group chuckled quietly at this. Knock, knock, knock. The bespectacled man stealthily approached the door of room 301, knocking rhythmically. After a moment, a commotion came from inside. Who? A man inside lowered his voice in panic, peering through the peephole to look outside. He had vaguely heard sounds of fighting earlier and felt anxious. We are the police from the high-tech zone. Hurry and come with us. The rescue team is here. 1 minute. Our people can wait for you for a maximum of 1 minute. The bespectacled man said urgently, his expression serious. The lie was clumsy, and he deliberately quickened his pace, knowing that he had scammed his way in. He understood that ordinary people would panic and be unable to think clearly under pressure and threats. Biaozi, however, remained silent, pulling out an ID and showing to the peephole. The man inside felt a surge of joy and excitement upon hearing this, but instinctively wary. He didn't open the door immediately. Officer, what about the zombies? Are there really people here to save us? The man with glasses frowned, deliberately showing impatience. Stop rambling. There's zombies outside now, and the small squad that came can't wait too long. If we're going, let's go. There are other people in this community we need to save. The man inside the door was momentarily flustered, and a moment later, the sound of chains could be heard. I'll be out right now. The man's expression hesitated. He always felt something was off about the two outside. There were no gunshots, no sounds of a large troop. The identification and clothing didn't seem fake. Although the glasses-wearing man spoke rudely, he indeed looked like a public official. Click, under repeated urging. The man inside had no choice but to open the door. 2 officers, what's the situation outside? My child is at school. Is there anyone going to rescue them? Bang. As soon as the man opened the door, before he could finish speaking, he saw a uniformed thug grinning at him and kicked him in the stomach. Brothers, go. Huang Gang couldn't help but grin when he saw the door was tricked open. After receiving the order, the people behind him rushed into the room like hungry wolves. The last one to enter, a scruffy guy, swung a knife at the man's neck. Thump! The head fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Chapter 52. Mental barrier on the second floor of the Wealth Building, in the reception room. Several zombies lay on the expensive carpet, their heads shattered. Captain Lin, Linen. Zhang Tai, with a beaming face, walked a few steps towards Linen, while M.O. Ling, who was last, silently found a corner to squat down, hugging her knees. So fast. Lennon looked up at the sound, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The 3 had not wasted much time coming over. It was evident they rushed over immediately after completing his instructions. What surprised Lin and was that Zhang Tai and Winya looked clean, as if they hadn't encountered any battles. M.O. Ling, being a symbiote, naturally wouldn't be attacked by zombies, but logically speaking, these 2 should have encountered zombies no matter how careful they were. They should have some bloodstains on them, especially Zhang Tai. This guy's combat style was to transform and slap others to death. Winya is now unawakened too. Captain Lin, guess what her awakened talent is? Zhang Tai said mysteriously, trying to squeeze beside him with his bear-like massive body. Winya bit her lip, looking at the man deep in thought on the sofa, her eyes showing some uncontrollable excitement. The 4 split into 2 groups, with M.O. Ling leading the way to scout. While Zhang Tai took her to a psychic node, Lin and remembered, taking advantage of the psychic energy that had not yet dissipated. As a mutant, when you faced almost no obstacles and successfully became an awakened. Linen, I'm also an awakened now. Wenya's voice was clear and filled with joy, as if she had put down a burden. Her already excellent figure became even more attractive after becoming an awakened. Linen smiled at the 2, who were somewhat excited. 4 hours ago, he had seen the information about Wenya becoming an awakened through the team member panel. However, it only had an awakened marker. He needed Wanya to actively show him the player panel for detailed information. From the expressions of the two, it seemed Wanya's awakened talent was quite remarkable. So mysterious? Is it related to mental power? Lennon pondered for a moment, feeling curious. Wanya nodded at his words and directly opened her panel, sharing it with him without reservation. Character information: Wanya, 0th level awakened, player level. 1. Mutant, awakened talent. Level talent mental barrier, mental recovery speed 30. Mental power limit 50, psychic absorption speed 50. Once the mental barrier is activated, it continuously consumes mental power and can provide mental defense protection for up to 21 players during its duration, and can also provide a concealment effect. Concealment effect creates illusions around oneself using mental power, hiding traces. The concealment effect disappears after an active attack. Mutant talent. Mental power sharing can link with one player to share both parties' mental power. This talent's effectiveness strengthens as the awakened's rank increases. After Lin and read Wanya's talent information, he was stunned for a while. Wanya's talent was indeed extreme. The talent level reached level, which was a rank higher than Zhang Tai's level. Although it had no attribute bonuses and didn't even have a damage skill, it brought about an extreme enhancement in mental power. It increased recovery, raised the limit, and improved the speed of psychic absorption. These three effects combined could be said to maximize the mental power attribute. To put it simply, when you had become a mage with rapid mana recovery. But if it were just that, Lennon wouldn't have been so dazed for so long. The key to the qualitative change was Wanya's identity as a mutant. Being able to share mental power meant she was equivalent to a human blue, automatic mana recovery aura. As long as she cooperated with an awakened who consumed mental power to release skills, it was like turning on an infinite firepower mode, making her the most desired support for awakened. If they had such an ability in the hospital, he and Zhang Tai wouldn't have been in such a miserable situation. Lennon couldn't help but feel excited at this thought. Just like the two, he couldn't help but scrutinize Wanya a few more times, saying, "Very good. Even somewhat beyond my expectations. So, you and Zhang Tai came over without encountering battles, all thanks to your talent skill, right?" Wanya smiled and nodded. Then suddenly a silver glimmer flashed in her eyes. Buzz. The unique wave emitted from her mental power enveloped Zhang Tai's entire body like flowing water. Instantly, in Lin An's vision, Zhang Tai's broad figure gradually blurred and disappeared. This is an invisibility effect, giving someone a stealth akin to a thief. Lin hurriedly used his mental power to probe towards Zhang Tai's direction, and after careful identification, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The illusion effect is indeed powerful. Even with my current attributes, it's difficult to detect. As long as it's not faced with a being of strong mental power, ordinary zombies can't detect it at all, whether from vision or perception. No wonder you could come over so quickly." Zhang Tai looked very pleased, as if ignoring zombies were his achievement. Lin An's expression was somewhat strange. He never expected that now, with Wanya's assistance, plus Mo Ling's identity as a survivor, the team members could effectively ignore zombies. Although attacking would break the mental barrier's concealment effect, this skill was considered a divine skill for both traveling and ambushing. In the early stages of the Apocalypse game, the huge number of ordinary zombies posed the greatest threat. Lennon felt a bit emotional. He never expected the one he casually picked up would bring him such a big surprise. "So I can now truly help you and not be a burden, right?" Wanya slowly walked in front of him, gazing directly at him, her eyes holding an indescribable meaning. "And thank you for being willing to take such a big risk to look for my mother in the hospital." Lennon was taken aback by her words. He didn't intend to hide anything. "I actually didn't have time." Before he could finish, Wanya interrupted him. "Zhang Tai told me about that day's situation. I don't blame you. I actually know what happened there. I just feel a bit unwilling. Just the fact that you were willing to agree to go makes me very happy. To be honest, I was a bit selfish. That place is so dangerous. But I still wanted you to take another look." Wanya's eyes drooped, a fleeting sorrow crossing her face, her smile a bit forced. Lennon fell silent, unsure how to comfort her. "After this mission is completed, we will go again. No matter what, it will be a way to resolve a heart knot." Lennon slowly spoke, differing from before when he just wanted to treat Wanya as a piece of equipment. From a rational standpoint, Wanya's awakened talent far exceeded his expectations, and, as the captain, he needed to consider the emotional state of his team members. From a personal perspective, in Zhang Tai's mouth, he also learned about everything Wen Ye had done to take care of him during this time. Each of these points was worth him making another trip to the hospital. Moreover, Mo Ling's sister was also there. When he looked up a bit surprised, and a faint glimmer of spirit flashed by. "Thank you." Lin smiled gently and shook his head slightly. Yet, inexplicably, he always felt that when Ye's gaze toward him had changed a bit. "Captain Lin, what is our next target?" Zhang Tai's unique loud voice broke the brief silence between the two as he curiously rubbed his shiny bald head. Lin glanced at him helplessly. If it weren't for Zhang Tai having already cleared the nearby zombies on the 2 floors, just this loud voice alone would attract quite a few zombies. Wanda Shopping Center. There are probably over 20,000 zombies gathered there now. Zhang Tai clicked his tongue in surprise, following Lin An's pointing direction. Damn it, a mall smaller than that hellish hospital has so many zombies? And our target is to kill the 2nd stage mutated creature at the center of the mall. The Stitcher. 2nd stage mutated creature. Zhang Tai and Wen Ye couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even Mo Ling, who had been silent, couldn't help but look up at Lin and outside the window. It was already dusk, and the blood-red sunset enveloped the building. Lin An's gaze was cold as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the nightmare land that once belonged to Lingjiang City. Chapter 53. We are one. On the 23rd floor of the Wealth Building, the wind was howling. "Captain Lin, I'm afraid of heights." Zhang Tai's face turned pale as he clutched the steel wire rope, swaying in the fierce wind. In front of him was Lin and at the back was Wen Ye. The 3 of them moved forward while holding onto the steel wire rope, with over 300,000 zombies below them. From this height, the swarm looked like a dense ant colony. There was no doubt that if they fell from this height, even if they didn't die, they would be eaten alive by the bloodthirsty horde. The steel wire rope in their hands was twisted together from 2 long steel cables. One end tied to the rooftop of the Wealth Building, and the other end secured to bundles of rebar jammed into the top floor of the Wanda Shopping Center. The Wealth Building was significantly taller than the shopping center, about 40 meters apart. Therefore, 10 minutes ago, after several attempts, Lin successfully established a sky bridge between the 2 buildings with Zhang Tai's help. The original plan was to forcefully cross from the ground plaza as quickly as possible, then enter the mall from the underground parking lot. This plan was not only dangerous, but also easily detectable by the mutated creatures in the horde. Fortunately, Wen Ye's awakened talent provided Lin with the sky bridge solution, which was an unexpected surprise. Lin glanced helplessly at Zhang Tai behind him, even though he couldn't see anything. The 3 of them were protected by Wen Ye's mental barrier, preventing them from being detected by the mutated creatures in the horde while moving. Climb faster. The weather is a bit unusual today. A storm is likely coming. Since the apocalypse, meteorological and geological disasters had become frequent. Lin couldn't help but urge Zhang Tai, whose legs were softening. He really couldn't find anything to complain about with this 1'9" bald giant. Zhang Tai, with a bitter face, could only speed up and follow behind him. Once we reach the top of the mall, be careful not to act. Just get inside first. Lin activated his judgment eye, and with the enhancement of his extraordinary power, he could already see the densely packed zombies on the top floor of the mall. At a glance, the number of zombies was no less than 3,000 or 4,000, crowding the small rooftop platform. For this small trip, he hadn't brought Mo Ling along. The 3 of them had mental barriers, so there was no need for the originally planned risky scouting by Mo Ling. After all, if they were unlucky and Mo Ling encountered the Stitcher as a mutated zombie, it could very likely attack her. The presence of a symbiotic organism would only be mistaken for a companion by ordinary zombies, but mutated ones would not. At most, they wouldn't be as conspicuous as players. For example, the Lickers would eat even zombies, let alone Mo Ling, who still had human scent. Got it, Captain Lin. Zhang Tai replied in a muffled voice over the team communication, while Wen Ye couldn't help but chuckle at his fearful expression. She didn't feel much fear at all. The 3 of them were awakened, and with their physical qualities surpassing human limits, they crawled quickly. In just 2 minutes, they were close to the top floor of the mall. The rebar stuck at the top was surrounded by zombies, apparently attracted by the previous noise. The horde suddenly roared. clearly having sensed the impending presence of living humans. However, due to the interference of the mental barrier, they couldn't find the exact location of Lin and the others. It was as if they were in a blank space, smelling the aroma in the air. Phew! Lennon held his breath, landing lightly first, his expression vigilant as he looked at the zombie only a few centimeters away from him. The zombie in front of him roared in agitation, its skinless face resembling a fierce ghost, with blood-red eyes full of desire. Like a hunting dog sniffing, the zombie stood dazed, shaking its head restlessly, constantly smelling the air in front of Lennon. Clearly, there was the scent of a human, yet it couldn't locate where it was. Damn it, this bastard zombie is touching me. Surprisingly smoothly, all three of them successfully reached the platform. However, as soon as they landed, Zhang Tai was rushed by several zombies that had caught the scent. If Lennon hadn't warned him in advance to hold back, he would have almost lost control and attacked. Captain Lin, this thing won't let go. The rotting, incomplete hands were groping all over him, and a female zombie directly grabbed his pants pocket with both hands, although the skin on her face had completely peeled off from her attire. It could be inferred that this female zombie was likely quite young when she was alive. She wore a hot white miniskirt and a cool tank top. Her clothing was stained with blood and had numerous ragged holes, faintly revealing the curvy figure she had before death. These zombies, hindered by the mental barrier, could only sense their prey through touch but couldn't determine what it was. Zhang Tai's face was awkward, and he didn't dare to act, so he could only awkwardly drag this female zombie along behind Lennon. The three of them cautiously passed through the horde, and their eyes fell on the smashed iron door of the rooftop, even knowing that as long as they didn't act, they wouldn't be attacked by the zombies. Being amidst the horde made anyone feel tense. Once the barrier failed, and they were surrounded at such close proximity, aside from Lin and who still had a chance of survival, the other two probably wouldn't last even a few seconds. How much longer could the mental barrier hold? The three of them tiptoed into the iron door, only to feel a sudden release of pressure in their hearts. Inside the staircase was pitch black, and the number of zombies had sharply decreased, with many bones scattered at the corners. When you pause for a moment at the sound, then close her eyes to carefully sense her mental energy consumption. If she kept it up, she could last for another 20 minutes. Although the consumption wasn't large, maintaining the mental barrier for all three of them meant her mental energy wouldn't recover quickly. A silver glimmer occasionally flashed in her eyes as she continued to replenish. If it were two people, we could last for 45 minutes. If it's just me, I should be able to last for more than half a day. Lennon thought briefly. Given the limitations of Wanya's mental energy, time was not abundant. All right, then let's split up to search. You and I will form one team, and Zhang Tai will be on his own. Zhang Tai had the bear transformation and potions for protection, so even if he encountered the Stitcher, he could still hold on for a few seconds. However, Wanya's constitution attribute of 10 meant that facing a top-tier second-stage mutant would result in her being taken out in a single blow. The air was thick with the stench of decay and the scent of blood. The three of them had entered the top floor of the mall, and the sight was horrifying. The once white walls were covered with dark red handprints, and the cleanly eaten human bones almost covered the entire floor. One could imagine the despair of the humans hiding in the mall in front of the zombies. A casual step down would crunch broken skulls and fingers. A horde of zombies pushed and shoved as they wandered about. Occasionally, a zombie would step on metal, making a noise that would provoke a frenzy among the nearby corpses. Received. Zhang Tai's face was grave as he observed the situation inside. The serpent spine wrapped around his waist held tightly in his hand. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps of a giant echoed on the second floor, each step shaking the rotting corpses beneath. Low, mournful, and painful murmurs, a mix of male and female voices, spread outwards. The iron door, marked with a fresh food refrigeration sign, was tightly shut. The thick green paint on the heavy door was chipped and peeling, and the small, elongated glass above it was covered in thick gray grime. Is that monster coming again? Inside the small refrigeration room, there were 11 survivors. A woman with tangled hair asked cautiously, her voice hoarse, towards the man crouched in front of the glass. The man removed the cotton from his ears, listened carefully, and quickly put it back in. Shoo, keep your voice down. The sound was like that of mosquitoes. The man turned back to glance at the woman. His eyes filled with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even though it was not the first time he had seen this monster, each time it brought him immense terror and pressure. The crowd in the refrigeration room clamped their mouths and noses tightly. Their eyes filled with panic as they stuffed makeshift earplugs into their ears. Thud! Thud! The heavy footsteps gradually faded away, and only then did the man collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath as if drained. The woman with tangled hair walked towards the corner, lost and disoriented, unnoticed as her cracked lips opened and closed like a dehydrated fish. The dirty cotton in her ears fell to the ground at some point, stained with pus and blood. The air was murky, and the stifling refrigeration room was deathly silent. The woman, with her back to the wall, smiled silently and whispered, "We are one." Chapter 54. Deadly struggle. The sealed shopping mall's fourth floor was dim. Lennon, along with Wunya, carefully avoided the corpses at their feet, having not seen any traces of this Stitcher after several searches. The dense horde of zombies was not easy to navigate, so the two could only proceed slowly along the mall's corridor. Be cautious of the floors below. Be careful. I sensed a giant creature moving just now. It's likely the Stitcher. With a serious expression, Lennon focused on sensing his surroundings for a moment. Judgment eye. Buzz. The mental energy waves spread out in a circular pattern for 100 meters, enveloping nearly half the mall. Moments later, the data returned. Beep. Detected zombie count, 27,899. Mutant count, 1. Player count, 24. To his surprise, there were still players surviving in the mall. He just didn't know where they were hiding. Somewhat astonished. As for the mutant marked with a question mark, it seemed his earlier sensed vibrations were correct. That moving giant must be the Stitcher, with his current willpower attribute. Only a monster of the Stitcher level could suppress him enough to prevent him from obtaining accurate information. When you nodded, pale-faced as nearby, several zombies squatted on the ground, greedily gnawing at a corpse's finger. As the two passed by the zombies, a severed hand held by one of them suddenly fell at Lynn's feet. Thud! Lynn had no time to dodge, and the severed finger beneath him was crushed underfoot. Growl! The sound of crushed bones triggered the zombies. The zombie gnawing on the finger suddenly stood up and roared at the two, becoming frantic. The distance between them and the zombies was only a few centimeters. Lennon could even smell the stench of decay emanating from the zombie's mouth. The sudden turn of events made both of them tense up, and the densely packed horde nearby seemed to respond by roaring in madness. Roar! Roar! Instantly, the entire mall was filled with the zombies' roars. Lynn's heart tightened. The zombie roars could very well expose their location. Damn! Boom! Lynn's pupils shrank. Under the mental energy detection, a massive black shadow suddenly burst out from beneath him. The marble-covered, steel-reinforced concrete structure of the third floor was instantly pierced, and a tremendous force, like a heavy artillery shell, crashed down. Power explosion. Light, golden spiritual energy enveloped his body, enhancing all attributes. His muscles bulged, and the long-lost peak state reappeared. If he didn't evade, he would die. Step. With his mental energy highly concentrated, time seemed to slow as life and death hung in the balance. Then, in a brief moment of less than 0.1 seconds, Lennon forcibly changed direction midair. Boom! The massive black shadow, after crashing through the second floor, barreled through to his feet, shattering the concrete. Flying debris shot outwards like bullets in the face of this overwhelming force. A blade-like torrent of violent air brushed past his body, a sense of death rising in his heart. Dust and smoke rose, filling the air. The entire second and third floors of the mall collapsed under this strike. Lennon landed in the first floor hall 5 meters away from where he had just been, the scene before him in ruins. The originally hard floor, 40 centimeters thick, was completely destroyed, leaving only a giant black hole where he had stood. As the dust settled, the enormous black shadow appeared under the judgment eye. Beep. Detected second-tier mutant, peak, Stitcher. Danger rating, horrifying. When you hide, activate mental sharing when I need it. Gentai, come at full speed. Lennon quickly issued commands on the team channel, his eyes fixed on the suddenly attacking, yet eerily still monster. The creature before him stood 5 meters tall, its body entirely covered in large patches of dead white muscle, the flesh resembling severe burn injuries. 3 heads were crammed together on shoulders as wide as tank armor, the central head being a male with closed eyes, and 2 female heads forcibly sewn together. On its massive body, 2 thick arms crossed over its chest, with over a dozen baby-sized hands scattered all over like tendrils slowly drifting. That strike just now had a force far exceeding 30 points. Its speed was also at least above 35 points. Lin An's heart raced. Had he not reacted quickly, the monster's sudden attack could have turned him into mincemeat. Pure physical strength comparable to a tank's main gun, its instantaneous explosive speed approaching 300 meters per second. This was already close to the threshold of sound. A heavy feeling settled in his chest. The power the Stitcher was now displaying exceeded his expectations. The mental energy barrier had already been detected and breached by the Stitcher, and the thousands of zombies in the nearby first floor instantly turned their heads in unison. Countless crimson eyes surged forward like a tsunami. It couldn't be delayed. After 0.5 seconds, Lin decided to take the initiative to attack. Since the plan for a surprise attack had been disrupted, he might as well strike directly. Charge! The floor beneath Lin cracked instantly, and like a black shadow, he charged towards the Stitcher. Step forward slash. The bone spikes whistled as he unleashed his full strength, piercing through the air with a sharp scream aimed directly at the central head. In a moment of stillness, the previously motionless Stitcher suddenly raised an arm to counter. The explosion of muscles bulged, and a fist containing terrifying force collided with the bone spike. Side slash. Crack. Glass shattered. Lin An's expression hardened as he bit down on the potion he had prepared in his mouth. Beep. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1. Beep. Explosive power increased by 10. Endurance and impact resistance increased by 30. Attack speed increased by 20. With the increase in strength and speed, the impact of all enhancements reached a 20-point explosive power boost, making him even more formidable. As the punch came close, Lin instantaneously changed direction at a critical moment. The originally straight attack shifted to a side step to evade. Slash! The sharp bone spike shot out like lightning, fiercely striking towards the head of the woman on the right side of the Stitcher. Sizzle! The blade pierced flesh, and under the boost of explosive power, the 28 points of strength successfully broke through the monster's defense. Like piercing through pus, the woman, whose eyes were tightly shut, suddenly opened her eyes, letting out a piercing and vengeful scream. A line of blood extended from the top of her head to the waist of the Stitcher, revealing the continuously writhing muscle tissue inside. Roar! The monster let out a painful roar, not expecting Lin and S's sudden burst of speed to evade its powerful punch. Smash! The head that Lin had cleaved with all his might seemed to cause him little harm, instead completely enraging him. The Stitcher's arm swung towards Lin and with a speed beyond the naked eye's limit, striking fiercely. There was no way to avoid it. At such a close distance, Lin could only desperately dodge to the side, using the bone spike in his hand to clash against the giant fist, trying to hinder this terrifying blow. Boom! The bones shattered. His right hand, which had been blocking the giant fist, was instantly broken, collapsing like a noodle to his side. Lin barely managed to evade, but just being grazed by the giant fist left his right side a bloody mess. This kind of power. I can't fight it head-on. The residual force of the giant fist struck the ground where he had been standing, smashing through the entire floor. Before he could catch his breath, the Stitcher launched a second attack. Its arms, thin like those of a child, suddenly shot towards him, binding him in place in the blink of an eye. The giant fist lifted from the ground, continuing to strike towards Lin and S's head like an afterimage. Power explosion. To trigger the brief recovery effect after unleashing a power explosion, Lin activated an unfinished skill in an attempt to break free from the bindings. Let me go! With a furious shout, several of the arms binding his upper body were forcibly shattered, but only delayed him by 0.1 seconds. The giant fist was upon him. However, the bindings from the arms were too strong. Even at his maximum power, he could only barely avoid a fatal blow to his head. Nearly 10,000 zombies were already roaring and rushing beside him. Team Lin, Zhang Tai, transformed into a black bear above, had bloodshot eyes, and jumped directly from the fourth floor at all costs. Chapter 55, The Final Blow. Poof! Blood sprayed from Lin and S' mouth as a punch, containing terrifying power, directly smashed through his chest cavity. His body was like a cannonball, propelled into the horde of corpses, with blood drawing the zombies into a frenzy. Countless rotten arms tore at his limbs, as the zombie swarm enveloped him like an ant colony. Helpless cold, the massive loss of blood made his consciousness begin to blur. A bitter smile crossed his mind. With all attributes suppressed besides power, it was still too difficult to kill at a higher level. The Stitcher, truly a peak second-tier existence. A nightmare for the survivors of Linjiang in his past life. It was hard to imagine what horror it would become once it advanced and devoured the zombies here. Reaching the third tier, the zombies swarmed gnawed at him, rotten arms reaching into his gaping chest to try to extract his heart, reminiscent of memories from his previous life before death. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled, heavy and violent, causing alarm. Although his view was obscured by the horde, Lennon could feel the Stitcher charging towards him madly. Beneath the pile of corpses, he couldn't help but sigh, slowly raising his right hand. He had thought he could save it for last, but now he had to use his final trump card against the Stitcher. Soul! Screech! Buzz! The air twisted and contorted. The soul-eating hand, his right hand, erupted with a blood-red brilliance, illuminating the entire hall through the zombie horde. Then, an invisible wave suddenly exploded in a circular fashion. Bang, 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 bang. Like a series of exploding light bulbs. In an instant, the heads of thousands of zombies closest to Lin and exploded into a cloud of blood mist, their decaying bodies disintegrating into fragments under the invisible shockwave. One hit cleared the field. The ground was littered with chunks of corpses, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe had swept through, killing all zombies within a nearly 40-meter radius centered on where Lin had fallen. The charging Stitcher was also instantly stripped of nearly half its flesh by this mental shock, its massive body flying backward. On its broad shoulders, the third head, which Lin had previously cleaved, also completely exploded into a blood mist. Roar! Perhaps the remaining head of the Stitcher still had some consciousness. The soul scream, comparable to third-tier power, dealt it triple damage. Falling to the ground, the Stitcher cradled its central head with both hands, while the other head's eyes were tightly closed. Wailing, the pain, a massive roar powerful enough to shatter glass, spread out like a shockwave, seizing the brief respite afforded by the soul scream. Lennon struggled to get up and took out the bloodstone from his spatial ring. Drip, you successful 23. Dense life, energy, surged into his body from the bloodstone, and the flesh around his previously transparent wounds began to grow rapidly. Lennon felt a bit fortunate. If he hadn't obtained restorative items before coming here, he would have been unable to fight again given his current injuries. Not far from him, the Stitcher seemed to fall into a frenzy due to the mental shock, not launching further attacks. He just didn't know how long the effect would last. What a pity. The original plan was to ambush the Stitcher after locating it, with Zhang Tai holding back the zombies. He would fight the monster alone with Wenya's shared mental power. When the damage reached the critical point the Stitcher could withstand, he would unleash the soul scream to take the opportunity to kill it. But now, heavily injured, he could only wait for his wounds to heal, wasting precious time when the monster was unable to resist. Team Lin, Zhang Tai, who had jumped down from the fourth floor, was desperately running towards him, closely followed by a dense horde of zombies. First, block the horde. Wait for me to recover. Lin weakly directed Zhang Tai, as the recent soul scream had instantaneously killed thousands of zombies around them, but there were still many zombies left in the mall. Zhang Tai hurriedly responded and engaged the horde, buying him time to recover. However, like rain, zombies fearlessly jumped down from the broken third-floor mall ground. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies gathered again on the first floor of the mall. Wenya, activate the mental barrier again. Hiding on the fourth floor, Wenya had not suffered any attacks from the Stitcher, so her invisibility effect remained. Without close combat capability, it was fine facing small groups of zombies. But in such a small space in the mall, once she attacked, she would be overwhelmed by the horde. Nodding repeatedly, She hurriedly focused and activated her skill. Forget it, no need to waste it. Suddenly, Lin S' expression turned grim as he interrupted Wenya's casting. The Stitcher, having been blown away by the mental shock and fallen into a frenzy, had already regained movement. The central head opened its eyes, and Zhang Tai, looking over, also had a terrible expression. This monster is too disgusting. On its huge head, the eye sockets the size of fists were filled with dozens of pale eyeballs. The monster swayed. After 0.1 seconds, the Stitcher, having locked on Lin, charged at him again like a high-speed train. Lin took a deep breath, holding the spike horizontally in front of his chest. His injuries were recovering rapidly. Although he hadn't fully healed, he barely had the capacity to continue fighting. Seeing the second charge was about to arrive, Lin quickly communicated within the team. Zhang Tai, rush to my side in 2 seconds to create an opportunity for me. Received. Zhang Tai slammed down, crushing the zombies trying to get past him, turning to Lin with full concentration, ready to spring into action. Thud! Thud! The impact from the Stitcher arrived in an instant. Unlike before, Lin quickly bit down and swallowed the potion. The potion's effects hadn't faded yet, but he couldn't afford to waste it. Attribute enhancements left no room for gaps. Boom! A shocking sound erupted, influenced by the previous mental impact. The Stitcher's collision this time was ineffective. Its massive body merely shattered the mall's pillars. The opportunity was fleeting. Now is the time. Leap. Stab down. Lin desperately dodged and leaped into the air, landing behind the monster. With both hands gripping the bone spike, he unleashed all his strength to stab at the monster's head. Swoosh! The bone spike pierced entirely into the head, instantly provoking a painful wail from the last head of the Stitcher. Zhang Tai, the black bear, appeared, and with a fierce expression, Zhang Tai charged directly at the injured Stitcher. The collision of two massive beings, the bear and the monster, resulted in the severely wounded Stitcher being knocked to the ground. Die, you bastard! The enormous bear paw was raised like a hammer, smashing down onto the monster's head. Bang! With all his might, Zhang Tai's face turned pale as his hands throbbed in pain. The other head of the Stitcher was merely slightly dented. The full-strength blow couldn't even break through its defenses. Roar! The Stitcher let out an angry roar, and the last remaining head commanded its body, swinging its massive hand to the black bear pressing down on it. Thud! The back of the Stitcher caved in instantly. Its shoulder turned to mush, blood mixing with internal organ fragments. Get out of the way! Hearing this, Zhang Tai desperately turned to the side, exposing the last head of the Stitcher beneath him. Step down and stab. Lin shouted lowly. All he needed was for Zhang Tai to knock the Stitcher down to give him the time to build momentum. A strike gathering all his strength. Victory or defeat hinged on this moment. Target: the last head. Chapter 56. Big Explosion 88. We are one. The moment the bone spike pierced the last head of the Stitcher, the woman's face on the head suddenly opened its eyes, like whispers from the abyss. In an instant, Lin felt as if time had stopped, plunging into darkness. Do you not remember me? Child. The tightly gripped bone spike loosened, and Lin stared blankly at the face emerging from the darkness. It was a familiar face, withered and yellowed, fine wrinkles at the corners of the eyes, and a kind gaze. It was his deceased mother. Lin trembled all over, his thoughts seemingly frozen. Lin, wake up. Wenya, looking anxious, continuously used her psychic power to stimulate Lin, who was as still as a stone statue, while on the other side. She desperately urged her psychic energy to build a barrier. The zombies were too close, the smell of blood too strong. The self-released mental suppression from the mutated beings was constantly breaking through the barrier. 1 layer, 2 layers. Whenever the barrier was breached and a zombie charged at the 3, she immediately activated her psychic power to regenerate the barrier. The barrier shattered, then regenerated again. The horde of zombies roared repeatedly, like ants on a hot pan. With her psychic energy rapidly depleting, Wenya's face soon turned pale. No matter how high her psychic energy was, she couldn't sustain the continuous release of skills dozens of times. At this rate of consumption, her psychic energy would be completely exhausted in no more than 15 seconds. The zombies gathered in front of them, and although the 3 were again cloaked in psychic energy, the thick smell of blood caused the horde to grow denser, quickly surrounding them. The scene was bizarre. Lin had clearly already inserted the bone spike into the last head of the Stitcher, yet he had been frozen in place just seconds ago. The last head of the monster, a woman's head, had lifeless white eyes and the two locked gazes. The flesh and blood squirmed, and the monster's destroyed head was slowly regenerating. Zhang Tai was coughing up blood, the hole in his chest resembling a turned-on faucet, faintly revealing a beating heart. If it weren't for his awakened talent providing him with an impressive physique, he would have been dead from such injuries long ago. His breath grew weaker. When Ya's face showed despair. In her hidden state, she couldn't attack the Stitcher now, and Zhang Tai was on the brink of death, unable to deliver the final blow. Even if the two of them acted, they probably couldn't break through the monster's defenses. What should I do? When he was extremely anxious. The three of them were surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. Even if she wanted to escape with Lin and Zhang Tai, it was impossible. Meanwhile, the Stitcher was visibly healing its wounds. Once the Stitcher completely regrew any of its heads, the three would undoubtedly die. 15 seconds quickly slipped away, and Wanya exhausted her last bit of psychic energy to create a barrier. The zombies before her had lost their patience. After repeated deceptions, they seemed to have developed an immunity to the barrier's effects. Is there really no hope? Wenya's face was pale as she gripped her weapon tightly, knowing she had at most 2 seconds left. After the last layer of the psychic barrier shattered, she would have to face the horde of zombies alone. Hiss! Suddenly, the snake-shaped stone sculpture on Lin En's wrist moved. When you looked over, her eyes wide with surprise. What is this? The little snake seemed to have just woken up. It lazily twisted its body and opened its mouth in a yawn. The black dragon tilted its head, its golden slit pupils looking at Lin En, who was petrified with confusion. A second later, the black dragon suddenly straightened up as if it had caught a whiff of something delicious. Whoosh! The black dragon darted into the last head of the Stitcher like lightning, and moments later it burped in satisfaction. At the moment the black dragon burst out, the woman's head that had been locked in gaze with Lin and suddenly emitted a piercing and painful scream. Blood tears slowly flowed down its pale face, and its expression twisted in agony. Bang! Just a second later, the head shattered into pieces. Ding! Successfully killed the second-tier mutated being, the Stitcher. A large amount of spiritual energy spilled from the Stitcher's massive body, instantly flooding into the black dragon's body. Ding! Obtained item, white stitching thread. Ding! Obtained ordinary equipment, white stitching shell. Ding! Obtained special item, blue heart of fusion. Ding! Obtained fine equipment, blue skull of resentment. Ding! Obtained level skill book, frenzied charge. Ding! Obtained level skill book, flesh healing. Ding! Completed the savior mission, received reward. Antitoxin serum X3. Ding! The savior mission has been refreshed. Please check immediately. Big explosion 88. The dense system prompts flooded the screen. At the moment the Stitcher died, Lin En's consciousness also began to recover. What is this? His body, which had been as still as a statue, suddenly trembled like a drowning person surfacing. Lin, when you let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him wake up. Damn, Lin En's heart jolted. He had just fallen into the illusion created by this monster. A barrage of item acquisition prompts rang in his ears, but he had no time to think about why the Stitcher suddenly died. He didn't even have time to check the rewards he had received. Boom! The psychic barrier shattered in response. The bloodthirsty horde of zombies instantly fell into a frenzy, madly lunging at the three. Arc slash! Lin En reacted extremely quickly, twisting his waist and exerting force as the bone spike slashed towards the surrounding zombies. A swath of heads was shattered, but in an instant, the tide of zombies filled the gaps. Lin En, Zhang Tai can't hold on much longer. Wenya, having exhausted her psychic energy, wielded an axe, blocking one side alongside Lin En as they fought against the zombies. After becoming an awakened, her attributes had been raised to the human limit, although her attacks lacked finesse. She could still rely on her strength to slay many zombies. Bloodstone, Lin En hurriedly turned back, pulling out the bloodstone from his ring and tossing it into Zhang Tai's chest. A rich life force surged into the wound, causing it to begin generating granulation tissue. No, we can't kill them all. Lacking area attack methods. Although he could take out a group of zombies with a single strike against the tens of thousands, it was like a drop in the bucket. Unless he could release the soul whale once more. Lin hesitated. His current psychic energy was insufficient to charge the gloves. The last time it took him 5 days to regain consciousness after charging, and if it weren't for that tattoo guy trying to snatch the gloves and getting himself killed, he might have been unconscious even longer. If only the black dragon hadn't consumed all the spiritual energy in the gloves. Communicating with the black dragon, he found it had fallen asleep again. It seemed that it only moved when it encountered food. In just 10 seconds, the space for the three to survive rapidly shrank, especially as when Yuside was already unable to withstand the pressure from the zombies. Zhang Tai's injuries were too severe. Even with the bloodstone rapidly healing him, it would still take some time. After all, his physical attributes were quite different from Lin An's, and his self-healing speed was significantly slower. Lin An's expression hardened. Instead of hesitating, he should act decisively. After he fell unconscious, he could just have Zhang Tai, and when you take the antidote back to Xia and the others. After I fall unconscious, take the antidote to save people. I've told Zhang Tai where it is, communicating his will to the gloves. Just as he was about to charge them, a childish yet dissatisfied voice rang out. Only when I'm full can I have strength. In an instant, a dense and almost tangible mental force surged to the gloves, flooding in wildly. The blood-red patterns lit up, charging complete. Chapter 57, Great Harvest Beep, charging complete. Soul Screech release count, 11. The system's prompt sounded like heavenly music, and Lin An's heart soared with joy. He recognized that childish voice. It was the Black Dragon's voice. The little guy finally woke up. Activate. Soul Screech. Time seemed to freeze as the zombies leaping down from the air appeared to be still. Buzz. A circular shock wave instantly formed, spreading outwards at an incredible speed within just 0.01 seconds. The intangible yet tangible mental shock swept across. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, tens of thousands of zombie heads exploded simultaneously, blood mist and chunks of flesh flying everywhere. The follow-up shockwave, like the scythe of death, obliterated all enemies within a radius of 40 meters. When you felt her hair stand on end, an overwhelming sense of deadly danger flooding her heart. Although she was merely grazed by the soul screech without harm, the sheer mental force she felt brought immense pressure. Everything fell silent. The first floor of the mall, once filled with zombies, was cleared in a single blow, their roars vanishing into silence. Dry mouth and tongue. Even though she had witnessed the power of Lin An's soul screech before, she was still deeply shocked by the scene before her. The ground was littered with dismembered bodies, and due to the damage caused by the mental shock, not a single complete piece of flesh could be found. Drip, drip. The blood rain stirred up by the shockwave fell, resembling a hell of flesh and blood. The power of the Black Dragon, after mental charging, seemed to be stronger than Lin An's own. Lin was puzzled, but couldn't afford to think too much. Since the little guy was awake, he would ask him later, "Stop dazing. We need to get out of here. How long until you can recover your mental power and release the barrier?" Without a second thought, Lin threw Zhang Tai on his back and pulled Wunya, who was still in shock, to run. The upper floors of the mall still had zombies jumping down continuously, and he hadn't forgotten that there were 300,000 zombies outside in the square. With such a commotion, if they attracted the attention of mutated creatures again. Once they were surrounded by the sea of corpses, he couldn't count on the Black Dragon to recharge him again. The Black Dragon looked lethargic, and although it hadn't turned back into stone, it was currently coiled around his wrist, looking ready to sleep. Before running, Lin An's fingertip flashed with white light from the spatial ring, and the body of the Stitcher on the ground was instantly collected. A good item, it couldn't be wasted. In the future, if he recruited an awakened one with the talent to manufacture equipment, just this body alone could produce at least 2 additional pieces of equipment. On the Ring Road Highway, a black off-road vehicle raced past, ignoring the zombies chasing along the way, directly crashing through the scattered zombies. Inside the car, explosive music played as Zhang Tai shook his head excitedly, his shiny bald head swaying with the rhythm. His terrifying chest wound had completely healed, and he looked effortlessly cool driving with one hand. You bustat. Bang. Another zombie was sent flying into the air by the vehicle, traveling over 120 kilometers per hour. His unique loud voice excitedly called out, causing Yue to look at her brother with a helpless expression. Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, was unconcerned, lazily watching as the black dragon coiled around his wrist, eyes closed in sleep. Wanya, Yue, and Mo Ling were sitting in the back seat, gripping the handles tightly to prevent being thrown out. Taking advantage of the travel time, Lin began to check the items obtained from the Stitcher's explosion, filled with anticipation. The loot from a peak second-tier, mutated creature couldn't be bad. With a flick of his wrist, a bundle of gray-white threads appeared in his hand. Item name, Stitching Thread, White. Item effect, can stitch any limbs of a tier difference of 1 to your own body, gaining attribute bonuses based on type. Item evaluation, a unique product from the Stitcher. Perhaps you can stitch another head onto yourself. This was a pretty good item, although its quality was only white. Its effect was unique. Lennon thought of the Stitcher's strange 3 heads. If he really stitched another head like it would be like gaining an extra life out of nowhere. However, he decided to give this item to Zhang Tai, as he had previously lost his left hand. Although he could use it, the enhancement from stitching any mutated limb would be minimal for his current physical condition. Unless it was a third-tier entity, it might have some use. As for gaining another head, forget it. Lin had no intention of turning himself into a monster. He could stitch the Stitcher's arm onto Zhang Tai. Thinking back on that giant fist that almost reached the speed of sound, Lin still felt a bit of trepidation. In this way, Zhang Tai's disadvantage of lacking damage could also be compensated, so he wouldn't always be used as a meat shield. Looking at the next item, Stitching Shell. Equipment name, Stitching Shell, White. Equipment effect, Physique 1, Defense 10. After being damaged, it can fill with flesh and slowly regenerate. Equipment special effect, immune to attacks below 15 points of strength. Reduces damage below 20 points of strength by 20. Reduces damage below 30 points of strength by 10. Equipment evaluation, the foundation of the Stitcher's strong defense. Wearing it allows you to traverse the battlefield of bullets. Wow, this is a little gem. Lin An's eyes lit up as he held a gray-white vest that was as thin as a cicada's wing, feeling its substantial texture for the first time. This was the first time he had seen a white equipment with special effects, although the attribute bonus wasn't T-high. The accompanying damage reduction effect could rival that of blue equipment. Immune to damage below 15 points of strength? Lin An's expression turned strange. He remembered Zhang Tai's strength was less than 15 points. This meant that even if an ordinary player got this equipment, standing still and letting Zhang Tai attack, he wouldn't be able to deal any damage at all. The power of the rules attached to the equipment under the system was just that unscientific. Converting ordinary handguns to strength would only be about 13 points, and small caliber assault rifles might be a bit higher, around 16 points. Calculating it out, this item was equivalent to the best bulletproof vest, and it could even self-repair. A piece of white equipment could turn flesh and blood into steel. This was the power of equipment in the Doomsday game. Not to mention the subsequent 2 special effects, reducing damage under 30 points. If he had this equipment during the previous battle with the Stitcher, he wouldn't have been punched through the chest. Thinking about the bloodstones he had just used twice after getting them, he felt a twinge of pain. Very good, this equipment is just right for him to use, which would help make up for his high attack and low defense shortcomings. The unexpectedly excellent equipment made Lin An's face beam with joy as he eagerly looked at the third item. Another little gem. Blue special item, Heart of Fusion. As blue items can't be too bad. Special item name, Heart of Fusion, Blue. Item effect, confuse any 2 mutated creatures of no more than tier 2 together. The target will increase in strength after fusion. Item hint, mutated creatures above tier 2 require the addition of a key during the fusion process. Tier 1 does not need key for cooperation. Item evaluation. Perhaps you could try to recreate the Stitcher. Prompt. Key often exists in the place of origin. A blue heart in Lin An's hand is beating strongly, occasionally emitting a strange smell. With a puzzled look, what are key in the place of origin? Recreating a seamstress? Lin couldn't help but shake his head. He must be out of his mind to recreate another mutant. Forget it. He doesn't even know what this thing is useful for. Although a bit disappointed, after all, it is a blue special item, and he figures it will be useful someday. Wait. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Lin An's breathing became a bit rapid. Perhaps this thing could be used to artificially create mutants and then upgrade after killing them. He wonders if these artificially created mutants would drop equipment. If so, monsters fused from first-tier mutants don't drop good equipment, but second-tier or even peak second-tier. Another 88 big explosion? That would be fantastic. It's just that he doesn't know what key and the place of origin are. Lin pondered. He always felt like he had heard the term place of origin somewhere. Forget it. Let's put it away for now. He'll think about it after he establishes a safe zone with the Doomsday base vehicle in a few days. With a flick of his wrist, the last piece of equipment from the bottom of the box appeared in his hand. Lennon looked forward to the shriveled thing in his hand, resembling a dehydrated woman's head. Blue equipment. In his previous life, among nearly 1 million players in the Linjiang battlefield, there was only one piece of blue equipment. Although it's possible that someone got it and didn't show in the chat channel, it still proves the rarity of blue equipment. The Skullbreaker hand and Soul Shard he obtained earlier were fused away without even trying, under the request of the Black Dragon. So, to be precise, this is also his first piece of blue equipment. Although he already has an orange piece of equipment, that item is sealed, so it doesn't affect Lin An's current anxious and excited mood at all. He wonders what the attributes are, but even if they are slightly worse than the Skullbreaker hand, it can still qualitatively improve his strength. Checking the equipment, Skull of Resentment. Chapter 58, Mage Artifact Skull of Resentment Equipment Name. Skull of Resentment, Blue. Equipment Effect, Wolf 3. Maximum mental power increased by 50, mental recovery speed 30. Equipment Special Effect. Immune to mental attacks below 20 points of will. Reduces damage within 25 points of will by 20. Reduces damage within 35 points of will by 10. Equipment Skill. Mental Fantasy after release. Creates corresponding illusions based on the target's thoughts, causing the target to fall into an illusion state. Cannot move or attack during the release process. Equipment Evaluation. The third skull from the Seamstress, a collection of resentments. Looking at the Skull of Resentment in his hand, Lin fell silent. The attribute effects are not bad, especially the increase of 50 in mental power, which is simply abnormal. Reducing damage from mental attacks is practically a replica of the Black Dragon's talent. Physical damage is reduced by the Seamstress's body, and mental damage is resisted by the Skull of Resentment. If he were to get another piece of elemental resistance armor, Lennon seriously doubts if any player could deal damage to him for a long time. High attack, high defense, fast speed, and powerful mental strength. He can say that he has almost no shortcomings now. With Lin An's current will attribute of 208 converted to mental power, it's nearly 208 points. The psychic energy provided by a second-tier mutant is equivalent to that of 4 first-tier mutants. Thus, Lin An's player level is level 2. The will attribute increased from 198 to 208, plus the 20 mental power limit increase given back to him after the Black Dragon devoured the equipment, and then activating Power Burst and the Skull of Resentment. 208, Base Will, 3, Skull of Resentment, 2, Power Burst, 17,101 points of will converting to 10 points of mental power. He can raise his mental power to 438 points. This is almost the level of a third-tier mental type Awakened one. Moreover, it also rarely comes with a rare control skill. Although he cannot move or attack while using it, it's still powerful enough. Control skills are extremely rare in the Doomsday game. After all, a slight distraction in the battle between Awakened ones and mutants can determine life and death. Skills like the Soulbreaker hand, despite their power, only cause temporary dizziness due to mental shock. It was effective against the Seamstress, whose 3 wills were integrated, and coincidentally caused a mental disorder effect to control it for a while. If this equipment fell into the hands of an elemental Awakened one, they would probably laugh themselves silly. But the problem is Linen. No, none of the team members have any skills that consume a lot of mental power. Even Wunya, if it weren't for continuously casting the mental barrier, her high mental power would be enough. But speaking of skills, Linen's hand flashed white light, and 2 skill books appeared. He didn't have much expectation. The names of the two skills clearly belong to melee awakened ones, and their levels probably won't be too strong. Moreover, while skills won't occupy the position of awakened one's talent skills, they will occupy the player's skill bar. Each level player can only learn one skill, and once learned, it cannot be changed again. However, he doesn't have any player skills, so let's take a look first. Level skill, Berserk Charge skill effect, consumes 70 mental power, locks onto the target, and initiates a charge attack with a power attribute of 11 damage, reducing slowing and sluggish effects during the charge. Level skill, Flesh Healing skill effect, consumes 100 mental power, accelerates wound healing, cannot regenerate limbs, gains enhancement based on physique attribute. As expected, the two skills were as anticipated. Compared to Awaken One's talent skills, player skills are indeed lacking. Berserk Charge, with a consumption of 70 mental power, corresponds to 7 points of will attribute. For other players at this stage, releasing mental power would almost deplete it completely. A 1-to-1 damage increase is almost negligible. Only Flesh Healing has some utility, as it can be used after a battle. Healing items are rare in the Doomsday game. Players mostly rely on self-healing after being injured. Giving these two skills to Zhang Tai would be pretty good. His will attribute determines that he cannot learn high consumption skills, and these two skills could turn him into a charging berserker. For Linen, he still prefers to learn elemental skills. After all, with such a high will attribute, it would be a waste not to learn high consumption skills. Zhang Tai. Team Lin? What is up? Zhang Tai, who was in a frenzy, turned his head in confusion to look at Linen. I'm giving you some good stuff. Linen casually tossed the seam lines and the two skill books into his arms. The enhancement of strength also brought an elevation of vision and mindset. The white items, while not precious in Lin An's eyes now, are actually things that can make players fight to the death in the Doomsday game, especially the seam lines. Even Awakened Ones are willing to pay a hefty price for them. Team Lin, is this for me? The moment Zhang Tai touched the items, he received a system prompt. A few seconds later, his breathing became rapid, somewhat incredulous. Especially the seam lines that can repair limbs are the items he has longed for. Team Lin, maybe you should keep this. Zhang Tai's expression was conflicted. The experiences of these days made him understand the importance of strength. He just doesn't have much cunning, but it doesn't mean he's a fool. The seam lines and the two skills can undoubtedly turn an ordinary player into someone comparable to him. It can even be said to give an ordinary person the capital to survive in the Doomsday game instantly. But, Team Lin, it's not that I don't want it. It's just that I feel I don't deserve to take your things. Zhang Tai sighed with a bitter smile and seriously said to Linen, you saved my life the first time we met. After that, I accompanied you to the hospital, but I couldn't help much. I didn't play a significant role in killing the Stitcher either. Instead, I wasted a bloodstone to save me. My strength is so lacking. It's better not to waste these things. Linen was slightly taken aback. He thought Zhang Tai would happily accept the items. But does he really think his strength is too weak and that he hasn't contributed much? Linen shook his head with a smile. Your strength is not lacking. It's just that the enemies we've faced recently are different. Zhang Tai didn't respond, just turned off the music in the car. He felt that Lin was just trying to comfort him. Linen felt a bit of a headache, but couldn't blame Zhang Tai for thinking this way. Since meeting him, they had faced enemies that were either third tier or peak second tier. Other players mainly dealt with small groups of zombies. And the strongest enemies they faced were at most lickers, unlike the danger they encountered. Logically speaking, if Zhang Tai hadn't followed him, he could have easily led a small team of 100 by himself. He could easily handle ordinary small groups of zombies alone. Any awakened individual is not a weakling. Zhang Tai, remember this. Take the items. You can help me only when you're stronger. Also, you have to protect Yue. She is your sister, and the only one she can truly rely on is you. Linen was never a stingy person. He wouldn't hesitate to give items to his companions. Currently, the team needed someone who could fight alongside him and act as a vanguard. After establishing a safe zone, he couldn't support the first wave of zombie attacks by himself. Zhang Tai looked at his sleeping sister in the rearview mirror and then nodded heavily, silently accepting the items. Beep, member Zhang Tai. Loyalty increased to full value, 100 diehard. Linen smiled lightly. He indeed did not misjudge him. However, The grudge skull in his hand gave him a bit of a headache. It was somewhat of a useless item, given his current willpower attribute. The mental energy consumed by the power burst was negligible, not to mention that if it turned into a prolonged battle, Wenya's shared mental energy would be enough to support his continuous fighting. Zhang Tai learning skills was fine, but this piece of equipment didn't have much use for him. His willpower attribute was too low to provide any bonuses. As for Mo Ling, who couldn't become an awakened one, she couldn't use mental energy at all. A piece of equipment that could be considered a mage's artifact ended up being useless in his hands. Wait a minute. Strictly speaking, it seems I have a skill that consumes a lot of mental energy. Soul Scream. Lennon suddenly remembered this skill, although it was incredibly powerful. The last time he charged the gloves, it knocked him out, leaving him with lingering fears. Subconsciously, he almost never thought about actively charging the gloves again. Black Dragon. Can my current mental energy charge the gloves? Lennon shook the black snake on his wrist, trying to wake it up. Hiss! The black dragon unhappily flicked its tongue. As a juvenile, it was almost indistinguishable from a regular snake. Charging. Not enough. At least 1,200 points. Charging now will make you faint, and if you faint too much, you will die. The black dragon's words instantly doused Lin and with a bucket of cold water. 1,200 points. No wonder charging last time almost turned him into a human husk. Can you still help me charge? Or I could let Wenya activate mental energy sharing. Can we do it without fainting while charging? Fainting could lead to death. But thinking about it, the state of fainting was not much different from being in a vegetative state. This also dispelled his idea of trying to charge despite the fainting. After all, Soul Scream was indeed too useful. Lennon remained undeterred, looking eagerly at the black dragon, who wanted to sleep. Not enough, perhaps due to more communication. The black dragon spoke more fluently, but its tone was somewhat unhappy. You two together still lack about 500 points. You need to eat well to have the strength to help you. I'm hungry now. I want to sleep. After saying this, the black dragon ignored Lin and coiled back on his wrist to continue sleeping. You need to eat well to have strength? Lennon fell silent. He was hoping that after the black dragon woke up this time, it could help him in battle, but it seemed there was no hope in the short term. The black dragon had only eaten twice. Once when it consumed its own epic equipment, and once when it ate a top-tier second-stage mutant. Feeding this guy was incredibly difficult. He felt powerless to complain. It seemed he needed to quickly raise his awaken level again. After killing the second-tier Stitcher, he was still 12 first-tier mutants or 4 second-tier mutants away from the next level. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a top-tier one, he had nothing to fear from second-tier foes. Once he became a second-tier awakened one, he would unlock his second talent skill. Hopefully, it would be a skill that consumed a lot of mental energy. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his current attributes. Second tier. Once he reached the second tier and mastered elemental skills, it would completely bring a qualitative leap to his strength. After turning off the music, Zhang Tai seemed to have something on his mind. The off-road vehicle was steadily driving on the road, and the 3 girls in the back seat were sound asleep. After equipping the grudge skull, Lennon felt his already powerful mental energy surge, and his thoughts became clearer. After reviewing his gains, it was time to check what task the rescuer had issued. Chapter 59, Nightmare Level Task, Rescuer Task, Information 2. After establishing a safe zone, resist the zombie tide attack. Expected scale of the zombie tide, 200,000. Task level, dangerous. Task difficulty description, none, normal, difficult, dangerous, horrific, catastrophic. Death, task time limit. The task starts 30 days after the safe zone is established, failure standard. Total team annihilation. Task rewards, for tasks above dangerous level. Each increase in level grants a 100 bonus. Note, you can choose to actively increase the task difficulty to obtain higher rewards. Reward 1, City Broadcast Permission. Reward obtained after choosing dangerous level. Warzone broadcast permission. Reward obtained after choosing horrific level. After use, you gain a one-time global broadcast within 30 seconds. All survivor players listen unconditionally. Usage count, 11. Reward 2. Find equipment, blue, splitter giant axe. Reward obtained after choosing dangerous level. Epic equipment, orange, Kane's blade. Reward obtained after choosing horrific level. In the light curtain. A blue giant axe and a blood-colored long sword slowly rotated. Unlike the blue giant axe, which was only covered with a thin layer of frost, the blood-colored long sword occasionally emitted an ancient, chilling power. Cain's blade, a weapon once used by a divine being in Western mythology, was truly an epic-level piece of equipment. After reading the information, Lennon lowered his head in thought. It wasn't surprising that the task changed to resisting the zombie tide. He had actually guessed that the rescue system might issue such a task. Although the task rewards had increased, the additional option to actively increase the difficulty made him hesitate. Both rewards were excellent. Even for a dangerous level task, the rewards offered were enticing enough. Warzone broadcast? No. Even a one-time citywide broadcast could save the lives of hundreds of thousands. In his previous life, a large-scale zombie tide riot would break out without warning 3 months later, and the zombie horde would seem to know the survivors' locations, actively hunting humans. There was no way to avoid it. As a result, survivors hiding in the city suffered heavy casualties. The chat channel wouldn't open until half a year later. At this stage, any means of communication had already failed. If he chose to increase the difficulty, it would undoubtedly greatly help avoid this tragedy. As for the second reward, the epic-level Cain's Blade had once been obtained by a third-tier player in the Western Warzone. With this equipment, he single-handedly killed a third-tier mutant with just the strength of a newly promoted third-tier player, gaining fame in a single battle. He became the glory of the entire Western battle zone, leading millions of players. This shows how powerful this equipment is. In terms of lethality, it is even stronger than the Soul Devourer's hand before it was sealed. The rewards for increasing the difficulty level are so abundant that it is a qualitative change. How to choose? After pondering for a moment, Lin An's gaze turned cold. Fortune favors the bold. The Doomsday game is all about racing against death. If he lacks even this bit of courage, he might as well find a corner to survive for a few years. Moreover, he also needs a suitable weapon. The unprocessed spine of the liquor is no longer enough to support the challenges he is about to face. Increase the difficulty level. As soon as he spoke, the system panel instantly shifted. Ding! The current task difficulty has been raised to horror level. The number of attacking zombies remains unchanged, but a large number of third-tier and below mutants will join the attack. Phew, that's good. Lennon let out a sigh of relief. As long as there are no third-tier mutants, it's fine. Second tier is still within his ability to combat. He just doesn't know how many a large number refers to. Outside the car window, dusk is approaching. The signs flashing along the way indicate that there are only 9 kilometers left to the neighborhood wherein Jingtian is located. Lennon silently looked at the 3 antidotes in his hand, feeling excited. Although there were some bumps along the way, he finally completed the mission. The return trip was much faster than expected, and there is still a full 37 hours before the suppression of the zombie virus expires. As long as he injects the serum into the 2 siblings, the zombie virus can be completely eradicated, and the biggest regret of his past life can be compensated. Just thinking about how Xia will definitely cry when she sees him back, a smile couldn't help but appear on Lin An's face. He whispered softly, and Xia Jingtian, I'm back, in Huayuan Community, Building 3, Room 301. Boss, we searched the whole building, and this is all the food we have left. A few bags of empty, loose instant noodles were thrown on the ground, creating a mess. We have no food left here. What should we do? Lizzie cautiously looked to Huang Gang, noticing that the boss seemed to be in a bad mood. Damn it, a bunch of starving ghosts. And there's nothing left to eat. Huang Gang stepped on the chest of a long-dead man and spat heavily. What should we do? Bring that delivery guy over here. Inside the room, Huang Mao kicked at a weak man dressed in delivery work clothes, driving him to Huang Gang. Huang Gang's face was gloomy as he pressed his gun directly against the delivery guy's forehead and asked, I remember the last time I saved you. You told me that you were responsible for deliveries in this area and are familiar with it, right? The delivery guy's face was full of fear as he nodded frantically. However, it was not a rescue. He was clearly being used as bait in a map. Huang Gang pondered for a moment and then asked, Is there anyone nearby who bought something in advance, like food? You deliver packages. You must know something, right? The little brothers around him brightened up, gathering around to look at him. The boss's mind is sharp. Yes, I heard that people nowadays like to buy things online. Maybe someone bought a lot. Huang Gang's expression remained calm as he ignored the flattery from his underlings, staring intently at the silent delivery guy. It seemed this guy knew something. Click. The safety of the handgun was disengaged. In 3 seconds, if you can't think of what to eat tonight, it's you. The gun's barrel was cold, and the bullet was chambered. No, don't. I'll tell you. The delivery guy, panic-stricken, knew that the man referred to as the boss in front of him could definitely do something as gruesome as eating people. A hint of reluctance flashed in the delivery guy's eyes as he realized that once he revealed which place had a large supply of food, this group would do something terrible. But survival was the priority. I remember, about 8 or 9 days ago, in that building over there, someone bought a lot of canned food. There were enough for a whole truck, so I remember it very clearly. The delivery guy's face turned pale as he recalled the girl who opened the door alone that day. He often delivered packages to her. The girl was always polite, speaking softly, and her pure and kind eyes left a deep impression on him. Huang Gang grinned, revealing his yellow teeth as he patted the delivery guy's shoulder, while the little brothers around him looked excited. Lead the way. The delivery guy couldn't help but tremble at the sound and dragged his heavy legs to follow the others out. I'm sorry, I just want to live. Brother Huang, this should be it. Under the delivery guy's guidance, Li Zi excitedly pointed at the third-floor window, with Huang Gang, an awakened one. Plus the fact that there weren't many zombies in the community, the group arrived at a residential building covered in withered vines in just a few minutes. The door plate was old, and there were several corpses of zombies with blown-off heads at the entrance. Huang Gang glanced at the corpses and instinctively kicked them a couple of times, deep in thought. Boss, should we do the same as before? If someone is inside, we can trick them into opening the door. No need to smash the door down. After not eating for nearly 2 days, he had lost his patience. If the delivery guy wasn't lying, then the household likely had a large amount of food. He couldn't wait to have a hearty meal. Of course, it would be even better if there were women. Chapter 60 Prelude. Bang, bang. The sound of a hammer breaking down the door echoed in the dark hallway. In the dim room, and Jing Tian stared intently at the loudly crashing iron door, holding a crude iron rod with both hands, hiding behind the door. Outside, the shouts of several people hinted at the malice of the intruders. His skin, rotting all over, was wrapped in bandages, and his breathing was heavy like a torn bellows. His arm, gripping the iron rod, trembled uncontrollably, but not from fear. 8 days ago, after Lin left, he awoke under the effect of the necklace suppressing the zombie virus, but his bodily functions were severely damaged after being infected by the virus. Even a slight movement caused excruciating pain in his corroded bones. And Xiao was hiding behind a door piled high with food, looking anxious. Brother, someone is breaking the door. Her lips trembled. She wanted to join her brother, but was stopped by Jing Tian's stern gaze. Her voice was filled with fear and helplessness. The girl had been unable to sleep at night, always looking forward to Lin An's return. However, the one returning now was not Lin. Sounds came from outside the door. Boss, this door feels a bit strange. It seems to have been reinforced with steel bars. Huang Mao, holding a hammer for breaking down doors, had been smashing away for a while, but couldn't break through the reinforced security door. Useless things. You only have the strength to handle women. If you were useful, get out of the way. Huang Gang's face was full of impatience. He slapped Huang Mao on the back of the head and then pressed his right hand directly against the iron door. Huang Mao chuckled awkwardly, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and hurriedly focused on Huang Gang's right hand. The boss is about to use his superpower. ZZZT. In an instant, a purplish-red high-voltage current erupted from Huang Gang's palm, melting the iron door's hinges into molten iron in just a few seconds. Bang! The molten iron from the melted door dripped to the floor, flames rising. And Jing Tian's pupils constricted. Who are these people outside? Damn it! Come out, you bastards inside! Huang Gang shouted loudly, stepping into the room, casually shaking his right hand while surveying the dimly lit living room. His expression suddenly brightened as his enhanced vision revealed the various military cans piled up in the hall. Damn it, there really is food. Whoosh! The iron rod whistled as Jing Tian seized the opportunity while Huang Gang was focused on the cans, gritting his teeth and swinging the iron rod with all his might. He had heard the voices of the people outside discussing. Even if they were non-human, he would rather die than let them harm Xia. Bang! However, The iron rod in his hand was quickly grabbed by Huang Gang. The sound was dull, as if what had caught the iron rod was not flesh and blood, but a hard stone. Damn, how dare you sneak attack me? Huang Gang tilted his head, looking at the bandaged and Jingtian with interest, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. 1 second later, boom, he grinned savagely, slowly retracting his kicked right foot. Under the immense force of that kick, and Jingtian's body flew backward, crashing through tables and chairs along the way, dark red blood seeping from the bandages. Brother, and Xia, hiding behind the door, had red eyes and instinctively called out in worry. Oh, there is still a lot of food. Huang Gang, hearing someone inside the room and noticing the piled-up supplies, couldn't help but feel a thrill in his heart. Upon seeing it clearly, his face instantly filled with excitement. Haha, brothers, we're having extra dinner tonight. Capture those two. The crowd behind him cheered joyfully and rushed out. No, and Jingtian struggled to get up, trying to pick up the iron rod that had rolled aside. His eyes were about to burst. In front of him, and Xia had already been caught by the lecher. Several lackeys who broke into the room were tearing apart food, packaging, and gulping down the contents. Out of the corner of his eye, Huang Gang caught sight of Jingtian struggling to get up. Oh, still daring to move? What? You worthless piece of trash. How do you want to die? Huang Gang grinned broadly, as he loved the sound of breaking limbs, that beautiful wail. This apocalypse is truly wonderful. No one can capture me anymore. Want to pick up the rod? He sneered, suddenly stomping down on Jingtian's arm. Crack! Ah! The arm was crushed underfoot, and Jingtian's eyes turned red, unable to suppress a cry of pain, powerlessness, and humiliation. Why? Why am I so powerless? You bastard! I will kill you. He gasped heavily, struggling desperately to stand up again. Kill me? Huang Gang stepped on his head, pinning the struggling Jingtian firmly beneath his foot. Brothers, bring that little girl over. I want to kill her in front of him. Boss, no, it's better to leave her. Damn you. Don't you want to save your sister? Come on, get up and kill me. Woo, don't hit my brother. Woo. The girl's sobs were drowned out by laughter. The crowd roared with laughter, and Jingtian, pinned down, screamed and struggled. His sister was crying, but he was powerless to help, and Xia was held down by the crowd, fighting desperately, but to no avail. How could a frail girl withstand a group of strong men? Huang Gang, grinning, let his knife glide across her pale face. However, at the moment the blade playfully sliced toward the girl's white neck, it suddenly stopped. What is this? Huang Gang was shocked, staring in disbelief at the necklace he had accidentally touched. Ding! Discovered white equipment, poison resistance pendant, game equipment. Clang! The knife fell to the ground, and he joyfully yanked the necklace off Xia's neck. However, in his frenzy, he failed to notice that Xia, who had been crying and struggling, suddenly stopped resisting, her head eerily drooping. In the dimly lit living room, several lackeys saw their boss had found something incredible and hurriedly crowded around him to investigate. No one noticed the crimson rising in the girl's lowered eyes. Chapter 61, Mutation. Is today my lucky day? Huang Gang impatiently put on the necklace. Although the equipment description on the necklace was a bit strange, it was still equipment. Poison resistance. Resistant to what poison? But after so many days, he hadn't seen a single piece of equipment. Having one was enough. Are there any other pieces? The little girl asked trinkets could be equipment. Who knows? With greedy eyes, he rushed to the doors of other bedrooms and kicked one open. The room was filled with individual rations and various canned goods, crammed to the brim. Holy crap, there is so much food. Boss, we hit the jackpot. Several lackeys stared in shock at the food in the room, instinctively picking up a fruit can, drooling. Huang Gang was excited. They had food, supplies, and everything. He thought the cans piled in the living room were enough. But he didn't expect this unassuming house to store so much food. Find everything for me. Whoever finds equipment will be heavily rewarded. Damn it. This is enough for me to eat well for years. He hurriedly entered the room, rummaging around, even throwing aside thoughts of playing with women. After all, isn't it better to eat well first? In the living room, the lecher looked at the beauty sitting on the ground, itching with desire. The girl's clothes were tattered, her snowy skin igniting his lust. As the lowest-ranking member of the group, he had no right to participate in the looting. Why not take advantage of the boss, looking for things, and have some fun first? The lecher couldn't help but scratch his itching body, grinning lewdly. If he didn't take this opportunity, he would surely miss out later. And Jing Tian collapsed on the ground, with spitting blood. He realized what the disgusting man in front of him intended to do and desperately trembled, reaching out to stop the lecher from insulting his sister. Damn it, you think you can stop me like this? The lecher caught a glimpse of the bandage-wrapped hand, trying to grab his pant leg. Bang! A hard shoe stomped toward in Jing Tian's temple, and the already weak and injured Jing Tian instantly fainted. Damn it, I can't care about that anymore. Not wanting to kick again, the lecher unzipped his pants, pulled out his foul-smelling member, then quickly squatted down, reaching for the girl's chest. The little girl probably froze in shock, sitting on the ground without moving. The imagined softness and smoothness did not appear. SSS, flesh was penetrated. Ha. The man, covered in disgusting sores, couldn't stop spewing blood, fear creeping into his eyes as he slowly looked down at his chest. A delicate white hand pierced through his chest like it was tofu, and he could feel his heart being gripped in her hand. Bang! Before he could make a sound, his heart was instantly crushed. In his final moments, he hazily saw a pair of cold, blood-red eyes. Team Leader Lin, don't run so fast. We can't keep up. Zhang Tai looked helplessly at the sprinting Lin, who disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. The group had just parked their car when Lin, beaming with joy, rushed down and dashed into the community in just a few breaths. Is this where Lin used to live? Wenyi curiously surveyed the old community in front of her and turned to ask Zhang Tai. No, it seems to be where Team Leader Lin's sister and his brother live. Zhang Tai scratched his head, feeling emotional. This is the first time I've seen Team Leader Lin so excited. He usually seems so emotionless. Unxia, Jing Tian, with all his might. Lin reached the front of the building where the siblings were located in just half a minute. His face was filled with joy as he couldn't help but call out their names loudly. I'm back, with a smile on his face. He could imagine how happy Xia would be to see him. No one responded. Lin's smile gradually faded, and his heart sank. Could it be that it's too late and they fell asleep? Without time to think, he rushed into the hallway and caught sight of the zombie he had killed before leaving. The body had been moved, now lying face up. Someone has been here. A strong sense of unease surged in Lin's heart. Monsters! Run! In the dimly lit living room, the floor was covered with bodies turned into meat paste, and half a severed foot was just outside the door. A pure and lovely girl stood quietly in place, holding a severed head in her hand. Huang Gang was filled with fear. He was the only one left alive in the entire living room. Everything had happened too quickly. As soon as he heard someone fall behind him, he reacted at lightning speed. However, in just a few seconds, the girl in the tattered white dress transformed into a vengeful spirit, tearing everyone apart into pieces. If it weren't for the electric arc in his hand that could stop some of it, he would have long since become a pile of flesh. What the hell was this monster? His legs trembled uncontrollably, but he unexpectedly saw a glimmer of clarity flash in the monster's blood-red eyes. That voice was so familiar. Did Lin just call me? And Xia stood dazed in place, and after a brief moment of clarity, she trembled at the sight of the bodies strewn across the living room. Did I kill these people? Have I turned into a monster? 2 streams of blood tears slid down her pale face. Huang Gang gasped for breath, watching as the girl suddenly stopped and began to cry, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Electric arc impact. With all his might, a dazzling electric arc formed in his palm and instantly struck in Xia. Without caring to check the result, Huang Gang unleashed his last skill and, suppressing the fear in his heart, turned to run. And Xia was hit by the electric arc, and a burnt smell instantly filled the air as she could not help but let out a painful scream. The clarity in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a cruel, bloodthirsty crimson. Bang! Lin had just rushed up to the 3rd floor when he collided head-on with Huang Gang, who was frantically escaping. At high speed, Huang Gang slammed into the wall, as if he had been hit by a truck, his entire body feeling like it was about to shatter. The man who escaped had come down from the 3rd floor. Lin staggered, his eyes fixed on the necklace around Huang Gang's neck. It was the equipment he used to suppress the zombie virus for him and his sister. Once removed, they would instantly become zombies. Someone had invaded, and there was no response. The necklace was taken, and the fleeing man. In an instant, he reacted, his eyes turning red. Someone had broken into the house where he and his sister were and stolen the necklace. No! In a fit of rage, Lin punched Huang Gang, who was collapsed on the ground. Just as Huang Gang recovered from the impact, he opened his eyes to see a fist filled with hatred coming toward him. Bang! His brain exploded, blood mixed with brain matter splattering against the gray wall, staining it. Chapter 62. Mutation, Building the City in Xia. Lin stepped over the broken iron door, anxiously looking inside. In the center of the living room, Xia's blood-red eyes were devoid of any emotion, her slender fingertips dripping with blood. The floor was littered with shattered bodies, and Jing Tian, wrapped in bandages, lay unconscious on the ground, unaware of life or death. Xia is me. I am Lin. Lin An's eyes were filled with sorrow as he staggered toward Xia, feeling as if 1,000 knives were grinding at his heart. The eye of judgment. A pale blue mist rose and enveloped his eyes. He wanted to know what had happened to Xia. Beep, detected second stage mutant. Why is this happening? Lin let out a bitter laugh, as if falling into an ice cave. The information returned by the Eye of Judgment announced that Xia had mutated, or rather, in a sense, Xia had already. The girl, hearing the sound, warily arched her back. Having lost her sanity, she sensed the dangerous aura from Lin and like a wild beast. Hiss! As if encountering an enemy, the girl's fingertips suddenly extended sharp bone claws, taking a defensive stance. Lin, filled with sorrow, opened his arms and stepped closer. Xia, don't you recognize me? Gripping the antivirus serum tightly in his palm, Lin held onto the last glimmer of hope. The antivirus serum could completely eliminate the zombie virus in her body. He just didn't know if it would work on mutants. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to try. Roar! As Lin gradually approached, Xia, like a vigilant beast, took the initiative to attack, her bone claws instantly sweeping toward Lin An's throat. Power explosion. Lin let out a low shout, his speed dramatically increasing. With the body of a Stitcher to absorb the damage, he attempted to endure Xia's attack and inject the antivirus serum into her body. Hiss! The bone claws, capable of tearing flesh, easily ripped through Lin An's outer combat suit. Sparks flew as the claws swept past the inner layer of his Stitcher body, creating dazzling sparks. He could withstand it. With his current physique and defense, he could endure Xia's attack. Lin shouted, disregarding everything, and with his right hand grasped the antivirus serum. He desperately jabbed it toward Xia's neck. Hiss! The syringe injected most of the serum in an instant. Ah! The piercing scream that could shatter eardrums erupted as Xia suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, crazily retreating. The instincts controlled by the virus sensed that the antivirus serum would completely eliminate it. Bang! Under the control of the zombie virus, she suddenly turned and crashed through a nearby window, shattering the glass. In an explosive escape, she exceeded Lin An's reaction time and fled out the window. Damn it! Lin, with an anxious expression, hurriedly followed out the window, but could only see a shadow like a black line leaping away quickly into the distance. Half an hour later, Lin Team Zhongtai opened his mouth, filled with worry. He looked at Lin, who stood silently by the window, unsure of what comforting words to say. Wenya slightly shook her head at him, knowing that Lin An's inner pain could only be eased by time. Brother Lin. And Jing Tian struggled to stand up, his voice hoarse. Xia will be fine. As long as we find her, there is still hope. 25 minutes ago, the group that had been following behind arrived at the house. After injecting Jing Tian with the antivirus serum, he successfully eliminated the zombie virus from his body. Though he was still somewhat weak, the antivirus serum was highly effective. He was now a normal person. Lin turned around heavily, fists clenched tightly. I'm sorry, I'm late. Pain and regret filled his heart as he hated himself for not being faster. It was only a matter of a few minutes, no, even just a few seconds. He had thought about the possibility of encountering humans with ill intentions or zombies threatening his sister and him, so he had reinforced the security door. But he never expected to encounter an awakened person's invasion. Lin, you've already done enough. Really, don't blame yourself anymore. Wenya looked at the man before her with some pity, knowing that Lin had pushed himself to the limit to complete the mission. With Zhang Tai's help, and Jing Tian slowly walked to Lin An's side. Brother Lin, You don't have to feel too guilty. The priority is to find Xia first. I heard Zhang Tai say that Xia has turned into a mutant, and for a short time, no one should be able to harm her. Lin silently nodded, looking at the worried expression on Jing Tian's face, unable to help but show a bitter smile. He took a deep breath and looked at the rewards for the Savior mission. Although he had lost track of Xia now, finding her among the vast sea of zombies would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But there might still be a way. The Battle Zone broadcast. As long as he completed the mission and obtained the Battle Zone broadcast, he could mobilize all survivors to search for Xia's whereabouts. Fortunately, he had chosen to increase the difficulty of the task. Thus, he could obtain the authority for the Battle Zone broadcast, if it were still the original difficulty. The city broadcast coverage might not reach the area where the girl had escaped. Moreover, Xia, as a transformed mutant, would be bloodthirsty and fond of killing under the virus's influence. As long as she appeared in the outside world, she would inevitably come into contact with players. By then, there would still be a great chance of finding Xia based on clues. Lin let out a slight sigh of relief, fearing that the antidote might be ineffective against the mutated beings. However, in any case, the antidote should at least be able to suppress the virus within the mutated beings. Otherwise, Xia wouldn't have reacted so strongly after receiving the antidote. It was clearly the virus in her body instinctively fighting back. I'm fine now. I'll find a way to bring Xia back. Everyone looked at Lin, relieved to see his emotions stabilize. As the backbone of the team, they really didn't know what to do if Lin remained trapped in sadness. Captain Lin, what should we do next? Zhang Tai, Wenye Mo Ling, and Yue all looked at Lin and in unison. Lin pondered for a moment, deep in thought. Xia's mutation had somewhat disrupted his plans. Originally, he intended for Jing Tian and Xia to join the Savior team after becoming Awakeners to meet the requirements for the Doomsday base vehicle task. But now that Xia was missing, there was one less spot in the Savior team. Although they could let Yue become an Awakener and join, the risk was too great. The reason was simple. The death rate for ordinary players becoming Awakeners was extremely high, and the worse their physical condition, the higher the death rate. When you was able to become an Awakener because of the mutated beings, if they forcibly made Yue an Awakener, there was a 99% chance she would die on the spot. As for the risk of the siblings becoming Awakeners, Lin was willing to seek out items that could help with awakening to reduce the risk, even if it took some time. However, Yue was not his sister after all. Moreover, once she joined the team, she would have to play her part. Would Zhang Tai allow his sister to fight against zombies on the front lines? Absolutely not. Just like Lin, he would never allow Xia to face danger. He would prefer to let Xia stay behind, become an Awakener, and be a team member to protect her. But when it came to outsiders, Lin was not that kind-hearted or selfless. It seemed that the last team member had to be found again. Lin's eyes flickered. Perhaps he could recruit one of the 4 emperors and 6 kings from his past life early. After coming to this conclusion, Lin slowly spoke. Let's rest for a bit. Everyone has hardly had any proper rest during this time. Tomorrow morning, Wenye and Yue, you two go to the hotel to gather the remaining survivors. Zhang Tai, you, me, and Mo Ling will go to Linjiang Academy. Linjiang Academy? Linjiang Academy is the best university in Linjiang City, located on the outskirts of the city, with a population of around 40,000 students and teachers year-round. Captain Lin, what are we going there for? I'm scared of places like that. They're all zombies. Zhang Tai was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Captain Lin kept going to such places. Lin lowered his head and replied softly to find people, then, and to take over the academy. Chapter 63. The 6 Kings, Demon Hunter, Establishing a Safe Zone? The 3 women and 1 bear stared at Lin and in disbelief. Even Mo Ling, who had been silent, couldn't help but perk up her ears. That's right. We're going to Linjiang Academy to establish a safe zone there. Lin did not pay attention to the reactions of the 4. Normal people would find it hard to believe when they heard about city building. But Lin's goal was indeed to build a city. With a Doomsday base vehicle that had task rewards, establishing a base and safe zone was not difficult. The safe zones in the Doomsday game are not just makeshift gathering places, but are well-equipped survival areas. If it were a small safe zone, it would be fine if it couldn't extract spiritual energy. But with the Doomsday base vehicle in hand, Lennon was absolutely confident in establishing at least a large-scale safe zone. Water supply, electricity, breeding farms, farmland, combat laboratories, equipment manufacturing facilities, trading halls. These facilities are essential for a medium-sized safe zone. Without these facilities, players' strength cannot be improved. To put it bluntly, although the Doomsday game is called a game, it is merely a data template. Unlike the online games before the apocalypse, where facilities were already made and players only needed to upgrade. Here, whether it's absorbing spiritual energy, honing skills, repairing equipment, or researching talents, players must build the corresponding facilities themselves. To survive through repeated zombie waves, one must join or establish their own faction. Unless you want to live in a dark corner, barely surviving, you might not need to join. But in this rebirth, Lennon absolutely did not want to be beneath others, living day by day in uncertainty. The reason for choosing Linjiang Academy as the base for building the city is that, on one hand, Linjiang Academy is located in the suburbs with a large area. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, slightly modifying the original teaching buildings and laboratories can serve as the necessary facilities. The survivors within the academy are mostly young adults, and the quality of players is high, even leading to the birth of many awakeners. Therefore, whether it's recruiting manpower for construction or expanding team members, it's an excellent choice. On the other hand, it was once the place where one of the six kings, the Tier 3 peak Awakener Demon Hunter, rose to prominence. Unlike the Doomsday game, where only a few spiritual energy nodes existed in the urban area and would dissipate shortly, Linjiang Academy has the largest spiritual energy node in the entire Southeast War Zone, and it is exceptionally stable. Occupying it means having a treasure trove that continuously produces awakeners. Furthermore, Lennon strongly suspects that Linjiang Academy is not just about having a stable spiritual energy node. The mystery of the rise of the Demon Hunter, one of the six kings, is likely hidden within. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, the group went downstairs. After nearly half a month without a proper meal, from Zhang Tai to Mo Ling, they collectively devoured 30 portions of luncheon meat and 10 individual rations. Especially Zhang Tai, who secretly finished 3 cans of fruit in the middle of the night. Captain Lin, this feels great, like a dream. Zhang Tai happily patted his head, which made a popping sound. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had led a group of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled out of the hospital and had encountered so much with Lennon. Last night, he finally had a good night's sleep and could enjoy a hearty meal, feeling as if he were dreaming. Lennon smiled and nodded. Not to mention Zhang Tai's feelings, he felt the same. Since his rebirth, he hadn't had a day to rest properly or enough time to have a full meal. Becoming stronger and saving in Xia and in Jingtian loomed over him like a scythe, making him unable to relax for a moment. If he counted the previous life, he hadn't experienced anything like this for 3 years. The group walked lightly. The scattered zombies in the neighborhood posed no threat to the current team. Zhang Tai changed into his combat uniform at home and followed behind Lin and within Jingtian. However, the black combat uniform looked somewhat mismatched, making him look like a bear in tight pants. The group appeared refreshed and relaxed, having luxuriously bathed in water from the tank last night. Lin led the way, with Mo Ling bringing up the rear, guarding against any sudden zombie attacks. As a symbiote, she was perfectly suited for this role. When you held a composite bow, keeping watch on both sides of the team. After becoming an awakener, her attributes had reached the human limits, combined with her extremely high mental strength, allowing her to rival professional marksmen even without professional training. Zhang Tai, go find a bigger van or a truck, Lennon casually instructed Zhang Tai. Now that the team had 6 members, one vehicle was no longer sufficient, especially since they would split into 2 groups later. He decided to take Jing Tian along on this trip to the academy, as a soldier who enlisted at the same time as him. And Jing Tian was skilled in various combat abilities. With a player template, his recovery speed was much faster than before the apocalypse. Once he became an awakener, he could immediately become a capable fighter. The academy had ready-made spiritual energy nodes and was stable, which could significantly reduce the death rate for players becoming awakeners. On the way, look for any special items that may exist in memory. This way, after arriving at school, we can recruit the demon hunters from our past lives. And if our team reaches 5 members, We can receive a base vehicle reward and establish a safe zone. Beep beep. Before long, Zhang Tai came crashing in with a Mercedes and stopped right in front of everyone. Team Lin, how about this one? The keys are under the tire. That pile of bones must be the unfortunate owner. The silver-white SUV looked brand new, though there were some dark red bloodstains at the back. Zhang Tai stroked the metallic body of the car, grinning widely but looking quite ugly. He had loved this thing before the apocalypse broke out, but unfortunately, he didn't have the money to buy it and could only covet it. All right, Wenya and Yue can drive that SUV. You, me, and Jing, and Mo Ling will take this one. Got it. Zhang Tai excitedly jumped into the driver's seat, but unexpectedly, he was pulled out by Lin. Lin had a dark expression, signaling him to sit in the back. Jing Tian, you drive. And Jing Tian looked at Zhang Tai, whose face was full of resentment, and couldn't help but pat his shoulder as he took the keys. This guy drove too recklessly. Lin was really fed up with Zhang Tai's habit of driving like a bumper car, especially since he liked to give himself voiceovers. When the team split into two groups to get in the cars, a bearded man suddenly rushed out from a nearby residential building, his eyes bloodshot. Wenya instinctively aimed at him, but all she heard was the man scream, "Don't kill me. I'm human." The man scrambled to Lin An's side, urgently speaking. "Big brother, I am Liu Shimin. Don't you remember me? I'm a Liu Shiming from 302. Chapter 64. Player Professions, Liu Shiming?" Lin frowned slightly, quickly recalling this name from his memory. It seemed someone had shouted it at him before he went to the Dream Hotel. It sounded somewhat familiar. "What is it?" Lin calmly asked, sizing up the man. Liu Shiming was panting heavily, and after swallowing hard, he hurriedly spoke. "Big brother, I want to follow you guys. Please take me with you. I can work. I can endure hardships." "Really? Wanting to join his team?" Lin didn't immediately agree. With his current mental strength, he easily sensed that the man before him was just an ordinary player with nothing special about him. Bringing him along would be no different from carrying a burden. Seeing Lin and not responding, Liu Shiming became anxious. The man before him was the strongest human he had seen these days. No, the strongest player. Even among the group he had seen hiding behind the window the day before, the man who could use lightning was far inferior to Lin. Lightning seemed mysterious, but it only paralyzed zombies. Compared to Lin, who could slay entire groups of zombies with a single strike, the difference was too great. He often thought of that one strike, that one knife. But what he didn't know was that Lin An's current strength was even more terrifying than he imagined. Ever since Lin rode away on his motorcycle, Liu Shiming had been hiding in his house, too afraid to go out. When the Huanggang group was searching for food, he had crammed himself into a cupboard to hide, which was why he had been discovered. 8 days. In those 8 days, he had eaten everything edible in his house, including the succulent plants he had raised for years, which he had stir-fried as vegetables. At this rate, he seriously doubted he would survive without starving to death. The scattered zombies that Lin and his group found insignificant were like wandering demons to him. "Big brother, I can really work. I promise I won't hold you back. I'm definitely stronger than these women." Liu Shiming quickly glanced at the crowd behind Lin, full of hope. In his view, since Lin was willing to take along a little girl, there was no reason not to take him. After all, he was also an adult male. He must be stronger than a little girl. Inside the car, Wenya frowned slightly, but didn't speak. Stronger than her? The man outside didn't notice the smile at the corner of Lin An's mouth after hearing this. Now, without mentioning the identity of a mutant, even as a level 0 awakened, Wenya could easily handle small groups of zombies. Lin opened the car door, signaling everyone to get in first. He didn't like to waste time. "In 10 seconds, tell me what you can do." Establishing a safe zone requires manpower, and bringing this man along might not be a bad idea. But the premise is that he must be useful. In the apocalypse game, whether you're a business elite or a singer-artist, in front of zombies, you are just a piece of meat that can run. Useful? The man was momentarily stunned, then frantically thought about what he could do. Before the apocalypse, he was an architect, usually providing clients with some architectural designs. But now, with electricity gone and computers being heaps of scrap metal, the skills he relied on for survival were completely useless. "I could drive." Liu Shiming desperately clung to the car door, pleading with Jing Tian not to start the vehicle. Lin remained calm. Being able to drive wasn't particularly useful. Not to mention that there were plenty of ordinary players who could drive, and any awakened could rival a professional race car driver. Lu Shiming read the attitude in Lin An's eyes and instantly panicked. I can plant vegetables and flowers. I usually like to do these things. Please take me with you. I really don't have the courage to live alone. The zombies are too scary. If I stay here, I'll definitely be eaten by them. He spoke rapidly, fearing Lin and would have someone start the vehicle at any moment. There were already a few zombies approaching in the distance. It was his first time encountering zombies outside, and he was already terrified to the point of trembling. Lennon shook his head, preparing to close the window. If you can't do anything, at least you should have the courage. Establishing a safe zone base, indeed, requires a group of experts in agricultural technology. Relying solely on supplies left over from before the apocalypse wouldn't last long. A base needs a team of at least 1,000 to maintain basic operations. However, the man before him looked like an urban white-collar worker, and his planting skills were probably at an amateur level. What he needed was at least an expert level or a seasoned planter. Virum, the engine roared, and Lin and didn't give the man a chance to continue. If you can survive, you can come find me at Linjiang Academy. I'll need some manpower there. He rolled down the window and handed out some canned food and drinking water through the gap. As a fellow human, his greatest kindness was limited to this. The man held the canned food, staring blankly as the vehicle gradually drove away. Lin had still given him a glimmer of hope. If the man could survive and reach the safe zone on his own, it would at least mean he had learned to survive. For someone who didn't even dare to open the door and face zombies, rashly letting him join the team would only bring unnecessary trouble. Inside the car, Yue glanced back with some sympathy, but didn't speak up to persuade Lennon, even though she was still a little girl. Her experiences over the past few days had taught her a lesson. The apocalypse is brutal. No one will spare you or help you. Without strength, how can you eat? How can you survive? If you're pretty, maybe you can trade your body for it, trade your dignity. Otherwise, you'll have to fight for your life. In the distance, zombies roared. There were hardly any living people left in the community, and the man in front of them was like a delicious piece of meat laid out before them. The man clenched his fists tightly. Courage? Did he really not have the courage to face this? Lu Shiming couldn't help but give a bitter laugh, unwillingly shouting at the departing vehicle. I'm an architectural designer. I know that right now I'm of no use to you. I also know that this damn apocalypse requires strength to survive. But you promised me, right? As long as I can survive to Linjiang Academy, you let me follow you. The man finished speaking and turned to look at the crazed, howling zombies, forcing himself to suppress his fear as he picked up a scattered iron rod from the ground. Come on, you beasts. The vehicle on the road suddenly braked, and Lin was stunned inside the car. Architect? Lu Shiming. No wonder this name sounded so familiar. He thought it was because the man had called his name earlier. Go back. Zhang Tai, get him over here. Lin raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly instructing Zhang Tai to get out and bring the man over. This was unbelievable. He never expected that the timid man behind him could very likely be the chief designer of City of Hope, one of the level security zones in the Huaxiao War Zone in his previous life. Strange, he remembered this designer had appeared in the chat channel before. He had seemed so passionate and confident at the time, a stark contrast to his current cowardly demeanor. In the Doomsday game, an architect was indeed not very useful. However, a player with the architect skill profession was entirely different. For example, in reality, if a blacksmith skill was high enough, they could turn it into a professional skill, enhancing the attributes of weapons during crafting. This was also the capital that most non-combat players had to join the security zone and survive in the previous life. Lin En's gaze turned to the man being held by Zhang Tai outside the window. Of course, he would recruit such a player under his command. However, he had to be him. Chapter 65. The value of the war zone broadcast inside the SUV. Lu Shiming was excited, wearing a forced smile, trying to get along with everyone in the car, completely different from his earlier brave demeanor. Although he didn't know why Lin En suddenly agreed to let him join, it didn't affect his excitement at all. Great, finally safe. However, just as he was about to get closer to the others, he caught sight of Zhang Tai's severed left hand and couldn't help but shrink his neck. The bald man looked fierce and was missing a hand. He certainly didn't seem like someone easy to deal with. Never mind, I'll find someone else. Undeterred, he turned to the little girl. "Hey kid, what's your name?" He tried to speak to Mo Ling as if he were coaxing a child. Mo Ling was petite, looking almost like a child herself. The girl silently stared at him with cold indifference. Lu Shiming awkwardly chuckled, feeling out of place. This team seemed to have only Lin Gu looking somewhat normal. The others were all like this. His thoughts were jumbled, and it wasn't long before he fell into a deep sleep, clutching the car pillow. In the team voice chat, Zhang Tai asked, "Lin Gu, is this guy really useful?" He looked puzzled. He could crush this skinny guy with one hand. A big man with arms and legs who didn't even have the courage to step outside? He really didn't understand why Lin Gu would let him in the car. Zhang Tai had a strong sense of justice and was willing to help others, but only when it came to the weak. The old, young, sick, and disabled. He wouldn't help them in this apocalypse. Stepping outside meant death. But what about Lu Shiming? In his view, a grown man should be masculine, not begging for others' pity. Lennon shook his head slightly. He had already checked the man's player panel, and indeed he was the chief designer of City of Hope in his previous life. He felt puzzled. He was curious about what would have happened if he hadn't let Zhang Tai bring Lu Shiming back just now. The renowned designer might have ended up as zombie food. If zombies could talk, they would probably say thank God for this blessing after finishing their meal. The man's earlier display of courage in facing the zombies seemed no different from that of a fool to him. Courage doesn't mean going to your death. Under normal circumstances, he should have gone back to find some weapons, strapped some iron pieces to himself, and then summoned the courage to look for food in the community, right? What good would it do to struggle with zombies outside? Isn't that something only a fool would do? Never mind, it was a trivial matter. For Lennon, as long as he could toss this guy into logistics, that would be enough. Just based on his architectural skills, it was worth recruiting him. An architect of this level would be as valuable to the entire security zone as a third-tier Awakened one. In the previous life, such talent was something that various factions would fight over to hold on to. He never expected it to come to him so easily, nearly feeding him to the zombies. However, this also reminded him of something. The Doomsday game had just begun, and many players, even if they knew it was a game, were still unaware of how to survive amid the fear of death and disbelief. Ordinary players made up 99 of the survivor count, while Awakened ones only accounted for 1. Unlike Awakened players who could immediately possess self-defense capabilities, many ordinary players had auxiliary skills that couldn't be transformed into combat power. They should have showcased their value and then gained protection from the security zone or the strong based on their professional skills. But someone like Lu Shiming probably didn't even know what spiritual energy meant in his skills. So, instinctively, he felt he had no value or use. Not only did no one want to accept them, but they also believed they were useless themselves. This phenomenon would only change a year later when everyone accepted the concept of spiritual energy. Therefore, he could now take advantage of the information gap. This group of players with super strong auxiliary skills was seen as a burden by others, but to Lennon, it was different. They were each a moving treasure. If he could recruit a series of professional players like the Master Blacksmith, Master Alchemist, Defensive Position Commander, Beast Tamer from his previous life, he couldn't even imagine how powerful the security zone he established would become. Right now, the value of these people within this year was like cabbage. As long as there was food to eat, they would be willing to follow you. With his current strength and being the first to establish a security zone ahead of all players, it would be almost effortless to recruit these people. The biggest problem now was how to find them. As long as he could locate them, the security zone being built next would be as solid as a fortress and could very well become the strongest base in the entire Huaxiao war zone in the future. Find them. In an instant, Lin suddenly realized the true purpose of the war zone broadcast authority in the second mission reward. Screech. Suddenly, and Jing Tian slammed on the brakes, the tires leaving a long black mark on the road, and the car shook violently before finally coming to a stop. Lin Yi. There's someone lying in the middle of the road, under the sudden brake, apart from Lin and Zhang Tai, who remained steady due to their strong physical qualities. The others in the car cried out and collided with the front seat. Lin N's thoughts were interrupted as his powerful spirit instantly spread out. In his perception, a young woman with disheveled hair lay before the car, eyes tightly closed, her life unknown. She was dressed lightly, exposing a patch of snow-white skin, making her stand out starkly on the highway. Lin Yi, should we go check it out? Zhang Tai leaned out to get a better look and asked Lin for his opinion. Unlike the others, who instinctively wanted to save the person or swerve to avoid them, Lin instinctively activated his skill. Judgment Eye. A pale blue mist rose, and stars swirled. A colorless mental force spread outward like water in a curved shape. Within a mere 0.01 seconds, the information from the judgment I was transmitted back with all details within 100 meters. After quickly scanning the information, Lin An's mouth suddenly curled into a slight smile, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, quickly vanishing. Click. Lin, go. I'm going down to check it out first. The driver, Jing Tian, hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt, eager to investigate. Zhang Tai, go down with Jing Tian and keep an eye on him, Lin instructed in the team voice chat before closing his eyes to rest, as if the coldness that had just flashed in his eyes was merely an illusion. Protect? There aren't any zombies nearby. It was desolate, with only a gas station not far away. Zhang Tai was slightly taken aback. He felt that there seemed to be a hint of killing intent in Lin An's tone. Wake up, are you okay? And Jing Tian said in a deep voice, shaking the girl under his feet. Although he was sure that the skills he trained in his unit wouldn't lead him to bump into someone, the girl under him was covered in blood. Zhang Tai followed behind him, but after Lin An's remark, he became a bit alert. Water, water. The young girl on the ground spoke in a hoarse voice, slowly opening her eyes. Hearing this, and Jing Tian quickly took out his water bottle from his waist and handed it to her. It seemed she hadn't drunk water for a long time. The girl took the bottle and gulped it down. How are you? Can you move? And Jing Tian instinctively cared about the girl on the ground. Not because he was attracted to her beauty, but because he was a kind-hearted soldier. In some ways, he and Zhang Tai were similar, viewing helping others as their duty. The girl remained silent, and a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes as she pulled up her legs hidden under her skirt. And Jing Tian caught a glimpse of this, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The girl's knees had been nailed through by iron nails, with a bundle of transparent fishing line wrapped around them. It was an instinctive reaction from a soldier to recognize the danger. He instantly realized the problem. With such injuries, the girl could never crawl onto the highway by herself. She must have been discarded here after someone had mutilated her legs. Someone is lying in wait. Click. The bullet was chambered. Suddenly, a group of people sprang out from behind the highway guardrail, aiming guns at him. Hands on your head. Everyone, get out of the car, or I'll shoot him dead. Chapter 66. Not leaving anyone behind, a total of 9 people emerged from both sides of the highway, 5 armed with guns, and the rest carrying makeshift weapons. 3 Colt 1991s, a Type 54 pistol, and a bolt-action sniper rifle. The leader was a lean man with a dark expression, followed by others dressed in yellow-brown work uniforms. 2 of them aimed handguns at the SUV inside, while the remaining 2 locked onto Jing Tian and Zhang Tai with their guns. In the distance, a man with a bolt-action sniper rifle hid behind a scrap car door. The gun barrel showed significant wear, and while he held his gun in a standard position, the group lacked signs of professional training, considering their outfits. And Jing Tian instantly judged that this group likely came from a shooting range or club members. His heart sank. He slowly stood up, extending his hands outward, knees slightly bent, ready to exert force at any moment. Identifying enemy weapons and reacting within 2 seconds was a basic quality of a soldier. Boss, don't say this trick actually works. Another bunch of idiots took the bait. The man with the Type 54 pistol snuffed out his cigarette, casting a disdainful glance at Jing Tian, then turned to speak to the leader. The lean man chuckled lightly. Don't chatter. Keep an eye on that big guy. If he dares to move, shoot him dead. He looked at Zhang Tai, whose height of 9 meters alone was enough to intimidate. Get your people down. Stop wasting time. And you, don't even think about moving. You think I can't tell you're a soldier? And Jing Tian's heart sank. The leading man was extremely cautious, his Colt never leaving his brow. What to do? He had initially thought of seizing the gun when they got closer, but it seemed difficult to accomplish. Realizing that he had been found by this group of criminals because he wanted to get out and save someone, he felt a bitter regret in his heart. His recklessness had endangered everyone. He just didn't notice that Zhang Tai beside him had a strange expression, lazily standing in place without a care. Damn it. Don't think I won't shoot. Hands on your head. Do you hear me? Zhang Tai's indifference infuriated the man aiming at him. The man with the small braid. whose forehead appeared sunken. Looked like he came from Southeast Asia. He waved his handgun and kicked Zhang Tai in the back, but it didn't budge. Team Lin, why don't you let me go crush them? Just a bunch of bugs. I could take them out in a second. Jing Tian hasn't seen us in action. I estimate he's panicking right now. Lin chuckled lightly. Indeed, aside from seeing Huang Gang in action, and Jing Tian had never seen an Awaken's combat skills. By the time he woke up, all problems would be resolved. In his mind, he still had no concept of the combat power of Awakened ones, and might even think that Zhang Tai was the strongest in the group. Therefore, when encountering armed criminals, he instinctively felt a great threat. After all, a flesh-and-blood body could hardly be stronger than a bullet. Lin glanced at Jing Tian outside and casually said, Jing Tian has had no contact with the outside world since the apocalypse broke out. I hope to let him experience it once to raise his awareness. In his previous life, Lin had seen a lot of these fishing tactics, with many powerful Awakened ones falling for them. And don't blame him. If I weren't here, you would have gotten out directly too. Zhang Tai awkwardly laughed a couple of times. He truly didn't take this group seriously. Guns? Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary players. They were deadly weapons. But in Linen's eyes, no, even in his own eyes, the guns in these people's hands were like toys. Unless they aimed directly at his forehead, they might be able to injure him. But as long as he activated bear transformation, bullets of this caliber would feel like mere tickles when hitting him. Inside the vehicle, Mo Ling remained indifferent, eyes closed in sleep, while Lu Shiming was anxiously huddled inside. Brother Lin seemed very strong to him, but he glanced at the armed people outside and couldn't help but feel a bit fearful. After all, they had guns. It's over. No matter how fast Brother Lin is, he can't outrun a bullet. He couldn't help but wear a worried expression and frequently look towards Lin and Zhang Tai. Hold back for a bit. I hope this incident leaves a deep impression on him to experience the nature of humanity in the apocalypse. Got it, Team Lin. Should I put on a show? Lin did not reply, directly closing his eyes to rest. He actually had one more thing he hadn't told Zhang Tai. There was an awakened person hidden among this group. Indeed, his team's strength was very strong. And at this stage, only third-tier mutants could pose a threat to him. But what about in the future? Players' strengths would inevitably increase, and even zombies would gradually mutate. Zhang Tai's personality was too reckless, and Linen also planned to make him more cautious. In the apocalypse, threats came not only for zombies. Often, those wanting to kill you were also humans. That pretty boy inside, get the hell down. Playing dead, huh? The scar-faced man aiming at the SUV banged on the car window, loudly cursing Linen, who had his eyes closed inside. Another person yanked Lu Shiming out of the car through the door Zhang Tai had opened, dragging him to the ground. No, please don't kill me. Lu Shiming, pulled from the car, curled up on the ground with his hands over his head, begging for mercy. It's over. This time it's really over. And Jing Tian watched his companion being dragged out of the car, and with Lin An's head being held at gunpoint, he felt an overwhelming rage in his heart. Even Zhang Tai beside him stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. His fists clenched tightly. It's all my fault. The scene of Xia being bullied, and himself being powerless, flashed before his eyes. How similar. Why? Why don't I have the power? The leading man glanced at the now controlled individuals inside the car and walked straight to Jing Tian. Bang! He forcefully kicked Jing Tian in the knee, causing Jing Tian's legs to give way, staggering. Among those present, only Jing Tian seemed threatening, acting like a soldier. As for Zhang Tai, the big guy had broken a hand, probably too stunned to react. The pretty boy inside the car was even more terrified, playing dead. And the little girl and Lu Shiming were even less of a threat. I told you to kneel down. Do you hear me? Want to resist, huh? You think I don't know you want to grab the gun? I'll kill your companion right now. Boss, I might as well just kill this guy. Damn it. This useless piece of trash still wants to play dead? What a softy. The gunman pressing the gun against Lin An's forehead cursed as he released the safety. And Jing Tian, seeing this, smiled bitterly. He knew that if he didn't give up his resistance and kneel, they would really shoot Lin and to establish their authority. A man's knees hold gold beneath them, and that is dignity. If Lin was not being threatened, he would rather die than kneel. Humiliation, despair. He slowly knelt down. Zhang Tai. Lin An's eyes suddenly opened wide, a strong killing intent flashing in his gaze. And Jing Tian had already experienced enough. But if these people wanted to humiliate his brother, he would never allow it, even if it meant foregoing the opportunity to further temper Jing Tian. Damn it. Getting stronger was to protect those he wanted to protect, to live well with his people. If it meant making Jing Tian lose his dignity, he would be a fool. Not even the King of Heaven could make his brother kneel. Kill them. Not one left alive. All right, Team Lin. Zhang Tai suddenly turned from his dazed expression, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Although it had been less than half a minute since he performed, he was still somewhat displeased. What kind of bird dares to insult my boss? If Zhang grandfather doesn't squeeze you out of your shit, he won't take the Zhang surname. The road underfoot suddenly cracked. He erupted with a speed beyond human limits, rushing to Jing Tian's side. Bang! With a slap of his right hand. The man holding the Type 54 had his skull smashed, his 1.7 meter frame compressed to less than half a meter, brain matter and blood splattering. Brutal, ruthless. Zhang Tai's sudden explosion of violence shocked everyone, and instinctively, they turned their guns towards the two and opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out like continuous firecrackers. Zhang Tai immediately reacted, blocking in front of Jing Tian. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Jing Tian's eyes were wide in disbelief. Zhang Tai had actually shielded him, taking all the bullets. Zhang Tai. He instinctively supported Zhang Tai's back, his eyes reddening. In front of him, Zhang Tai, who was protecting him, was hit by dozens of bullets, blood slowly flowing from the dense holes in his broad chest. Grief and anger mingled. Hee. Before he could react, Zhang Tai suddenly turned his head and grinned at Jing Tian. Don't be afraid, buddy, just a tickle. The entire venue fell silent. Chapter 67. The Hidden Awakened One. Ding-dang, the sound of bullet casings hitting the ground was crisp, and Jing Tian felt a bit dazed. He clearly saw the Colt of the leading man accurately hit Zhang Tai's heart, enduring dozens of gunshots. Even an African wild elephant would drop dead on the spot. Bullets capable of penetrating iron plates were just a tickle. Zhang Tai, unconcerned, turned back, grinning fiercely, staring fixedly at the stunned crowd. Let me guess. Who fired the first shot? His excited tone was as if asking a child if they wanted candy. One by one, orange-yellow bullets squeezed out from the wounds, dropping to the ground with traces of blood. Boom! The ground cracked. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tai's figure moved like lightning, instantly appearing behind the leading man, his massive hand grabbing his head. Was it you who made my boss's brother kneel? No, it wasn't. The head wrapped in the giant hand showed a look of terror, the mouth opening but unable to make a sound. The thick arm exerted force and then gently lifted. Pop! The sound was crisp, unimaginable for a human head to be pulled out of the body like a wine cork. The head in his hand looked like a freshly pulled sweet potato, the spine hanging like sweet potato vines swaying below. 5 seconds later, the leading man's body swayed, and blood finally reacted, spraying out like a fountain from the wound. The crowd screamed, going wild. Since the apocalypse began, they had never seen such a horrific scene. The man with the Type 54 felt his guts churn. The impact of the scene before him was too strong. The extreme violence nearly shattering his sanity. Fear spread, and he instinctively pulled the trigger madly, trying to vent his terror. Flames spewed from the gun's mouth. The bullets lined up, shooting toward Zhang Tai's massive body. Perhaps it was the scream that triggered it. All the stunned gunmen fired at once. Kill him. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. The dense gunfire echoed on the empty road. Boom! Zhang Tai turned his head, locking onto the gunman by the off-road vehicle, and once again erupted with a speed beyond ordinary human reaction, rushing forward. The 10-meter distance was crossed in an instant. With his dual-level strength, this speed was nothing unusual. His massive body stopped in front of the man, the wind pressure from his sprint blowing the man's hair back, revealing terrified eyes beneath his bangs. Zhang Tai grinned, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Was it you who pointed a gun at Team Lin? Before the man's scream could escape, Zhang Tai's enormous palm struck out in an instant, brutally severing his upper body, the flung body turning into mush like a rag. Drip, drip, blood mixed with unknown fragments fell in front of Lu Shiming. Gulp! Lu Shiming, who was lying on the ground, had just felt death was imminent, only to find the battlefield situation changing in an instant. However, even knowing that Zhang Tai was on his side, He couldn't help but feel a bit of fear when he saw the flesh on that giant hand. Too terrifying. He instinctively turned to look at Lennon, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and a thought that shocked even him burst forth in his mind. If such a brutal person is willing to be a subordinate, how terrifying must Lennon, as the leader, be? What kind of team have I joined? Run. The last two men with Colts could no longer contain their fear, sprinting away desperately. In their panic, they didn't even dare to turn back to pick up their fallen handguns. The few people holding machetes and iron rods were even more terrified, running away towards the abandoned vehicles without looking back. Clearly, they were the ones robbing and killing, but why did it feel like they were the ones being robbed? Run faster, little mice. Zhang Tai sneered, not immediately pursuing them, but casually shook his arms. He liked this action. Ever since he saw Team Lin's habit, he instinctively wanted to imitate it. The people before him posed no threat. With his speed, he could catch up to them all in just a few seconds. In the days he had followed Lin, the enemies he encountered were either Tier 3 or top-tier mutated beings. Especially the experience at the hotel had left him with repressed fury. It was rare to encounter a bunch of weaklings. Like Jing Tian, he saw the iron nails in the girl's knees and the fishing line preventing her escape. The words of that group just now clearly revealed one piece of information. They weren't doing this for the first time. Who knows how many people have been used as bait and died tragically like this. Zhang Tai hated these kinds of trash that bully the weak the most. Bang! Unlike the sound of a handgun, a sniper rifle fired from a distance. The .7.62 caliber bullet was incredibly precise, instantly closing in on his forehead. Bear transformation. Instincts from the beast made him feel the threat of death from this bullet. Zhang Tai instantly activated his bear transformation, his body swelling again, transforming into a 2-meter-tall black bear, dense fur covering his entire body. Puffed. Blood splattered as the suddenly arriving bullet struck his forehead in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, after the bear transformation, his high defense blocked the final impact of the bullet. Zhang Tai was startled. Had he not instinctively activated his ability, his shot might have killed him. Damn it, almost capsized in the gutter. What kind of bird gun has such power? Confused. Just who the hell uses a cold gun? Zhang Tai didn't think much, and after becoming enraged, he was too lazy to play the cat-and-mouse game any longer. Without hesitation, his eyes locked onto the man shooting from the farthest distance. Violent charge. The advanced skill was activated. A red light enveloped his entire body. Unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled slightly. The black bear charged forward like a roaring heavy truck, covering 10 meters in a single stride with astonishing momentum. Inside the vehicle, Lennon suddenly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Zhang Tai was too careless, too reckless. Even if he hadn't reminded Zhang Tai that there were awakeners hidden among them, he should have realized it after taking that shot. The precision was evident, and the bullet's power was clearly enhanced. Moreover, the most crucial point was that everyone was fleeing towards the person with the bolt-action sniper rifle, rather than scattering in different directions. Having witnessed Zhang Tai's speed, they still dared to concentrate their escape in one direction. Anyone with a bit of vigilance should have sensed something. He sighed lightly. This team was hard to lead, and Jing Tian hadn't adapted to the apocalypse yet. And when you could only serve as support, the mysteriously originating Mo Ling was not suitable for direct combat. At present, only he and Zhang Tai had combat power in the entire team. Zhang Tai had a good character, and his combat style was decisive and straightforward. Nurturing him was a promising endeavor. After these days, he hoped to cultivate Zhang Tai into a daring and fierce warrior, but he shouldn't be a mindless brute. Lin immediately got out of the car, focusing his mental energy on the distance. Every person fleeing was exerting themselves to the fullest, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. The first man to flee had already reached the side of the long-haired man with the gun, gasping for breath. Awakened. Zhigu. That monster must also be an awakener. Zhigu, you need to act quickly. The boss was killed by him. The long-haired man, known as Zhigu, put down the sniper rifle, not replying, but his eyes were fixed intently on the approaching Zhang Tai. With a roar, Zhang Tai charged forward, his massive palm slamming down toward the crowd gathered behind the long-haired man. Boom! A scaled fist collided with a bare paw powerful enough to crush steel plates. The tremendous force caused the car's glass to shatter instantly amid the spreading sound waves. Chapter 68. You don't deserve it. Zhang Tai's pupils contracted sharply. The long-haired man before him had suddenly transformed into a monster clad in scales. With a size comparable to his own, the monster stood 2 meters tall, its explosive muscles covered in brown scales, icy white vertical pupils, and a long, sharp-tailed whip swaying behind it. What the hell is this thing? Just like you, an awakener. The man who transformed into the phosphor beast had a hoarse voice, instantly retracting the fist that blocked Zhang Tai's massive palm and charging up for a powerful strike. The fist wind howled, moving so fast that it gave Zhang Tai no time to react. Boom! The immense force struck the black bear in the chest, sending his massive body crashing into the abandoned car behind him. The metal deformed, and several tons of weight combined with the immense force crushed the car into a sheet of metal. This power? Roar! Zhang Tai let out a furious roar, quickly getting back on his feet, but the scaled fist once again struck him. Too weak. The air was filled with the phosphor beast's mocking voice as the heavy fist slammed into Zhang Tai's head. Blood flowed. The black bear felt dizzy from the heavy blow. Zhang Tai struggled to get up and counterattack, but his brute strength was evaded by the phosphor beast in an instant. Swoosh! The phosphor beast's sharp tail shot through Zhang Tai's bare paw and pinned it to the ground like lightning. The attack didn't let up. The phosphor beast turned and delivered another heavy fist toward Zhang Tai. Roar! The black bear cried out in pain, instinctively trying to block the phosphor beast's next punch with his left hand. However, his left arm was empty. He hadn't had time to attach a new limb with stitches. Boom! Dust flew up. Zhang Tai could only watch helplessly as the fist grew larger, instantly smashing him into the ground. The battle was over. The phosphor beast slowly retracted its right fist, its vertical pupils cold, then looked down at the severely injured Zhang Tai, its eyes filled with disdain. Useless. All brute strength. Nothing else. I knew this guy definitely wasn't Zhiji's match. The man who had fled first joyfully sprang out from behind the phosphor beast, overly excited. Idiot. With this little strength, he thought he was so powerful. Truly a brainless fool. The remaining few who had fled back couldn't help but mock Zhang Tai in the pit, extremely arrogant, as if it hadn't been them who had just fled in fear. I was wondering why that guy in the car acted so strangely. Turns out he was relying on having an awakener on his side. Damn it, do you think you're the only ones who have? Spit. Ye. Take off this fool's hands and feet. He just killed the boss. The phosphor beast chuckled lightly, not replying, but instead walked to the edge of the pit. That was their boss, not his boss. He simply couldn't be bothered to fight for that position. If he died, he died. Looks like you're the awakener in your team. No wonder your companions in the car looked so calm. But to think you're invincible with this level of strength? Truly laughable. Become my dog, and I might spare your life. Inside the pit, Zhang Tai, transformed into a black bear, gasped for breath, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had been reckless, but the gap in strength between the two was definitely not that large. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't yet adapted to the loss of his left arm, instinctively trying to fight with his left hand, relying on his high physical attributes, the outcome of their continued battle wouldn't be certain. He raised his head and glared at the phosphor beast before him. But from the phosphor beast's vertical pupils, he saw Lin walking over calmly. What is wrong? Unconvinced? Don't worry, I'll kill them all soon, The phosphor beast suddenly looked up at Lin, who was walking over not far away. Looks like your companion has come over by himself. Oh, another awakener. No wonder you all have such confidence. Another awakener? The crowd behind them heard the phosphor beast's words and were frightened, retreating again. But recalling the phosphor beast's earlier performance, they pretended to muster their courage and stood back out. If such a terrifying black bear wasn't Zhigu's opponent, how could this pretty boy before them be? Zhigu, kill him. Let them know what a gap is. He might be coming to beg for mercy. Didn't you see he didn't even bring a weapon? The phosphor beast looked at Lin indifferently, and under Lin's immense mental pressure, he could only sense the unique aura of an awakener from the man before him. The aura was weak. It seemed he wouldn't be that strong. What? Do you want to plead for your companion? The phosphor beast's sharp tail swung behind him, easily slicing through the road, plowing deep trenches. Still the same words. Become my dog, and I can consider sparing you. Unlike the mindless villains in movies, who would immediately kill everyone without mercy, to him, the ordinary players behind him were simply unworthy to be with him. The man before him, no matter how weak, was still an awakener. If he could take in the two of them, it wouldn't be bad. Lennon stood still, silent, seemingly pondering something. Seeing this, the phosphor beast chuckled lightly. What? Still considering? Don't think that just because you're an awakener, it means anything. The strength gap between awakeners is beyond your imagination. It's an honor for trash like you to be taken in as my dog. Swoosh! The metallic sheen of the sharp tail cut through the air, instantly appearing at Lin An's brow, seemingly about to pierce through his skull in the next second. Die or submit. The murderous intent pressed in, the phosphor beast's hoarse voice showing some impatience. I am indeed considering Lin and suddenly spoke, his tone calm, even carrying a hint of confusion. Whether or not to take you in as a dog. Upon hearing Lin and S words, the phosphor beast was furious, laughing in anger. Not just him, but even the few people behind seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Take Shigu as a dog? With this little frame of the man before me, the phosphor beast could kill a bunch with a single slap. Shigu, kill this idiot. I think his brain is broken. Damn it. None of your strongest are a match for our Zeech. I really don't know where this idiot gets the courage to seek death. Lin An's words completely enraged the luminous beast, who found the man before him utterly ridiculous. If you want to die, I'll help you. Bang! Power exploded. Nearly reaching the pinnacle of second-tier strength, the power surged forth, and at near supersonic speed, a fierce flash of blade light disappeared in an instant. Lin An's figure appeared behind the luminous beast like a phantom. 5 seconds later, snap! A streak of blood slowly spread from the luminous beast's foot to its right shoulder, and its massive body fell to the ground, split in half as if cut by a laser. I thought about it, but you don't deserve it. Bang! The blade returned to its sheath. Chapter 69, Baptism Tick-Tock. The man hiding behind the scale beast felt his legs go weak, his body trembling uncontrollably. A strong smell of urine wafting from below. Be brother, he cried out in regret, having just a second ago mocked Lin and with the scale beast's presence. The others behind him were in a panic, wanting to flee but too afraid to run. They had already witnessed Lin An's speed. If Zhang Tai was a 4, and the scale beast a 5, then Lin was a 10. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that no one dared to believe what they were seeing. They thought Lin was just an idiot coming to seek death, and, at the very least, the two should have fought for a while. The scale beast had easily defeated that terrifying black bear, and Zeed's strength had already been considered invincible in their minds. Who would have thought the outcome would be Lin and brutally killing it in seconds? Lin didn't even give the scale beast a chance to talk. If it weren't for what he himself said, that he initially considered taking the scale beast in as a dog, it probably would have been killed by him with one strike as soon as it appeared. Thud! They all knelt in unison, desperately pleading for mercy, having witnessed the brutal methods Zhang Tai used to kill. Facing Lin, who was even stronger, and being part of the same team, they could only imagine their fate. Such a death was simply too brutal, too cruel. Brother, please spare us. We were coerced too. Just treat us like a pile of shit. Just a fart. Please spare us. We really haven't done anything bad. It was all the leaders and Zai Yin who did it. Yes, brother, big brother. They're all dead. Please show mercy and spare us. The 4 knelt on the ground like headbanging insects, pouring out their hearts, wishing they could use all their eloquence. Tears streamed down their faces, each wearing a look of regret, as if they were truly coerced. Spare you? Lin smiled slightly, and behind him, and Jing Tian had already walked to his side at his command. Jing Tian was somewhat at a loss, unsure what Lin wanted him for. So much had happened in just a minute that he hadn't come to his senses yet. Crack! Lin An's figure appeared beside the kneeling group like a phantom. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed like bamboo breaking. Wails and screams erupted. No one could calmly watch their limbs being twisted and broken alive. 1 second later, Lin casually returned to his spot, as if the broken limbs before him were not human, but mere objects. Jing Tian, kill them. Not one left. His voice was icy, announcing their death sentence. And Jing Tian stood frozen, staring incredulously at Lin An's back as he walked toward the scale beast. Brother Lin, kill them all? He instinctively spoke. 10 days ago, he was still an ordinary person living in peace, let alone being a soldier by background who always viewed protecting others as his principle. Lin An's harsh words were indeed shocking his worldview and bottom line. The people before him were indeed despicable, but shouldn't they be punished by the police and the law? Even if there was none now, it would be hard for Jing Tian to bring himself to do it. These were living people, Brother Lin. And Jing Tian hesitated as he looked at the people on the ground who had been turned into human sticks, unable to stop himself from turning to Lin and shouting. They've broken their hands and feet. They can't survive in this apocalypse. This kind of punishment, I think, is enough. Not everyone participated. Kill them all. Lin turned to face him, looking calmly at him. Do you think I'm too cruel? Inhumane? Do you think that maybe they really were coerced as they claimed? He sighed lightly. Or perhaps you feel that I've become very strange. Not like the Lin you knew before. And Jing Tian fell silent. He indeed felt that the Lin before him was somewhat unfamiliar. Lin used to be a kind person who never argued with others, the kind who would blush easily. But why had he now become so bloodthirsty? Lin understood what Jing Tian was thinking. He didn't blame Jing Tian for feeling this way. Any normal person encountering the apocalypse for the first time would be like this. Hesitant, holding on to kindness, unable to act, and naturally trusting others. Human hearts are complex and change slowly. Unlike the remnants filled with malice before the apocalypse, these remnants would only vent their inner evil recklessly due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, seeing it as paradise and losing all humanity. But the vast majority of ordinary people wouldn't. Their kindness would be exploited and their merciful trust would be ruthlessly deceived. It was precisely because of this that he wanted Jing Tian to undergo this baptism. As his best brother, he didn't want Jing Tian to be deceived and threatened like he was in his past life, or even betrayed. If it were others, he wouldn't bother spending this effort to help them grow. If they died, they died. Those who couldn't grow quickly or adapt to the apocalypse should be eliminated. The law of survival of the fittest is natural. But for those he wanted to protect, he sincerely hoped to help them avoid such painful costs and lessons. Jing Tian, I want to show you something. And Jing Tian was slightly taken aback. What did Brother Lin want to show him? Lin and S gaze turned to the gas station not far away, where this group was hiding. Mo Ling, come over too. Bring the scale, beast S head. That guy isn't so easy to kill. Not dead. And Jing Tian turned his head in disbelief to look at the body cut in two by the pit. The head of the scale beast, which had fallen to the ground, seemed to sense the gazes of several people and trembled in fright. Lin chuckled at this sight. With his current mental strength and control, if he didn't even know whether he had killed the enemy with one strike, it would be too ridiculous. Feigning death with closed eyes, did he really think he was unaware? He had intentionally controlled the trajectory of that strike to ensure the scale beast would lose its combat ability but still survive for a short time. It wasn't that he was unwilling to kill. He simply wanted Mo Ling to kill the scale beast herself. A zero-tier symbiote needed to kill an awakened one to advance to the next level, which was similar to how awakened ones level up. Although he didn't know how Mo Ling had elevated her level to tier 3 in his past life. The current Mo Ling could be said to have no combat power. With an awakened one conveniently provided as an experience gift, he naturally wouldn't waste it. He was curious what kind of surprise a first-tier symbiote would bring him. As the most mysterious symbiote in his past life, no one knew what their specific abilities were. He hoped Mo Ling would perform well after advancing. Otherwise, with Wenya's mental barrier, their functions would have somewhat overlapped. Before Mo Ling reached tier 3, her abilities were to a large extent somewhat useless. Soon, Mo Ling approached with an expressionless face, carrying the head of the scale beast, which looked frightened. With her tiny stature and all the bandages changed, she looked almost like a child. A little girl walked over expressionless, holding a severed head, making the scene incredibly eerie. Let's go. We should head in first, Lin said as he led the two to the entrance of the gas station, his gaze contemplative. There was actually another reason for not killing the scale beast right now. He sensed the presence of a special item on the scale beast, which was likely the key to a treasure in a secret realm from his past life. If his perception was correct, then it made sense that the scale beast, with the strength of a Tier 0 Awakener, could rival or even surpass the Tier 1 Zhongtai. Chapter 70, Treasure Secret Realm. The four of them, carrying a head, passed through the supermarket in the gas station's front courtyard. The scattered shelves had almost no food visible. The ceramic floor was marked with chaotic shoe prints, and there were many dark red bloodstains that hadn't been cleaned up in the corners. Creak. The iron door had rusted a bit from the continuous rain. Behind the supermarket was likely the staff break area. It was pitch black at first glance. As the iron door was pushed open, a pungent smell of urine mixed with the stench of decaying feces rushed out. Lu Shiming, who was at the back, instinctively pinched his nose and felt a bit nauseous. The ground was covered in water stains, with discarded packaging bags and mysterious white wrappers everywhere. Perhaps the sound of the iron door had disturbed someone inside. Clang, clang. The sound of rattling chains indicated that someone was struggling. The windows in the room were covered with thick black cloth, making it impossible to see anything. Brother Lin, why are we here? And Jing Tian felt an ominous premonition and couldn't help but ask Linen, who was walking in front. Both he and Lu Shiming were still ordinary players, unable to see clearly in the dark without enhanced vision. Creak. Linen did not respond, but calmly lit the lighter in his hand, the flickering flame instantly illuminating the dim room. This is... Gag. Lu Shiming's face turned pale, and upon seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but retch, barely managing to steady himself by gripping the door frame. And Jing Tian's breathing became heavy, and he staggered backward involuntarily. These damn beasts! Coming back to his senses, and Jing Tian's angry voice echoed throughout the room, his face pale and fists clenched, his whole body trembling with rage. In the room illuminated by the faint light, 7 or 8 women, stripped of their clothes, were chained to chairs with their hands and feet spread apart, completely stripped of dignity, in such a humiliating and degrading position. It was hard to imagine what they had endured. Their wrists and ankles were tightly bound with chains, and the blood from the chafed joints stained red. Each small table beside them held an iron bowl with some fresh chunks of meat in it, apparently their food. In the center of the room, a corpse hung, covered in marks of being cut and bitten. It was obvious where the food had come from. They were actually eating people. And Jing Tian clenched his fists tightly, his whole body shaking with anger. How could this? How could it be like this? How dare they? Lu Shiming struggled to cover his chest. The scene before him was too shocking. The legendary cannibalism laid bare right in front of him. It was unbelievable. Linen did not react much, patiently waiting for the two to come to terms with this reality. Indeed, it was hard to imagine. The apocalypse had only broken out 10 days ago. No ordinary person could fathom how quickly humanity could deteriorate in such a short time. Cannibalism, something that only existed in ancient legends, was happening in modern society. Surprised? Lin An's voice broke the silence. He had seen scenes 100 times more brutal than this in his past life. The evil of humanity could sometimes be appalling, even worse than beasts. In fact, when you saw the nails on that girl's knees on the road, you should have realized, in the apocalypse, people are actually a type of resource, especially pretty girls. They can use this resource as bait, which means they are not lacking in women. What they lack is food and other things. It was clear that they had plenty of women to waste, but were short on food. So what should they be regarded as? Clang. The chains rattled. Perhaps Lin An's voice had awakened the people in front of him. Instinctively, they reacted as if they had been trained, unconsciously spreading their legs. Some looked very young. Some still appeared to be like the girl next door. At this age, they should be lively and radiant, full of youth. Yet there was no vitality in them at all. Each one's eyes were filled with numbness and lifelessness, as if they were merely meat that could still move. Huh. And Jing Tian forced a bitter smile. He finally understood why Lin had brought him here and what he wanted him to see. He was panting heavily, his anger nearly obliterating his rationality. I'm going to kill them. These damn bastards. These scum aren't even worthy of being called human. And Jing Tian snatched the handgun Lin had handed him and rushed out the door. Lu Shiming's expression changed. In the end, he chose to follow Jing Tian outside, unable to bear the scene before him. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, the gunshots mingled with cries for mercy and roars erupted. Brother Lin. In the team voice chat, Jing Tian's voice sounded weary and lost. I'll take Zhang Tai back to the car. Lin sighed lightly. This was something in Jing Tian had to go through. However, out of the corner of his eye, Mo Ling remained expressionless, as if the scene before her had no impact on her at all. Curious. Lin was somewhat curious about the girl's background. Even Jing Tian, who had a military background, couldn't handle the shock of the scene. So how could she remain so calm? Before the apocalypse, it was a normal society. He really didn't know what she had experienced before. In his past life, he had only met Mo Ling once. And since the symbiotic entity floated on the edge of the players, no one knew about Mo Ling's past. Perhaps he would have the chance to ask? Suppressing the thought, Lin looked at the severed head of the scale beast in the girl's hand. Still trying to play dead? With her slender, jade-like fingers, she directly pinched the scale beast's head, applying a bit of force, and the sound of crunching bones immediately echoed. No! The tightly closed eyes on the head suddenly opened, filled with hatred. Lin remained unfazed and directly asked, "Tell me, where are those eyes? Or is it a mirror?" He had sensed a strangely familiar aura when he activated his mental power to probe in the car. That was the aura of the Secret Realm treasure, key. Unlike the past, this kind of information usually came from the chat channel shared by players. This key had once been in his hands before being taken by someone else. He could have used this key to enter the Secret Realm and become an awakener, or even stronger in the year he was about to die. Like a bolt from the blue, shock and unease flashed in the scale beast's vertical pupils, as if Lin had uncovered a great secret. "You? How do you know? Who are you?" Lin An's words detonated like a bomb in his mind, and even facing the near-fatal blow Lin had dealt him, he had never been this shocked. 3 seconds. If you don't answer, I'll kill you now. Don't test my patience. He applied more pressure, and the scale beast's face was filled with pain. He could sense Lin An's cold, murderous intent. "No, unless you swear not to kill me." Lin suddenly released his steel-like fingers and chuckled softly. "I said I wouldn't kill you. I promise I Lin keep my word. Besides, I have no reason to deceive you." The scale beast stared at Lin in disbelief. After a brief hesitation, he chose to believe him. Awakeners break through the limits of the human body through will and physical quality. Such people usually have strong confidence in themselves. Since Lin had made a promise and indeed had no reason to deceive him, did he think that he was just ahead and wouldn't live long anyway? Not killing him would only allow him to live a little longer? Fool! You underestimate me too much. All right, I believe you won't kill me. The phosphorus beast was filled with ecstatic joy, and a flash of hatred flickered in its vertical pupils. However, beside Lin, Mo Ling suddenly glanced at the phosphorus beast with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Chapter 71. Interfere. Those eyes were hidden in an empty oil tank. This was a gas station, and when I first encountered it, I was still an ordinary person. This group of people had guns that could threaten me. I was afraid someone would steal it, so I left it there. Mo Ling stood silently beside him, but she felt a bit puzzled. Why couldn't she understand what the two of them were talking about? Eyes? Mirror? Why did the phosphorus beast immediately think that Lin N's mention of these two unrelated things meant that Lin N and its secret were the same thing? Lin N noticed Mo Ling perk up her ears to listen, and he found it somewhat amusing. It seemed that the girl was not as indifferent to everything as she appeared. Those eyes? No. Mirror. When the phosphorus beast mentioned those eyes, a flash of fear crossed its eyes. Even I had only seen them once. There is absolutely no way a second person could have seen them. So I'm very curious. Who exactly are you? And how do you know about those eyes? If you had seen them, you definitely wouldn't look like you do now. Lin N remained silent. In his past life, he had also encountered those eyes by chance. He could understand the fear in the phosphorus beast's words about the eyes, because those eyes could see oneself like a mirror. As long as they were held, one's soul and consciousness seemed to drill into them, seeing one's own face as if looking in a mirror. If it were only that, it wouldn't be so bad. But if the viewing time exceeded 2 seconds, one would see oneself slowly transform into the most feared existence within. This change was not an illusion, but real. From body to reason, from spirit to thought, a comprehensive transformation. Once the viewing time exceeded 10 seconds, the player would helplessly watch their body slowly melt away, transforming into their inner fear. Therefore, when he asked about the eyes and the mirror, the phosphorus beast instantly understood that Lin must have seen those eyes. It seemed that before the phosphorus beast transformed, its greatest fear was becoming such a monster. After all, there is nothing more terrifying in this world than turning oneself into the most feared thing. You fear bugs, then you will turn into a giant cockroach. A stink bug, with your head becoming a bug's mouth parts, your eyes turning into dense compound eyes, and your limbs becoming long, disgusting segments. You fear snakes. Then you will watch helplessly as your hands and feet fall off, becoming a being that can only slither with its abdomen. You fear ghosts. Then you will forever confront yourself, never able to escape. Which tank? Without answering the phosphorus beast's question, Lin calmly asked, casually handing the phosphorus beast's head back to Mo Ling. The sixth one. If you're worried, you can take me with you. And I also need that mirror to restore my body. Without hesitation, the phosphorus beast complied. Anyone who had seen those eyes, transforming into the existence within a mirror, could, in a sense, achieve a rebirth through blood, their limbs undying. As long as there was a breath left, as long as they looked into the mirror again, they could reshape their body. You know, even if I restore my body, I still can't defeat you. Moreover, I don't want that mirror anymore. If I look a few more times, I have a feeling I will completely turn into a monster. If it weren't for the power, who would want to become such a monster? So after restoring my body, I will leave on my own. On the lonely head, the dead white vertical pupils revealed sincerity. Lin nodded, indicating understanding. The phosphorus beast transformation was different from Zhang Tiexiong's. One truly transformed into a monster, with the habits of a monster, and the image of their greatest fear. The other was merely a manifestation. However, those who had not experienced it would not understand this pain. Just only seen the mirror once? Lin let out a cold laugh. If the phosphorus beast had only seen it the first time, how could it know so much information? It was clearly tested multiple times. It couldn't even lie properly. It seemed its brain had mutated. This was it. There was a hint of fear in the phosphorus beast's voice, but it was not feigned. I have already told you where it is. You promised not to kill me. I hope you can keep your promise after I restore my body. Lin turned to look at the phosphorus beast and nodded in acknowledgement. I won't kill you. You can rest assured. I, Lin, never betray my promises. His gaze was sincere, just like the phosphorus beast had just displayed. Hearing this, the phosphorus beast let out a sigh of relief. With the sensitivity of a monster to killing intent, it could sense that Lin indeed had no intention of killing it, and thus it couldn't help but urge, then let's go in first. Perhaps we can fight side by side in the future. I was wrong before. I hope you don't take it to heart. From now on, wherever I can be of use, I will do it without a second thought. Being able to bend and stretch. The phosphorus beast didn't mind saying a few good words at this crucial moment. Its life was in someone else's hands. To still speak harshly and refuse to accept, it would be the act of a brainless villain. There will be a use for you. Lin spoke ambiguously. The phosphorus beast was slightly taken aback, but it took it as something he said casually. As Lin prepared to open the tank, a hint of anticipation flashed in its eyes. It had thought that escaping this calamity by playing dead would be a great stroke of luck, but unexpectedly, things were turning out better than it had imagined. Inside the tank, it had set up over 30 mirrors, and those eyes were right in the center. Although it didn't know what method Lin used to see the eyes without mutating, perhaps he had only looked for a brief moment, but with over 30 mirrors reflecting, the time needed to gaze directly for 10 seconds to melt and mutate would rapidly shorten to 1 second. It had absolute confidence that such a setup would definitely catch Lin off guard. The time for changing was long and painful, and during that time, one could not move at all. As a mutated player, it would instantly regenerate its limbs upon entering. At that time, Wooden T, a Lin, and who was melting and mutating B at its mercy. Suddenly, a flash of a blade passed by, and the phosphorus beast felt a sharp pain in its head, and in fear, it saw half of its skull sliced off and fall to the ground. Damn it, you clearly promised to spare me. You actually betrayed your promise. Lin looked at the furious phosphorus beast with a peculiar expression. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I wouldn't let someone else kill you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the phosphorus beast felt an icy little hand suddenly plunge into its exposed brain matter, stirring it. And Mo Ling, wait for me here when I come out. Tell me your abilities. Resentment, unwillingness. The dead white vertical pupils gradually dimmed, life slipping away. Waves of black and white light floated up from the lifeless head, slowly merging into the girl's body. Do you still want to go in? That guy clearly set something up. Mo Ling frowned, her delicate face still wrapped in a few bandages of unknown purpose, but it was evident that she was in some pain now. The advancement of a symbiotic body was not like an awakener, where one could feel the joy of power enhancement. Each advancement for them was a struggle against the virus within, ultimately reaching a balance. Lennon did not respond. He stepped into the tank without hesitation. The most likely setup of the phosphorus beast was to utilize the ability of the mirrors themselves. It would either accelerate the mutation or enhance the effects of the mutation. Transforming into the existence of one's inner fear was indeed terrifying. But for Lennon, who had experienced his own fears in his past life, it was not a big deal, because what he feared the most was himself. A cold-blooded killer who wanted to destroy the entire world. In the dimness, light streamed in through the gaps, reflecting in layers. In the center, surrounded by 31 mirrors, a pair of eyeballs slowly floated. In an instant, Lennon apathetically met the gaze of the eyeballs. Perspective shifted. He saw himself. "Hello, Lennon," I said. Chapter 72, Harvest and Blossom. After the soul and consciousness were transferred into the eyes, Lennon calmly watched his body melt away at an incredible speed. Then he was reborn. "You are still as uninteresting as ever." The remolded flesh of Lin and scoffed at himself. What? Finally figured it out. He lazily stood in place, his originally gentle and calm eyes stained with blood, and continued. "Have you realized how ridiculous your stubbornness is? You say, why bother? If you had let go of your obstinate and foolish thoughts sooner, you wouldn't have ended up in this clown-like state today. Because of your mercy, the supplies you desperately accumulated were taken away, and you endured hunger. Because of your kindness, your first piece of equipment was stolen, and you almost died on the way out of the city. Because of trust, the last chance to become stronger was taken from you, and you barely survived. Because of responsibility, then, what does it feel to be consumed bit by bit?" Lin An's expression suddenly turned frantic from his face to his arms. Flesh began to disappear piece by piece. Even in the mirror, he could feel that pain. He was reenacting the scene before his death. From the dim oil tank to the safe house outside the city. The light inside the house was warm, and there was Tangwan. "The current me is good." Lennon seemed to be enraged, no longer calm. "I have the power to protect them. I saved in Jing Tian, and Xiao will return too. I have met new companions again." "Good? If it's so good, why don't you come in? Why don't you come to see me?" As if hearing a joke, Lennon suddenly leaned close to the eyes, speaking each word clearly. "You know in your heart what you are about to face. You have long sensed that someone is watching you. There are not so many coincidences. To save in Xia, you get the antidote serum to establish a safe zone. You are given the base vehicle. To gain something, you must pay a price, just like you won the power I give you." Lennon sneered, standing up. "The first mission was to kill a peak tier 2 Stitcher. If it weren't for the Black Dragon, do you think you would have survived? Si chic fui. Equipment, everything you could get, you took. But is it useful? The second mission was to face a horde of 200,000 zombies. And you even chose to increase the difficulty. You knew very well that after establishing the safe zone for a month, you would have to face it. You know you don't have much chance of winning. Is forcing Zhang Tai and Jing Tian to grow quickly useful? With a horde of 200,000 zombies combined with mutant attacks, what do you have to resist?" After a long silence, Lin An's voice was hoarse as he slowly spoke. "As long as I can subdue one of the 6 kings, the issue of mutants can be resolved. As long as I reach Tier 2, the zombie tide will be nothing to fear. With the psychic extraction from the base vehicle, along with the skills of a professional architect, there is time in a month." Lennon chuckled lightly. "It seems you have already figured out what to do, right?" It sounds like you really can do it. What about the cataclysm? What will you use to counter the global disaster that follows?" After a long silence, Lennon did not answer. He could not provide an answer. The self in front of him seemed a bit weary, slowly closing his eyes. "I will give you what you want, but you know what I want." The mirror shattered, and the shattered glass reflected Lin An's crimson eyes. "Ding, obtain Abyss I item. Special key. Abyss I special. After use, it can reveal the most feared existence in the target's heart and will gradually mutate with the duration of direct eye contact. Note, this mutation effect may weaken or enhance strength, depending on the heart. Key effect: opens the door of desire. Requirement: compatibility between the entity and fear reaches 20. Current compatibility 17. Ding. Obtained fear manifestation transformation. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Will 1. Life recovery speed increased by 50. Mental recovery speed increased by 50. Movement speed increased by 30. Attack speed increased by 30. Reaction increased by 30. Ding. Obtained fear body. Under the effect of fear body, any injury you sustain can be repaired by exposing it to the abyss. Note, each repair will accelerate compatibility. Ding. Monitoring special item. Judgment eye level increased. Judgment eye level 2. 1. Detects all surrounding information based on mental strength and marks weak points. 2. Obtains divine spike. Mental attack after release. Deals 15 mental damage and causes dizziness and confusion. Ding. Obtained abyss breath special. The dense notifications cascaded down like a waterfall, yet Lennon felt a pang of melancholy. All attribute bonuses combined with the newly acquired skills. His current strength had completely reached the peak of Tier 2, able to single-handedly contend with a small army. No battle, no struggle. It seemed like a pie falling from the sky. But he knew what price he had truly paid. The sunlight was glaring. Mo Ling slightly raised her head with curiosity, looking at Lin and as he walked out. Strangely, she felt that Lin, who had only been inside for a few minutes, had become somewhat unfamiliar. Lennon noticed her gaze, his face pale as he slowly raised his head. Giving her a gentle smile, the eerie crimson in his eyes flashing away. If you're fine, then something is wrong. As a symbiotic body, Mo Ling keenly sensed that Lin seemed to be transforming into a non-human entity, just like her. Have you completed your advancement, Mo Ling? Lennon looked at the serious girl who was observing him closely and casually asked. I have completed it. See for yourself, Mo Ling. Seeing that Lin did not want to say much, gave up on further probing and directly displayed her personal information. Buzz symbiotic body, Tier 1, 0-10, Strength, 11 Agility, 11 Constitution, 11 Will, 11 symbiotic body Tier 0 talent. Affinity with the dead, you can walk freely among zombies. And attacking will not break this effect. Note, this effect is ineffective against mutants. Symbiotic body Tier 1 talent. Summon the dead. You can consume mental power to summon nearby zombies, with a chance to summon a Tier 1 mutant. Continual mental power consumption per second. Note, summon Tier 1 mutants will not actively attack you, but if you deal damage to them, the effect will disappear. After reading the girl's talent, Lennon was somewhat surprised. The effects of Mo Ling after her advancement were much better than he had expected. Summoning mutants, whether for actively attacking other players or for defense by diverting zombies. If used well, it would be equivalent to a powerful trump card. Very good. Lennon couldn't help but pet Mo Ling's head. The girl's skull was standard, and her black hair felt smooth. Like petting a cat. It seemed hard to stop. Mo Ling. Seeing the strong displeasure in the girl's eyes, Lennon ultimately chose to give up. Then he flipped his wrist, and a wisp of black aura floated in his palm, twisting. Jing Tian, come to my side. Chapter 73. Abyss Professional Lingo, what's the matter? And Jing Tian rushed to Lin's side upon hearing his voice, his originally clean black combat uniform splattered with blood. Not far away, several corpses lay sprawled on the ground. His face was pale, and he forced a smile at Lin and thought for a moment and slowly spoke. Jing Tian, we're going to school next. There are not only many zombies there, but there may also be awakened ones inside. Just as you saw today, sometimes the danger does not only come from zombies. So, Lin Ye, I understand, I'm sorry. I'm dragging you down. I was too foolish, knowing that it's already the end of the world, but not being vigilant at all. And Jing Tian bitterly interrupted Lin's words, his eyes dimmed. He had already witnessed the power of the awakened. Originally, he thought that as a soldier, he could help Lin to some extent. But after experiencing what had just happened, he felt like a useless person. I will leave on my own soon to find the psychic node and become an awakened. I know our team won't keep useless people. He recalled the scene of Lu Shiming being rejected by Lin that day, feeling a little sour in his heart. Zhang Tai's already told me where there are psychic nodes. I hope I can come back alive, not becoming your burden, and be able to help you. The chance of an ordinary player becoming an awakened is very low, but as long as I can gain power, even if it's a 1 in 10,000 chance, I'm willing to try. He no longer wanted to experience the pain and humiliation of that night. If something happens to me, Brother Lin, I want to ask you, can you find in Xia? It's my fault for not being able to protect her. And Jing Tian mustered his courage, his voice trembling. Lin he touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward about the abyssal aura that was originally hidden behind him. Jing Tian, you may have misunderstood my meaning. I mean, we will face even more dangerous situations in the future. So, are you willing to become an awakened? And Jing Tian stood there in a daze as a strand of black aura floated slowly in front of him. This is a gift I prepared for you. Lin patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with expectation and encouragement. Take it. I originally planned to take you to find some items to reduce the chance of failure, but I didn't expect to encounter this here. It's even better than the items I anticipated. He instinctively reached out to touch the floating black aura in front of him, and a system prompt appeared instantly. Ding, obtained abyssal aura, blue, abyssal aura, power from the abyss. After consumption can allow 2 players, non-awakened, to change classes to the Abyss series professions. Class change basic requirement. All attributes above 6 points. Consume any level of mutated creature's corpse. The effect of class change is enhanced based on the strength of the consumed corpse. Current usage times, 22, can be replenished. Abyss Profession Series, Stealth Assassin, Black Dragon Guard, Shield Warrior, Abyss Vanguard, Berserker, Curse Priest, Mage, Support, Class Change Effect. After successful class change, obtain Awakened Template. All attributes increase to human limits, 10 points, and gain an additional 4 points attribute bonus and exclusive skill 1 based on the professional type. This is, for me. And Jing Tian looked at the abyssal aura in disbelief, his mind blank. Along the way, he had already asked Zhang Tai about his attributes. And as the highest attribute being physique, Zhang Tai's physique was only 182, basic 14 team amplification player level 1 awakened 2. And as long as he accepts the aura and successfully changes classes, he can immediately gain at least over 10 points in all attributes, with a maximum of 14 points in a single attribute, as long as he levels up once more and kills 2 mutated creatures. His attributes can instantly catch up to Zhang Tai, a leap to the sky, from a mortal to a being peering into the extraordinary. Lin smiled at Jing Tian. He could understand and Jing Tian's excitement at this moment. In the transaction between him and himself, whether it was attribute enhancement or obtaining special bonuses in terms of value, this inconspicuous aura was the most precious existence. The abyssal aura is an item that can mass-produce special awakened. In his previous life, because he trusted others too much, the key was taken away. The person who took the key, after abandoning all humanity, obtained this strand of aura. However, unlike what he held, that person obtained a complete version of the aura after sacrificing everything, with an initial usage count as high as 99 times. With the method of mass-producing special awakened, he also ascended to become one of the 4 emperors, the Abyss Lord. No one would have thought that in his previous life, Lin seemed to be just an ordinary player struggling to survive. But in reality, he was almost one of the 4 emperors, controlling billions of beings. This heavenly defying item, while appearing good, also comes with a heavy price. If it weren't for the fact that he truly had no confidence in fighting against the cataclysm, he actually didn't want to converse with himself again. The fear within him was not just empty words. The key's other meaning was to open the door to desire and destruction. Even if Lin still retains some humanity, he can actually feel that after the transaction is complete, becoming him is just a matter of time. Brother Lin, is this really for me? It's too precious. I can't. And Jing Tian was at a loss for words. The experiences of these days had made him crave power too much. But facing such a precious item, he was somewhat at a loss. You are my brother. There's no need to be so pretentious. What are you acting shy for? Lin deliberately put on a cold face and continued. And in the future, don't talk to me about being a burden or anything like that. You just need to remember one thing. I, Lin, will never abandon my brothers. Even if you, and Jing Tian are a cripple or useless. I will protect you for a lifetime. His words came from the heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin decisively pushed the abyssal aura into Jing Tian's chest. Ding! Abyssal aura has been used. Current usage times 12. Like a living thing, the black aura created mysterious patterns around Jing Tian as it sank in. Wrapped in the dense patterns, and Jing Tian instantly fainted. Lin didn't care. He knew Jing Tian had fallen into the awakening class change state, and when he woke up, he would gain power beyond that of mortals. With expectant eyes, he wondered what profession Jing Tian would obtain after the class change. As a talent different from regular awakened, Abyss class changers, while lacking peculiar abilities, are absolutely stronger in combat power than most awakened. Otherwise, in the previous life, the Abyss Lord wouldn't have qualified to rely on nearly 100 Abyss warriors to become a commander of millions. Lin team, what does this mean? Zhang Tai asked with a bitter face, still in his tattered combat uniform. Having no time to change, was called up by Lin with the skill of flesh healing. His wounds caused by the scale beast had almost healed. It's nothing. Lin smiled slightly, then pointed to Jing Tian, who seemed to be in a daze not far away. Come, you two fight it out. I fight him. Lin team, are you crazy? What if Jing Tian gets killed by me with one slap? Zhang Tai was shocked, looking at Lin with a puzzled face. Could it be that Lin team has murderous intent, even killing his own? No, it should be that Lin team wants me to teach Jing Tian a lesson. To make him remember? Is this going to make me, old Zhang, play the bad cop? No way. If I accidentally hurt this kid, wouldn't Lin team be furious with me? Should I pretend that I'm still injured and haven't recovered? Lin saw through Zhang Tai's little thoughts, looking quite strange. No wonder Zhang Tai could come up with so many little thoughts in an instant. He didn't seem too stupid, just misusing his thoughts. It's fine, just go all out. If anything goes wrong, I guarantee I won't trouble you. Zhang Tai rubbed his shiny bald head, hesitantly nodded. As for Lin An's words about going all out, he just pretended he hadn't heard. That Jing Tian, let's fight here. Zhang Tai relaxed his body and stood in place, signaling Jing Tian to attack first. With his defense standing there, Jing Tian wouldn't even be able to hurt him. He had already made up his mind. At worst, he would kick this kid symbolically a couple of times, which he estimated was what Lin team wanted him to remember. However, he did not see the sudden fleeting smile in Lin An's eyes behind him. After being awakened by Zhang Tai's loud voice, Jing Tian slowly raised his head and then nodded at Lin. I said, Jing Tian. Zhang Tai was chattering like a talkative person, yet he failed to notice a wisp of black mist suddenly rising beneath Jing Tian's feet. The next second, boom. Shadow kill. Chapter 74, Abyss Profession, Assassin. Just as Zhang Tai was still standing with his hands on his hips, the ground beneath Jing Tian collapsed in an instant. The light warped, and a faint black gas began to rise. What the hell? Zhang Tai's eyes widened, and, in an instant, he felt a sharp breath coming from behind him. Backstab. Hiss. The blade pierced through flesh. The mysteriously disappearing Jing Tian suddenly appeared behind him, thrusting a dagger with both hands. A deep wound exposed flesh, and blood gushed out. As a former elite soldier, Jing Tian's combat skills far surpassed the brute strength of Zhang Tai. In that brief moment before the fight began, he had already determined the best position to strike. I'm hurt. I was stabbed by a damn dagger. Zhang Tai roared, realizing even in his stupidity why Jing Tian was acting so strangely. Unbelievable. When did this kid become an awakened? Bear transformation. Zhang Tai dared not underestimate him any longer and instantly transformed into a 2-meter-tall black bear, swiping behind him. However, his giant paw struck only empty air, hitting a fleeting afterimage. Direct thrust, Jing Tian's figure reappeared in front of the black bear like a phantom, bending forward and thrusting fiercely. Feeling another stab to his chest, Zhang Tai hurriedly turned around, swinging his giant paw. However, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his calf. Ah! Zhang Tai was furious, feeling as if Jing Tian was everywhere like a shadow. Every attack could only hit an afterimage. Although Jing Tian was only at the 0 level, the majority of the damage was mitigated by Zhang Tai's physique. Yet even so, it left him somewhat shaken. At this rate, he would probably be worn down to death by Jing Tian stab by stab. In just a few moments, Zhang Tai's massive bare body was covered in countless tiny wounds. What kind of power is this? Mo Ling's voice was cold as she asked Lin, her eyes filled with uncontainable curiosity. Lin smiled gently, unable to resist petting her head while saying, Abyss Stalker, Assassin, agile attributes, skilled in stealth, evasion, and one-hit kills. However, there is still a gap in strength between Jing Tian and Zhang Tai, and the defense after bear transformation makes it hard to inflict damage, which is why it has resulted in the current situation. Mo Ling, who do you think will win between the two? The little lowly pondered for a moment and quickly gave her judgment. A very strong profession. If Jing Tian can maintain this speed, Zhang Tai will be worn down by him. The attacks can be blocked by bear transformation, but the impact cannot. Also, don't touch my head. I'll go bald. Lin An's hand, which was petting her head, paused slightly. Yet he continued as usual. There was no way. The feel of Mo Ling's head was simply too good to stop. Smooth as a cat's head, especially since this head belonged to a third-tier boss from his past life. The Lord of Corpses, the deceased, TSK. This treatment is probably something he can only enjoy while Mo Ling is still weak. Ignoring Montag Ling's suppressed murderous intent, Lin continued to watch the battle between the two. It seemed that after completing the transaction, Mo Ling had become much closer to him. At least not as indifferent as before. Ah, damn you. Not far away, Zhang Tai was frantically waving his right hand in a frenzy, trying to hit the constantly flickering Jing Tian as if swatting flies. However, it was all in vain. The bear fur on his body looked as if it had been pulled, and sparks occasionally erupted from his body. Although Jing Tian could not break through his defense after he transformed, every jab and thrust could penetrate his defense and shake his internal organs. In less than half a minute, he had been stabbed by Jing Tian no less than 60 times. If it weren't for his high defense and being at a higher level than Jing Tian, he would probably have turned into a beehive by now. Take my old Zhang's falling strike. Just as Jing Tian finished a reverse thrust, he couldn't help but be startled by Zhang Tai's angry roar and instinctively dodged to the side. However, Zhang Tai, who was doubting his life after being stabbed, suddenly flashed a sly smile and activated his furious charge. Target, bouncing big, skill activated. A red light instantly enveloped his body as if a high-speed train had started, and the huge bear body charged forward. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Am I still fighting? Under the high-speed charge, Zhang Tai instantly appeared 100 meters away, shouting loudly. My pants have been stabbed through. This kid learned from whom? Every move targets the vitals. It's as if you want to cut off my old Zhang's roots. The breeze blew by, and Jing Tian stood dumbfounded in place, with the ground beneath him covered in severed bear fur being blown up. Lin chuckled, not expecting that Zhang Tai would actively choose to concede. But it was also understandable. With only one arm, Zhang Tai's attack frequency indeed could not keep up with Jing Tian's evasion speed. Anyone standing still and being stabbed dozens of times like a chopping board would break down. You did well, Jing Tian. Lin smiled broadly, surprised by Jing Tian's combat prowess. As a former scout, Jing Tian had a passion for collecting and was skilled in cold weapons, making his combat techniques excellent. As long as he levels up and boosts his attributes, Jing Tian could instantly transform into a reaper, harvesting his enemies' lives in an instant. Very good. Within Jing Tian's addition, his team was already taking shape. Among the team members, Zhang Tai served as the tank berserker, and Jing Tian acted as the scout assassin. Wenyu was the support, and Mo Ling could be considered a half-summoner support. However, he didn't know what he should choose. Shooter or spellcaster. Lin felt a headache. His attributes had almost no weaknesses, which meant he could take on any profession. Although his strength attribute was higher than others due to the enhancement of Soul Eating Hand, the Grudge Skull on him belonged to the best equipment for mages. The most significant bonuses were for mental recovery, vitality recovery, and movement speed. As for his talent skills, the all-attribute bonus was indeed monstrous but lacked any standout feature. The newly acquired Judgment I skill belonged to mental attacks. Overall, it seemed that a magic profession would suit him better, but that would waste his strength and agility attributes. And even vitality and movement speed bonuses would be wasted. Just as Lin was pondering, Zhang Tai's distinctive loud voice rang out again. Zhang Tai, now dressed in combat gear, held a can in his hands, his face full of resentment. Lin team, why didn't you tell me and Jing Tian had already become awakened? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so careless at the beginning. Zhang Tai felt a bit wronged. A significant reason he ran away, disregarding his pride, was that he was caught off guard and got injured at the start. As a result, and Jing Tian, following the principle that a weakness is a vital spot, took advantage of his injury to attack the same area relentlessly. After taking consecutive hits, he truly couldn't handle it anymore. If he continued to be backstabbed, his lower back would break. With his mental power, he could only heal flesh once a day, and he didn't want to be lying down until the next day. If he had known from the start that Jing Tian wasn't awakened, he would definitely not have been so careless. If he had directly activated bear transformation, he would have surely won. It's too embarrassing for a top-tier player like him to lose to a mere zero-level newly awakened player. Lin saw Zhang Tai's discontent and sighed lightly. Didn't you notice the updates on the team members? Only awakened or special players can join our team. If you had paid a little attention, you would have known Jing Tian wasn't awakened. Zhang Tai stood there, instinctively touching his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed as he wanted to return to the car. He had noticed such a detail. He really was quite foolish. The face that just turned away suddenly looked a bit dim, weak and foolish in the current team. Apart from the newly joined Liu Shiming, who is just an ordinary player, everyone else is more useful than him. What Team Lin said earlier was indeed just to comfort himself. Bitter and lost, he glanced at his incomplete left arm, a faint bitter smile on his lips. If both arms were intact, perhaps he wouldn't be so embarrassed in these battles. Since the day he got the sutures, the group hadn't had time to hunt first-tier mutated creatures. As for the second-tier suture in Lin An's hands, he never thought about asking for it. The bodies of mutated creatures are precious, especially the second-tier peak suturer. He had no qualifications or reasons to ask Lin for it. Team Lin was willing to give him skill books and sutures, and he was already very grateful. Lin looked at his broad back, turned away, feeling somewhat helpless. Zhang Tai was really a bear brain. Oh, right. Lin suddenly called out to him from behind, and then threw a half-human-sized arm at him from a distance. I originally planned to help you attach it at school, where there's a surgical room for better stitching, but I think it might be better to give it to you now. Zhang Tai stared blankly at the severed arm he received, at a loss. Chapter 75. The Hand of Suturing, Heavy Punch Strike, in front of a highway billboard. The group curiously looked at Zhang Tai under the high pillar. To attract attention, billboards on the highway are usually built on giant iron pillars nearly a meter wide and about 20 meters high. At 9 meters tall, Zhang Tai looked somewhat small beneath the towering iron pillar. Team Lin, I want to give it a try. Zhang Tai took off his shirt, his body bursting with muscles like rock, and his left hand had already been stitched with the arm of a second-tier mutated creature. Under his physique, the thick arm didn't look too out of place. Sure, I'm looking forward to your performance too. Lin smiled and encouraged him. After Zhang Tai finished stitching the arm, he specifically checked the properties of the stitching. Suturing hand, left arm from a second-tier top mutated creature, effect, strength 10. Second-tier bonus additional effect, heavy punch strike, can consume medium stamina, causing an instantaneous impact. Evaluation. The left arm of the suturer will destroy everything before you. When Lin first saw the bonus, he felt it was somewhat perverse. 10 points of strength is almost equivalent to 2 pieces of blue gear or half a piece of orange gear. The additional effect is even more terrifying. He still remembers the suturer's terrifying speed with a single punch. However, the high bonus is due to the replacement of limbs. And Lin and Wu Ti greedily changed his own limbs for temporary strength. The bright sunlight shone on Zhang Tai, giving him a somewhat violent beauty. He took a deep breath, slowly gathering strength in his left hand. Bear transformation. His figure swelled, the originally explosive muscles hidden beneath the fur, looking like black chunks of metal. Heavy punch. In an instant, a red brilliance erupted from his left fist. The speed of the punch, which was already fast, skyrocketed to a level difficult to observe with the naked eye. Boom! Give me! Smash! Boom! The ground trembled. The giant billboard, over 20 meters high and weighing dozens of tons, broke apart as if struck by a 1,000-ton impact, forcibly blasted off the ground. It moved horizontally in the air, appearing incredibly shocking. The metal deformed, and the billboard let out a painful wail. Bang! The massive object slowly fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone, including Lennon, looked in shock at the power of this punch. Gulp! Lu Shiming instinctively swallowed, fearing that this punch could smash an armored tank. What kind of person is this? This is simply a humanoid tyrannosaurus, a heavy bulldozer. Unlike Lu Shiming, who was amazed by the power, and Jing Tian's breath caught as he quickly simulated in his mind the scene of fighting against the current Zhang Tai. A second later, he despairingly realized that he couldn't dodge this punch at all. Too fast, with his physical attributes. He estimated that being grazed by any part would instantly turn him into a puddle of mush. Lennon, on the other hand, was somewhat pleasantly surprised, not expecting Zhang Tai to fit this arm so well. If they encounter mutated creatures again in the future, as long as they're not too strong, Zhang Tai should be able to use his violent charge and then land a punch to turn the enemy into scattered fragments. Not bad. The current Zhang Tai truly belongs to the berserker in a real sense. An indomitable battlefield warrior. After the giant billboard fell, the dust took a long time to settle, and the highway was left with a deep pit. After Zhang Tai released his bear transformation, he stared at the destruction he caused, his lips trembling, extremely excited. His biggest shortcoming had been his attack speed and damage, but now, paired with a violent charge, it made up for his speed. Strong, too strong, unbeatable. He suddenly turned his head and rushed towards Lin and Team Lin. His voice was filled with excitement, almost choking up, and for a 1.9-meter tall bald man to behave like this, it was enough to show his gratitude. Lin didn't avoid Zhang Tai's bear hug, just gently patted his back. He knew how much unwillingness and helplessness Zhang Tai felt in these battles. Weak and disabled, every fight was a life-and-death struggle. But despite this, Lin told him to charge, and he charged without question, absolutely no second thoughts. Every time he fought desperately, he could only be a meat shield, beaten half to death. Weakness is the original sin, and he never blamed Lin for taking him to dangerous places. It's just, who doesn't yearn for power? Who doesn't want to protect their loved ones with their own hands? All right, Lin helplessly pushed away the excited Zhang Tai. This guy was too heavy-handed after gaining strength. I still say, trust me, you're not a burden to me. Every awakened person is not a weakling. Lin's gaze was sincere and gentle. If it weren't for Zhang Tai fighting desperately to bring him back to the hotel when he was unconscious, even with his poison resistance, he would have probably been finished. Zhang Tai wiped away the tears of excitement from the corners of his eyes and nodded vigorously. Lin smiled at this. He really liked the feeling of helping others. Even if he were to be reborn, it would be the same. If there were any difference, it would be that he wouldn't help just anyone like before. He would only take care of and help true friends and brothers. However, speaking of which, Zhang Tai really is a silly bear, a big man, foolish and naive. The warm sunlight shone down, and Jing Tian walked up to Zhang Tai. Feeling somewhat awkward, he wasn't good with words. Brother Zhang Tai was in a good mood, and wasn't someone who held grudges. Directly interrupting Jing Tian's attempt to apologize. What are you talking about? It's just a friendly spar between teammates and brothers. You're Lin's brother, so you're my brother. He grinned, and his shiny front teeth looked really unpleasant when he smiled. Mo Ling silently watched the three, a hint of barely noticeable envy flashing in her eyes. Lu Shiming stood awkwardly to the side, his expression a mix of disappointment and longing. All right, everyone, get in the car first. Don't forget our destination is the school. To establish our own safe zone, Lennon stood in front of the off-road vehicle, with several people behind him carrying oil barrels. Although the space ring can hold oil, there is still plenty of storage space in the vehicle. After the apocalypse, gasoline is also a precious resource. If it weren't for limited space, Lennon wouldn't mind emptying an entire gas station. After the team members got in the car, he sat in the passenger seat and planned to arrange each person's responsibilities. Although this encounter brought you some unpleasant memories, we still gained a lot overall. The danger level will only increase as we head to the school. Especially you, Zhang Tai. Don't think that just because your strength has increased, you can still act recklessly like before. there will definitely be awakened ones in the school. Zhang Tai lowered his head, pretending to be mute. He suddenly lifted his head upon hearing the word awakener, his expression somewhat grave. Team leader Lin, are they awakener like the scale beasts? Lin shook his head. He found it difficult to explain the uniqueness of the scale beasts to everyone. Scale beasts are somewhat special. Normal awakener are generally humanoid. Transformations like you turning into a black bear are actually quite rare. Usually awakener are like me, enhancing their physical bodies for close combat and mastering some special skills. Another part resembles mages in games, wielding various supernatural powers. So we must not become complacent just because our team is strong. We should not look down on other awakener. Each awakener has their own unique strengths, and underestimating them could lead to trouble, even for me. The group nodded in agreement. They had seen very few awakener until now and were somewhat curious. If even team leader Lin, a powerhouse, felt the need to be cautious, they naturally took it seriously. Seeing that everyone was paying attention, Lin continued, "Next, I'll assign each person specific combat duties and positions. Jing Tian, you will be responsible for reconnaissance and assassination operations when necessary. During combat, move around the battlefield to find opportunities. Zhang Tai, you will lead the charge and be the first to engage the enemy. You are the iron wall at the front. Protect the rear. And Mo Ling, you will still be taking up the rear. Do not use your ability to summon the undead for now. We will test it later when the opportunity arises. As for Wenya," Lin paused for a moment when mentioning Wenya. The maximum distance limit for voice communication in the team was 100 kilometers, and Wenya was currently out of the communication range. We will arrange Wenya's combat responsibilities after we regroup. Lu Shiming, curled up in the back seat, suddenly asked quietly, "Brother Lin, what about me? Should I dig trenches?" Lin replied, "Just don't run around. You'll be needed later." Lu Shiming lowered his head again, unsure of what to think. "Brother Lin, you suddenly assigned us like this before going to school and told us to be wary of the awakener inside." And Jing Tian said, hesitating before deciding to ask, "Will they be our enemies?" He felt confused. If Lin An's purpose for this trip was to establish a safe zone, shouldn't he be recruiting people from there? As fellow human survivors, not every survivor should be as malicious as the ones they encountered before, right? For some reason, he felt that Lin An's arrangements seemed more like preparing for a massacre. The scenery outside the window flashed by frame as Lin An remained silent for a moment. They may not necessarily be our enemies. It's just, I need to kill. Chapter 76, Military Deterrence at Linjiang Academy, in the basement of the physical education building. The dark storage room had its workout equipment pushed aside to a corner. In the center of the room, a dark blue sphere floated, rays emitted from it filling the entire room. A young man with dark skin and messy hair, named Li Hua, was facing the light sphere, his face appearing somewhat gloomy under the dark blue light. His chest heaved as he desperately breathed in the air in front of him. Occasionally, wisps of mist-like gas spilled from the light sphere, bringing a slight coolness as it filled his lungs. With each breath, it was vaguely visible that his body grew slightly stronger. "Energy node," Li Hua murmured to himself, his gaze fixated on the light sphere, his desire for it overshadowing everything else in the world. Bang, bang, bang. The iron door on the first floor banged loudly, and even when it reached the second basement level, it was faint, yet in his ears it was clear. A trace of irritation flashed across his face. Clang! The iron chains rattled against the storage room's iron door. Li Hua quickly walked to the door, carefully locked it, and then went upstairs to open the door. Outside the first floor door, a few young men resembling athletes looked somewhat anxious. They had no idea what Li Hua was doing inside, as he always seemed mysterious. Who knows? Last time someone brought him food, they took a few steps inside and ended up getting beaten half to death by him. Are you talking about Gao Tian? I heard that if it weren't for teacher Liang stopping him, Li Hua would have almost killed him on the spot. Stop talking about Li Hua. You guys think you could just call him that? Call him Chairman Li. One girl among the five, looking somewhat older and heavily made up, glared and reprimanded the much bullier boys. You. The athlete who had just spoken felt somewhat displeased, but was quickly pulled back by his companions. What? You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you believe that when Chairman Li arrives, you'll be in trouble? The four suppressed their anger and exchanged glances. Tacitly closing their mouths, and not daring to continue the discussion. What a ridiculous chairman, Li. He was just a broke student 10 days ago, and now he insists on giving himself a title. Ever since this area of the physical education building was cleaned up, Li Hua had been abusing his status as an awakener, speaking in a tone mimicking that of the school leaders. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, as many students who disapproved of Li Hua's behavior had been severely punished. Li Hua moved quickly, standing just over 6 meters tall with a stout build, and approached the door with an impatient expression. What now? I told you, don't come looking for me if there's nothing. His Mandarin was somewhat awkward, thick with a regional accent. Chairman Li, the school leaders are calling for you to attend a meeting. It seems to be related to the situation at the back mountain of the academy. As the iron door opened, Li Hua's expression softened slightly upon hearing chairman and meeting. Clearly pleased, the heavily made-up girl hurriedly approached him, wrapping her arms around him. Chairman Li, I still have a lot of things I want to ask you. Speaking in a voice almost like a coo, she intentionally or unintentionally rubbed her chest against Li Hua's arm, her face full of flirtation. All right, I'll find you after the meeting. Li Hua glanced at the heavily made-up girl, feeling a rush of heat, and couldn't help but sneak his hand behind her back to explore beneath her pants. On the road to Linjiang Academy, in an off-road vehicle, and Jing Tian hesitantly asked Lin, Brother Lin, do you mean that the survivors in the academy may not accept us? Lin's previous words had somewhat shocked him. Lin wants to kill, to establish authority, to instill fear in everyone. Lin nodded, pondering for a moment. In his past life, Linjiang Academy, due to the large number of Awakener, was among the first to complete tasks and obtain safe tokens, and naturally, it was also one of the first places to establish a safe zone in the entire war zone. However, precisely because of the numerous Awakener, they divided into two factions early on due to power struggles. One side was represented by student teams banding together, while the other was a faction composed of academy leaders, teachers, and some students. It was ironically absurd. It was merely a school, yet they had formed departments mimicking a government. One must admit that power is like poison. No one can resist it. After organizing his thoughts, Lennon slowly spoke. Although the apocalypse broke out not long ago, you can likely sense it. When social order is disrupted, the value of power is infinitely elevated. As long as you are strong enough, you can obtain everything you desire: women, status, money, power, and even the life and death of the weak at your command. Originally, you were just an ordinary person, but as long as you become an awakener, with just a flick of your finger, ordinary people will kneel at your feet and flatter you, allowing you to trample them. You can kill at will, deciding who lives and who dies. Who can refuse such pleasure? Therefore, no one would willingly give up their existing power to become someone else's vassal. Thus, the best and simplest way to subdue the awakener in the school is undoubtedly to kill to stop the killing. Direct military deterrence. Kill until they fear and submit. Only by making them realize that resistance means death can we gather all manpower and resources in the shortest time to establish a safe zone. We have only 1 month. We must implement militarized management and high-pressure policies. Everyone must obey my orders. The entire force can only have one voice. Otherwise, just the infighting and bickering will waste a lot of time. If we waste too much time and face a tide of corpses in a rush, the death toll will only increase. Lennon, usually quiet, decided to analyze his entire thought process and inner feelings to the team members this time, without any concealment. He honestly informed them about the tide of corpses they would face after establishing the safe zone and the zombie riot 6 months later. There is nothing to hide. These crises will be known sooner or later. Only under the constant threat of death will there be motivation. Everyone has their own thoughts. It is fundamentally unrealistic to expect that showing dominance will make followers obey unconditionally. And Jing Tian fell silent after hearing this. He had no way to refute Lin An's words. Then, Team Lin, can't we directly tell them that there will be a zombie riot in 6 months? If everyone can't work together to establish the safe zone, but fights individually, then there will only be a dead end. Zhang Tai, rarely thoughtful, expressed his opinion after a long time. His brutal killings were only targeted at those he disliked. Essentially, he was not accustomed to engaging in senseless slaughter. Lennon shook his head and directly countered. First, why should others believe you? The awakened ones in the academy have likely already cleared part of the safe area. At this stage, as long as the awakened don't encounter large-scale zombies, they can protect themselves. Moreover, the academy is located in the suburbs, where there are no powerful mutated creatures. With these two factors combined, they will only think that this so-called apocalypse is nothing special. More of their thoughts will be focused on power struggles rather than survival. Second, even if they're persuaded by you or intimidated by force, what guarantees do you have that they won't have ulterior motives? Who will be the leader? Who is willing to give up their rights and privileges? Once someone interferes out of dissatisfaction, our efficiency will be greatly reduced. Therefore, we must implement extreme, wartime, high-pressure measures, rather than a consensus approach. This time, Zhang Tai was left speechless. Every word Lin said thoroughly refuted his ideas. The atmosphere in the vehicle was somewhat heavy, and everyone could foresee that if it really was as Lin said, then from the moment they arrived at the school, it would likely be a bloody massacre. Looking at the heavy expressions on everyone's faces except for Mo Ling, Lin sighed lightly. He actually did not wish to create too much slaughter. However, after 3 years of survival in the apocalypse in his past life, he had long seen through human nature. Well, he was not unwilling to give the fellow survivors a chance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin spoke. What I said is just the worst-case scenario. I won't necessarily cleanse the academy. You can first try to display force and tell them that we want to unite everyone to establish a safe zone. You can even inform them about the tide of corpses and the upcoming zombie riot. If most of them are smart enough, they may accept our plan. After all, one awakened, one lost is one less. I don't want to kill too many. With Zhang Tai and Jing Tian's current strength, they might be able to intimidate the awakened ones in the academy directly. If they can suppress with force, then suppress with force. People are used to respecting the strong and looking down on the weak. Only with strong power can trust be gained. If one day is enough to persuade everyone to agree to our plan, I can choose to gradually absorb them into our team. Everyone in the vehicle listened attentively to Lin An's speech, feeling relieved in their hearts. Perhaps by appealing to emotions, reasoning, and then demonstrating strength, they could minimize the bloodshed of survivors on their hands. However, Lin suddenly added coldly the next second, but as long as the time exceeds 1 day and there are still opposing voices or dissatisfaction within the academy, I will personally take action and cleanse until there is only one voice. Chapter 77. You're playing with Fire Linjiang Academy, North Gate. And Jing Tian gradually slowed down the speed of the off-road vehicle, looking serious. When he was also driving a bus with Yu Wei and the hotel survivors following behind. Along the way, everyone saw many corpses with various causes of death, with injuries from cold weapons as well as charred or frozen bodies. There is no doubt that these zombies must have been cleared out by the awakened ones in the academy. Team Voice, Lin Ge. We should be at Linjiang Academy up ahead. Stay alert. Zhang Tai, Jing Tian, you two go directly to talk with their higher-ups. There's no need for me to do the negotiations. The time for cleansing will be when he steps out. Winya, your mental strength is good. Pay attention to sensing the movements of the awakened among them to prevent surprises. Lin reminded Winya again. Although with his judgment, he could control the overall situation, he didn't mind training Winya a bit. Team members would definitely go out to fight in the future. And if he wasn't around, someone had to take on the task of observing the overall situation. Lin had already moved to the back seat, as Zhang Tai's large frame made it quite cramped for Lu Shiming, who was squeezed in the corner. Sometimes when the vehicle encountered a horde of zombies and forced its way out, he felt Zhang Tai could accidentally crush the future chief designer to death. After a simple briefing, Lin closed his eyes in concentration, beginning to think about the subsequent safety zone construction plan. The silver off-road vehicle and the yellow bus slowly stopped not far from the academy gate, and the crowd streamed out of the vehicles. Lin walked among the people getting off the bus, preventing any possible accidents. Most of the people Zhang Tai rescued from the hospital were the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. This group of ordinary people had no resistance against the awakened ones, since he had already decided to let this group of relatively good-natured people join the safe zone. Lin naturally wouldn't ignore them. A group of 21 people, with Zhang Tai and Jing Tian in the lead, surveyed the academy's outer wall, surrounded by a 3-meter-high earthen wall. Did the awakened ones create this? Zhang Tai looked at the gap in the earthen wall that surrounded the entire academy, marveling. Wenya closed her eyes to sense and nodded. Her voice sounding in the team chat. I can sense 3 awakened ones with earth attribute fluctuations. They're still continuously releasing spiritual energy. There are 3 more directly ahead, only one of whom has special fluctuations. The other 2 are likely physically enhanced awakened ones. And Jing Tian quickly observed as well, adding 200 meters ahead. There are 15 people guarding on the wall. At the 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock positions, there is 1 person each with a crossbow aimed at us. It seems they are not too foolish. At least they know how to establish a defense line. It's just that their alertness is too poor. Their positions are all exposed. As a former scout, and Jing Tian habitually reported all the warning points. It looked like a decent defense line, but in his eyes, there were vulnerabilities everywhere. As long as he was willing, he could instantly kill one of the awakened on the wall and disengage from the fight. Just as the 3 were carefully observing the academy, the defenders inside the academy were also watching the suddenly arrived crowd. On the dirt wall at the academy gate, a tall boy patted his companion beside him. Looks like more survivors are coming. Of course, I'm not blind, but they have quite a few people. Another group of starving ghosts looking for food? A bunch of useless people. They don't even know what they came here for. A red-haired man on the wall sat back with impatience, occasionally igniting flames in his hand before extinguishing them. Maybe they heard our broadcast, knowing this place is safe, and escaped from the nearby town. A bespectacled, ordinary student responsible for serving tea and water explained with some fear. Since the Awakeners teamed up to clear the zombies in the academy 6 days ago, this group of Awakeners has felt superior due to their significant power gap. With many ordinary people eager to attach themselves to them, the entire academy has seemingly transformed into 2 distinct factions. The bespectacled student glanced at the crowd, not far away, and couldn't help but sigh. The Awakeners in the academy have become increasingly radical and arrogant. If someone came by a few days ago, it might have been fine, but now they probably wouldn't receive a warm welcome. Humph. The red-haired boy chuckled lightly, taking the tea from the former top student with glasses and taking a sip. Those idiots messing around with your radios are afraid we won tea enough? Exactly. If it weren't for their leader being strong, I would have smashed their broadcast long ago. All right, let's go down and take a look. Don't let them in. Last time an infected person snuck in, it almost caused trouble. The tall, thin boy stopped his complaints, and the 2 leaped down from the earthen wall. The group ahead. Stop, he shouted. A side door of the academy opened, and 6 boys armed with homemade spears looked warily at the crowd ahead, led by the tall, thin boy and the fire element awakener. And Jing Tian was responsible for this communication. Upon seeing the people coming out of the academy, his brows furrowed. It seemed the other side was not very welcoming to outsiders. Hello, Before he could explain his intentions, he was interrupted by the tall, thin man. You are not welcome here. Go back to where you came from. Take 1 more step forward. Oomph. The tall, thin man suddenly kicked the ground with his right foot, instantly creating a small hole. Stones flew everywhere. The power wasn't great, but the momentum was impressive. The elderly and infirm people with Lin and were startled. Another awakener? They wondered how Zhang Ge compared to him in strength. The survivors saved by Zhang Tai had seen him for a while, and in their minds, Zhang Tai's strength was still at the level when he had his arm torn off by a licker. The tall, thin man was satisfied as he watched the elderly and infirm retreat in fear. He enjoyed showcasing his power in front of ordinary people and watching their terrified expressions. After demonstrating his superhuman strength, he spoke loudly. If you want to come in, you can, but everyone must be searched and all supplies must be handed over. If they're useful, we will naturally let you stay. He glanced at the elderly and infirm behind Jing Tian, feeling a bit impatient. The old, the young, the sick, and even the disabled. He wondered how these people had made it here. If it weren't for Zhang Tai looking tall and strong, he would have bothered with that last sentence. Unlike him, the fire element awakener looked over the women in the crowd with a gaze that seemed to linger, eventually locking onto Wenya and Yue. A youthful girl plus a lowly? What a damn perfect combination. He cleared his throat, reminding his companion beside him and forcing a smile. Don't blame us for being direct. As long as we check and confirm there is no infection, we will naturally let you in. The fire element awakener stepped forward, smiling at Wenya, secretly thinking she was hot. The cold-as-ice youthful beauty had an excellent temperament and figure, even better than their Academy S-School beauty, especially since Wenya's mental strength radiated, always giving off an alluring aura. The check is simple. Just come to the isolation room, take off your clothes, and we'll see if there are any wounds. His words were laced with frivolity as his eyes kept sizing up Wenya, and his companion, under his reminder, also noticed this. Check. Zhang Tai was furious. Now, an ordinary person could turn into a zombie in less than 10 minutes after infection. There was no way an infected person could be among them after such a journey. Damn it, this guy's eyes are clearly not good. After the red-haired fire boy finished speaking, a ball of flame suddenly surged in his hand, leaping up to half his height in a show-off manner. Beauty gets special treatment. I can personally help you check. He completely ignored the furious Zhang Tai and Jing Tian. A big fool and an ordinary guy, unless they were awakeners. He could turn them to ash with just one finger. Now that the news about the awakeners was no longer secret, most players had heard about it. He believed that the seemingly cold-as-ice beauty would surely be attracted to him, just like the class flower who originally looked down on him. Awakeners. It meant safety in the apocalypse. Everything happened too quickly. Zhang Tai was shocked. Damn it, this guy is playing with fire. He actually dares to tease Wenya? In his fury, he turned a glance at Lin An's expression, fearing that Lin would explode and kill someone. If Team Lin made a move, not a single person here would survive. Thankfully, Zhang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like Lin Team didn't notice this and was just in a daze. Boom! The ground collapsed, and Jing Tian instantly disappeared. Shadow kill. And Jing Tian's expression was cold as he activated his skill, appearing behind the fire element awakener, with a dagger ready to strike at any moment. The killing intent was locked onto the red-haired boy. His gaze was icy. He realized that the Academy S awakeners were not easy to communicate with. After awakening their powers, these people had a sense of superiority over ordinary people. If they didn't showcase their strength, they wouldn't even be able to enter the gate, let alone meet the higher-ups. Zhang Tai also realized this, stepping forward to confront the Academy's tall, thin awakener. In an instant, swords were drawn and bows were strung. The red-haired boy was shocked. He didn't expect the seemingly inconspicuous boy to also be an awakener. He hurriedly dodged to the side, wanting to avoid being locked on by Jing Tian. The surge of killing intent startled him. The tall, thin boy also reacted instantly, rushing in front of Jing Tian with a low shout. Beast transformation arm. His arms suddenly bulged, muscles swelling, and white claws extended between his fists. Awakener? No wonder he could bring a group of useless people here. The tall, thin boy sneered. And after activating his skill, he wasn't afraid of Jing Tian, who was also an awakener. Do you think being an awakener is impressive? Let me tell you, we have more than 30 awakeners here. A mere 0 tier. No wonder I didn't realize you were an awakener. His face was full of disdain. There were strong and weak among awakeners. His level had risen to 1st tier after teaming up with other awakeners to kill some mutated beings. So he naturally looked down on Jing Tian. However, the tall, thin boy was overestimating himself. After Jing Tian changed his class to Abyss Profession, he naturally exuded a hidden aura. Not to mention that he had just recently reached Tier 1. Even if you were Tier 2, it was unlikely he could sense Jing Tian's aura. As for Zhang Tai, being a transformation-type awakener, unless he transformed, no one could sense the beastly power hidden beneath his body unless they had overwhelming mental strength. The fire element awakener, after escaping Jing Tian's lock, also regained his senses, feeling a wave of anger. As a magic-type professional, he had always been the backline dealing damage. He had never faced the threat of death. Whoosh! Flames surged. He directly activated his skill, and the bright yellow flames in his hand soared half a meter high, burning at over 1,000 degrees Celsius. The successive changes caused the ordinary people in the group to panic, and Zhang Tai, hearing the chaos behind him, felt his anger surge, glaring viciously at the red-haired boy. Provoked by Jing Tian's killing intent, the red-haired boy couldn't help but curse to cover up his earlier embarrassment. You're not convinced, huh? He pretended to shoot flames into the crowd, startling the elderly and infirm. Damn it, I'll burn you useless people to death. Shut up, Zhang Tai roared, having made up his mind to kill this guy before talking. These arrogant fools, damn it, I have to take out a few of them. The wind from his palm howled as Zhang Tai's figure instantly grew and transformed into a black bear, violently sweeping a paw toward him. Chapter 78. Forceful persuasion. The red-haired awakener felt a sudden darkness before him, as a gigantic hand instantly slammed down in front of him. With the strength of the first level, Zhang Tai's speed far exceeded his ability to react. In despair, he didn't even have time to unleash the sunfire in his hand. The tall, thin man was terrified. Another awakener? Ignoring the fact that Jing Tian had locked onto him, he desperately reached out his right hand to protect the red-haired awakener. Crack! His arm broke. The overwhelming power shattered his right hand in an instant. Ah, my hand! He screamed in agony, no longer daring to make any further attempts to stop it. His once proud, beastified arm lay bloodied and limp at his side, and he could only watch helplessly as the giant hand continued its assault on his companion. Bang! The flames were violently extinguished. A foul smell of burnt bear fur filled the air, extinguished in an instant. The red-haired man's face turned ashen as the violent palm crushed half of his shoulder into a cloud of debris, his body being sent flying under the immense force. Still trying to escape? Rampaging charge. Zhang Tai grinned maliciously. A surge of red light erupted from his body. The ground trembled as his massive bear form closed in within moments, one foot crashing down towards the red-haired man's lower body. Aren't you so cocky? Ah! A chilling scream echoed. Riding the momentum of his charge, Zhang Tai stomped down, turning the lower half of the red-haired man into a mushy mess. Stop! Armor transformation. A voice filled with shock and anger. Not far away, the last sturdy man rushed out from the school gate, panic-stricken as he quickly activated his skill. A suit of silver armor instantly covered his body, resembling full-plate armor from the knightly era. He wanted to stop Zhang Tai. As the captain of the two, he simply couldn't imagine how to explain the loss of two awakeners to his superiors. Damn it, everything is happening too fast. Zhang Tai didn't look back, treating the captain's words as if they were meaningless. When the red-haired awakener was threatening ordinary people, why didn't you make him stop? With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck again. Do you love to show off? Boom! The ground instantly caved in, and this punch smashed the red-haired man's head down into the pit. Bang! Like a violently crushed egg. At the bottom of the pit lay a pool of red and white, devoid of any recognizable shape. The body, missing its head and half of its shoulder, was no longer human. Ah, why is he so easy to break? Zhang Tai grinned, then turned to look at the sturdy man rushing over, his previously feigned smile instantly turning cold. Do you also want to die? The murderous intent erupting from the black bear caused the man to hesitate. His angry reprimand caught in his throat. You guys. Frustration, anger, fear. The sturdy man's lips trembled with rage. He never expected Zhang Tai would directly kill someone. It should be noted that during the most heated disputes between the two factions in their academy, no one had ever died. In the greenhouse, the most bloody event they had experienced was cleaning up zombies within the academy. The scene before him was so brutal and violent that even though he was confident he wouldn't be weaker than Zhang Tai, he instinctively chose not to act. You dare kill our academy's awakeners. Wait. Clang. Clang. Sparks flew. Before he could regain his senses, a series of dagger strikes came from behind his waist, and he felt a force strong enough to pierce his organs, pain surging in his lungs. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lacking combat experience, he panicked and turned back, but saw not even a shadow of the enemy. The black mist rose and dissipated. Who is it? Behind you. The man with the beastified arm shouted in alarm, trying to warn him, but this time he no longer dared to assist his companion. The warning was useless. The armored man suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, a chilling, killing intent appearing before him. His throat went cold, and Jing Tian's lips curled into a mocking smile, the dagger in his hand precisely pressing against the gap in the armor at his neck. Dare to make a move? Ha! If it weren't for everyone wanting to reduce killing, according to Lin's style, they would probably be recruiting personnel in the academy, preparing for a meal. How could they be rejected at the door and then mocked? Shut up from now on, I ask, you answer. The armored man nodded with difficulty. his heart filled with horror. Clearly, the man before him had a strength of only level 0, but why was his speed so fast? His movements as ghostly as a phantom? If he weren't purely a defensive talent, that last strike to his back could have killed him on the spot. He couldn't even see it. How could he fight? I'm clearly at the first level. And Jing Tian ignored the astonishment in the armored man's eyes and calmly asked, "First, the exact number of awakeners in the academy. Who is the strongest? Second, the current number of survivors. Are there any trapped survivors? Third, what is the size of the cleared safe area, and are there any other dangers nearby? Fourth, are there still zombies in the academy?" As a former scout, and Jing Tian had excellent battlefield judgment. His thoughts were quick and to the point. Each of the 4 questions was crucial information. Linen, who had been observing from the shadows, slightly nodded. Jing Tian was indeed fulfilling his duties. He had been worried that Jing Tian would be disturbed by the previous events. It seemed that as long as he was given some time to grow, he would surely become a reliable aid in the future. The armored man's mind was in chaos, and he couldn't help but take a deep look at Jing Tian. So professional, so purpose-driven. Could he be from the military? 3. Countdown to death. I'll tell you. Without needing a second thought, the man clad in knightly armor had no doubt that if he delayed any longer, he would surely bleed to death on the spot. My name is Liang Yu, from the Sports Institute. And Jing Tian pressed forward with the dagger against Liang Yu's throat, signaling him to cut the nonsense. What? Why is my name considered nonsense? There are a total of 37 awakeners in the academy. It should be 36 now. The strongest. There isn't a single strongest. There are only 2 widely recognized strongest. One is the Earth-type awakener from the Engineering Institute, Huang Haitao, both at the first level. The other is the Flesh-type awakener, Li Hua from the Sports Institute. He should also be at the first level, but no one has seen him go all out. And Jing Tian frowned slightly. 2 dual first-level awakeners and 36 other awakeners? No wonder the people from Linjiang Academy were so arrogant. And no wonder Lin Gu wanted them to be cautious. With such a lineup, the strength they displayed might not be enough to intimidate this group. Even in Jing Tian felt a flash of self-doubt. Perhaps Lin Gu might not be able to subdue them either? Liang Yu noticed the change in Jing Tian's expression and couldn't help but show a hint of smugness. It was precisely because of their large number of awakeners that they could clear out a large safe area in such a short time. Kid, are you scared now? However, with his life in others' hands, he didn't dare to show too much emotion. In the entire academy, there were about 30,000 teachers and students. Now, only about 3,000 were still alive. As for other survivors, there should be none. Regarding the safe area, the entire academy had been cleared out except for the dormitory building, which had not been cleared. The zombies there are very concealed. We organized 10 awakeners to clean out last time, but even then, one person was infected during a surprise attack. Additionally, there weren't many supplies there, so we gave up on cleaning it. There are basically no other dangers in the academy. A trace of unusual color flashed in Liang Yu's eyes as he noticed that Jing Tian did not pursue the matter further and continued speaking. There are definitely zombies, but just a few scattered ones in the sealed dormitory building. By the way, we also encountered 4 lickers, but fortunately, Chairman Li Hua and Huang Haitao took action to deal with them. Those things are terrifyingly strong. Liang Yu emphasized his tone when mentioning the lickers. But upon seeing Jing Tian's expressionless face with no reaction, he felt a sense of frustration, unable to hold back a cold laugh in my heart. It seems that the person in front of me has probably never encountered a mutated creature and probably doesn't even know what a licker is. Otherwise, any survivor who has seen such a monster would definitely show some reaction upon hearing the news of its defeat. Such a monster cannot be fought off by just a few awakened ones. After listening to the information he provided, Jing Tian fell silent for a moment. Linen only gave them 1 day to persuade these people. He didn't know if it could be done. The 2 awakened ones from afar. I wonder if you can first release our people. Suddenly, a commotion came from a distance, and a deep-voiced man rushed out of the academy gate, followed by 10 others at great speed. Although his words were polite, Jing Tian sensed a strong dissatisfaction beneath them. In just a few seconds, the 11 awakened ones who rushed over from the academy quickly surrounded them with unfriendly looks. Various types of spiritual energy emanated from the 11, swirling magnificently. The leading man appeared to be around 30 years old. Upon catching sight of his own people's corpses in the deep pit, his gaze turned icy as he stepped forward and slowly spoke. "Release them, or you will die." Chapter 79. Meeting in Jingtian remained unmoved, holding his dagger tightly. Although being surrounded was expected, as their ultimate goal was still to enter. To release them would mean losing the initiative, without clarifying the situation and setting the tone. If the other side chose to attack again, what he had discussed with Wenya and Zhang Tai about persuading the academy to cooperate would become a joke. Zhang Tai was still a bit too impulsive. Although he wanted to kill when the fire-type awakened threatened the ordinary people behind him, he managed to hold back. Seeing the awakened ones from the academy arrive, Liang Yu looked somewhat excited, as if he saw hope. "Teacher Zhang, save me." The middle-aged man referred to as Teacher Zhang raised his hand to interrupt him, speaking in a deep voice. "This young brother, although I don't know what happened. If you don't release them now, don't blame me for being rude." With their own people still in the other's hands, he wasn't foolish enough to anger them. His previous attitude had already indicated that if they wanted to live, killing their people and publicly taking my students hostage was not something they could get away with. Zhang Jianlin snorted coldly, and a gust of wind swept around him, indicating he was a wind-type awakened one. And Jingtian and Zhang Tai exchanged glances and then spoke. "Bullying? We did not intentionally come here to provoke. We have matters to discuss with you. If your people hadn't spoken disrespectfully and attempted to attack us first, we wouldn't have acted." Zhang Tai snorted lightly, pointing to the place where the fire-type awakened had originally stood. The fiery, gushing skill the red-haired man had activated left many burn marks on the ground. "You can ask your own people if it was them who wanted to attack." Zhang Jianlin slightly turned his head to look at the beast hand man who had hidden beside him. The beast hand awakened looked somewhat uncomfortable, but under his gaze, he chose to admit it. Zhang Jianlin remained silent. In fact, he had guessed some things when he was informed. As a member of the same academy, he was also aware of the fire-type awakened one's character. It was not surprising that he could be ruthless enough to almost cause a death within his own academy, and it was normal for him to act against ordinary people. To put it bluntly, the three awakened ones sent to guard the dirt wall were all troublemakers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent here. "Fine, let us put aside the matter of you killing our people for now. We will investigate it later." Although the fault lay on their side, Zhang Jianlin did not intend to let it go just like that. Even if he agreed, the people from the academy wouldn't. However, unlike the inexperienced young students, he felt a threat from Zhang Tai and in Jingtian, especially Zhang Tai. Now, the academy's strongest force was in the back mountain. If a conflict broke out, it would undoubtedly lead to more deaths. Every awakened one was crucial, and if more died, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the academy. "You said you have something to discuss with us. I wonder what it is?" Zhang Jianlin asked, somewhat puzzled. He initially thought this group that looked like refugees was seeking shelter after hearing the broadcast, but it didn't seem to be the case now. And Jingtian pondered for a moment and directly spoke. "I need to meet your decision-maker here. It would be best if all the awakened ones could be gathered for discussion. With only one day to spare, if they couldn't all agree, informing them one by one would take who knows how long." Everyone, Zhang Jianlin frowned. The other party wanted to meet the highest authority and all the awakened ones together. What an audacious request. But so be it. He sneered inwardly. He was initially troubled about how to keep them, but since they wanted to come in voluntarily, it was exactly what he wanted. "I want to see what tricks you can play." After making up his mind, Zhang Jianlin didn't hesitate and directly spoke. "If you truly have something important, I can introduce you. But let me say this up front. If you have any other intentions and want to sneak in, don't blame us for being rude." Inside the academy conference room, more than 40 people sat chaotically in the spacious room. The crowd was divided into two factions. One side consisted of 19 students, each grouping together, looking impatient. The other group encircled the podium, apparently led by school leaders and teachers, along with 11 students. On the other side of the podium, and Jingtian, Zhang Tai, Wenya, Linen, and Mo Ling were sandwiched between the two groups. "Have you heard?" Among the clustered students, a dark-skinned athlete glanced at Jingtian, who was sitting at the front, and whispered to his companion. "It was this group that killed the red-haired guy, and they say they have something important to discuss." "The red-haired guy is dead?" The boy looked surprised, but didn't he show much emotion. If he s dead, he s dead. That guy offended quite a few people. But to dare kill someone from our side, that s pretty bold. Didn't he those old fossils from the academy catch them? I told you, right? They told Zhang Jianlin they had something important to discuss. They probably planned to act after the meeting. The conference room was noisy, and a group of female students came in to watch. And Jing Tian remained silent as the student group on his left discussed without restraint. Their voices were not loud, but clearly audible. Silence. On the podium, a middle-aged man with a big belly reprimanded with an ugly expression. The effect was not ideal. Only the teachers and students behind him perked up a bit. Comrade in Jing Tian, I'm the principal of Linjiang Academy, Huang Zheng. You may state the purpose of your visit. The man named Huang Zheng spoke somewhat politely, but there was an evident impatience in his eyes. And Jing Tian looked towards the podium and slowly spoke. Everyone, we have 3 purposes for this visit. To get straight to the point, I do not intend to waste too much time. First, I want to inform you that in 6 months, there will be a zombie outbreak across the entire Linjiang area, with at least over 3 million zombies actively tracking and attacking humans. A brief silence followed. What kind of joke is this? A zombie outbreak of 3 million? Before Jing Tian could finish, the entire conference room erupted in chaos. Kid, where did you get this information? An outbreak of zombies actively attacking? Do you think we've never seen zombies before? A student dressed in sportswear stood up, his face full of anger, pointing at Jing Tian. Unless we go looking for death to attract zombies, those things will just stay where they are. Laughable. This is the important news you speak of? You can't even come up with a proper lie. On the podium, the principal's side still maintained some composure and did not join in the ridicule, but the impatience in their expressions grew more evident. And Jing Tian remained indifferent, silently observing the crowd before him. Indeed, he had no evidence to prove his claim. People are often unwilling to believe bad news unless it is right at their doorstep. This friend, I remember you're called Jing Tian, right? Huang Zheng lightly coughed twice on the podium, looking with interest in Jing Tian. First, let's assume what you said is true. Zombies indeed have the brains to actively attack us. With so many survivors scattered across Linjiang, there's no reason for them to only target us. If it's just a scattered wave of zombies, I don't think there's much to worry about. Behind Huang Zheng, Huang Haitao chuckled lightly. As a leading figure among the academy's leadership, he was already somewhat impatient. Zombies? Even if tens of thousands came, so what? With so many awakened ones in the academy, there's really nothing to be concerned about. And Jing Tian exchanged glances with the other two, sighing inwardly. Zhang Tai had once described the power of a zombie wave to them. Awakened ones indeed had no fear of scattered zombies. However, once a zombie wave reached a scale of over 30,000, it would become extremely terrifying, even if you could kill them in groups. The continuous stream of zombies would deplete your stamina and mental energy, ultimately leading to a tragic death at the hands of the zombies. First, let me answer why the zombie horde would primarily target the academy. And Jing Tian ignored the mocking gazes from the crowd and replied in a deep voice. As you said, there are many awakened ones in the academy. Zombies and mutated beings are far more sensitive to awakened ones than to ordinary people. Therefore, when the first outbreak occurs, the academy, with its large number of awakened ones, will be the first to bear the brunt. The academy is located on the plain and besides the back mountain, which can serve as a barrier. You all should imagine how it will be when the zombie wave strikes. After Jing Tian finished speaking, he waited for the crowd to digest this information. There was actually one more point. Lennon had told them that there was a stable spiritual energy node within the academy, which would attract not only zombies, but also a large number of mutated beings. Because of this, in his past life, Linjiang Academy, despite having a large number of awakened ones and establishing a safe zone early on, suffered heavy losses in the end. If it weren't for the emergence of a powerful awakened one among the students, one of the 6 kings, the demon hunter, who turned the tide, Linjiang Academy would have been destroyed long before a year was up. Chapter 80. Zhang Tai. A good man when Jing Tian said sounded logical, but few of those present took it to heart. Huang Zheng glanced at Huang Haitao behind him and noticed his impatience, so he merely nodded after listening, intending to end the meeting. As for the deceased fire element awakened one, it wasn't his concern. The awakened ones among the student body would not easily let this group go. So, first of all, I personally represent the Academy in thanking Comrade and Jing Tian for raising this issue. We will carefully consider the possibility of this matter and, after discussion, see how to proceed next. Huang Zheng spoke in a bureaucratic tone, his words watertight. Since the words had already been said, what was there to discuss in the meeting? And Jing Tian realized he was intent on ending the meeting, so without hesitation, he threw out a bombshell. This was also something he had discussed in the car with Zhang Tai and Wenya. What to do if the Academy did not take the zombie wave riot seriously. If you all think the zombie wave riot is just a small matter, then I can tell you this. The second point is that a global disaster will occur a year later. Geological disasters, weather disasters, they will erupt continuously. All animals and plants will mutate, from large creatures to snakes and mice, which will pose a huge threat to us. Not only that, but a large number of high-level mutated beasts will emerge from the ocean to attack coastal areas. The number of mutated beings within the zombie horde will significantly increase. And even a fourth-level king with intelligence to lead the horde will be born. Furthermore, awakened ones who die will be resurrected as mutated beings under the influence of the disaster, retaining some intelligence to attack humans. Lin, sitting in a corner, slowly opened his eyes. The terror of the global disaster lingered in his memory. Even to this day, he still felt a lingering fear. With a global population of billions, over 10 billion survivors died in the early stages of the disaster. In the following 2 years, the population continued to plummet to less than 100 million. Over 999 million people perished, followed by the birth of over 10 billion zombies. The overwhelming zombie waves occupied more than 90% of the land area. 10 billion zombies, colossal mutated beasts of oceanic disasters, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, a multitude of king-level mutated beings, and even the otherworldly beasts that emerged in the final year. Each enemy was a disaster without end. If it weren't for the emergence of many powerful individuals among humanity in their desperate situation, establishing safe zones to protect the struggling survivors, and the bizarre cessation of the disaster's assault in the third year, human civilization would have likely already perished. As this news broke, the crowd, which had originally planned to rise and disperse, paused in disbelief, looking at Jing Tian. How is that possible? Huang Zheng took a deep breath, and Huang Haitao, behind him, also wore a serious expression.